The orphan, Nán Xī, was taken in by the headmaster of a cultivation sect at a young age. With exceptional talent and unparalleled beauty, she was destined to be the sect's esteemed disciple. However, fate had a cruel twist in store for her. She found herself transmigrated into the tragic role of a pitiful protagonist in an ancient fantasy tale, bound to a system that compelled her to portray a delicate flower, indulging in a cliché narrative of unrequited love and mediocrity that burdened her sect. For over 20 years, under the system's manipulation, she transformed from a spirited prodigy into a figure of ridicule within her sect, even portraying grief when rejected by the male lead, as if she were a tragic flower drenched in tears. Yet, while she was indulging in her character at the sect's back entrance, she was unexpectedly discovered by her junior brother, Nán Xī. Strangely, Nán Xī could hear her inner thoughts. How was my performance? Was it a perfect 10? Those braised chicken feet. How dare that wretched elder six touch them so intimately? I certainly do not wish to share my chicken feet. Nán Xī, who had always kept his distance from her, was astonished to uncover that beneath the guise of this lovesick senior sister lay a sharp-tongued, gluttonous, and cunning soul. As more of her inner thoughts were overheard, Nán Xī's facade of the fragile flower began to crumble. While she feigned deep affection for the male lead, her heart was filled with disdain for the melodrama. She maintained a sorrowful demeanor, while her eyes sparkled at the sight of delicacies. As the forced tragic romance of the system clashed with Nán Xī's true sentiments, and as her reborn rival and various characters emerged, could this unwilling protagonist of a tragic tale seize the opportunity of her thoughts being heard to break free from the system's constraints? Just when everyone expected her to meet a tragic end, could she carve out an extraordinary path of triumph? And what role would her junior brother, who could hear her thoughts, play in this intricate dance between persona and truth? This is a light-hearted cultivation story about a protagonist who outwardly navigates a tragic narrative while internally critiquing it, unexpectedly overturning her fate after her junior brother learns to read her mind. Chapter 1. Nán Xī felt that her life had been relatively fortunate. Although an orphan, she was taken in by the headmaster of a cultivation sect at an early age, marking the beginning of her fortunate journey in the sect. Her exceptional talent left the headmaster in awe, propelling her to the position of chief disciple without a moment's hesitation. While she may not have been a breathtaking beauty, she had always been celebrated for her looks throughout her life. Truth be told, for someone as easily satisfied as Nán Xī, such a beginning was akin to winning the lottery. She could have lived a life of ease. However, her fate was intertwined with that of a tragic heroine in a fantasy romance, along with a system that dictated her every move. Nán Xī had been in this world for over 20 years, having transmigrated as a child, awakening to find herself adopted by the headmaster. She had experienced no hardships, arriving directly into a life of comfort. Yet, for every year she had spent in this new world, she had been bound to the system, following its scripted narrative. Initially, she struggled to accept her situation, believing that her previous life's lack of mindfulness had led to her current predicament. However, as time wore on, she came to terms with her role. Isn't it just following a script? Isn't it just playing the role of a delicate flower? Isn't it just being blessed with extraordinary talent yet possessing mediocre abilities? She could manage that. Moreover, apart from the time she was compelled to adhere to the script, she could maintain her persona and pursue her desires. Over the years, she had managed to find some amusement in her predicament. For instance, just yesterday, she had completed a narrative where she presented a gift to the male lead, who had recently ascended the ranks of the elite, only to be coldly rejected. Today, with no plot to follow, she still needed to uphold her persona and respond appropriately. She sought out a treat. It was springtime, and the century-old pear tree at the sect's entrance was in full bloom, with snow-white flowers cascading down like petals in the breeze, creating a picturesque scene against the ancient stone steps. Standing beneath the tree, she tilted her head, her eyes glistening with sorrow as she gazed at the blossoms, extending her delicate hand to catch a perfect, beautiful pear blossom. The beauty of the scene was poetic. Even those unaware of the underlying story could perceive her sadness and were inevitably drawn to her. Unable to resist, Nán Xī called out to the system. How was my performance? Was it a perfect 10? The system responded with exasperation. You should not be displaying such emotions in a public space like this. It is inappropriate to showcase your sorrow here. Nán Xī retorted. glancing around. There's hardly anyone here. This is the back entrance. Who would choose to come this way when there's a proper front entrance? Just then, a passerby glanced at her, quickly averted their gaze, and hastened away as if she were a terrifying beast. Nán Xī was taken aback, staring intently at the retreating figure. Meanwhile, a few female disciples walked by, laughing and chatting, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Reluctantly, Nán Xī acknowledged that despite being at the back entrance, there were indeed many disciples passing through, all of whom recognized her. The sting of embarrassment was palpable as she thought, how rude. As the group of female disciples passed her by, they suddenly froze, glancing at her in disbelief before stammering, "Greetings, senior sister." "Hello, senior sister." "Greetings, senior sister." Their voices were somewhat disjointed yet melodious. Suppressing a smile that nearly escaped her lips, Nán Xī, taken aback by their sudden acknowledgement, responded warmly, "Hello, junior sisters. Are you heading down the mountain for something?" "Yes, we're going out to procure supplies," the female disciples replied, their expressions oddly peculiar, before hastily departing. Nán Xī was not particularly well regarded within the sect. This was hardly surprising as the chief disciple with average abilities. Her earlier years had been spent in relative obscurity, performing her duties adequately, leaving others with a vague yet reliable impression of her. However, since the narrative involving her reunion with the male lead had begun, she had to maintain the persona of a lovesick sister, often visiting the neighboring sect, leading to a series of chaotic mishaps. Over time, her image had morphed into that of a daft senior sister. The genre of ancient fantasy often favored protagonists who were either naive or melodramatic, and while some stories were well-written, the ones that captivated readers could vary greatly. Unfortunately, the narrative Nán Xī found herself in, while it had a coherent worldview and character setup, was otherwise best described in a single word: disastrous. The female lead's actions disregarded the well-being of others in the sect, eventually becoming synonymous with the term lovesick, a curiosity that had drawn Nán Xī into the tale. As for the subsequent events, it was best left unspoken. With a heavy sigh, Nán Xī thought she had sufficiently shaped her persona before retreating to her quarters to rest. However, she was unable to lie down. At the entrance of her courtyard, she spotted a hesitant young man pondering whether to knock on her door. A youth clad in azure attire, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, possessed a fair complexion that rendered him more exquisite than many young maidens. His hair was simply tied up with a headband of the same hue as his garments. He stood at the door, his hand hovering as if uncertain whether to knock, his brow furrowed tightly enough to trap a fly. Nán Xī recognized him. He was Lian Qianxing, the cherished disciple of the sixth elder of the Tianyan sword sect, merely 14 years of age, having joined the sect just 2 years prior. Though his disposition was lively and innocent, for reasons unknown, he maintained a respectful distance from Nán Xī. At this moment, it was unclear why he was compelled to seek her out. Noticing the absence of others, a mischievous thought crossed Nán Xi's mind. She approached Lian Qianxing quietly from behind and spoke softly, "Junior brother Lian, why do you linger before my door?"
"Ah."
Startled, Lian Qianxing stumbled forward, colliding with the door. When he turned to face Nán Xī, his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Why did you frighten me, senior sister?" In that instant, he momentarily forgot his apprehensions, his tone laced with a hint of accusation, which dispelled the formality between them. Nán Xī feigned a look of regret, sincerely apologizing. "I beg your pardon, junior brother. I was lost in thought and did not intend to startle you." "Is that truly so?" Lian Qianxing straightened himself, his expression now earnest. Without waiting for Nán Xī's response, he was already inclined to believe her words. He recalled the purpose of his visit. His master had remarked that despite nearly 2 years in the sect, he and Nán Xī were still unfamiliar with one another. Given that his senior sister was feeling down, and with no suitable female peers around, he was dispatched to offer her some solace. Nán Xī nodded gravely. Indeed, that simple affirmation dispelled any lingering doubt in Lian Qianxing's mind, and he relaxed his brow, saying, "I have come today. I did not mean to frighten you, I intended to scare you, dear junior brother." A glimmer of mirth escaped Nán Xī's eyes, though she quickly suppressed it. Generally, such subtle shifts in expression would go unnoticed, but Lian Qianxing's eyes widened in astonishment. "Senior sister, did you intend to frighten me?" Caught off guard by his question, Nán Xī's facade faltered, revealing her surprise. How did you know? Realizing her slip, she quickly chastised herself for her loose tongue, feeling a tinge of regret. Foolish me, did I just admit it? Why was I so hasty? But surely junior brother Lien, with his gentle temperament, would not be angry. She glanced at Lien Qianxing's expression. He appeared momentarily dazed, his gaze a blend of disbelief and suspicion, as though grappling with some unfathomable riddle. This complex expression left Nán Xī momentarily perplexed. Is he angry or not? Nán Xī could not decipher his feelings, yet she steeled herself and said, I apologize, perhaps I was a bit overwhelmed and could not control myself earlier. Though Lien Xianxing had felt a hint of irritation, that ethereal voice, which seemed to emanate from somewhere beyond, did not seem to originate from his senior sister. Moreover, Nán Xī appeared oblivious to the revelation of that voice, as if he could hear her innermost thoughts. With a hint of uncertainty, Lien Xianxing shook his head. It is nothing I can understand. Yet, he could not truly comprehend. Continuing from his earlier statement, he added, Senior sister, I heard you were feeling down, so I brought some marinated chicken feet, hoping to lift your spirits. Nán Xī was taken aback. According to her persona, she should have shaken her head, lamented, smiled sadly, and declined. However, she quickly adapted, forcing a sorrowful smile, and opened the courtyard door, saying, Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, junior brother. Please come in and take a seat while I prepare some tea for you. Marinated chicken feet. How infuriating that the sixth elder knows my preferences so well. Hearing that voice again, Lien Xianxing observed Nán Xi's retreating figure, which, despite its outwardly melancholic demeanor, seemed to convey a hint of joy. Though he did not fully understand the nature of that voice, Lien Xianxing felt a subtle shift in his perception of his senior sister, realizing she was not as difficult to approach as he had initially thought. Offering comfort required more than merely delivering a gift. He intended to stay long enough to share a cup of tea, as a gesture of propriety. The marinated chicken feet were skewered for easy handling, ensuring that even without disposable gloves, they could be enjoyed without mess. As Nán Xī eagerly began to savor the chicken feet, Lien Xianxing took a sip of tea, hesitating for a moment before deciding to engage in conversation. Yet in the next instant he found another chicken foot pressed into his hand. The woman before him lowered her gaze slightly, her tranquility tinged with an undeniable sadness as she said, Junior brother, do partake as well, I cannot possibly eat all of this. Lien Xianxing was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring the chicken foot would align with his senior sister's usual demeanor, yet something felt slightly amiss. Curse it! My chicken feet! Had anyone else come today, aside from junior brother Lien, I would never have shared. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Nán Xī took a fierce bite of the chicken foot. Lien Xianxing felt a flush of embarrassment at her words, nearly losing his composure, but he still clutched the chicken foot and asked, Senior sister, is your sorrow due to that? Chief fellow disciple, the mention of a key phrase caused Nán Xī to snap her head up, instinctively inhaling sharply. Chapter 2. When Lien Xianxing departed, Nán Xī had ceased her coughing. With tear-filled eyes, she looked up, only to see Lien Qianxing's figure retreating hastily. She took a sip of tea to soothe her throat, regaining her composure. At that moment, she was no longer in a hurry to eat her marinated chicken feet. Glancing around, she spotted a handheld copper mirror and picked it up to examine her face. The reflection revealed a woman with tear-stained eyes, a few stray locks cascading down, lending her an air of disheveled beauty. Her expression was fragile, embodying the essence of a heartbroken beauty. Satisfied with her appearance, Nán Xī inquired of the system, My persona hasn't collapsed, has it? Everything had transpired so abruptly that she had nearly forgotten her mission, failing to maintain her image. However, upon glancing in the mirror, she felt pleased with her representation. The system, accustomed to Nán Xi's unpredictable nature, reflected on her recent behavior. Aside from her inability to refuse the marinated chicken feet, everything else had been satisfactory. No collapse. The system was succinct in its response. Regarding the chicken feet, the system deemed itself lenient and did not hold it against Nán Xī. Once assured, Nán Xī placed the copper mirror on the table, meticulously secured the doors and windows, and joyfully indulged in her meal. Meanwhile, Lien Xianxing was not so tranquil. As he walked away, he remained in a state of shock, his gaze vacant. Upon reflection, the demeanor of senior sister Nán Xī had not been as terrifying as it initially appeared, yet her two cries echoed vividly in Lien Qianxing's mind. Now, when he thought of senior sister Nán Xī, he did not recall her as a frivolous and ineffectual figure, but rather as the embodiment of heart-wrenching despair. Upon reaching his master's abode to report back, the sixth elder regarded him with a benevolent gaze, stroking his graying beard, and asked, "How did it go? Is your senior sister feeling better?" The sixth elder was well aware of Nán Xī's character, yet as fellow disciples of the same sect, it was inconceivable for them to remain unfamiliar or at odds. He hoped to foster a bond between Lian Qianxing and Nán Xī. In his memory, Nán Xī, while somewhat naive, had a good nature, and aside from matters of love, could be considered a well-behaved child. Lian Qianxing pondered for a moment. Hesitating, "I cannot quite articulate it, but it seems that senior sister Nán Xī is no longer wounded by matters of the heart." "Is that so?" The sixth elder's eyes brightened. "That is splendid. How do you find your interactions with her?" Lian Qianxing felt increasingly uncertain, recalling the incident where Nán Xī had startled him, coupled with the heartfelt confession that she alone was willing to share chicken feet with him. He replied, "Perhaps due to my youth, senior sister has treated me rather kindly." As he contemplated whether to share the matter of the heartfelt confession with his master, the elder, with a smile, swiftly changed the subject. "That is good to hear. How has your practice of the sword techniques I assigned you progressed?" The mention of this made Lian Qianxing tense. He immediately forgot all thoughts of senior sister and the heartfelt confession. "I have indeed been practicing diligently, though I cannot ascertain if I have met your expectations, master." Nán Xī was not idle. The past few days marked a rest period for the disciples, and she was not required to supervise their sword practice. However, as a direct disciple, her responsibilities differed from those of the ordinary disciples. After savoring some chicken feet and lying idle for a while, it was time for her weekly evaluation of her cultivation results by her master. As the chief disciple under the sect leader, she was one of only two disciples, the other being a junior sister, whose unique fate often kept her away from the sect. Over the years, Nán Xī had seen her only a handful of times, and in recent years, not once. Along the way, Nán Xī feigned a sorrowful demeanor, while in reality, her mind was blank as she approached her master's cave. Only then did she regain her focus, her thoughts finally beginning to coalesce. Although she maintained a facade of mediocrity to uphold her character, Nán Xī possessed exceptional talent. Years ago, she diligently followed her master's assignments, and her cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Not only did she excel at her foundational sword techniques, but she also learned to control her cultivation growth under the system's guidance. However, swordsmanship was a different matter entirely. Once she grasped the techniques, she instinctively knew how to excel. Thus, to sustain her persona, Nán Xī had to devise ways to appear unremarkable in her swordsmanship without her master noticing. "Last time, my master remarked that my sword strikes were too soft and lacking in strength. He instructed me to practice specifically and has been supervising me daily. If I show no improvement this time, it would surely disappoint him far too swiftly." Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Nán Xī devised a plan. He Jian had been waiting at the door for some time, though his presence was not immediately apparent, as he was taken aback by the sound of her approach. His disciple had transformed dramatically since encountering that Qi Qian a few years ago. Not only had his cultivation stagnated, but his thoughts were also consumed by that man, leading to a sluggish improvement in his swordsmanship. This time, he deliberately awaited her at the entrance, his expression stern, intending to discipline her thoroughly. However, he was surprised that after being humiliated by Qi Qian just yesterday, she still had the resolve to practice and did not wish to disappoint him. He Jian's expression softened slightly upon noticing Nán Xī's earnestness, which dissuaded him from being overly harsh. Then he observed Nán Xī entering with a sorrowful expression, her demeanor reflecting the weakness he often found distasteful, instantly reverting his mood to its prior state. He Jian adopted a stern countenance. "Why do you perpetually appear so morose? As a sword practitioner, one should possess lofty aspirations and unwavering resolve, unencumbered by matters of love." Disciples within the sect feared his displeasure, but Nán Xī was unperturbed. She understood well that beneath He Jian's cold exterior lay a heart of stone. When she earnestly acted, Nán Xī typically did not overthink. She first glanced up at He Jian and then quickly lowered her gaze. "Master speaks true, yet I find it difficult to control my emotions." He Jian, irritated by her demeanor, would have typically reprimanded her further had he not recalled her prior words. He decided to reserve his admonishments for later. "Very well, Last week I instructed you to practice diligently. Have you made any progress? Show me. Nán Xī stole another glance at He Jian and nodded. I have indeed practiced earnestly. She moved to a vacant space behind them, unsheathing her finely crafted sword. She gazed at the weapon for a moment before letting out a silent sigh. This is truly challenging. Upon hearing her unvoiced lament, He Jian furrowed his brow, ready to respond, but before he could utter a word, she had already commenced her movements. The Tianji sword technique, a unique sword style of the Tianyuan sword sect, differed from the basic techniques accessible to all. This style was sharp and domineering, difficult for an average person to master, requiring one to be at least at the foundation establishment stage with formidable innate qualities. There were a total of 8 forms, and Nán Xī had reached the 4th, having been stuck in her progress for several months. Based on the protagonist's prowess within the narrative, it seemed she would require another 2 or 3 months to fully master it, making her progress the slowest among direct disciples. She controlled the force of her strikes, thrusts, slashes, jabs, and flicks, each possessing more power than before, and her movements were smoother and more fluid, signaling a tangible improvement. To create an appearance of diligence, she also subtly channeled her spiritual energy to work up a sweat. After completing a form, Nán Xī looked toward He Jian, deliberately making her breaths heavier and adopting a more earnest expression. This is exhausting. She could not help but mentally exclaim, not from the fatigue of the form itself, but from the need to maintain vigilance in front of a high-level practitioner. She refrained from displaying any signs of frailty, merely furrowing her brow slightly to convey her deep concerns. Upon hearing her unusual exclamation, He Jian's expression tightened, sensing something amiss, yet Nán Xī's earlier demonstration left him unable to find humor in the situation. While there was indeed progress, it was insufficient, falling far short of his expectations, and the issue of her lacking strength in her strikes remained unresolved. He inquired, "Do you feel fatigued?" Uncertain of his intent, Nán Xī hesitated before nodding. He Jian's brow furrowed deeper, his naturally stern visage now exuding an aura that intimidated many disciples into averting their gaze. In the past, when practicing the foundational sword forms, I never heard you complain of fatigue. As sword practitioners, we must not only cultivate but also train our bodies, enduring hardships that are merely less than those of pure body cultivators. Since you have chosen the path of the sword, you must not succumb to weariness. Once such thoughts arise, fatigue takes root, and laziness will seize control of your mind. How then can you hope to master the sword? Nán Xī obediently accepted his teachings, harboring no desire to retort. However, whenever her performance faltered, the system reminded her, prompting her to lower her head immediately. Master speaks true, yet these past few days, my heart has been burdened with thoughts. Upon uttering this, He Jian felt a sense of foreboding, his expression darkening further. What troubles you? Nán Xī feigned sorrow. He was injured previously, and I cannot help but worry. I delivered some medicinal supplies yesterday, but enough, you need not elaborate. If Nán Xī's slow progress merely caused him mild dissatisfaction, and her complaints of fatigue warranted a stern lesson, it was her mention of Qi Qian that ignited his ire. He interrupted her without hesitation, intending to address this matter thoroughly, when he caught himself thinking darkly. I wish he would simply be struck down by a sword yesterday. I nearly poisoned the injury ointment I sent. Nán Xī subtly sighed. My master is going to reprimand me again. He Jian observed keenly Nán Xī had not uttered a word, nor was there any fluctuation of spiritual energy resonating in her vicinity. Moreover, the ability to communicate through spiritual resonance could only be acquired at the golden core stage, a realm she had yet to attain. So, from whence did this voice arise? He Jian was filled with perplexity, momentarily failing to grasp the implication of Nán Xī's words. He continued with the script he had prepared. The esteemed senior sister of the Tianyuan sword sect, weeping and yearning for a man. What a sight this is! That man is no elixir capable of enhancing your cultivation. Why squander your efforts and delay your training for him, and even wish for him to be struck down by a single sword? Stroke. He Jian did not finish his statement, suddenly realizing that something was amiss, his serious brow raised in surprise, rendering him somewhat comical. Struck down by a single sword stroke? Poisoned in the healing ointment? His words faltered, and he paused for quite a while. Only when Nán Xī looked at him in confusion did he clear his throat. Never mind, after so many admonitions, you have yet to heed a single one. The orphan, Nán Xī, was taken in by the headmaster of a cultivation sect at a young age. With exceptional talent and stunning beauty, she was destined to be the sect's prodigious disciple. However, she inexplicably found herself trapped in the tragic narrative of an ancient fantasy romance novel, bound by a system that forced her to play the role of a delicate and naive flower, entangled in a melodramatic plot filled with unrequited love and burdensome expectations. For over 20 years, under the system's control, she had transformed from a promising genius into a laughingstock within the sect, even resorting to feigning tears when the male lead rejected her gifts. Yet, as she was attempting to craft her character at the back gate of the sect, she was unexpectedly discovered by her junior brother, xianxia. Strangely enough, he could hear her true thoughts. How was my performance? Was it a perfect 10? Damn that sixth elder for knowing me so well. I have no intention of sharing my delicacies with anyone. Xianxia, who had always kept his distance from her, was astonished to uncover that beneath the facade of the love-struck senior sister lay a sharp-tongued, gluttonous, and cunning soul. As more of her inner musings were inadvertently overheard, Nán Xī's delicate persona began to crumble. While she maintained a facade of deep affection for the male lead, her inner thoughts were rife with disdain for the clicked plot. She presented herself as a sorrowful figure, only to be captivated by the sight of a mouth-watering dish. As the forced torment of the narrative collided with Nán Xī's genuine feelings, and as the reincarnated ex-girlfriend of the male lead and various characters made their appearances, could this reluctant protagonist of a tragic romance seize the opportunity to break free from the system's constraints? In a world where everyone expected her to meet a dismal fate, could she carve out an astonishing path of triumph? And what role would the junior brother, who could hear her thoughts, play amidst this tug-of-war between character and truth? This is a light-hearted tale of cultivation, where the protagonist navigates the tragic storyline while wittily critiquing it, ultimately overturning her destiny through the unintentional mind-reading of her junior brother. Chapter 1. Nán Xī considered herself quite fortunate in this life. Though an orphan, she had been rescued by the headmaster of a cultivation sect during her childhood, granting her the fortunate opportunity to join the sect. Her exceptional talent astonished the headmaster upon its discovery, who immediately appointed her as the chief disciple, without a second thought. While she was not a striking beauty in the conventional sense, she had always been praised for her looks throughout her life. Given her easy-to-satisfy nature, such a beginning felt like a stroke of luck. She could have lived a life of privilege even in idleness if only she had not found herself cast as the tragic heroine of a romantic fantasy narrative, bound to a system dictating her every move. Nán Xī had been in this world for over 20 years, having arrived as a child, opening her eyes to find herself taken in by the headmaster. She could say she had endured little hardship, arriving directly into a life of comfort. However, for every year she had spent here, she had been bound to the system, enacting the prescribed plot. Initially, she could not accept it, believing that her carefree past life had left her with insufficient merit, necessitating this life of atonement. Yet, over time, she came to terms with it. Wasn't it merely about following the narrative? Wasn't it simply about playing the role of a fragile flower? Wasn't it possible to possess extraordinary talent while appearing mediocre? She could do it. Moreover, aside from the moments dictated by the plot, she was free to pursue her desires as long as she maintained her character. Over the years, she had managed to extract some enjoyment from the experience. For instance, just yesterday, she had completed a scene in which she presented a gift to the male lead, who had recently risen to prominence on the rankings, only to be met with his cold rejection. Today, without any scripted events, she needed to uphold her character and respond accordingly. She found a tree. It was spring, and the 100-year-old pear tree at the sect's entrance was in full bloom, its snow-white flowers cascading like a gentle snowfall, creating a picturesque scene. Against the aged stone steps, standing beneath the tree, she gazed sorrowfully at the blossoms, extending her slender hand to catch a small, perfect pear blossom. The beauty amidst the scenery, the pear blossoms accentuating her melancholic demeanor, created a captivating atmosphere. Even those unaware of the underlying circumstances could easily discern the sorrow radiating from Nán Xī, unable to resist its charm. Unable to contain herself, Nán Xī called out to the system. How was my performance? Was it a perfect 10? The system responded with exasperation, pointing out that such a display was inappropriate for a place bustling with people. Nán Xī retorted, observing her surroundings. There's hardly anyone here. This is the back gate. Who would choose to enter through here when the main gate is available? Just then, a passerby cast a fleeting glance her way, only to avert their gaze hastily and quicken their pace, as though she were a fearsome beast. Nán Xī raised an eyebrow, staring intently at the individual, who hastily retreated from her view. A moment later, a group of female disciples approached, laughing and chatting animatedly. Reluctantly, she acknowledged that despite being at the back gate, there were indeed many people passing by, all of whom recognized her. The embarrassment was palpable, and Nán Xī felt a twinge of discontent. How rude, she muttered to the system. They don't even bother to greet the senior sister. As a few female disciples passed by, seemingly oblivious to her presence, their movements suddenly froze, and they turned to her with disbelief, stammering out, "Good day, senior sister. Good day, senior sister. Good day, senior sister." Their voices varied, but surprisingly, they sounded rather pleasant. Nán Xī stifled a smile, genuinely puzzled by their sudden greetings. She responded amiably, "Hello, junior sisters. Are you heading out for something?" "Yes, we're going out to purchase supplies," they replied, their expressions oddly peculiar, and hurriedly departed. Nán Xī was not particularly well regarded within the sect. However, this was to be expected as the chief disciple. Her abilities were mediocre at best. Though she had not made frequent public appearances in her initial years, she had performed adequately in her responsibilities, leaving others with a vague but dependable impression of her. However, ever since the narrative involving her reunion with the male lead began, she had been compelled to maintain the persona of a lovesick character, visiting the neighboring sect to seek him out, leading to various chaotic mishaps. Over time, her reputation within the sect had devolved into that of a dim-witted senior sister. The ancient style of fantasy romance often featured heroines who were either foolish or naive, and while some stories were well-written and captivating, the one Nán Xī had found herself in was lacking in substance, aside from its world-building and character setup. The plot could be summed up in one word: disastrous. The protagonist's actions seemed completely indifferent to the fate of those in the sect, eventually becoming an online epitome of a lovesick character. Nán Xī had entered the story out of sheer curiosity regarding its absurdity. As for what transpired thereafter, it was best left unmentioned. With a heavy sigh, Nán Xī felt her character had been sufficiently established, and she placed her hands within her sleeves, intending to return to her quarters for a moment of respite. Yet, she was unable to do so. At the entrance of her courtyard, she spotted a hesitant young man, contemplating whether to knock on the door. The youth, donned in azure attire, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, appeared even more enchanting than many young maidens. His hair was simply tied up high, with a headband of the same hue as his clothing. With his hand poised at the door, he seemed hesitant, his brow furrowed as if he could crush a fly. Nán Xī recognized him. He was xianxia, the direct disciple of the sixth elder of the Tianyan sword sect, merely 14 years of age, having joined the sect just 2 years. Prior, his nature was innocent and lively, yet for reasons unknown, he had always kept his distance from Nán Xī. It was unclear what compelled him to seek her out today. Seeing that no one was around, Nán Xī felt a mischievous impulse. She stealthily approached Lian Xianxing from behind and spoke softly, "Junior brother Lian, why do you linger at my door?"
"Ah!"
Startled, Lian Xianxing jumped forward, colliding with the door. When he turned to face Nán Xī, his eyes glistened with tears. "Why did you scare me, senior sister?" In that moment, he forgot his earlier concerns, his words carrying a hint of accusation, which rendered their interaction less formal. Nán Xī feigned a melancholic expression and sincerely apologized. "I am truly sorry, junior brother. I was lost in thought, and did not intend to frighten you." "Really?" Lian Xianxing stood upright, his demeanor shifting. Without waiting for Nán Xī's response, he was already convinced. He recalled his purpose for visiting. His master had mentioned that despite being in the sect for nearly 2 years, he and Nán Xī remained unfamiliar with each other. Since his senior sister was feeling down, and the other female disciples of suitable age were absent, he was sent to offer her some comfort. Nán Xī nodded earnestly. Indeed, with just that affirmation, Lian Xianxing harbored no doubts, relaxing his expression, and continued, "I came today." "Hee, I didn't mean to scare you. I intended to, junior brother." A hint of amusement flickered in Nán Xī's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. Generally, such fleeting expressions would go unnoticed, Yet Lien Qianxing seemed to catch the nuance. Did you scare me on purpose, senior sister? Taken aback, Nán Xī dropped her facade of calm, her astonishment evident. How did you know? Realizing her slip, she chastised herself internally, feeling a twinge of regret. What a foolish blunder have I inadvertently confessed. Why must my tongue be so quick? Yet, junior brother has always been mild-mannered, surely he won't be angry. Nán Xī glanced at Lien Qianxing's expression. He appeared momentarily stunned, his gaze filled with disbelief and suspicion, as if entangled in an enigma that left her equally perplexed. Is he angry or not? Nán Xī could not decipher his feelings, but she mustered the courage to say, I apologize, perhaps it was a moment of emotional upheaval, and I lost control. Although Lien Qianxing had felt a tinge of irritation, the voice that resonated deeper than their conversation seemed not to have originated from his senior sister. Moreover, Nán Xī seemed wholly oblivious to the revelation, as if he could hear her innermost thoughts. With a hint of uncertainty, Lien Qianxing shook his head. It's nothing I understand. Yet, he did not truly comprehend. Continuing from where he left off, he said, Senior sister, I heard you were feeling down, so I thought to bring you some braised chicken feet, hoping to lift your spirits. Nán Xī paused, taken aback. According to her persona, she should have shaken her head, smiled sadly, and declined. But, quickly recovering, Nán Xī forced a pained smile, then opened the courtyard door, saying, You are very kind, junior brother. Thank you. Please come in and take a seat while I prepare some tea for you. Braised chicken feet. How could the sixth elder know my preferences so well? Hearing that voice again, Lien Qianxing watched as Nán Xī retreated into the inner room. Though her expression conveyed a sense of melancholic beauty, he discerned a hint of excitement in her demeanor. Uncertain of the source of that voice, Lien Qianxing felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this senior sister was not as difficult to approach as he had imagined. Offering comfort required more than merely delivering a gift after all. Nán Xī would likely brew tea for a duration worthy of courtesy. The chicken feet came with wooden skewers, making them easy to handle without mess. As Nán Xī eagerly began to savor the chicken feet, Lien Qianxing sipped his tea, hesitating briefly before deciding to speak. However, in the next moment, he found another chicken foot thrust into his hand. The woman before him lowered her gaze, an undeniable sorrow mingling with her tranquility, as she urged, You should have some too. Junior brother, I cannot possibly eat all of this. Lien Qianxing was momentarily taken aback. If he disregarded the chicken foot, it would align with his senior sister's typical behavior. Yet something about it felt slightly off. Curse it! My chicken feet! Had anyone else come today besides junior brother, I would never have shared them. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, Nán Xī took a fierce bite of the chicken foot. Feeling slightly embarrassed by her words, Lien Qianxing nearly faltered but held onto the chicken foot, inquiring, Is your sorrow due to that, Chi friend? Upon hearing the key phrase, Nán Xī abruptly lifted her head, instinctively inhaling sharply. Chapter 2. When Lien Qianxing left, Nán Xī had ceased her coughing. With teary eyes, she gazed upward, only catching a glimpse of Lien Qianxing's fleeing silhouette. After sipping some tea to soothe her throat, she finally regained her composure. Now, she was no longer eager to eat her braised chicken feet. Glancing around, she spotted a bronze mirror, picked it up, and directed it toward her face. The reflection revealed a woman with tear-streaked eyes, a few stray strands of hair framing her face, lending an air of chaotic beauty. She appeared fragile, embodying the essence of a heartbroken beauty. Satisfied with her appearance, Nán Xī inquired of the system, I hope my persona hasn't collapsed, has it? Everything had transpired too abruptly. Nán Xī had almost forgotten her mission, thus neglecting her image management. However, upon inspecting her reflection, she found herself relatively content. The system, accustomed to Nán Xī's whims, reflected on her recent behavior. Aside from her inability to refuse the braised chicken feet, everything else seemed acceptable. It hasn't collapsed. The system was terse in its response. As for the chicken feet, the system deemed itself not overly stringent, considering it a trivial matter, and chose not to reprimand Nán Xī. Once satisfied, Nán Xī placed the bronze mirror on the table, cautiously secured the doors and windows, and joyfully indulged in her meal. In stark contrast, Lien Qianxing was far from tranquil. After distancing himself, he remained in a state of shock, his gaze vacant. In retrospect, Nán Xī's demeanor hadn't been as terrifying as he initially perceived, yet her two exclamations were firmly etched in his mind. Now, when he thought of senior sister Nán Xī, he no longer saw her as a frivolous figure, but rather recalled her heart-wrenching cries. Upon arriving at his master's cave, he reported back. The sixth elder gazed at him with paternal affection, stroking his grizzled beard, and asked, "So, how is your senior sister faring?" The sixth elder was aware of Nán Xī's temperament, however. As fellow direct disciples of the sect, it was inconceivable for them to be unfamiliar or even at odds. He hoped to foster familiarity between xianxia and Nán Xī. In his memory, although Nán Xī could be somewhat scatterbrained, she possessed a commendable character. Exempting the matters of romance, she could be considered a well-behaved child. Xianxia pondered for a moment, hesitating. "I cannot quite articulate it, but it seems that senior sister Nán Xī has moved on from her past heartache." "Is that so?" The sixth elder's eyes brightened. "That is excellent. How is your relationship with senior sister?" Xianxia felt increasingly uncertain, recalling how Nán Xī had frightened him and the heartfelt sentiment that she alone wished to share chicken feet with him. He replied, "Perhaps due to my youth, senior sister has been rather kind to me." As he contemplated whether to share the matter of the heartfelt sentiment with his master, the elder had already nodded with a smile, swiftly changing the subject. "That's good to hear. How effective has the sword technique I had you practice been?" The mention of this made Xianxia tense, causing him to forget everything about senior sister and the heartfelt sentiment. "I have been diligently practicing, but I am uncertain if I have met master's expectations." Nán Xī was not idly passing her time. These past 2 days were rest days for the disciples, and she was not required to oversee their sword practice. However, as a direct disciple, she was treated differently. After finishing her chicken feet and lying down for a while, the time had come for her weekly assessment of her cultivation progress by her master. As the chief disciple under the sect leader, she was one of only 2 disciples, the other being a junior sister whose fate was peculiar, seldom present in the sect. Over the years, Nán Xī had only seen her a handful of times. In recent years, she had not seen her even once. On her way, Nán Xī feigned a sorrowful demeanor, though her mind was empty, and she walked blankly to her master's cave. It was only then that she regained her focus, her mind beginning to fill with thoughts. Although she was meant to maintain a facade of mediocrity, perhaps due to her exceptional talent, Nán Xī had earnestly followed her master's assigned tasks in her early years. Her cultivation had progressed rapidly, and her foundational sword skills were impeccable. Later, under the system's guidance, she learned how to control her cultivation growth, yet mastering swordsmanship was a different challenge. Once she learned it, she instinctively knew how to excel. Thus, to preserve her persona, Nán Xī had to carefully consider how to appear mediocre in her sword skills without her master noticing. "Last time, Master mentioned my sword strikes were too soft and lacking in power, instructing me to practice specifically. He even took time every day to supervise me. If I show no improvement this time, it would disappoint him too quickly." After a moment's contemplation, Nán Xī devised a plan. Jian had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, but before he could see her, he was startled by her voice. Ever since his disciple encountered that Qian years ago, he had seemingly transformed, showing little progress in cultivation, his thoughts consumed by that man, and his advancement in swordsmanship had stagnated. This time, he had intentionally waited at the entrance, determined to give him a stern lesson. However, he was taken aback when, after being humiliated and rejected by Qian just the day before, the disciple still cared about practicing and wished not to disappoint him. Jian softened slightly, seeing that Nán Xī still showed some intent, and refrained from being overly harsh. Then he watched as Nán Xī entered with a troubled expression, her demeanor one of the weakness he had always disapproved of. Her previously slightly improved mood instantly reverted. Jian frowned. "What nonsense is this? As a swordsman, one should be ambitious and resolute, not entangled in trivial emotions." Within the sect, disciples feared the solemnity of their master. Yet Nán Xī was unafraid. She understood Jian's cold demeanor well. When she earnestly performed her role, Nán Xī typically did not think much. She first glanced up at Jian, then quickly lowered her head. "Master speaks the truth, but I truly cannot control myself." Jian was vexed by Nán Xī's demeanor. Normally, he would have reprimanded her further, but recalling her recent remarks, he decided to postpone the scolding. "Very well. I instructed you to practice diligently last week. Have you made any progress?" Show me. Nán Xī glanced at He Jian again and nodded. Naturally. I have practiced earnestly. She moved to the open space behind them, unsheathing her finely crafted sword, staring at it for a couple of seconds before involuntarily sighing. This is truly difficult. Hearing her exclaim the challenge, He Jian furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, but saw that Nán Xī had yet to utter a word. After a brief pause, she had already begun her movements. The Tianji sword technique was one of the exclusive sword techniques of the Tianyun sword sect. Unlike the basic sword techniques accessible to everyone, this technique was sharp and domineering, challenging for ordinary practitioners to master. Only those above the foundation establishment stage, with strong innate qualities, could learn it. There were 8 forms in total, and Nán Xī had reached the 4th form, having been stuck for months. According to the protagonist's strength in the narrative, she estimated she would need another 2 or 3 months to master it, making her progress the slowest among direct disciples. Controlling the force behind her sword strikes, she executed thrusts, slashes, points, and flicks with greater power than last time, and her movements were more fluid and cohesive. Indicating progress, to create the appearance of diligence, she secretly channeled spiritual energy to work up a sweat. After completing a form, Nán Xī looked toward He Jian, deliberately making her breaths heavier, attempting to project seriousness. I'm so tired. She couldn't help but internally wail, not from the exertion of the form, but from the need to maintain vigilance in front of a high-level practitioner. She couldn't afford to appear weak, merely frowning slightly to convey her deep concerns. Upon hearing that unusual sound from her, He Jian's expression tightened, sensing something was amiss, yet Nán Xī's earlier demonstration left him unable to smile. There was indeed progress, but it was minuscule, far from meeting his expectations. The issue of insufficient power in her strikes remained unresolved. He inquired, "Do you feel tired?" Unsure of his intent, Nán Xī hesitated before nodding. He Jian's frown deepened, his naturally stern features made him appear even more imposing, causing many disciples to avoid his gaze. In the past, when practicing basic sword forms, I never heard you complain of fatigue. As swordsmen, we must not only cultivate but also train our bodies. The physical hardships we endure are only slightly less than those of pure body cultivators. Since you have chosen the path of a swordsman, you must not feel tired. Once you entertain such thoughts, weariness will set in, and lethargy will take root in your mind. How then can you expect to master the sword? Nán Xī obediently listened to his admonishment and held no desire to retort. Yet, whenever her persona faltered, the system would remind her, prompting Nán Xī to lower her head immediately. Master is correct, yet I have been troubled by matters of late. Upon hearing this, He Jian immediately sensed a bad omen. His expression darkened further. What matters? Nán Xī feigned sadness. He was injured previously, and I keep thinking about it. I sent him medicine yesterday, but... Enough, you need not say more. While Nán Xī's slow progress only caused him mild dissatisfaction, her claim of fatigue warranted a serious lecture. However, the mention of Qi Qian ignited He Jian's ire. He interrupted her without hesitation, intending to address the issue thoroughly, but was met with a silently seething remark. If only he could be directly struck down by a sword, I nearly poisoned the medicine I sent yesterday. Nán Xī sighed quietly, and why master is going to reprimand me again? He Jian had observed clearly this time Nán Xī did not utter a word, nor did her aura emit any vibrations of spiritual energy. Moreover, the ability to communicate telepathically could only be mastered at the Golden Core stage, a level she had yet to attain. So, from whence did that voice originate? He Jian, filled with doubt, momentarily failed to comprehend the meaning of Nán Xī's words and continued with the prepared script. The esteemed senior sister of the Tianyun sword sect, weeping and lamenting over a man. What a sight it is. That man is no elixir to enhance cultivation. Why trouble yourself to such an extent, hindering your own practice, and even wishing for him to be struck down by a sword? He Jian refrained from voicing the latter part, suddenly realizing something was amiss. His serious brow furrowed in astonishment, rendering him somewhat comical. To be struck down by a sword? To poison the healing medicine? His subsequent words faltered, and after a prolonged pause, during which Nán Xī looked at him in puzzlement, he cleared his throat. Enough. After so many admonitions, you have yet to heed a single one. Chapter 3. Once such conjectures arise, they reinforce certainty until one is convinced. The tone of this inner voice is not unfamiliar to He Jian. In her youth, Although Nán Xī was obedient and well-mannered, she often uttered some cheeky remarks, akin to the lively spirit of what seems to be her heart's voice now. After a moment of contemplation, He Jian discreetly chose to keep this matter to himself. Whether or not the inner voice was still uncertain, it was prudent to ascertain the reasons first, for should anyone discover that they could hear such thoughts, it would undoubtedly breed suspicion and aversion. Setting aside this matter, He Jian was not entirely satisfied with Nán Xī's performance today. However, seeing her in good spirits, he waved his hand, his expression remaining stoic, and remarked, "Well, there's nothing more to discuss today." Upon hearing this, Nán Xī looked up at He Jian, awaiting his next words. Meeting her gaze, He Jian placed his hands behind his back and said, "Please wait a moment." He then swiftly entered the inner chamber, returning shortly with a small storage pouch which he handed to Nán Xī, adopting a serious demeanor. "You must endure the hardships of your training, but you should also take care of yourself in other matters. Here, take this. I have but one request. Do not give any of it to that rascal Qi Qian." He Jian periodically provided Nán Xī with supplies, such as medicinal pills and spirit stones. Their relationship transcended that of a typical master and disciple, resembling more of a father-daughter bond. Nán Xī obediently accepted the pouch, yet inwardly, she was concocting a clever scheme. Not for free? So if it's not for free, it can be given? He Jian, with a frown, corrected himself. No, under no circumstances should you give anything to that Qi Qian. It was typical of He Jian to change his stance, and Nán Xī nodded earnestly, promising, "I will only use these for myself. These items won't affect anything if I don't give them to Qi Qian. Besides, I'm not inclined to do so anyway." With this thought, Nán Xī imperceptibly pouted. She failed to notice He Jian's momentary pause, as if he hesitated to inquire about something, but she merely smiled at him. "Thank you, master. Next week, I shall surely present results that will satisfy you." She bowed once more and, according to custom, was now free to leave. As expected, He Jian waved his hand, saying, "I've noted it down. Very well, you may return." Once outside the master's dwelling, Nán Xī found herself at a rare loss for what to do. She had completed her cultivation tasks earlier that morning, and the system's narrative quests had only seen one completed the day prior. At this juncture, the plot had reached a point where her interactions with the male lead were infrequent. She had set aside the entire afternoon to pursue her tasks, but they were accomplished more swiftly than anticipated. Within the sect, her options for passing time were limited: cultivating, studying, or engaging in conversation with others. After a brief moment of contemplation, Nán Xī unhesitatingly opted for the latter. Having spent several years in the sect, she had formed a good number of acquaintances among the disciples. While they were not particularly close, it was sufficient. These disciples resided on different peaks, yet they often encountered one another in the training grounds. Unlike practicing in her courtyard, the training grounds, bustling with activity, served as the fastest conduit for news within the sect. When many were engaged in practice or sparring, they would eventually gather at the periphery to exchange information and gossip. As she arrived, Nán Xī deliberately subdued her presence, quietly seating herself in a secluded corner before discreetly taking out snacks and sunflower seeds from her storage pouch. She directed her spiritual energy to her ears to enhance her hearing. Not far away, Disciple A remarked, "Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, senior sister." Disciple B interrupted, "You're awfully slow on the uptake. This matter has spread throughout the sect." Frankly, senior sister was foolish to let herself be humiliated like that. Hearing the discussion centered around her, Nán Xī casually cracked a sunflower seed without any particular thought. Regarding yesterday's events, Qi Qian had gone to the mortal realm a few days prior for a task, and due to an unforeseen incident, he was struck by a sword from a demonic cultivator. After struggling back, he succumbed to a high fever. According to the plot, Nán Xī wrestled with her indecision for several days before finally mustering the courage to seek out Qi Qian and deliver healing ointments. However, upon seeing Nán Xī, Qi Qian's demeanor turned icy as he coldly rebuked her in front of everyone. "I've told you before, your concern is unnecessary. If you have any semblance of dignity left, you ought not to show yourself before me." He continued with remarks that essentially demanded her to leave, exhibiting a level of harshness that was truly extreme. Such scandalous gossip spread rapidly throughout the sect, and perhaps even beyond. as a significant portion of the cultivation world became aware of the incident. Disciple C chimed in, expressing her indignation. In my opinion, regardless of senior sister's faults, she has never wronged Qi Qian. No matter how bothersome he may be, she has aided him considerably in the past. He is simply ungrateful. Nán Xī silently nodded in agreement. Disciple A shook his head solemnly, stating, that may be so, but romantic relationships cannot be judged solely on benefits. Setting aside whether Qi Qian is indeed ungrateful, the outside world is currently speaking ill of senior sister. What are they saying? Disciple C pressed on. Disciple A's expression shifted to one of caution, as if fearing eavesdroppers, and after a considerable pause, he finally uttered a word.
Vile.
Disciple B, bolder, added. To be precise, she's being called shameless. The bluntness of this statement left the naive disciples momentarily speechless, their faces flushing red as they instinctively sought to defend senior sister. Yet, it seemed there was no ground for such defense. Nán Xī took a sip of juice, nodding in deep agreement. Indeed, it is quite disgraceful. I can hardly bear to watch. The disciples A, B, and C were momentarily taken aback by the sudden voice. But Disciple D seized the opportunity to interject. Are you all discussing senior sister's incident from yesterday? It's truly an unspeakable affair. Although her tone was slightly different, no one delved deeply into it. Disciple B, feeling a kinship, grasped Disciple D's hand, saying, right?
You feel the same way.
Indeed, Disciple D nodded, adding, moreover, senior sister truly managed to swallow that insult. If it were me, I would not have been able to endure it at all. Noticing the commotion, other disciples began to gather, joining the discussion. As the crowd grew, it became increasingly difficult to discern who was speaking. If it were me, I would have immediately retorted and demanded an apology from Qi Qian. Exactly. As the esteemed senior sister of Tianyun's sword sect, she should uphold her dignity. Nán Xī listened intently, taking a bite of her homemade fried chicken, savoring its crispiness, and chiming in with her own complaints. Indeed, I have never seen such a lack of dignity in a senior sister. The disciples remained oblivious to any oddities, fervently continuing their discussion. You all have too much patience. If it were me, I would have rolled up my sleeves and slapped him. Does he think we are made of clay? His lack of respect for senior sister is a disrespect to the entire Tianyun sword sect. You're absolutely right. We ought to have some spirit, lest they think we are mere playthings. Not merely a slap, I would strike with fists and kick, then draw my sword and inflict another wound upon him. Qi Qian is truly oblivious. Nán Xī resonated deeply with these words, passionately expressing her thoughts. Then taking a sip of juice while briefly reminiscing about the cola of her past life. The disciples had yet to detect the peculiar tone of her voice. This was rather ruthless, and it seemed the conflict was bound to escalate. However, on the other hand, the senior sister was indeed lacking in face-saving dignity and did not uphold the honor of the sect. Surely, she must still care for it. Today, she appeared quite sorrowful. Nán Xī commented, no, she is not concerned about losing face. Rather, she feels deeply insulted and hurt by the man she admires, which is exceedingly distressing. This is not entirely implausible, but if the senior sister only thinks of herself being hurt by Qi Qian and disregards the sect, then that is truly... The disciples' expressions grew increasingly complex. Speaking of this, Nán Xī became more animated. She has not considered the sect at all, only fixating on that man, even justifying Qi Qian in her heart, believing he acted thus due to his injuries clouding his mind. Could it be? This is quite... The disciples' expressions were akin to having swallowed a fly, and at last, someone began to sense something amiss. Speaking of which, how could one so well understand the senior sister's thoughts? Just as doubt lingered in everyone's minds, one individual suddenly fixated in panic on a particular spot, eyes widened, displaying an uneasy expression mixed with a hint of curious scrutiny. The disciples turned to look in that direction. After finishing her snack, Nán Xī, harboring a mischievous intent, tidied her things, donned a delicate and innocent demeanor, and stepped out, appearing as though she had been wronged while observing this group of disciples gossiping about her. In relative numbers, all the gossiping disciples awakened from their stupor, tremblingly uttering, It's the senior sister. Indeed, it is the senior sister. Nán Xī, pleased with having startled them, nearly broke into laughter. Little did she know, at that moment, the disciples gazed at her with drawn breaths. This was remarkable. Not only had the senior sister participated in the gossip about herself, but she had also berated Xianxia and herself in the process. Chapter 4. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the tension of being caught whispering behind the scenes dissipated in an instant, replaced by a profound shock and an indescribable thrill. The disciples with delicate sensibilities quickly flushed crimson, their pupils quivering as they gazed at Nán Xī. Even those who managed to maintain a semblance of composure could not conceal the astonishment etched upon their faces. Observing their reactions, Nán Xī felt an urge to laugh. Yet after years of undertaking missions, her professionalism prevailed, transforming the laughter that threatened to escape into tears that welled in her eyes. I merely wish to be kind to someone. What wrong is there in that? Nán Xī uttered, wiping away a tear. Before turning her back, she stealthily glanced at the expressions of her disciples, fearful that she might burst into laughter, and hurriedly fled. At that moment, the disciples stood utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they watched Nán Xī's retreating figure. After a considerable pause, one of them hesitantly spoke up. The senior sister truly did join us in criticizing Xianxia.
Did she not?
Another disciple, still dazed, replied, not only did she criticize Xianxia, but she also berated herself. The senior sister said she wished to inflict more pain upon Xianxia and claimed she had no dignity left. She even professed her deep love for Xianxia and echoed our sentiments about her lack of shame and disregard for the sect. In this exchange, which was disarmingly mundane, the disciples appeared to have their worldviews shaken to the core. One trembled as they whispered, "Has the senior sister finally lost her mind?" Everyone reacted with astonishment at this revelation, akin to a droplet of water falling into seemingly calm hot oil, igniting a tempest of emotions. Indeed, the senior sister's current state, proclaiming her overwhelming love for Xianxia while simultaneously expressing a desire to slay him, was a quintessential manifestation of love turning to hate. Her insistence on having done nothing wrong, juxtaposed with her confession of lacking dignity, signified a troubling disarray within her psyche. Ever since her first encounter with Xianxia, the senior sister had been less than stable. Perhaps the unrequited love of recent years had truly driven her to the brink of madness. The more they pondered, the more they affirmed their suspicions. The lively gossip morphed into hushed discussions as they endeavored to digest the scandalous news and deliberated on how to proceed. We cannot stand idly by regarding the senior sister's predicament. If she were to face dire consequences in the future, our consciences would never forgive us. Setting aside other considerations, as the senior sister of the Tianyan sword sect, she must not be allowed to continue down this path, even if she falls short compared to the foremost disciples of other sections. What should we do? Alone, it seems we cannot assist her. Perhaps we should report to the sect leader. Despite their fearsome reputation, they have always treated the senior sister kindly. But if the sect leader is so kind to her, wouldn't they silence us? Other disciples, having sensed the commotion, approached to inquire about the situation. Those present merely shook their heads, muttering about how the senior sister had caught wind of their gossip, before discreetly seeking a quieter spot to discuss their findings. Ultimately, they concluded that even if it meant risking their own silence, they must inform the sect leader. While the sect leader might be intimidating, it was unlikely they would resort to silencing them. At most, they might send them to the back mountain for some training. Unbeknownst to Nán Xī, she had already been deemed mentally unstable by a faction of her disciples. At last, she managed to escape to a secluded area, where she leaned against a nearby tree and erupted into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Did you see their expressions? Absolutely hilarious. But it was truly a struggle to hold back my laughter. I just wanted to join them in mocking this love-stricken protagonist. System. Please, host, do not become overly complacent. Remember your mission at all times. The system's tendency to dampen her spirits had become familiar to Nán Xī, who continued to indulge in her own banter. Wasn't my performance superb? I even sacrificed my own dignity for the mission's success. Can't you engage with me a bit more? System. We must not speak ill of the main characters.
Fine.
After a hearty laugh, Nán Xī regained her composure, smoothing her attire to ensure she maintained the image of a romantic heroine. She leisurely strolled back to her residence, not forgetting to tease the system along the way. By the way, since I performed so excellently, don't I deserve a reward? Currently, there are no rewards. How stingy. Am I to remain a free labor forever? How unfair. System? System? Why have you fallen silent? I just went to request benefits from headquarters.
Yay.
Aside from the times she needed to undertake missions within the narrative, Nán Xī was generally obedient to her master's instructions. For instance, when asked to add an additional 10,000 sword swings to her daily practice, she would rise an hour earlier than usual to commence her training. Meanwhile, a disciple who had spent an entire night in indecision finally dispatched a representative to knock on the door of the sword master. One knock yielded no response. A second knock met with silence. With dwindling courage, the disciple, already intimidated by the sword master, lacked the fortitude to knock a third time and turned helplessly to their companions in the corner. Seeing that no one was forthcoming, the group rushed over, one of them glancing at a device on the door before exclaiming, "Oh no, the sect leader isn't here. We've come for nothing." The absent sect leader was currently in Nán Xī's courtyard. Having researched extensively about the phenomenon of heart voices the previous night, he found only references to certain artifacts or secret techniques capable of capturing others' thoughts, many of which had been lost or destroyed, and those that remained required exceedingly stringent cultivation conditions. There had never been a case where one could hear another's thoughts without any means. After verification, the sect leader confirmed that he could only hear Nán Xī's heart voice. Thus, the issue must lie with her, prompting his early visit. By the time he arrived, Nán Xī had already completed 658 sword swings, her movements silent as a high-level practitioner approached, unnoticed as she continued her count. 7659, 7660, 7661. The sect leader was taken aback by Nán Xī's diligence. Instinctively, he remained silent, observing for a while. Her grip on the sword was steady, each swing executed with precision. And though she had likely been practicing for some time prior to his arrival, evidenced by the beads of sweat on her forehead, her hands remained unwavering. Even someone as stringent as the sect leader found no fault in her execution. He watched quietly until she completed her 10,000 swings, then spoke. "Well done. If you can maintain such dedication daily, I may soon relieve you of your sword practice." Nán Xī had just returned her sword to its sheath when the sound of the sword master's voice startled her, causing her to whirl around in shock, her face betraying her terror. "When did you arrive?" "At 7,659.
Oh.
Nán Xī quietly seated herself on a cushion in the courtyard, channeling her spiritual energy. During extensive training sessions, initial fatigue would give way to a profound sense of weariness, but once she reached her limits, spiritual energy would surge forth, nourishing her body and enabling her to absorb spiritual essence. The purity of the energy absorbed during such moments far surpassed that of ordinary cultivation. Although Nán Xī felt no grievance in suppressing her cultivation for the sake of the task and accepted the punishment with stoicism, she was reluctant to squander the spiritual energy she had painstakingly acquired. He Jian, on the other hand, regarded her with a sense of satisfaction. He reminisced about the time he first took Nán Xī as his disciple. She was but a small child, yet managed to complete every task he assigned with precision. Other elders often chided him for being overly harsh, yet who did not envy him for having such a promising apprentice. However, now, the thought of Qi Qian darkened He Jian's expression. The events of the previous day had reached his ears in full, and he could not tolerate the indignity inflicted upon his disciple. Thus, as Nán Xī fully circulated and absorbed her spiritual energy, he abruptly rose, his face stern, and remarked, "You have performed well today. You must maintain this diligence. Do not neglect your sword practice, for I shall conduct a thorough inspection next week." Nán Xī, accustomed to ignoring He Jian's displeasure, nodded obediently. As she watched his retreating figure, she silently contemplated, "What if I strive to please my master next week?" He Jian's steps faltered for a moment, yet he continued on without looking back, though a subtle relief flickered across his countenance. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he departed, Nán Xī employed a cleansing spell and returned to her room, flopping onto her bed. Clutching her blanket, she spoke to the system. "Though I am not tired now, I shall address sword training later this afternoon." With that, she shut her eyes and swiftly slipped into the realm of dreams. Even without knowledge of the unfolding events, He Jian's good mood did not linger for long. As he walked, a throng of disciples suddenly surged toward him, each displaying a look of panic, devoid of the composure expected of prominent disciples. His expression darkened, and he was about to reprimand them when the foremost disciple exclaimed, "Master, it's terrible. Senior sister is acting strangely." He Jian's face, already clouded, turned ominously dark. Regardless of any circumstances, their senior sister was still their senior sister, and they must not speak ill of her. He began to admonish them with the teachings of the past, but the anxious disciple interrupted, "We do not intend to slander. Please allow us to explain." This group had organized their thoughts beforehand, and though flustered by blocking their master's path, they quickly recounted the events of the previous day. Once He Jian fell silent, the leading disciple spoke with grave sorrow, "I assure you, this incident occurred. If false, I shall accept punishment immediately." He Jian absorbed every word, his expression shifting from dark to serious. At that moment, two thoughts crossed his mind. The disparaging remarks attributed to Nán Xī might not have originated from her mouth. They could be the result of unguarded thoughts. Yet, such a dissonance between heart and speech. Could it be that his beloved disciple was truly unwell? In the midst of her slumber, the unwell Nán Xī suddenly sneezed, nearly startling herself awake. Rubbing her nose, she murmured drowsily, "Who is insulting me?" Then, rolling back into her blanket, she surrendered once more to sweet dreams. Chapter 5. He Jian posed several inquiries to the disciples present. Did you all hear with your own ears what the eldest senior sister said? Did you also witness it with your own eyes? Upon hearing this question, the disciples felt a surge of indignation, believing He Jian harbored doubts about their integrity. They fervently assured him that they had indeed heard the eldest senior sister utter those words. However, when pressed about having seen her speak, hesitation crept in among them. Although they were utterly convinced it was Nán Xī's voice, they had not seen the words emerge from her lips. At that moment, the eldest senior sister was hidden in the shadows. We did not see her immediately. Yet, only she could have said such words, and we heard them clearly. With this response, He Jian felt a sense of clarity within himself. Nevertheless, he maintained his usual authoritative demeanor in front of the disciples, his expression unchanged as he simply replied, "I understand." The disciples, their faces etched with anxiety, gazed at He Jian, awaiting his judgment. However, the gravity of his expression weighed on their hearts, for the eldest senior sister was the most favored disciple of the sect leader. They feared that their claim of her being unwell would not bode well for them. In the next moment, He Jian's countenance darkened as he instructed, "I kindly ask that you do not speak of today's events. Should you hear similar words in the future, refrain from displaying any unusual reactions in front of the eldest senior sister. Regardless of her condition, there may be other crucial factors at play." He Jian, with an expression that seemed cold and unapproachable, spoke with a surprising measure of reason, momentarily astonishing the disciples. They found themselves struggling to digest his words, uncertain of their implications, but He Jian quickly dismissed them. As they departed, they still had not fully grasped the meaning behind his statements. He Jian subsequently adjusted his schedule, intending not only to seek justice for Nán Xī from Qi Qian sect but also to remain concealed, observing whether Nán Xī's thoughts had been disclosed solely to him or to others as well. If the entirety of the cultivation world could hear Nán Xī's sentiments, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Based on the disciples' reactions, He Jian was at least 50% certain that they had indeed perceived Nán Xī's voice. Soon, the disciples found themselves once again in Nán Xī's presence. The distinction between a direct disciple and an ordinary inner disciple lay in their innate talents. The former consistently outpaced the latter by one or several steps. Thus, apart from a few rest days, direct disciples typically supervised the training of ordinary inner disciples. They were practicing the signature sword technique of the Tianyun sword sect, known as the Tianyun sword art, specifically the initial few stances of the proficient tier, which was a level above the introductory form. While the ordinary disciples were still familiarizing themselves with the techniques, the direct disciples had long since mastered the complete form. Therefore, for the direct disciples, leading the practice sessions was not a challenge. For Nán Xī, however, the real practice lay in honing her own swordsmanship.
Consequently,
She would rise earlier each day to complete her tasks before guiding the ordinary disciples. Today was no exception. Upon arriving at the training ground, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Not only did the expressions of the more than 10 disciples with whom she had spoken the previous day seem peculiar, but there was also another direct disciple present alongside her. Each peak within the sect boasted its own training ground, with elders each commanding a peak and direct disciples leading the other disciples. Only if a peak lacked a direct disciple would they come to the main peak to be led by the eldest senior disciple. After all, each elder's sword style differed, necessitating tailored instruction for the disciples. A unified practice of the Tianyan sword art occurred on a designated day each week, but today was not such a day. Another direct disciple on the field noticed Nán Xī and felt a twinge of nervousness, respectfully greeting her. "Good day, eldest senior sister." Before getting closer, Nán Xī leisurely observed xianxia. Then, upon approaching, transformed her demeanor into her usual blend of melancholy and innocence. She smiled warmly at xianxia, saying, "There is no need for formality. Thank you for yesterday." This friendly gesture naturally eased xianxia's wariness, and as long as there was no mention of Qiqian, Nán Xī appeared to be quite normal.
Today,
She had no special tasks, merely the responsibility to lead the disciples in practice. Seeing xianxia's innocent expression, a subtle smile played on Nán Xī's lips. On the surface, she inquired, "What brings you here today, junior brother?" While internally reflecting, this little junior brother is truly adorable. Unbeknownst to her, she failed to notice the sudden flush on xianxia's cheeks and the fleeting surprise on the neatly arranged disciples' faces. Xianxia stammered. "The master said my Tianyan sword art has reached a level of familiarity and that I should practice alongside you for a while. Once I achieve a minor success, I will be able to lead a peak's disciples independently." I see." Nán Xī's expression brightened slightly. "Then stand beside me." At this point in the narrative, despite her numerous missteps and her cultivation level not being particularly outstanding compared to other direct disciples, the Tianyan sword sect had always upheld a righteous ethos, and the stature of the eldest senior sister had never diminished. Just like other direct disciples, before achieving independence, they were required to undergo a trial under the eldest senior disciple's guidance. Meanwhile, the ordinary disciples still held their eldest senior sister in high regard. Suddenly, a thought crossed Nán Xī's mind, causing her smile to fade somewhat. She sighed inwardly. "Cherish the present days, for soon I shall no longer be the eldest senior sister." A nominal eldest senior sister, incapable of shouldering the responsibilities that title entailed. The disciples were left bewildered. Xianxia momentarily lifted his head, the redness fading from his cheeks as he opened his mouth to speak, but Nán Xī had already assumed a serious demeanor, grasping the sword hilt. "Let us first practice the introductory stances before proceeding to the minor tests." Her sudden seriousness interrupted everyone's thoughts. Xianxia hastily gripped his sword hilt, and numerous disciples followed Nán Xī's lead, drawing their swords. The sounds of blades unsheathing, the swish of swords cutting through the air, and the rustle of their garments became the predominant melody of the training ground. Yet, today, all the disciples found it difficult to immerse themselves in the practice. What did the eldest senior sister mean by her statement that she might no longer be the eldest senior sister? A small group of others, believing they understood part of the situation, lamented in sorrow, concluding that their eldest senior sister had indeed encountered a problem and would likely no longer guide them in their sword training. Although her previous guidance had not been particularly rigorous, they could not deny that they had learned much under her tutelage. As the disciples struggled with their rising doubts and sorrow while practicing, Hejian was not within the Tianyan sword sect. He had ventured to another sect, Yushu sect, which was situated near the Tianyan sword sect, where Qiqian resided. Unlike the venerable Tianyan sword sect, which had stood for millennia, Yushu sect was a burgeoning sect that had only recently risen to prominence in the past few decades. Hejian's unannounced visit to Yushu sect, as the leader of Tianyan sword sect, was enough to command attention and stir a certain level of anxiety among the sect members. In the days prior, the elders of Yushu sect had not only failed to intervene in the matter between Qiqian and Nán Xī, but had even appeared to encourage it. The sensation of having the esteemed eldest senior sister of Tianyan sword sect treated with such disdain in their humble sect was indescribable. However, They had not anticipated Qi Qian's cruel treatment of Nán Xī. The back and forth of events had inadvertently ignited tensions, and the humiliation Nán Xī suffered at Yushu Sect was akin to a public slap in the face to Tianyun's sword sect. They should have promptly visited to apologize. Yet, clinging to a glimmer of hope, they anticipated that no one would seek justice for Nán Xī, resulting in a prolonged delay. However, the arrival of He Jian shattered their complacency. Without delving into how He Jian asserted his authority in the Great Hall of the Yushu Sect, compelling Qi Qian and his master to offer an apology, it is noteworthy that when the time came for them to apologize to Nán Xī, he hesitated momentarily. He Jian was acutely aware that his disciple was quite infatuated with Qi Qian, and if the latter were to come forth with an apology, it was uncertain how Nán Xī would react. In the past, he might have outright refused Qi Qian's visit for an apology, but, recalling the matter of heartfelt sentiments, he contemplated briefly and decided to allow Qi Qian to come, stipulating that he must come alone, without any companions. At this juncture, He Jian's objective for coming had been accomplished. As for Nán Xī, after a period of practice, she allowed her disciples to take a break and sought a secluded spot to sit. This location was cleverly chosen, enabling her to observe all her disciples' movements while maintaining a distance at which her voice would only reach a few. She instructed Xianxia to engage with the other disciples in discussion, ensuring that she remained undisturbed. With the distance allowing her to relax her expression control somewhat, her demeanor became more tranquil, her gaze distant as her mind wandered slowly. If all goes as expected, Master must be at the Yushu Sect now. Compelling Qi Qian's group to apologize, right? The disciples nearest to Nán Xī suddenly heard their senior sister's voice. Though not entirely clear, its content immediately piqued their interest, silencing their chatter and instilling a sense of determination in each of them, as if they could instantly attain enlightenment. Xianxia, among them, exhibited the most significant reaction, abruptly turning to face Nán Xī's direction. Nán Xī felt a twinge of frustration. I would prefer if Master were not so kind to me, even if Qi Qian apologizes. What difference would it make? This sentiment led to a cascade of absurd reactions typical of a lovesick protagonist, marking the first step in He Jian's disillusionment with her. Hearing her innermost thoughts, the disciples frowned, feeling immense sympathy for He Jian. The sect leader sought justice for the senior sister, yet she remained preoccupied with Qi Qian, deeming it futile. If it were them, they would no longer wish to concern themselves with this disciple in the future. At this moment, the disciples had yet to realize the peculiarity of the situation, merely thinking that Nán Xī had spoken too loudly in her soliloquy. Only Xianxia sensed something amiss, his youthful face, still cherubic, transformed into a serious expression as he focused intently on Nán Xī's direction. The senior sister's contempt for Qi Qian must surely stem from reasons beyond a desire for Master to seek justice on her behalf. Given Qi Qian's inherently despicable nature, even if he were to apologize, it would not alter his attitude towards me. He might even devise a way to stab me where it hurts during the apology. The disciples exchanged puzzled glances, as this sentiment did not seem characteristic of senior sister Nán Xī. They hesitated, wishing to hear more. Wait. I recall that Master had initially confronted Qi Qian while he was posturing in front of the disciples of Yushu Sect, humiliating him before everyone. Akin to casting aside a lump of filth, exacerbating Qi Qian's injuries and subjecting him to a severe humiliation, compelling him to apologize. Nán Xī's eyes sparkled with excitement. Damn. That sounds exhilarating. Why can't it be broadcast directly for me to see? Chapter 6. Immersed in her own thoughts, Nán Xī suddenly became aware of the gazes directed towards her by the disciples nearby. Momentarily bewildered, she realized that the designated break had elapsed, prompting her to rise slowly. Gathering her composure, she approached the line of disciples, adjusting her demeanor. As she uttered a voice imbued with spiritual energy, the seated and casually standing disciples immediately stood upright, their expressions turning serious as they grasped their sword hilts with unwavering resolve. The formation was impeccable, with no one attempting to slacken their efforts. This was the ethos of the sect. Even in the absence of stringent assessments in the realm of cultivation, they maintained a standard that was beyond reproach. Silently, Nán Xī drew her sword, assuming a stance, while the task of rallying the disciples fell to Lian Xianxia. The disciples followed suit, yet at that moment, Nán Xī was entirely focused, free from any extraneous thoughts. However, a small fraction of the disciples, still grappling with their training, scratched their heads in contemplation of her earlier remarks. It was one thing for the senior sister to be so well informed about the happenings at Yushu Sect, given that as a direct disciple, she possessed insights unknown to others. Yet, her attitude, which seemed to yearn for the sect leader to administer further reprimands to Qi Qian, left many perplexed. This was hardly the sort of sentiment one would attribute to Nán Xī, and they were genuinely curious about the underlying reasons. Could it be that the humiliation she endured a few days prior had awakened her to some truth? Half an hour later, the day's practice reached a conclusion, transitioning into a period of self-directed training where disciples were expected to correct any irregularities in their movements with mutual supervision, aided by the direct disciples. The atmosphere was notably more relaxed than before. Nán Xī remained at the periphery, observing the diligent disciples at work. It was not a lack of seriousness. Rather, with a multitude of disciples, over 100, under her guidance, she needed to extend her awareness to encompass each individual's movements, ensuring timely corrections. After a moment's hesitation, Lien Qianxing approached her. "Senior sister, earlier you." As he began, he suddenly recalled the possibility that her words might have been reflections of her inner thoughts. He paused, then deftly shifted the conversation. "When you guide us, you appear quite formidable." Surprised by her junior's praise, Nán Xī hesitated, struggling to suppress a smile as she lamented. "If I were truly formidable, would I still be unable to catch a Qian's attention?" Yet again, Lien Qianxing felt a chill run down his spine. The reasons for his avoidance of Nán Xī were twofold. First, no matter the topic, she invariably redirected the conversation towards Qi Qian. Second, she perpetually portrayed herself as inept, claiming that any mistreatment she suffered was her own fault. While such a demeanor was not terrifying, it left him feeling uneasy. Nán Xī was acutely aware of her persona, performing with vigor, yet secretly delighted. "Junior brother, you are indeed perceptive. Even the master failed to recognize my prowess, yet you did." She remained oblivious to the collective gaze of practicing disciples drawn towards her, or perhaps she simply chose to disregard it. For she had long since accepted that whenever she spoke, she became the focal point of the crowd. Lien Qianxing's burgeoning emotions were swiftly quelled, rendering him momentarily at a loss for words, stifled by the weight of her sentiments. Clearly, in his eyes, Nán Xī's movements were fluid and decisive, her swordplay far surpassing his own, and even eclipsing that of their seniors. How could she claim otherwise? Nán Xī refrained from further conversation, her attention still fixed on the disciples' techniques. Many were drawn to her words, though numerous others remained engrossed in practice. As she directed her gaze towards a particular disciple, she called out, "When you strike downwards, you ought to angle slightly towards the side." Approaching him, she had him repeat his previous motion, providing corrective guidance. It took Lien Qianxing a moment to process this, and as he regarded his senior sister, a flicker of admiration ignited within him. While conversing with Nán Xī, he had also been observing the other disciples, yet managing to identify their errors amid distractions proved challenging. Previously, many had spoken of Nán Xī as the elder sister of Tianyan Sword Sect, yet burdened by romantic entanglements. Her cultivation stagnated, characterized by mediocrity and a lack of responsibility and talent. Lien Qianxing had refrained from engaging in such discussions, yet he harbored some agreement. However, now, he found her to be a stark contrast to the rumors. Even among her peers, few could match her abilities. Though he prided himself on his talent, having been hailed as a prodigy since childhood, with cultivation surpassing that of many who had entered the sect years before him, he still sensed an insurmountable barrier between himself and Nán Xī. Unbeknownst to Nán Xī, her junior brother had begun to idolize her. Since she had integrated into the group, questions from disciples had been steadily directed towards her. Naturally, she responded earnestly until all inquiries had been addressed. Then, a disciple beside her timidly asked, "Senior sister, I've heard that the sect leader has gone to Yushu Sect to seek justice for you. What are your thoughts on this matter?" The earlier group who had heard Nán Xī's voice had disseminated the news widely during practice, yet no one had broached the subject until now. The surrounding disciples regarded the inquirer with expressions of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The disciple, feeling the weight of their stares, nervously turned to Nán Xī. Caught off guard by the question, Nán Xī replied, "Such insightful news. Does this junior brother have connections at Yushu Sect?" The disciple faltered. and the gazes of those around him took on a somewhat amused quality. They all understood the source of the information, yet wise souls remained silent.
As he hesitated.
Unsure of how to respond, Nán Xī feigned shock and apprehension.
What?
The master actually. No, I don't believe it. When did he go? Why was I not informed? The disciples were momentarily bewildered. Didn't you already know? They were taken aback by Nán Xī's reaction, and a sudden silence enveloped them, leaving them unsure of how to respond. The first to speak up, however, pressed on. I don't know when he went, but he sought justice for you and gave Qi Qian a thorough reprimand. Don't you feel happy about that, senior sister? Nán Xī's eyes widened in disbelief. He thoroughly reprimanded a Qian? How could that be? She stepped back repeatedly, her expression one of incredulity, shaking her head as tears threatened to spill. The disciples were left even more perplexed. Though they had witnessed this side of Nán Xī countless times before, hadn't she just claimed to revel in the situation and wished to see a broadcast of it? They voiced their inquiries, eager to discern how her reaction differed from the past, and, of course, they wished to see that broadcast as well. As Nán Xī continued her immersive performance, a group of disciples suddenly realized something, slapping their foreheads. Oh no! We almost forgot that senior sister is not quite herself. These disciples were the first to sense Nán Xī's unusual behavior. When the news spread earlier, they were still pondering over it, but due to their intense focus on training, they let their guard down. The sect master had ordered them to keep it a secret, but now, with their senior sister displaying such oddities in full view of everyone, should they help conceal it? To assist or not? This was a grave dilemma. Noticing the silence, Nán Xī turned her attention curiously toward the surrounding disciples. What's going on? Am I acting so strangely because of Qi Qian? Why is no one speaking? Or perhaps... Her pupils trembled. Could it be that her acting skills had declined? Before she could finish the thought, a disciple suddenly blurted out, Senior sister, why trouble yourself over that man's fate? After how he treated you, whatever punishment the sect master delivers is well deserved. The moment these words left his mouth, all eyes in the vicinity locked onto him. The disciple instinctively clapped a hand over his lips, regret flashing across his face. Though he had intended to help conceal Nán Xī's abnormality, his words had been ill-considered. Before others could nod in agreement, Nán Xī clutched her chest and shook her head vehemently.
Qian.
Qian merely pointed out my faults. It was I who shamelessly clung to him, causing him distress. He did nothing wrong. What reason does our master have to punish him? The disciples. They did not understand. They were, in fact, profoundly bewildered. Their enthusiasm instantly waned, replaced by a tinge of regret for even asking. This wasn't the first time they'd witnessed their senior sister's obstinacy, especially when it came to Qi Qian. Her reasoning was utterly incomprehensible.
Wow.
Nán Xī marveled inwardly. I actually said something like that. How impressive. And how utterly ridiculous. I could just slap herself. Again, she didn't complete the thought. Under the disciples' dazed gazes, 2 or 3 more rushed forward, stammering, Senior sister. We think you're remarkable. You're not shameless at all. You shouldn't think of yourself that way. Their words were hollow, their hearts heavy, yet they forced stiff smiles onto their faces. Objectively speaking, Nán Xī delivering medicine to Qi Qian couldn't truly be called shameless. But given her refusal to acknowledge her mistakes, her lack of shame, her unwavering defense of Qi Qian, and her relentless devotion, compounded with past incidents, it wasn't entirely undeserved. Her gravest error was persisting in her pursuit despite his blatant indifference and hostility.
By now,
some had begun to notice something amiss, like how certain phrases seemed to echo without Nán Xī's lips moving, carrying an ethereal, distant quality. But with the disciples' interruptions, everyone's thoughts grew muddled, leaving them gaping at Nán Xī and the others in stunned silence. Even Lian Qianqing, drawn by the commotion, arrived in time to catch a few sentences, and his pupils trembled in shock. More perceptive than most, he immediately discerned the dissonance between her spoken words and her inner voice. Yet before he could delve deeper, a disciple, face twisted in existential doubt, quavered, Senior sister, why did you curse yourself? And in such vulgar terms. Chapter 7. Whether outsiders can hear the voice of the heart depends on whether Qi Qian will come to apologize tomorrow and how it will resonate with Nán Xī's innermost feelings. While He Jian contemplated the method of addressing these sentiments, Nán Xī sensed something amiss. After all, her spiritual awareness was constantly observing the disciples. Although it could not match He Jian's acute perception, she was capable of discerning some of their conversations. Nán Xī noticed that her disciples harbored more confusion than anger or mockery regarding her recent actions, prompting her to resolve to listen attentively to their thoughts. Well done. A voice interrupted her reverie. She turned to see He Jian and bowed her head in respect.
Greetings, Master.
He Jian nodded gently, his gaze shifting to the multitude of disciples, his expression unchanged, devoid of any semblance of satisfaction. The disciples, who had been practicing diligently and in order, began to falter under He Jian's scrutiny. A significant portion of them felt intimidated by him, causing mistakes to arise from their tension. He Jian's demeanor revealed a hint of disappointment. As sword cultivators, they ought to embody fearless conviction. If they faltered simply due to his gaze, such errors could cost them their lives in actual combat. He criticized them coldly, prompting many to grip their swords tightly, the pressure mounting, leaving little room for thoughts of Nán Xī's earlier actions. Yet, Nán Xī remained unperturbed. While appearing solemn, her mind raced with various thoughts, the foremost being the impending task at hand. It should be noted that from the moment she contemplated having He Jian seek justice on her behalf, the task had already taken root in her mind. In the original narrative, when He Jian sought redress for the protagonist, she rebuffed his efforts, firmly believing that such actions would only deepen Qi Qian's disdain for her. Consequently, upon learning of the situation, she had a fierce confrontation with He Jian, and they parted on unfriendly terms. Now Nán Xī was about to enact this scenario, which would unfold when He Jian informed her that Qi Qian would visit to apologize the following day. As the leader of the sect, He Jian's authority was unquestionable. The atmosphere fell silent, and the sound of the sword slicing through the air caused even Xianxia to tense up, speechless. At this moment, Nán Xī's voice emerged softly. I really do not want to face this. Her tone carried a blend of despondence, evasion, lethargy, and a heart turned to ash. The disciples, who had just assumed a serious demeanor, were abruptly pulled back. With He Jian present, they dared not act out of turn, so as they swung their swords and turned, they cast furtive glances at Nán Xī, eager to hear what audacious words she might utter next. Yet, after that moment, Nán Xī fell silent. He Jian regarded her, noting her despondent words yet displaying no change in expression. Although he could not ascertain what she dreaded facing, he reminded her that there were still matters to discuss. Thus, with a stern visage, he addressed her, "Come with me." He then instructed Xianxia, "You stay here for now." Xianxia promptly stood at attention, stating, "Disciple obeys." He Jian led Nán Xī to a location previously designated for her rest, a distance from the disciples that allowed for private conversation. Speculating on Nán Xī's response, He Jian gradually spoke. "Tomorrow, Qi Qian of the Yusu sect will come to apologize to you. Prepare yourself. It is best not to bring shame to Tianyun's sword sect." He fixed his gaze on her, yet before he could discern any change in her expression, he was suddenly met with a wretched wail. I knew it!" Nán Xī cried, shutting her eyes in agony, oblivious to the shock that rippled through her master and the gathered disciples. The narrative had commenced, and Nán Xī was compelled to see it through. When she finally opened her eyes, she had steeled herself emotionally. "I have heard, Master. You went to reprimand Qi Qian. How could you bully him? He did nothing wrong. Rather, it is I. Please, Master, retract your command. Qi Qian is innocent. Why must he apologize? You cannot humiliate him in this way." Her words poured forth rapidly, infused with emotion, yet the urgency of her delivery rendered them somewhat distorted. Nevertheless, He Jian absorbed her words meticulously, his countenance darkening with an ominous air. The disciples, unable to hear the exchange, craned their necks to catch a glimpse, only to find He Jian's terrifying expression, causing them to shrink back. They speculated that Nán Xī must have uttered something outrageous. Yet they were baffled as to why her voice was intermittently clear and then utterly inaudible. He Jian, known for his patience with Nán Xī, felt his composure fraying. He was inherently stern, with little tolerance for insolence. Nán Xi's words struck him like a nail, pushing him to the brink. Consequently, a voice laden with authority and anger slipped through his restrained demeanor. You. Wow, what a foolish line. Bullying? This is clearly enforcing justice. Humiliation? This is his due. Nán Xī lamented internally. The disciples, upon hearing such exclamations, peered over curiously, but with Nán Xi's back turned, they could not see her expression. Only the astonishment etched on He Jian's face. They whispered among themselves, "What is sister saying? She seems quite elated. Did master not go to seek justice for her? What? Has sister finally come to her senses? Truth be told, I think the master acted correctly." Their murmurs filled the air, and He Jian found himself momentarily calmed by Nán Xi's words, his anger dissipating, replaced by sheer astonishment as he stared at her, momentarily at a loss for approach. What had she said? That he was her esteemed master. He had never received such unreserved praise from a disciple, causing his face to flush with warmth. At that moment, he felt utterly vindicated in his pursuit of justice. Immersed in this sentiment, he momentarily forgot Nán Xi's earlier audacious declarations. After nearly a minute of waiting for He Jian's fury, Nán Xī finally raised her eyes in confusion, only to find a look of relief on his face, which sent her into a panic. Why is master not angry? How terrifying. Has he been possessed? Observing the fear in her eyes, He Jian remained silent for a brief moment. Unlike Nán Xī, he was not adept at feigning emotions, and to avoid revealing any anomaly, he forced himself to sound stern. Amplifying his voice, "You are utterly defiant." With each reprimand, he struggled to maintain his composure, feeling the ire within him swell. "Ignorant and foolish," he asserted, pausing momentarily. "Ungrateful." As he ceased his tirade, He Jian felt he could no longer continue. Noticing his sudden silence, Nán Xī sensed a slight alleviation, though she noted his words had diminished considerably. "That feels right, He Jian." The disciples. He Jian's amplified scolding reached their ears, and although it was not directed at them and they were distanced, they trembled at the sound. What was happening with sister? Despite being chastised, she appeared gleeful. The disciples found it perplexing to comprehend the intricate thoughts of Nán Xī, and even He Jian was left speechless by her words. Abruptly, he waved his hand, asserting that she need not say more, for tomorrow she would come to apologize. This matter, regardless of the circumstances, must be accepted. With that declaration, Nán Xī lowered her head, murmuring softly, embodying a demeanor of utter disbelief, yet compelled to heed her master's words. Although her whispers were faint, they remained distinctly audible to the cultivators. "Ah Qian, forgive me. It was unintentional. It was my master. She acted on her own accord. I have never held you to blame. I understand you only mean well for me." The other disciples clearly discerned that Nán Xī was uttering something, yet her words eluded their ears, leaving them scratching their heads in confusion. Why was her voice sometimes audible and at other times not? What she had said seemed innocuous. Why then did the sect leader erupt in fury? Surely, it must have been something unspoken that provoked her wrath. Yet another question arose. Why could they hear some of her words while others remained inaudible? They were all as baffled as a monk who could not grasp the situation, while Qianxing, possessing greater cultivation and insight, had employed a secret technique to enhance his hearing, thus comprehending Nán Xī's words clearly, which only heightened his fear. Senior sister. She is truly terrifying. Whether it was her spoken words or the dissonance of her unvoiced thoughts, they evoked an extreme sense of dread. He Jian, having listened to Nán Xī, was consumed by anger, pointing at her with a trembling hand, yet the echo of her unspoken thoughts reverberated in his mind, rendering him unable to unleash his fury. Ultimately, he could only fling his sleeves in frustration. "Do as you wish. I shan't concern myself with you." He Jian strode past Nán Xī, who, in disbelief, turned to stare at him, her expression and inner feelings aligning in shared sorrow. "No, master. My dear master." A laugh unexpectedly escaped from the crowd, as someone, unable to recognize the gravity of the situation, burst forth, causing the atmosphere among the disciples to shift into a lighter mood. Though Qianxing still deemed Nán Xī fearsome, he could only observe her current demeanor. Feigning ignorance as he watched, He Jian paused momentarily before striding away, yet the ire that had flared within him inexplicably dissipated. Perhaps he had never truly understood this disciple of his. Tears streamed down Nán Xī's face, and once she had regained her composure, she quietly wiped her eyes and stood before her fellow disciples, appearing weary yet resolute. Today's practice has sufficed. You may all return. In the past, such a statement would have sent the disciples scattering in haste, but today was different. Among the 200 present, those with closer ties exchanged glances. Many sighed discreetly. Some offered words of consolation. Senior sister, may you find peace in your grief. If you wish to harbor resentment, do so. Why burden yourself further? If your heart is shattered, it would be a loss indeed. There is no need for sorrow. We must believe that all will be well. After all, you possess much already. After this intricate and somewhat perplexing comfort, they gradually dispersed, while Nán Xī stood in a daze, watching the disciples pass by. Hate? Hate whom? My master? That would be truly unthinkable. Chapter 8. Master Uncle, your words may cause the senior sister to feel disheartened. Another man, slightly exasperated, appeared younger than his senior, caught between youth and adolescence, and seemed to be of the same age as Nán Xī. The duo, one elder and one younger, comprised of Master Uncle Li Yunjin and Qi Zhao, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder and Nán Xī's junior. They had been honing their skills outside the sect, yet they remained well-informed about matters concerning Nán Xī. As they observed Nán Xī's retreating figure, they sensed through her murmured words, which felt almost like a curse, that something about her seemed amiss. However, burdened with the task of reporting back to the sect leader, they refrained from delving deeper into Nán Xī's situation.
Li Yunzhen shuklat legally.
His peach blossom eyes slightly raised, exuding a hint of charm. As long as you do not mention it, your senior sister will remain oblivious to this matter. The two continued their conversation as they headed towards the leader's abode. He Jian was immersed in thoughts concerning Nán Xī, concluding that whatever course of action to take must await Qi Qian's departure the following day. The notion that only those within the sect could hear Nán Xī's inner voice was merely a baseless hope of He Jian's. Even if her thoughts were to leak, if he alone could perceive them, it would pose no issue. He could ensure that Nán Xī remained unaware of this event, and that it bore no influence on her. However, it became evident that more than one individual could hear Nán Xī's thoughts. The disclosure of her inner voice was neither trivial nor monumental, yet if only sect members could hear it, the repercussions could be minimized. Conversely, should everyone, including those like Wen Haidang and Yao Wu'er, hear her thoughts, she would forever be distanced from the core circle of Tianyun's sword sect. Even as the grand disciple, she would be barred from accessing confidential sect information. Regardless, she must always remember this occurrence. Even if her thoughts remained unspoken, she must tread carefully until the issue of her inner voice leaking was resolved. Despite this disciple's numerous blunders over the years, He Jian remained concerned for her future. Lost in contemplation, he was roused by a commotion outside. Upon extending his spiritual sense, he discerned that it was Li Yunjin and Qi Zhao returning, prompting him to open the door and welcome them inside. Li Yunjin stepped forward, a smile illuminating his features. Greetings, senior brother. Qi Zhao, trailing slightly behind, approached with a more formal demeanor, bowing slightly and earnestly stating, Greetings, sect leader. In the realm of immortal sects, such customs were not overly strict. One need not await the elder's permission to rise after bowing. Qi Zhao straightened, offering a subtle nod to He Jian. During this journey, the disciple has not shamed the sect. While He Jian did not express overt joy at their return, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of Nán Xī, yielding a rather subdued acknowledgement. As long as the task is complete, there is no shame in being a disciple of Tianyun's sword sect. He Jian was notoriously stingy with praise, a fact the two had grown accustomed to. Noticing the sect leader's somber expression, Li Yunjin squinted slightly and inquired, Senior brother, why the cloud of worry upon your brow? Has something transpired? Before He Jian could clarify the situation, Li Yunjin presumed it was related to Nán Xī and Qi Qian, or perhaps Nán Xī's attitude towards He Jian, preparing himself for the possibility that He Jian would remain reticent. Yet, He Jian merely glanced at him, sighed, and replied, Very well, it matters little to share. Given Li Yunjin's perceptiveness, it was merely a matter of time before he learned of the matter. He Jian recounted the incident in detail, explaining, "This occurrence was abrupt. I have yet to understand the cause, let alone devise a solution. For now, I can only strive to minimize its impact on her."
Oh?
Interest gleamed in Li Yunjin's eyes. "No wonder when I heard your voice earlier, it bore a different tone." He Jian paused and asked, "Did you happen to encounter her on your way here? Can you recall what she expressed?" "Mostly vague venting of frustration," mused Li Yunjin. "Oh yes. She did mention that she is aware of your goodwill toward her." As the two elders conversed, Qi Zhao remained silent, though listening intently. He couldn't help but feel astonished by the revelation of her inner voice. He had long categorized Nán Xī as someone not to be closely associated with. Thus he lacked any interest in her affairs or thoughts, let alone her inner voice. He Jian, however, was momentarily taken aback by Li Yunjin's words. "Did my disciple truly say such things?" "Indeed," Li Yunjin replied, his smile pleasant yet lacking sincerity, revealing more curiosity than joy. The fragmented nature of Nán Xī's inner voice intrigued her. He Jian's expression softened. "I have always maintained that she possesses understanding." Neither of the two responded to this assertion, evidently unable to absorb it. He Jian, unable to further engage them, shared recent events with Li Yunjin, detailing his approach to the situation. Li Yunjin offered no objections. His interest piqued. "So, we shall observe your junior's reaction after her confrontation with Qi Qian tomorrow before determining our next steps?" He Jian nodded. "Senior brother, do not blame me for not warning you. Nán Xī's response may not be what you desire." Though Li Yunjin appeared carefree, he possessed keen insight, recognizing that his disciple had strayed beyond redemption. Only He Jian continued to harbor hope for Nán Xī. In response to Li Yunjin's remarks, He Jian pursed his lips, choosing silence. The conversation dwindled, and after exchanging brief pleasantries, Li Yunjin and Qi Zhao departed to their respective abodes. The next day dawned, eerily silent, with not even a rooster crowing. Nán Xī, restless in bed, found herself unable to sleep, ultimately sitting up to meditate but struggled to quiet her mind. Typically carefree, she managed to brush off the previous day's events relatively quickly, ready to embrace the day ahead. Yet, her mind was plagued with worries about facing Qi Qian the next day. Initially, she held no grievances against him, even during their quests. She regarded him with a sense of admiration for his looks. However, as time passed and her interactions with Qi Qian increased, the allure of his appearance faded, replaced by an overwhelming distaste. She found herself longing to strike him, while the necessity of adhering to the plot exacerbated her agitation, preventing her from finding rest before their meetings. Nán Xī concluded that to remedy her vexation, she must confront Qi Qian directly. Resolute, she decided to practice her swordplay. As the repetitive motions of familiar techniques required no mental strain and would allow her to find solace in the rhythm of her movements. It was only near the hour of C that Qi Qian arrived at Tianyun Sword Sect. The deadline set by He Jian was before noon today, and he arrived only an hour early. Had it not been for the fear that He Jian would rush directly to the Yusu sect and bring him along, Qi Qian would have never come to the Tianyun Sword Sect. Many disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect were already familiar with Qi Qian, yet only a few had actually encountered him in person. Thus they were quite curious and had long set up ambushes along his path to observe him discreetly. To be honest, Qi Qian's appearance was remarkably deceptive. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he possessed a tall and upright figure, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. From head to toe, he radiated the aura of a natural-born elite. Although the disciples of Tianyun Sword Sect often expressed grievances towards their senior sister, they remained united against outsiders and harbored no fondness for Qi Qian. Rather, their sentiments leaned more towards disdain. Upon seeing Qi Qian, the female disciples made disingenuous remarks. "Is this Qi Qian? He doesn't look particularly impressive. I wonder what senior sister Nán Xī sees in him. I don't understand either. He has just a pair of eyes and a mouth, nothing special. He doesn't even seem as handsome as our senior brother Qi Zhao. I prefer senior brother Qi Zhao." The last statement rang true. The male disciple scoffed at Qi Qian. "What makes this fellow worthy of our senior sister's affection? In terms of cultivation, talent, and looks, she is no less than him. He has no right to look down upon her. Senior sister, despite her flaws, is still a paragon of beauty, devoted to him, and yet he shows no gratitude, even humiliating her in return. It's utterly despicable. Even if senior sister were to favor me, that would be far better than her favoring him. The preceding 3 statements were genuine. The onlooking disciples lined the path Qi Qian took into the sect, extending all the way to Nán Xī's courtyard. Though they were not overtly exposed and managed to conceal themselves fairly well, they made no effort to suppress their presence and whispered amongst themselves. Qi Qian, with his considerable cultivation, could not only sense their gazes but also overhear snippets of their conversations, which only deepened his somber expression as he approached. Nán Xī had long prepared herself, standing at the courtyard entrance, awaiting Qi Qian's arrival. However, this preparation was merely superficial, for in the narrative, the female protagonist would always be elegantly adorned in front of Qi Qian. Thus, she had made herself exceptionally beautiful. Yet at this moment, she continued to mentally rehearse the scene that was about to unfold. Pretending to be Qi Qian, I apologize for my previous rudeness. Please forgive me. My future self. No, a Qian, you did nothing wrong. It was all my fault. Sniff, sniff, you need not apologize. I obtained XX in the secret realm. Please take it. Nán Xī had only rehearsed a segment before faltering, her expression more grotesque than if she had consumed something vile. Putting aside the fact that he shows no semblance of an apology, my lines are utterly revolting. I am offering him something I worked tirelessly to obtain. Someone please kill him for me. The nearby disciples, particularly He Jian and Lian Qianxing, were struck by Nán Xī's inner thoughts. They struggled to comprehend the scene Nán Xī envisioned, let alone her subsequent frenzy. The disciples in the corners fared better, but the 2 in the open could barely contain their expressions, exerting considerable effort to suppress their reactions. Meanwhile, Nán Xī remained blissfully unaware of her plight. Seeing her rehearsal falter, she simply craned her neck to check if Qi Qian had arrived. Chapter 9. Startled by the sudden proximity of a face, Nán Xī instinctively took a step back. Upon recognizing Li Yunjin, she barely managed to exhale a sigh of relief. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of He Jian's departing silhouette, leaving her somewhat bewildered. In her recollection, the quarrel had seemed interminable, and she had braced herself for an hour or 2 of discord, expecting a rather unsightly conclusion. Yet, from He Jian's retreating figure, it appeared that their disagreement had not escalated to the point of emotional rupture. Once Qi Qian departs, I should go and comfort my master. Nán Xī mused, raising her gaze to meet Li Yunjin's seemingly smiling but subtly enigmatic eyes, instinctively retreating another step. She was not particularly acquainted with the senior. All she knew was that despite her considerable cultivation, Li Yunjin held no formal position among the elders and appeared to be a carefree wanderer within the sect, often descending the mountain with disciples, seemingly weary of the confines of the sect. Her superficial understanding was limited to Li Yunjin's striking appearance, possessing an impressive countenance. She favored masculine attire and stood tall. It wasn't until her 3rd year in the sect that Nán Xī realized Li Yunjin was, in fact, a woman. Despite her carefree demeanor, she was immensely popular within the sect, admired for her prowess and wit, endearing herself to disciples of both genders. However, these matters bore little significance to Nán Xī, as Li Yunjin had seldom been present in the sect during her formative years, perfectly missing the period when Nán Xī could be considered relatively normal. By the time they began to see each other regularly, Nán Xī had deftly distanced herself from this senior through her impeccable acting skills. As she gazed into those eyes, it dawned on Nán Xī that she had likely failed to respond to Li Yunjin's previous remark. She blinked and lowered her head. In such moments, there was no need for a response. Adopting an ostrich-like demeanor sufficed. However, while her expression betrayed a reluctance to engage, her mind was abuzz with thoughts. When did my senior return? Yesterday? I believe I spotted her. She must have been observing me from the shadows for quite some time. Upon having her actions discerned, Li Yunjin displayed no reaction, arching an eyebrow as she remarked, I returned just yesterday and immediately heard of some of your remarkable feats, dear niece. Her tone was casual, almost whimsical, leaving one in awe. Concealed from Nán Xī's lowered gaze, Li Yunjin scrutinized her closely, keenly observing her reactions. Under such scrutiny, no matter how well Nán Xī usually concealed her feelings, cracks would inevitably reveal themselves in the minutiae. Just before a moment of suppressed sorrow flickered across Nán Xī's face, Li Yunjin distinctly caught a glimpse of indifference that passed fleetingly. Then, the girl lifted her head, her expression a blend of sorrow and defiance as she looked at her. What constitutes a remarkable feat? I believe I have done nothing wrong. What transpired within the Yushu sect is merely my private affair. Although she outwardly expressed such sentiments, Nán Xī could not help but admire Li Yunjin's handsome visage while inwardly critiquing, with such striking looks, why must she be so blunt and piercing? Almost as if she seeks to lay bare one's innermost thoughts? Thankfully, my heart is resilient. Otherwise, I might have been wounded. Li Yunjin was taken aback for a moment, her eyes swiftly lighting up with a brilliant smile, unreservedly radiant. Ha 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 ha, dear niece Nán Xī, you are truly amusing. Nán Xī, this is no jest. My senior seems rather peculiar. For the moment, she was wholly captivated by Li Yunjin, completely oblivious to Qi Qian's presence beside her, as well as the other disciples concealed in the shadows. While Qi Qian's response was momentarily set aside, the disciples' minds gradually cleared from their daze. They quietly discussed amongst themselves, now more cautiously, their words remaining unheard by Nán Xī and Qi Qian. It seemed as though the senior sister spoke in two distinct voices. Some of her words echoed Nán Xī's own internal musings. Did the senior sister truly not realize that the most unusual aspect was, in fact, herself? A voice floated in, seemingly more ethereal. What was happening? Could it be the senior sister's own thoughts? This notion was starkly discordant with her outward demeanor. As the disciples engaged in fervent discussion, their jade butterflies flickered momentarily. The jade butterfly served as a form of identification for the disciples, capable of conveying messages. However, routine matters were typically posted on the bulletin boards of each peak. Understanding that the message conveyed by the jade butterfly was of significant importance, most had developed the habit of quickly checking it upon its illumination. Immersing their consciousness within, they could see words meant solely for their eyes. The notice read, "The sect's foremost disciple, Nán Xī, has unknowingly caused her thoughts to leak. There is a slight discrepancy between her inner voice and the words spoken. Please exercise caution in discerning. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. No one is to reveal the leak of Nán Xī's thoughts or inform outsiders." This notification, issued by the sect leader, informed all members of the sect regarding Nán Xī's unintentional disclosure of her thoughts and the need for caution. Upon reading the message, the disciples fell into a profound silence. Some, unfamiliar with checking messages publicly, remained engrossed in Nán Xī's aberration. Yet, there was a prevailing agreement that another voice had sounded far more normal, and intriguingly so. A nearby individual gestured for another to look at the jade butterfly, though uncertain. He complied, only to fall into silence himself. This silence stemmed less from shock and more from disbelief, as their minds struggled to comprehend the implications of the sect leader's clarification that those voices indeed belonged to Nán Xī. When speculation merged with reality, most began to ponder further implications. After a while, someone, still perplexed, ventured, "Why is there such a disparity between the senior sister's inner thoughts and her spoken words?" No one could provide an answer. Nán Xī only realized Qi Qian's presence beside her when he coolly stated, "Since there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." It was then that she recognized the male lead's existence. Perhaps having just traversed a particular storyline, the system had refrained from prompting her. But now, with Qi Qian's words as a cue, the next narrative was set to unfold. She surveyed her surroundings, though not spotting any additional figures. She sensed that many remained hidden in the unseen corners. Yet, at this juncture, Nán Xī could only feign ignorance. She turned to Qi Qian, her expression a mixture of hesitation, confusion, and an unmistakable affection as she said, "Qian, please ensure your safety on your return." Perhaps due to the recent tribulations, or perhaps moved by the sight of Nán Xī shielding him, Qi Qian's demeanor remained aloof, but his disdain had softened. He merely nodded slightly before turning to depart. After he left, Nán Xī cast a glance at Li Yunjin, feeling a twinge of unease at their shared gaze, prompting her to avert her eyes. "If you have no further matters, senior, please take your leave. I am currently disinterested in hosting." Li Yunjin, having overheard her thoughts, smiled gently and replied, "Then I shall not intrude upon you, dear niece. I shall certainly pay you a visit another day. As she departed, she took with her the dazed Lian Qianxing, swiftly leaving Nán Xī's courtyard devoid of company. Raising her hands, Nán Xī rubbed her face vigorously, inwardly lamenting, I truly do not wish to deliver gifts to Qi Qian. Oh, my precious. The hidden disciples still present, thought, then simply do not deliver them. Yet, Nán Xī had already drawn her sword, fingers forming a seal, summoning her sword to fly swiftly in the direction Qi Qian had taken. Behind her, unbeknownst to her senses, Li Yunzheng soared on her sword, with Lian Qianxing clutching nervously at her robes from behind. In a hushed whisper, he asked, Elder Aunt, is this truly appropriate? Adult matters are not for children to question. Were it not for your insistence, I wouldn't have brought you along, Li Yunzheng retorted. Lian Qianxing fell silent. He, too, had received the notice regarding the exposure of Nán Xī's inner thoughts, yet his mind swirled with unanswered doubts. When he caught Li Yunzheng quietly preparing to follow Nán Xī, he had, almost impulsively, seized the chance to accompany her. Li Yunzheng maintained a careful distance, ensuring Nán Xī's unfiltered thoughts continued to stream toward them.
Jueming Dan.
Xianxia grasped dragon horn.
Ah.
A sudden, anguished scream, or perhaps a furious roar, erupted from Nán Xī's mind. Her crumbling thoughts spilled forth. Why must I surrender so many treasures? They're incredibly useful, damn it. Lian Qianxing jolted in fright, his face paling as his fingers instinctively tightened around Li Yunzheng's robes. Li Yunzheng, however, remained unperturbed, scoffing lightly. Then simply refuse. What is she even thinking? Lian Qianxing nodded mutely. Nán Xī caught up to Qi Qian effortlessly. Outsiders were forbidden from sword flight within the sect, and even disciples technically weren't permitted. But as the head senior disciple, she enjoyed certain privileges. A flying sword was, naturally, far swifter than walking. She landed hastily, yet her expression had already shifted from distress to tender concern. Ah Qian, Nán Xī gazed at Qi Qian with deep affection. He, however, seemed to have anticipated her pursuit, his expression unreadable as he regarded her coldly. I have already apologized. I implore you, fellow cultivator, to cease pressuring me. Hidden along this path were numerous disciples, and though Qi Qian's words struck them as subtly off, they couldn't quite pinpoint why. Then, a voice rang crystal clear in their ears. Stop acting as if I'm forcing you. Apologizing for wrongdoing is only right. It was like divine music to their ears. The disciples' eyes lit up, nodding fervently as they instinctively turned to Nán Xī, brimming with anticipation. Say it. Throw those words right in Qi Qian's face. Don't let him keep spouting nonsense. Yet what met their gaze was Nán Xī's tender, understanding expression as she spoke softly to Qi Qian. Ah Qian, don't be upset. I know this matter has been difficult for you. The master's decisions have never been within my control. The disciples.
What?
You think one thing but do another? Scold him. They wore expressions of agony, itching to rush forward and speak on Nán Xī's behalf. But reality forced them to watch helplessly as Nán Xī produced several gleaming treasures, each far more valuable than Qi Qian's so-called gifts of gratitude. With utmost sincerity, she said, Ah Qian, you've suffered injustice in this matter. Please accept these as compensation. The disciples stared at the treasures, any one of which would be near impossible for them to obtain, their pupils trembling in shock. Before they could even react, a heart-wrenching wail pierced their eardrums.
Aha.
My treasures. If you have any shame, don't you dare take them? Qi Qian, ever aloof and expressionless, accepted the priceless offerings with a dismissive hum, his demeanor unyielding as he tacitly affirmed his victimhood. You have no shame. The disciples clapped their hands over their ears in horror, too overwhelmed to even critique the glaring issues in Nán Xī's actions. Just then, a figure materialized beside them. The disciples turned in unison to find Li Yunzheng, her lips curved in amusement, and beside her, the pitiable Lian Qianxing, who, like them, was clutching his ears in misery. Chapter 10. Nán Xī was engulfed in despondency, utterly disheartened. Despite her earnest efforts since her arrival in this realm, the system had promised that once the narrative reached its conclusion, she would be granted a peaceful existence for the latter half of her life. A notion Nán Xī found hard to believe. After all, the protagonist, herself, was destined to meet a tragic end, pierced by a myriad of swords, leaving the male lead to wallow in regret and sorrow at her funeral pyre. She doubted whether the system could truly resurrect her from such a fate. Yet, Nán Xī had always adopted a day-by-day approach to life. Aside from the plot-driven moments, there were still intervals of freedom. Her cultivation was hers, her swordsmanship belonged to her. And her wealth and treasures were, of course, her own. However, compelled by the storyline to relinquish her cherished possessions, she found herself seething with resentment towards the system. Lacking any means to confront it directly, she could only unleash her dark curses in silence, hoping, among other things, that tomorrow Xianxia would meet a tragic end at the hands of a madman, that the system and its headquarters would explode, and that all who had wronged her would stumble and fall face first into dog excrement. The content of her thoughts would astonish any listener and disgust any bystander. As Nán Xī drifted like a lost soul towards her courtyard, a shadow suddenly flitted past her. Someone abruptly patted her shoulder. Startled, she turned to find Li Yunjin, her disciple, wearing a smile that seemed incongruous with her apparent mood. Li Yunjin's sudden initiation of conversation momentarily left Nán Xī bewildered, staring at her with a hint of confusion. Has my master lost her mind? Why is she speaking to me? Upon receiving an unexpected reprimand, the corners of Li Yunjin's eyes twitched, but recalling the good deed she had just performed, she decided to overlook Nán Xī's rudeness, maintaining a smile as she regarded her. As Li Yunjin's smile turned somewhat sinister, Nán Xī shivered and quickly shook her head. No, what brings you here, master? I have returned from my journey with abundant rewards and brought gifts for all my disciples, including you, Li Yunjin declared, brandishing a storage bag before Nán Xī. Nán Xī's gaze involuntarily followed the bag, her eyes sparkling with excitement, though she struggled to maintain her composure. Master, you are too kind. But I do not, she bit her lip, the last two words escaping her in a pained whisper. Need it. In the narrative, the protagonist, shaped by her childhood experiences and her sensitive, stubborn nature, would never accept gifts from others. She possessed a somewhat people-pleasing personality, willing to give but reluctant to accept kindness in return. The thought of the gifts she had previously lost deepened her sorrow. I need it. I truly need it.
Oh,
My gifts. She cried out internally, yet outwardly, she forced herself to avert her gaze from the storage bag.
Li Yunjin.
Having attained a high level of cultivation in a world where strength equated to everything, possessed resources that were unfathomable to lower-tier practitioners. Just like the treasures Nán Xī had previously given away, it was possible that the recipient might have returned one or two of them. If that were the case, it would be a boon for Nán Xī, alleviating her pain. Master has never been particularly patient with me, so after such a refusal, I imagined before Nán Xī could complete her thoughts, she felt something thrust into her hands. I've already said that every disciple receives a gift. I don't care whether you need it or not. Take it, Li Yunjin insisted before turning to leave, leaving Nán Xī staring blankly after her. Not far off, a sharp explosion echoed behind Li Yunjin.
Ah.
Master, I adore you. I'm in love with you. Nán Xī merely caught a glimpse of the contents within the storage bag, and her fondness for Li Yunjin surged to new heights. She nearly bounced back to her room, her eyes gleaming as she beheld the treasures inside. They not only included the items she had previously given to Xianxia, but also other opulent gifts, rich enough to replenish her resources and even leave her with a surplus. Having not walked far, Li Yunjin, hearing Nán Xī's heartfelt exclamations, couldn't help but cover her ears, yet a smile crept onto her lips, her pride swelling slightly. Indeed, it was gratifying to win someone over once again. However, just a few steps later, she halted, looking at a familiar figure, raising her gaze and casually asking, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" He, with a customary serious expression, had heard Nán Xī's thoughts and, coupled with what he had heard from other disciples about her gifts to Xianxia, quickly grasped the situation. He inquired, "What did you do to Xianxia?" That was an excellent question.
Li Yunjin's troquet herchin.
Appearing to ponder deeply before blinking and pretending to be a bandit who had beaten him up and demanded all his treasures. The memory of Xianxia's panicked and malicious gaze made her want to laugh. Seeing the disapproval on He Jian's face, Li Yunjin raised her hands in surrender. I didn't press too hard. I didn't make him give up anything truly valuable. I merely sought a bit of justice for my disciple. She motioned for He Jian to step back a bit, lest Nán Xī discover them, and then eagerly asked, "It seems Qi Qian cannot hear my disciples' thoughts. So only members of our sect can hear them?" He Jian nodded. While it was not yet confirmed, it seemed likely. It couldn't be that the entire cultivation world could hear Nán Xī's thoughts while only Qi Qian was oblivious. Had Nán Xī known that the gifts she had received were the result of Li Yunjin seeking justice on her behalf, she would have laughed heartily. However, she remained blissfully unaware, simply contented to stow away her newfound treasures and seek confirmation of her bounty from the system. "How did I fare in this narrative?" she queried. The system evaluated, task rated as excellent. "Please continue to maintain this standard." Nán Xī felt dissatisfied. Why not excellent plus? Although the rating bore little significance. She had put in diligent effort and certainly deserved the best accolade. The duration of the argument was too brief to achieve the desired effect. And He Jian is a peripheral character, hence the rating is not significantly impacted. The system replied in its usual monotone, devoid of any amusement. Nán Xī had grown accustomed to this. As she reclined on her bed, the system's words jolted her upright.
"Oh,
My master. I must seek out my master." The system's message had circled through her mind, leaving no trace, yet it sparked a sudden recollection of her situation with He Jian. As long as their relationship had not been irrevocably damaged, there remained a chance for reconciliation. Since the system indicated minimal narrative impact, it was likely to allow her this endeavor. With renewed enthusiasm, Nán Xī set out to find He Jian. Upon reaching his abode, she was met with his cold, stoic demeanor, which inexplicably made her feel timid. In the past, she would have been unfazed, but this time, she had indeed erred. Her eyes darted around, refusing to meet his gaze. "Today's events were my fault. I acted in defiance and spoke out against my master. I beg for your punishment." Nán Xī, lowering her head, added, "As long as you can forgive me, I am willing to do anything." He Jian's ears perked up. Anything? At those words, when Nán Xī raised her eyes to meet his, her mouth spoke before her mind could catch up. "Except giving up on Qi Qian, that is not permissible." He Jian, his frustration was palpable, but he remained silent. Nán Xī grew increasingly anxious, internally muttering, "None of this is my fault. If you must blame someone, blame Qi Qian. It was Qi Qian who seduced me. No, it was Qi Qian who was shameless. I, however, have my dignity. If you must scold someone, scold Qi Qian." Observing the illogical reasoning of his disciple, He Jian sighed, stating, "There are countless flowers in the world. Why cling to a single bloom?"
what is so special about Qi Qian?"
Upon hearing these words, Nán Xī blinked, and the voice of the system suddenly echoed in her mind. "Host, please maintain your persona." Chapter 11. From the moment the words escaped He Jian's lips, Nán Xī anticipated the system's response. Despite her inner reluctance, she immediately donned an expression of earnest sorrow intertwined with longing, and spoke with deep emotion. "Of course, a Qian is wonderful in every way." With a slight bow of her head, she continued, "It is I who am not good enough. It is I who do not deserve him." As soon as these words left her mouth, even in the absence of further speech, she could sense the sudden surge of anger emanating from He Jian, causing her cheeks to flush. He Jian, maintaining his composure, replied, "What if I were to say that you must let him go?" Upon hearing the words, Nán Xī paused momentarily. Then, in a flurry of anxiety, raised her head, shaking it as she instinctively retreated, her heart growing increasingly restless. "It is undoubtedly impossible to agree with my master. Yet to oppose her would mean relinquishing the bond of our—" She discreetly furrowed her brow, missing the fleeting surprise that flickered in He Jian's eyes. Although she remained uncertain about her feelings towards Qi Qian, one thing was abundantly clear to He Jian: Nán Xī's commitment to Qi Qian was unwavering. He had prepared himself for the possibility of a confrontation with Nán Xī, yet sensing a hint of concern for her master within, her heart eased his expression slightly. Quickly, Nán Xī devised a plan. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she glanced at He Jian, decisively reaching for the hilt of her sword. With a swift motion, she drew the blade, adopting a fade of near tears, and, under He Jian's slightly horrified gaze, hastily stepped aside, swinging the sword while breathlessly proclaiming, "Disciple. Disciple recalls that today's training remains unfinished. I beseech Master to supervise." Nán Xī understood He Jian exceedingly well, In his eyes, the current training was of utmost importance, far surpassing any threat posed by Xianxia, who had yet to inflict significant harm upon her. As anticipated, upon witnessing her actions, Xianxia's furrowed brow began to relax. His intention to interrupt her seemingly abandoned, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. I shall deliberately make a mistake or two later, provoking Master to chastise me for my errors. That will surely divert her thoughts from Xianxia. Nán Xī silently commended her cleverness. However, Xianxia's brow furrowed once more, as he opened his mouth to issue a warning, yet Nán Xī's inner voice swiftly followed. That won't do either. I was scolded last time. Merely waving the sword again would be too embarrassing. Perhaps I should let Master observe my flawless swordsmanship? The atmosphere between Xianxia and Nán Xī once again became warm. Just as Nán Xī was about to utter something, Xianxia suddenly sensed that he was being led by Nán Xī's thoughts, prompting him to lower his voice. After I finish the swordplay, I will assess the technique you have been practicing. Should it still be inadequate, we shall engage in additional training. Nán Xī glanced at Xianxia, nearly forgetting her character, and then slightly bowed her head, acknowledging her master. There is no other choice. I must allow my master to evaluate my swordplay. Xianxia's expression softened a bit. How many times have I practiced this now? Let us count it as 1,000 times, he said, his expression darkening as he spoke. You must swing your sword 87 times now. Do not miscount. Nán Xī paused momentarily, casting a glance at Xianxia, her demeanor submissive as she responded. How on earth does my master know I intend to deceive? Xianxia watched as Nán Xī obediently began counting from 87, stroking his short beard with a faint smile tugging at his lips. Though Nán Xī's inner thoughts weren't exactly docile, her lively wit and spirit, despite the unresolved questions swirling in her mind, gave Xianxia a fleeting sense of reassurance. But soon, that reassurance wavered. Nán Xī swung her sword with practiced precision, her face still streaked with tears and etched with stubborn determination. Yet her inner monologue had shifted from simple counting to something far more vivid. 88, 89, 90, 91. Slash the scoundrel 7, 777 times. Slash the scoundrel 7, 778 times. Slash the scoundrel 9, 999 times. Another hard day of slashing scoundrels. Lost in her fervor, she failed to notice how her forced expression had twisted, her delicate, resolute demeanor now laced with something darker, as if she truly wished to see Xianxia dead. Xianxia, who had intended to admonish her about Xianxia, swallowed his words. Watching her unwavering hands, he reconsidered. Perhaps his concern should lie elsewhere. By the time Nán Xī finished, her resentment somewhat vented, she smoothed her expression. Seeing Xianxia make no mention of Xianxia, she blinked innocently. Master, I've completed my practice. Xianxia gave a solemn nod. Demonstrate the sword forms for me. His tone was grave, demanding respect, but Nán Xī, familiar with him, felt no fear. Outwardly obedient, inwardly she grinned. Master is definitely going to be stunned, so impressed with my progress, he might even reward me. Xianxia scoffed silently. As if I'd be stunned. Yet as Nán Xī raised her sword and began, an inexplicable aura surged around her, flowing with her movements before gathering at the blade's edge. The sword hummed sharply, resonating with a clarity that spoke of power, a single stroke capable of cleaving the world. Xianxia's eyes brightened. Stunned?
No.
But undeniably impressed. Just last week, her forms had been unrefined. Now, they were flawless, even bearing the mark of exceptional sword intent, radiant, as was the wielder herself. For a fleeting moment, Xianxia glimpsed an unfamiliar side of Nán Xī, as though seeing her true nature. Unaware of the depth of his observations, Nán Xī only knew she had performed perfectly. She sheathed her sword, eyes gleaming as she awaited his verdict. Xianxia hastily schooled his pleased expression, clearing his throat. Adequate. But do not grow complacent. Finding little else to critique, he added, given your progress, the daily 10,000 strikes are waived. Maintain your diligence. Then, recalling Xianxia, he hesitated before finally saying, if you cannot let go of Xianxia, at least restrain yourself. Do not succumb to darkness. With a deep sigh, he dismissed her. That is all. You may go, Nán Xī. Her reaction towards Xianxia was somewhat peculiar, She cast several scrutinizing glances his way, filled with a sense of confusion and hesitation. Has my master been affected by something? Why is he not advising me? After a brief pause, I thought, you only mentioned it was decent. Sachet Sundra. I can see your smile.
Wait.
Where is my reward? Each time I perform well, I used to receive rewards. Why have they ceased? Nán Xī's eyes widened in terror. A look of fear etched upon her face. Could it be that her master, though silent, had already lost faith in her? My flawless performance did not manage to win back his heart? Alas. Please, master, enough. Jian could no longer tolerate the interruption of Nán Xī's thoughts. He glared at her, speechless for a long moment, before finally rummaging through his sleeve and thrusting a magical robe and a hairpin-shaped artifact directly into Nán Xī's storage ring. If you can continue to perform at this level in the future, I will permit you to descend the mountain for training. At these words, Nán Xī's eyes brightened. Thank you, master.
Yes. Down the mountain.
The matter regarding Qi Qian was ultimately left unresolved. Nán Xī felt somewhat satisfied that Jian had not expressed disappointment in her this time. On the other hand, she was unexpectedly enlightened about the system's evaluation criteria. It actually allowed deviations in the plot. As long as the core storyline remained unchanged, everything else was inconsequential to the system. This was tremendous news for Nán Xī, lifting her spirits for days. In her elevated mood, she completely cast Qi Qian from her mind, neither mentioning nor thinking of him for several days in a row. For the disciples, this was hardly a bad thing. After all, witnessing their senior sister oscillate between love and hatred for a man had been nothing short of unsettling. However, the ability to hear Nán Xī's inner thoughts was not entirely a blessing either. Even without Qi Qian, her musings remained wildly erratic, ranging from mocking a fellow disciple's swordplay as resembling a certain amphibian to whimsically pondering which vendor's braised delicacies were the most delectable, or even indulging in gossip about the elders. It was all so riveting that the disciples nearly lost focus during training. Time flowed to the inevitable monthly grand assessment. The evaluations for ordinary disciples aside, this day always saw the sect's personal disciples gather for spell duels and swordplay, a spectacle of great excitement. This time, however, was unfortunate. Of the 6 elders and the sect leader of Tianyan Sword Sect, 7 in total, not all had disciples, but there were 7 personal disciples in all. Yet only 3 were currently present in the sect: Nán Xī, Lian Xianxing, disciple of the 6th elder, and Qi Zhao, disciple of the Grand Elder. The elders and the sect leader, if available, would attend such assessments. The disciples, too, would gauge their progress through these trials. Everyone harbored ambition and eagerly anticipated fair competition. Thus, the vast majority within the sect looked forward to this monthly event. Nán Xī, however, was decidedly not among them. On the training grounds, the elders had yet to arrive. But the disciples' eyes kept darting toward the front right position. Nán Xī's expression was unreadable, appearing solemn and proper. Yet, inwardly,
Sigh. Sigh. Sigh.
This marked the 28th sigh Nán Xī had exhaled since assembling today. Though she showed no outward sign, the leakage of her thoughts still drew sidelong glances from all. Qi Zhao had long been aware of Nán Xī's audible inner monologues, but today was his first encounter with them since her return to the sect. He suppressed his reaction repeatedly, but ultimately failed. Senior sister seems troubled. Is something weighing on your mind? Nán Xī turned to him, this prodigious junior brother who rarely spoke to her, a genius in talent, intellect, and emotional intelligence, then offered a perfunctory, practiced smile. I am not troubled. You must be mistaken. Yet inwardly, she marveled. Such keen perception. Is this what genius looks like? Then came another sigh. It's precisely because I have to spar with geniuses like you that I'm troubled. The disciples exchanged knowing glances. After all, their senior sister's swordsmanship was far from exceptional. Against slower learners like them, she could still put up a decent fight, but when facing true prodigies, she was inevitably outmatched. Chapter 12. Nán Xī opened her mouth, intending to speak, but upon seeing the sect leader and the 2 elders had arrived, she promptly closed it again. With her head slightly bowed, her expression calm, yet upon grasping Qi Zhao's implication, her heart was engulfed in a mask of torment.
Help.
Help. What does he mean? Could it be that he has discerned I deliberately lost before? That shouldn't be possible. How could he? He never noticed before, and we haven't even begun yet. How could he tell? The disciples were taken aback. Really? Senior sister, you actually lost on purpose. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, this was Nán Xī's innermost thought. Could she truly deceive herself? Qi Zhao silently gripped his sword. The newly arrived He Jian, along with the Great Elder and the Sixth Elder, momentarily halted their movements, casting subtle glances at Nán Xī. Now, throughout the entire sect, aside from Nán Xī herself, everyone was aware of the revelation of her thoughts. He Jian had mentioned that outsiders could not hear her inner voice, leading everyone to dismiss the notion of any disclosure. However, when her thoughts suddenly echoed in their ears, it was impossible to ignore and the content of her musings. The two elders glanced at He Jian, silently inquiring about the situation. He Jian, caught off guard by their gaze, too was puzzled. He refrained from addressing their questions, his gaze fixed intensely on Nán Xī as he called her name.
Nán Xī.
Nán Xī snapped back to attention, looking at He Jian, then lowered her head. Disciple is present. In this assessment, she must exert her utmost effort. On the surface, Nán Xī obediently acquiesced, yet internally, she was equally perplexed. What is going on today? Why does everyone want me to take this seriously? Do I not appear serious enough? Unconsciously, Nán Xī straightened up, adjusting her demeanor to appear exceedingly grave. After standing properly, she couldn't resist glancing at the sect leader and then at Qi Zhao. When her gaze met Lian Qianxing's, she offered him a smile. Though 3 direct disciples were present, Lian Qianxing was still quite young, and his participation against his seniors was primarily for learning and experience. Even if Nán Xī were to feign mediocrity in strength, losing to Lian Qianxing would not be an option. Such a defeat would contradict the notion of her being just average. Lian Qianxing blushed at her smile, his eyes bright as he softly encouraged, "Senior sister, dear best." The other disciples did not hear Lian Qianxing's words, they only observed Nán Xī's actions, finding it somewhat amusing. In previous instances, their attention had been solely focused on the sect leader and others, never realizing their senior sister's demeanor could appear so lively. After a few words from the sect leader, the disciples' assessment commenced. The training ground was arrayed with formations, and the names of the disciples were displayed in the celestial dome, designating who would compete against whom. The formations would record the disciples' performances for later evaluation by the elders. The competitions among direct disciples were particularly lively, occupying the largest center stage, with a specially arranged barrier to prevent disturbances to others. Direct disciples were to take the lead, demonstrating for the benefit of the other disciples, facilitating their understanding of sword techniques. Therefore, prior to the general assessments of the disciples, the direct disciples would compete first, with the others observing. Nán Xī stepped onto the stage, her sword in hand, facing Qi Zhao, and both performed a respectful bow. She was accustomed to such competitions, having perfected her sword techniques and wielding precise control over her spiritual energy. She could easily feign a loss whenever she wished, without ever being detected. Yet today, under Qi Zhao's intense gaze, she felt a sudden surge of nervousness. Nán Xī tightened her grip on her sword. Qi Zhao initiated the attack, wielding his sword with the foundational techniques of the Tianyan sword method, thrusting forward with remarkable speed, imbued with an almost palpable sword intent, resembling a force of nature. A significant threat. The disciples gasped in astonishment. Nán Xī was equally startled, for Qi Zhao had typically favored a defensive approach, gradually luring his opponents into traps. Today, however, he was markedly different. In a flurry, she managed to intercept his thrust, her eyes momentarily sharp, but she quickly concealed it, offering Qi Zhao a gentle smile, appearing devoid of aggression. Her junior had made considerable progress upon returning from his trials. Qi Zhao responded with a brief acknowledgement, his words few. Having broken through his limitations, he lifted his sword, striking down with greater force than before. Had Nán Xī continued her act as before, she would undoubtedly face a swift defeat. Instinctively, she shifted into defense, her expression growing serious, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. The disciples were utterly captivated by the thrilling duel, their hearts engrossed, each one unable to resist gripping their sword hilts. Yet Nán Xī, after a fleeting moment of immersion, suddenly realized, "Oh, with my junior's significant advancement, Wouldn't it be only natural for me to lose? Her eyes lit up, and her inner thoughts reverberated, compelling everyone to snap back to reality. Incredulity etched on their faces as they observed Qi Zhao's movements seemingly slow down.
Huh.
Senior sister, are you genuinely putting on an act? Qi Zhao's expression darkened as he noticed his sword veering off course, narrowly missing Nán Xī, severing a few strands of her hair. Nán Xī pondered. A mistake? But it certainly doesn't seem like one. Her thoughts resonated loudly, clear enough for He Jian and the others to hear from a distance. Though they stood far off, their keen eyesight allowed them to discern the situation. He Jian's gaze grew solemn, while the sixth elder chuckled, remarking, "Your disciple, it seems, has been concealing her abilities." With their cultivation levels, they could easily perceive the subtlety in Nán Xi's defensive maneuvers, recognizing she was at least on par with Qi Zhao, who had recently broken through his barriers. Humph! Such arrogance, truly foolish. He Jian, discovering for the first time that Nán Xī had been hiding her strength, was naturally incensed, and his words reflected that anger. The other two, well aware of his temperament, refrained from commenting. The great elder, being a magnanimous elder, stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Qi Zhao, that boy is prideful. Knowing Nán Xī is deliberately holding back, he will undoubtedly force her to reveal her true capabilities." In the midst of the contest, Nán Xī sensed something amiss. Qi Zhao's swordplay had suddenly shifted, becoming more restrained, less aggressive, and lacking the intricate control he previously exhibited. Though his level had not plummeted dramatically, it was a far cry from before. At this level, even the protagonist of the narrative could easily handle it. And Nán Xī would certainly not succumb to defeat so overtly. That would be far too conspicuous. Nán Xi's gaze sharpened. She finally transitioned from defense to offense. Her mind raced. At this level, even winning would not signify true prowess. Thus, she launched her attack, movement sharp and appearing quite formidable, yet her sword intent remained unutilized. As she contemplated the differences between Qi Zhao's earlier and current performance, a sense of unease gnawed at her. Perhaps it was because she had not exerted her full strength. Qi Zhao appeared less formidable than before, yet he still effortlessly blocked her strikes, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Nán Xi's techniques were consistently thwarted just as they approached their climax, and after several repetitions, her brow furrowed slightly, inadvertently adopting a more serious demeanor. Winning seems impossible, yet losing is equally unthinkable. How vexing! She silently cursed under her breath. As the disciples perceived Nán Xi's inner thoughts, they noticed a subtle shift in their senior sister's swordplay. This transformation, though not overtly apparent, became evident to them with the guidance of her thoughts. The essence of her swordsmanship began to emerge, and what had previously seemed fierce and formidable now appeared shallow and superficial in comparison. Qi Zhao gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The slight relaxation of Nán Xi's furrowed brow was met with a quiet resurgence in Qi Zhao's speed. Nán Xī felt victory was within her grasp. Qi Zhao no longer exhibited the prowess he had demonstrated at the outset, leading her to believe his skills had plateaued. This was the terrifying aspect of Qi Zhao's swordsmanship. Step by step, he lured his opponents into his web. Even if others harbored similar intentions, they could not emulate his subtlety in guiding their adversaries. The Grand Elder glanced at He Jian, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Initially, I had anticipated that upon his breakthrough, he would shine brightly, concerned he might lose his original capabilities. It appears such worries are unfounded. The elders often found themselves engaged in light-hearted comparisons of the younger generation, and the seemingly mundane words of the Grand Elder concealed a sense of pride. He Jian, however, refrained from interjecting, fixated on Nán Xi's movements. Qi Zhao sought to expose Nán Xi's true abilities, while He Jian yearned to uncover the extent of his disciple's concealed strength.
Now,
as Nán Xī entered the fray, her movements became increasingly fluid, merging seamlessly with her sword. It became difficult to ascertain whether this reflected her genuine capabilities. Yet it was undeniably more distinguished than her earlier unremarkable performance, displaying a unique style. He Jian, however, found himself less than satisfied. After a moment he spoke slowly, reflecting on how, despite numerous bouts with Qi Zhao, he had still fallen into a trap, his vigilance too lax, and his acuity somewhat diminished. The sixth elder, not participating in the contest, chuckled softly, remarking, Yet this authentic Nán Xī appears strikingly different from what we had assumed. Nán Xī, however, sensed something amiss. Preoccupied with maintaining her facade, she aimed to keep her revealed strength at an unremarkable level, which prevented her from fully immersing herself in the duel, thereby hindering her ability to discern the underlying anomalies. It wasn't until she swung her sword again, completely forgetting to temper her strength, that the blade emitted a sharp, resonant hum, vibrating in the air. Xianxia was forced to retreat a step, his eyes gleaming. Nán Xī, however, suddenly regained her clarity. With a smirk, Xianxia, aware he could not prevail, nevertheless unleashed his final technique with all his might. He parted his lips, intending to speak, but as his sword met Nán Xī's, he noted her force had diminished significantly. Caught off guard, he failed to control his strength, and the tip of his sword pierced her shoulder. Despite his urgent attempt to restrain his power, he still punctured her garment, blood slowly staining the fabric. Nán Xī regarded him with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Well done, junior brother. Xianxia stood stunned, momentarily at a loss. What he had intended to express was, "Senior sister, I cannot defeat you at present." In the distance, He Jian nodded in reassurance. Acknowledged Chapter 13. The disciples were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. A silence enveloping the scene for a brief moment before it erupted into a chorus of exuberant cheers. Senior brother Qi is so handsome. Aha! Absolutely fantastic. The recent competition left them exhilarated and deeply reflective. In terms of both visual appeal and practicality, it was utterly fulfilling, and the disciples' spirits reached a pinnacle. Nán Xī stepped back from the center of the training arena. Her minor shoulder injury ceased bleeding after a brief period. Requiring neither elixirs nor extensive recovery, she would heal in just a few days. As she observed the disciples praising Xianxia, she mentally replayed her earlier performance and sighed with relief. Qi truly posed a threat. He nearly compelled me to reveal my true capabilities, but fortunately, I regained my composure in time. The previously vibrant atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Nán Xī noticed this change and curiously glanced at the disciples. Why have you ceased your cheers? Xiao's junior brother is truly charming. Let us revel in the moment. The disciples hesitated, contemplating whether to join the senior sister in her performance when they heard that heartfelt voice growing increasingly audacious. Just focus on Xiao. I can take it easy. As Nán Xī pondered, a secretive smile graced her lips, and she quietly retreated. Then, when we meet the master, I shall feign that I have given my all and, under the pretense of needing rest, I can return home and lie in bed. She was lost in thought, oblivious to the fact that her disciples had fallen into complete silence. Beside her, Xiao's gaze gradually took on a hint of melancholy. He Jian had also positioned himself behind her at some point and spoke up, his performance this time surpassing his previous attempts. Although it could be considered a compliment, the suddenness of his words, erupting from behind, was somewhat startling. Nán Xī jolted and turned around abruptly. Ah, I see. He Jian was looking at her, and upon meeting her gaze, he did not waver in his focus. Despite his dissatisfaction with Nán Xī's actions, it was undeniable that her performance was nearly flawless. Had he not been able to hear her inner thoughts, he would have remained oblivious as he had in the past. At present, it was imperative that Nán Xī remained unaware of the revelation of her thoughts, thus preventing him from reproaching her for deliberately losing the competition. Therefore, you possess remarkable talent. He Jian maintained a stern expression, exuding an air of authority that was intimidating. Just a moment ago, her performance had been exceptionally impressive, and if she could consistently harness such strength, she would undoubtedly carve out a place for herself in the future realm of cultivation. He Jian paused before continuing, surely, you will have your rightful place, but you have shown little ambition, making slow progress over the years, and thereby squandering your talents. Once He Jian commenced his critique, it continued for at least a quarter of an hour, leaving Nán Xī's head in a whirl. My master must be seeking revenge on me. As this thought crossed her mind, the disciples, paralyzed by He Jian's admonitions, suddenly lifted their gazes in unison towards Nán Xī. Even He Jian's voice faltered momentarily. Regarding the incident with Qi Qian last time, my master refrained from expressing his displeasure then, only to bide his time for this moment. Nán Xī sighed inwardly. Today, I managed to hold my ground against my junior brother, who is on the verge of breaking through, which signifies considerable progress. Yet I still find myself at the receiving end of his scolding. I wish to return home. He Jian was momentarily at a loss for words, glaring at Nán Xī with a mixture of indignation and disbelief, observing her seemingly innocent demeanor, while his heart was tumultuous. He felt a surge of frustration, yet it was not entirely unfounded for Nán Xī to perceive this as an act of retribution. After all, he could not openly acknowledge that she had deliberately forfeited in that instance. Thus, he sought compensation through other means. Noticing He Jian's silence, Nán Xī dared to look up at him, wondering if her master had concluded his discourse. Speak cautiously, with the intonation rising in uncertainty. Perhaps it is due to the heartfelt sentiments expressed. Those present discern a certain liveliness within the words. However, the sword's aura remains frantic and unfaltering. If you continue to be so negligent in the future, I shall impose severe punishment upon you. Nán Xī trembled in fear and lowered his head, acknowledging his mistake as a disciple. Last time, it seemed that the severe punishment imposed on me was intended to confine me in solitude, prohibiting my emergence until I had successfully completed my cultivation. I have actually reached that level long ago. I deliberately remained in seclusion for nearly half a year, feigning hardship in order to indulge in delicious food daily. I relished the freedom from overseeing everyone's sword training. It was utterly delightful. I humbly request my master to impose a penalty. The disciples, along with Qi Zhao and Lian Qianxing beside them, widened their eyes in astonishment. So this is the true nature of our esteemed senior sister. And the sword. Next time, I shall punish you with 6 months of fasting, allowing you to consume nothing but grains. He spoke fiercely. Then, one could see Nán Xī's eyes widen in terror, her face displaying a mixture of fear and sorrow as she lamented, I do not deserve such punishment, master. At this moment, my heart speaks. Ah, is this how it is? Striking at my vulnerable spot, are we? Am I not allowed to make progress? Amidst the disciples, suppressed laughter erupted, accompanied by soft chuckles. With great effort, Jian managed to rein in Nán Xī, allowing her to expel a breath of frustration, which brought an immediate sense of relief, reflected by her involuntary smile. Acknowledging her missteps, she resolved to demonstrate improvement next time. Otherwise, a 6-month fasting period awaited her. Nán Xī felt a pang of sorrow within. The disciples understood the gravity of the situation. After a brief respite, Nán Xī and Qi Zhao engaged in another bout against Lian Qianxing, followed by the collective assessment of all disciples. At this juncture, the direct disciples had little further involvement. While they would alleviate the burdens of the elders, they were not permitted to partake in the examination process, especially given the presence of formation records and oversight from other officials and elders in the martial arts arena. In essence, should Nán Xī wish to depart, she was free to do so. She promptly sought the master's permission, and upon receiving approval, she prepared to slip away. Yet, before she could make much headway, she was called to a halt. Qi Zhao, accompanied by Lian Qianxing, acknowledged her with a courteous nod upon noticing her glance. Nán Xī, who typically preferred solitude within the sect, found it somewhat surprising to be addressed by Qi Zhao, as disciples often sought out other direct disciples for assistance rather than her. Adhering to her persona, she offered Qi Zhao a gentle smile and inquired amiably, "What brings you here, junior brother?" Qi Zhao's gaze was somewhat intricate. Previously, he had paid little heed to Nán Xī and was rather indifferent to the thoughts of the senior sister, merely maintaining a fade of courtesy. Had it not been for the heart's voice, he might have remained oblivious to the hidden facets of his senior sister. She was indeed formidable, Qi Zhao remarked. In the future, feel free to engage with us more often and exchange insights. The disciples of Tianyun's sword sect enjoyed a harmonious camaraderie, as the system governing their competition for resources was both fair and just, with meritocracy reigning supreme. This fostered an environment of collaboration and mutual benefit, devoid of treachery. The bond among the direct disciples was particularly close-knit. Nán Xī had once been embraced into the circle, though their initial connection was not deeply rooted. Over time, due to narrative developments, their relationship had grown increasingly tenuous. Qi Zhao's invitation came as a novelty to Nán Xī. What is the meaning behind this, junior brother Qi Zhao? Nán Xī Han, are you out of your mind? How dare you suggest that I engage more with them? Regarding herself, Nán Xī possesses a considerable degree of self-awareness. Or rather, she is acutely cognizant of the protagonist's eccentricities. The inner thoughts resonated in the ears of Qi Zhao and Lian Qianqing, eliciting a unified sense of bewilderment. Why the hesitation? On the surface, Nán Xī appeared both startled and delighted, her voice trembling with apprehension as she inquired, "Is it truly possible? Would you, my junior brothers, be willing to engage with me more frequently?" Naturally, Qianqing peered out, a faint blush adorning her fair complexion due to her shyness. "You are indeed the esteemed senior sister. Although you have engaged in many actions that we find difficult to comprehend, your contributions to the sect are undeniably significant." As soon as the words left my lips, I realized I had spoken too much, instinctively covering my mouth. With my pair of glistening eyes fixed on Nán Xī, my voice emerged in a muffled tone. "In any case, I firmly believe that the senior sister possesses a benevolent heart." "Very well," Nán Xī exclaimed, feigning utmost surprise. "I shall certainly maintain closer ties with you in the days to come." Upon hearing this, both individuals displayed faint smiles, only to be abruptly shaken by a resonant inner voice that echoed in their ears. "I advise you to flee, and do so swiftly." Nán Xī sighed heavily, exclaiming, "Are you willing to risk your life by associating with a wraith?" As the story unfolded, the survival of the Tianyan sword sect was largely attributed to the elders' unyielding righteousness, who stripped the female protagonist of her identity token and expelled her from the sect, thus sparing them from impending doom. However, during her tenure within the sect, she inadvertently caused harm to many disciples. Despite the narrative indicating that her actions were not intentional, the two junior disciples remained perplexed. Qi Zhao, more mature than Nán Xī and only a few years her junior, hesitated momentarily before parting his lips to inquire further, only to feel a gentle pat on his shoulder. A figure swept past him, and upon hearing the carefree, melodic voice, they instantly recognized who it was. "I wonder if my dear niece has time tomorrow?"
Li Yunzhen inquirat, alagant li fanning herself.
"I am descending the mountain for a matter, and can take one disciple with me. After much consideration, I have chosen you." She closed her fan and gestured towards Nán Xī. Nán Xī, somewhat bewildered, thought, "I have had little interaction with my aunt. Why has she chosen to bring me along? If I accompany her, whatever my niece desires, I shall cover the expenses." Upon completing her statement, Li Yunjin noticed Nán Xī's widened eyes and fervent nods, exclaiming, "I must go." Realizing her enthusiasm was excessive, Nán Xī composed herself, offering a bashful smile to Li Yunjin. "I hope I am not a bother, esteemed aunt." Qi Zhao, taken aback by Li Yunjin's presence, contemplated speaking but was met with a knowing glance from her, silently urging him to remain silent. Although the meaning of that gaze eluded him, Qi Zhao chose to refrain from further conversation. Then it settled. "I shall come to summon you at dawn," she declared before departing with an air of nonchalance. However, as she turned, she exchanged a glance with Qi Zhao and Lian Qianqing. Lian Qianqing, slightly bewildered, remarked, "Aunt, what is with your eyes?" before Qi Zhao swiftly covered his mouth. After bidding farewell to Nán Xī, Qi Zhao left alongside Li Yunjin. Left in a state of confusion, Nán Xī observed the interactions among them, scratching her head in bewilderment. Once they were at a distance, she queried the system, "Was there any issue with my conduct today?" After a brief pause, the system responded, "No issues. Continue as you are." Meanwhile, as Li Yunjin and Qi Zhao walked further away, she spoke before he could voice his thoughts. Senior brother said, though it was revealed through Qi Qian that not everyone can hear the thoughts of the senior sister, relying on just one person does not seem prudent. Bringing her down the mountain tomorrow is to verify this matter, though I genuinely have a small errand to attend to. Qi Zhao nodded thoughtfully, understanding the rationale. Yet he pondered the true intentions behind the senior sister's thoughts. Did she wish to distance herself from us, while simultaneously undermining her own worth? Lian Qianqing silently nodded in agreement. Li Yunjin, stroking her chin, mused idly, there must be some secret at play. Chapter 14. At the break of dawn, the door of Nán Xī's courtyard was rapped upon. As she opened it, a garment was tossed at her by Li Yunjin. Instinctively, she caught it and stood there, momentarily bewildered, gazing at her. Li Yunjin instructed her to put it on, explaining that the attire was necessary for their destination. The uniform differed slightly from what Nán Xī usually wore. Leaving her perplexed, yet she obediently retreated to change. Stepping out, she glanced down at her hem, her expression filled with doubt. Male clothing? She raised her gaze to meet Li Yunjin's, just in time to see her snap her fingers. Before Nán Xī could fully comprehend the situation, a flicker of light enveloped her. An unknown artifact casting an ethereal aura over her hair and face. In mere moments, the object returned to Li Yunjin's hand. Li Yunjin then positioned a mirror before Nán Xī, smiling brightly, and remarked, "Now that is more like it." The reflection revealed a youthful gentleman clad in male attire, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Though one could still recognize her, a stranger would hardly perceive her as a woman. Nán Xī was left in a state of confusion. "Master uncle, where are we going that necessitates such male apparel?" In this world, there existed no gender discrimination. The risks faced by men and women alike were identical, and the duties required of them bore no distinction. Thus, it was uncommon for individuals to cross-dress. Li Yunjin's preference for male attire was merely a personal inclination. In response to Nán Xī's inquiry, Li Yunjin playfully held her fan to her lips, smiling as she said, "To a brothel." Understanding dawned upon Nán Xī, who nodded, "Ah, a brothel." But soon, her eyes widened in disbelief. "A brothel?" Her internal exclamation resounded loudly. Yet, Li Yunjin remained unfazed, her lips curling into a playful smile as she confirmed, "Yes, indeed, a brothel." This marked the final exchange between Nán Xī and Li Yunjin before they soared down the mountain on their swords, with Nán Xī still enveloped in confusion and speaking little. The Tianyun sword sect was not far from the city. After descending a mere 20 miles, they arrived at the renowned city of Yunxiang, a formidable establishment that had stood for millennia. Once inside the city, Li Yunjin led Nán Xī directly to a well-known district. This area was celebrated for its flower streets and willow alleys, where both men and women were welcomed. However, it was evident that Li Yunjin was not guiding Nán Xī to the establishments catering to women. Upon entering, Li Yunjin greeted the madam with practiced ease. Despite her age, the madam retained an alluring beauty, her playful banter revealing a certain charm. As her gaze fell upon Nán Xī, surprise flickered in her eyes. "Ah, today, young Master Li has brought along a little gentleman," the madam remarked, her slender fingers playfully brushing Nán Xī's chin, her brows arching in flotation. "Such a handsome young lad. The ladies of the house will surely take a liking to him." Nán Xī, flustered by the attention, instinctively took a step back, her eyes widening in confusion as she glanced at Li Yunjin. "So, Master Uncle has a preference for this sort of thing. No wonder she enjoys wearing men's clothing." Li Yunjin merely shot her a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the madam's gaze shifted towards her, subtly conveying that the items young Master Li requested were ready on the 3rd floor, in the drunken flower chamber. The brothel served merely as a fade. The madam was affiliated with the heroine sect. Due to their unique cultivation path, few from the sect ascended. Yet they possessed knowledge of rare alchemical concoctions and transformative artifacts unknown to the layperson. The very item Li Yunjin used to alter Nán Xī's appearance had originated from the heroine sect, and the madam swiftly discerned Nán Xī's true gender. However, Li Yunjin had ulterior motives for bringing her here, and the madam refrained from prying further. With a nod, Li Yunjin ushered Nán Xī inside. As they entered, 3 or 5 young women caught sight of them and quickly approached. Li Yunjin found a table to sit at, announcing, "We are here to listen to music and enjoy a dance. It is her first visit, so I hope you'll treat her well." Until 3 fragrant and soft maidens drew near, Nán Xī remained somewhat dazed. "Is this your first time here, little brother? Then I must serve you well. You are truly quite charming. Do you prefer sisters or younger girls? Would you like some grapes?" Open wide, in a daze, Nán Xī was fed a grape, only to meet Li Yunjin's teasing gaze, which prompted her to react with frantic inquiries through her eyes. However, Li Yunjin merely chuckled and patted her shoulder. "There is no danger here, nor are they predatory. Master Uncle has matters to attend to for a while. You may enjoy the music and fruit until I return." Nán Xī was taken aback by Li Yunjin's seemingly irresponsible dismissal. "What? You bring me to a brothel and then leave me here? What kind of master uncle is this?" Just then, another grape was thrust into her mouth, accompanied by a playful voice. "Oh dear brother, do not gaze at others too much. If you do, I may become jealous. Such words, when heard, inexplicably soothed the soul, and Nán Xī paused, contemplating that perhaps remaining here for a while wasn't so bad after all. The stage featured a beautiful performer playing the pipa and singing, which could be deemed a form of enjoyment. Very well, Nán Xī conceded. Li Yunjin, observing Nán Xī's expression, discerned her thoughts and smiled knowingly before ascending the stairs. Once she departed, Nán Xī felt a peculiar itch in her mind, as if something was stirring within her. She glanced back several times to ensure Li Yunjin was truly gone, then relaxed her previously stiff posture, sinking into a wide chair. With a smile, she turned to the nearest girl. You are truly beautiful. Having suppressed her natural instincts earlier, she was astonished by Li Yunjin's actions, daring not to reveal her thoughts. Her heart now at peace. With Li Yunjin absent, she felt liberated, relaxed, and her thoughts began to flow freely. So many lovely sisters. I like this. How delightful. This sister is named Qinglian, like a lotus emerging from the water. I adore her. This lady in red is so dazzling. I cannot take my eyes off her. Sister, you are magnificent. Oh, but please don't come too close. What if I reveal my more indecent nature? Is this paradise? The whispers of Nán Xī's heart echoed distinctly into Li Yunjin's ears from the floor above, leaving her somewhat astonished. Observing the expressions of those around her remained unchanged. She felt reassured and couldn't help but chuckle. She had not realized that her disciple possessed such a side. Meanwhile, as Nán Xī reveled in the attentions of beautiful maidens, enjoying the music and jesting with them, her joy was abruptly shattered. System. Detected disciple of the Yushu sect, please maintain your persona. Nán Xī, who had been lounging as if boneless, suddenly stiffened. Following the system's indicated direction, she turned sharply to see a direct disciple of the Yushu sect nearby, who, with a mere glance, could easily recognize her. Despite her disguise, it was only effective against strangers. Anyone who knew her would identify her immediately. The moment she realized this, the other person seemed to sense her gaze and looked up. Startled, Nán Xī quickly ducked down onto the table, hoping to remain unseen. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What is this plot twist? She inwardly questioned the system. How could a disciple of the Yushu sect be here? Is Qi Qian coming? The system's functions are limited, yet it is capable of detecting the approach of the male lead. Upon hearing this, it proceeded to scan the vicinity and announced, the male lead is nearing this location. To avoid complications in the narrative, please vacate the area. Meanwhile, the beautiful maiden expressed her concern for Nán Xī, inquiring about the young lord's condition. Is he unwell? Nán Xī discreetly glanced up and noticed that the disciple from the Yushu sect seemed rather bored, fixating on their commotion with an unwavering gaze. Feeling utterly despondent, she began to ramble. I suffer from an acute anxiety syndrome when being observed. Could you kindly shield me from that gentleman's line of sight? The maiden, understanding her plight, gracefully repositioned herself to obstruct the man's gaze, offering a comforting smile as she reassured Nán Xī, fear not, I have successfully concealed you. Although Nán Xī felt a modicum of relief, the system suddenly urged with alarming insistence, please vacate this area. Please vacate this area. Please vacate this area. Typically, this indicated that Qi Qian was drawing near. Nán Xī glanced around. The staircase leading up was in close proximity to the Yushu disciple. Heading in that direction would undoubtedly reveal her presence, while the system indicated that Qi Qian was approaching the door, making it inevitable that they would cross paths. What male lead would venture into a brothel? Nán Xī seethed inwardly before resigning herself to despair, calling out silently for assistance. Master uncle, help me. At that moment, Li Yunjin had just acquired what she sought when Nán Xī's mental plea flooded her consciousness, startling her into a brief tremor, prompting her to instinctively glance in Nán Xī's direction. However, without the use of spiritual awareness, a cultivator lacks the ability to see through walls. Thus, she could only excuse herself politely and hurriedly descend the stairs, replaying Nán Xī's words in her mind. Qi Qian has come here? Humph. As Li Yunjin descended, she swiftly approached Nán Xī, just in time to witness Qi Qian stepping inside, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. Indeed, he was not a virtuous character. Chapter 15. Upon hearing Li Yunjin's voice, Nán Xī instinctively lifted her head, avoiding even a fleeting glance towards Qi Qian. She quickly nestled behind Li Yunjin, using her form as a shield. "Uncle Master, please help me leave this place," Nán Xī urged in a hushed tone, cautious not to draw attention. Her fear of encountering Qi Qian and her desire to avoid unnecessary interaction with him were only part of the story. The other part was her trepidation that her carefully cultivated character arc could be shattered by this unforeseen encounter, which would surely bring her to tears. Li Yunjin glanced back, assessing the situation and, surprisingly, her urgency dissipated. "What? Afraid of being recognized?" Nán Xī nodded fervently, resembling a chick pecking for grain. Li Yunjin, with an air of leisure, stroked her chin, questioning, "Why the fear?" At that moment, Nán Xī felt a jolt, instantly slipping into character, her expression soft and pitiable as she pretended to wipe away tears. "If Qi Qian sees me here, who knows what he would think of me?" "Oh?" Li Yunjin elongated the sound, folding her arms and standing as immovable as a mountain, even hinting at the possibility of approaching Qi Qian to greet him. A pang of anxiety seized Nán Xī, prompting her to instinctively grasp at Li Yunjin's clothing, her voice trembling. "Uncle Master, just do me this favor." Internally, Nán Xī was seething with indignation, fully aware of Li Yunjin's mischievous intent. "Are you deliberately trying to scare me? Do you believe I would leap up and strike your knee?" Perhaps spurred by Nán Xī's words, Li Yunjin genuinely remained still, casting a sidelong glance with a smile that masked an inquisitive glint. "Are you truly afraid that Qi Qian might see you and form an unfavorable impression, hence your reluctance to meet him?" Stunned, Nán Xī pondered the obviousness of the question but nodded earnestly nonetheless. Li Yunjin's expression softened slightly, her gaze lightening. Yet in the next moment, she caught a glimpse of Nán Xī's inner thoughts. "Qi Qian should be the one feeling guilty seeing me here, right? What kind of good person frequents a brothel? How utterly revolting." While there could be other unknown reasons, Nán Xī was disinclined to speculate further, firmly condemning Qi Qian in her mind. Li Yunjin paused, her expression a mix of amusement and scrutiny as she focused on Nán Xī. The moment she turned, Nán Xī gasped, instinctively covering her face, only to have Li Yunjin snap her fingers lazily, declaring, "Just cast a minor illusion. He won't recognize you. You can lower your hands now." Hesitant but curious, Nán Xī gradually released her grip and bravely peered towards Qi Qian. Their eyes met just as Qi Qian started to approach, and Nán Xī's heart sank, feeling deceived. Before she could voice her grievances, she felt a pat on her head. "Don't worry, I didn't lie to you." As Li Yunjin spoke, Qi Qian strode past her, addressing a disciple of the Yushu sect, his demeanor unperturbed. It was a mere vanity that led Nán Xī to believe Qi Qian would not overlook her presence. After all, she had tirelessly sought to establish her presence before him over the years. Moreover, given the recent events, Qi Qian would undoubtedly respond to seeing her. Thus, a sigh of relief escaped Nán Xī. She turned to Li Yunjin, about to speak, but the latter looked back with a reassuring smile. "I've completed my business. Let us depart." With that, Li Yunjin stepped out, and Nán Xī, momentarily taken aback, stole a reluctant glance at the enchanting figure beside her. Just then, she caught Qi Qian's gaze, and a shiver coursed through her, dispelling all other thoughts as she hurriedly followed Li Yunjin out of the building. As they exited the brothel, Qi Qian seemed to sense something, his eyes lingering on the direction Nán Xī had taken, finding her figure reminiscent of someone he knew. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and shifted his gaze away. Once outside, a silence enveloped Nán Xī and Li Yunjin for a moment before Li Yunjin remarked, "Just now, I overheard Qi Qian inquiring with that Yushu disciple about the materials he sought." She added, "This place might have other dealings. It is not solely for the sake of pleasure." Nán Xī, puzzled by Li Yunjin's comment, merely nodded, her heart devoid of any reaction. "What Qi Qian is here for is none of my concern." Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes lit up. Could it be that Uncle Master is not here for romantic pursuits?
Li Yunjin xuclat.
"You young ones think too much." A hint of indulgent affection laced her tone. But Nán Xī, regaining her composure, found it amusing and waved her hand dismissively. "Indulging what? My naive romantic notions?" The unexpected remark left even Li Yunjin momentarily perplexed, but she was always disinclined to delve into such matters. With a wave of her hand, she cheerfully stated, It's still early. If you desire to purchase anything, food or otherwise, I shall treat you. At this, Nán Xí's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rattled off a list of delicacies, including several renowned dishes from illustrious restaurants, all of which were rather pricey due to their exquisite ingredients. Yet, Li Yunjin did not bat an eye, waving her hand dismissively. Let us go. By the time Nán Xī returned, laden with packages, night had fallen. The atmosphere at the sect, however, was unusually lively. The disciples enjoyed a brief respite every half-month, with a longer break of 3 days each month, making these moments precious. Consequently, during these breaks, they often created a ruckus. Nán Xī spotted bright flames and heard the clamor of voices from the training ground. A bonfire had been lit, and it appeared that someone was sword dancing, while others cheered enthusiastically. Although she felt participating would likely dampen her spirits, the inherent desire for revelry stirred within her, compelling her feet to move in that direction. Li Yunjin, understanding her intentions, said, Go enjoy yourself. My old bones cannot endure the commotion. I shall rest. After a day spent together, and having indulged in her hospitality, Nán Xī now held Li Yunjin in high esteem, quickly dismissing her protest. Uncle Master, you are far from old. You are vibrant and impressive. As she caught the knowing look from Li Yunjin, Nán Xī gradually fell silent, waving her farewell. Goodbye, Uncle Master. Alone, she made her way to the periphery of the training ground, finding a tree with an unobstructed view. Climbing up, she quickly discerned the scene before her. Xianxia was performing a sword dance, executing movements that were both graceful and powerful, his hair flowing with each pause, and in that moment, a phrase flashed through Nán Xí's mind, like a startled swan, elegant as a drifting dragon. As Xianxia concluded his performance, the disciples erupted in cheers, filled with excitement and fervor. Suddenly, a voice cut through the atmosphere, causing everyone to pause and instinctively search for Nán Xí's figure. Did I just hear Senior Sister's voice? Has she returned? Where is she? The crowd began to stir, yet Nán Xī remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in the spectacle she had just witnessed. Incredible. That was beautiful. Who will dance next? Perhaps it will be junior brother Qianxing? But surely, someone must incite the crowd. At that moment, someone nearby, keen-eyed, pointed in Nán Xí's direction and shouted, Senior Sister is in the tree. The moment those words escaped, every disciple turned their eager gaze towards Nán Xī, who, startled by the attention, slipped and fell from her perch. Yet she reacted swiftly, executing a flawless somersault and landing gracefully on the ground. Nán Xī surveyed the crowd, her expression tinged with trepidation.
How did they see me?
The disciples exchanged uneasy glances, while Qianxia approached with his sword, offering Nán Xī a gentle smile. What do you think of my sword dance, Senior Sister? Nán Xī forced a smile. Very good, truly remarkable. Just as the words incredible were about to escape her lips, she instinctively silenced herself, blinking in surprise at the individual before her, while Qianxia continued to smile warmly. I've finished my dance. Isn't it time for you to perform, Senior Sister? His tone was casual and courteous, yet it instantly ignited a spark of excitement among the disciples, who could no longer contain their cheers, erupting into playful shouts. Senior Sister.
Do one. Do one.
Even those who held reservations about Nán Xī could not resist joining in the ruckus. Pushed into a corner, Nán Xī found herself before the bonfire. Staring at the enthusiastic disciples, her scalp tingling as if she were not about to dance with her sword, but rather to be roasted over the flames. Confusion clouded her mind. Was she not universally disliked? Why were the disciples now seemingly embracing her presence? Though she seldom danced with a sword, as a sword cultivator, she possessed some rudimentary skills, and so she awkwardly grasped her sword. Well, I shall perform a brief dance. Recalling her movements, she raised her hand slowly, and with a decisive flick, she executed a couple of strokes that allowed her to find her rhythm. Soon, her movements flowed seamlessly, as if she had become one with the sword. The onlookers watched in astonishment, their eyes widening with awe. Nán Xí's sword summoned the wind, which danced with fallen leaves and blossoms, creating a scene of exquisite romance. Gradually, silence enveloped the gathering, as everyone became entranced by the sword dance. Nán Xī herself felt exhilarated, experiencing an effortless fluidity in her movements, a liberating euphoria.
Hey.
The disciples were jolted awake by a sudden shout, finally noticing the brilliance in Nán Xī's gaze. She spun gracefully, her sword slicing through the air. Let us sever him at the waist. She then twirled into a flourish, striking the air several times. Let us turn him into mincemeat. With a leap, her garments billowed around her, her form as light as a swallow. While the sword thrust downward with fierce Chapter 16, Nán Xī sheathed her sword, releasing a satisfying breath, only to discover that her disciples were staring at her with expressions of bewilderment. Confused, she wondered what was amiss. Was her dance unsatisfactory? The sword had yet to be returned to its scabbard, and the fiery glow behind her lent her an inexplicable aura of power and menace. Taking a step forward, the disciples closest to her felt as though they might be torn to shreds in the next moment, and hurriedly shook their heads in protest. Not at all. Senior sister, your performance was exceptional. Indeed, far superior to Brother Qijiao. Flattered by the praise, Nán Xī felt a blush creep over her cheeks. Although she was uncertain why her disciples were suddenly so affectionate towards her, she deemed it a positive development. Oh, please, no more flattery. I'm getting shy. The lively chatter abruptly ceased, leaving Nán Xī perplexed. The peculiar, intense gaze of the group upon her felt somewhat eerie, and she found herself in a daze. What's wrong with you all? Why have you stopped praising me? I haven't had enough. The disciples exchanged glances, realizing that their senior sister was indeed quite difficult to satisfy. Though she had always been somewhat challenging, her current demeanor was certainly more demanding. One of the more prominent disciples turned to the others, casually shifting the topic. The sword dance is over. It's time for our night talk. Everyone, please bring out what you have prepared.
Night talk.
Nán Xī's eyes lit up. She was quite familiar with such gatherings, having lived in school during her high school and university years. She understood that night talk was essentially a gossip session, interspersed with discussions about life aspirations and the occasional ghost story, a delightful prospect indeed. Upon hearing their fellow disciples' words, many began rummaging through their storage bags, while those without storage bags had already brought large cloth sacks filled with treats. As they laid their offerings on a few large tables, the majority of eyes eventually settled on Nán Xī. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Nán Xī's heart raced. She glanced around nervously, then sheepishly retrieved all the delectable items from her storage bag and placed them on the table. What do those looks mean? Am I not welcome? Are they going to mock me? Let them mock, for tonight's night talk will be dictated by me. As this thought crossed her mind, Nán Xī subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword hilt. The disciple, who had been about to offer an explanation, suddenly panicked and waved his hands. We warmly welcome your presence, senior sister. However, it is customary for everyone to contribute food. There is no intent to single you out. Please do not draw your sword. We must maintain harmony among fellow disciples. Taken aback by the disciple's alarm, Nán Xī instinctively lowered her hand from the hilt, only to notice many others watching her sword with lingering trepidation. Junior brother, I assure you, I do not consume humans. Why yes, of course. Observing the fear in her junior brother's eyes, Nán Xī felt a hint of confusion. I truly do not eat people. The disciples reluctantly diverted their gazes from Nán Xī's sword. She may not eat people, but she could certainly cleave them. Once the table was adequately prepared, the disciples gathered around, and someone mysteriously remarked, "Have you heard about the incident with the XX sect a few days ago?" Yes, I have. It was quite explosive. Can you believe someone dared to engage in such conduct within the sect? Indeed. How terrifying. I can hardly bear to imagine it. Unbelievable. In our sect, uttering such words would likely result in immediate expulsion. I heard the instigator had a familial connection to the sect leader, which saved him, but honestly, it is utterly shameless. Nán Xī remained wholly unaware, racking her brain to recall which sect had made headlines recently. What sect? Who did what? Her pupils widened in shock. What do you mean by shameless? What disgraceful act could it possibly be? No way. The disciples, bombarded by Nán Xī's internal thoughts, found themselves unconsciously glancing her way, only to witness her grasping her heart in astonishment. Some could no longer contain themselves, and one kindly remarked, "Exactly. I don't understand why anyone would bully a fellow disciple, forcing them to kneel and crawl. How despicable." Nán Xī's conjectures began to flood in. Could it be that someone engaged in promiscuous behavior within the sect? Is there a possibility of a group affair?
Ah,
One disciple, who had just taken a sip of fruit-flavored drink, was startled enough to spit it out, while the others momentarily widened their eyes in shock at Nán Xī's words. Although they had never encountered the term group affair before, the context made its meaning clear. Nán Xī, overhearing the disciple's explanation, quietly sipped her tea. I see. It seems I misinterpreted the situation. I thought. Upon raising her head and noticing everyone staring at her, Nán Xī felt somewhat bewildered but nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was infuriating, especially since the perpetrators had yet to face appropriate consequences. Internally, she mused, it's not entirely my fault for misconstruing things. How could I not associate shamelessness with, well, propriety and moral integrity? The actions taken were undoubtedly improper. The disciples forced themselves to refocus their attention, and someone with a strong mindset chimed in. Exactly. But we must also mention the victim in this situation. Do you know how this incident came to light? The atmosphere instantly revived, with exclamations of, I know. I know. It turns out that the victim had a close friend who was a direct disciple of a prominent sect. That day, coincidentally, the friend visited, and what he witnessed was beyond comprehension. His friend had a formidable background and escalated the matter to the sect leader. After all, he is a genius who had only recently joined the sect, and to be subjected to such humiliation. Which prominent sect was it? The direct disciple of a major sect. We should all know them. Yushu sect. The speaker suddenly met Nán Xī's gaze, and his words faltered as he instinctively sensed he had uttered something grave. The others looked at him with expressions of disappointment. Everyone was aware that for the senior sister, Yushu sect and Qi Qian were sensitive topics, and mentioning them in her presence was never a good idea. Confronted with the uncertain glances of her peers, Nán Xī silently lowered her head, searching for her hairpin. Where is my hairpin? Let us pretend we didn't hear that. Darn it, that accursed Yushu sect. Nán Xī's demeanor surprisingly evoked a sense of relief among her disciples, but soon enough, the tension in the air returned. They're so bothersome. They will eventually pay the price. Nán Xī muttered under her breath. First, let's deal with Qi Qian. Modern-day surfers would know that to shark something is merely a phrase for venting frustrations. While it might genuinely hint at some murderous intent, most of the time, it is just idle talk. But the cultivation world was unaware of this. Instantly, the disciple's eyes widened in horror and realization. So, the senior sister did not wish to harm her fellow disciples. What? The senior sister wants to kill Qi Qian? Nán Xī, pretending to search for her hairpin, remained alert to the murmurs around her, only to find an eerie silence enveloping the group. Is my influence truly that profound? Have they become too afraid to gossip? Upon hearing her words, the disciples snapped back to reality, their minds wandering as they continued their discussions. Indeed, during the previous encounter. At this moment, the various rumors and tales surrounding the disciples of the Yushu sect pale in comparison to the astonishment brought forth by Nán Xī. Despite the gathering being an evening discussion, they found themselves unable to openly converse about the matter, suppressing their thoughts, and for the first time, they experienced the discomfort of being unable to articulate their feelings. However, many remained unaffected, and soon the atmosphere grew lively once more. Yet, when the conversation turned to a certain cultivator who inexplicably met his demise on the road, Nán Xī exclaimed, "Ah, is that true? When did such fortune befall Qi Qian?" As they spoke of a male practitioner who was spurned by a woman and subsequently faced harsh retribution, Nán Xī remarked, "How wonderful. I wish for the same." Even when discussing lofty aspirations, with the disciples dreaming of wielding swords and traversing the world, Nán Xī interjected, "Aspirations? My sole desire is for someone to swiftly meet their end." The disciples transitioned from shock to confusion, ultimately reaching a state of numbness. Gradually comprehending a rather simple truth, the senior sister genuinely wished for Qi Qian's demise. Finally, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and timidly inquired of Nán Xī whether her fixation on Qi Qian was genuine. On the surface, Nán Xī nodded dreamily. Yet internally her thoughts were chilling. Indeed, he is the one, unless he is dead. It is only natural for Nán Xī to harbor such a desire for Qi Qian's demise. As his death would not directly concern her, the narrative would unravel, freeing her from the constraints of the plot and the entanglement with Qi Qian. Thus, even if she had never truly harbored murderous intent, Her wish for Qi Qian's death was sincere. The disciples involuntarily shivered. Given the symptoms displayed by their senior sister, it was evident that her feelings were no longer merely a matter of love turned to hate, but rather tinged with a hint of pathology. As the meal drew to a close and the evening discussion came to an end, an hour had passed. The disciples prepared to disperse, and as Nán Xī returned, she felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. She was aware that the realm of cultivation was rife with information comparable to the modern world, yet she was surprised to discover that even across 3 continents, they could discuss the gossip surrounding practitioners from afar. Her courtyard was secluded. Thus, upon her arrival, the disciples were still on their way. With the senior sister finally absent, the disciples seized the opportunity to deliberate her situation. What do you think the senior sister's mindset is? On one hand, she desires Qi Qian's death, yet on the other, she cannot bear to let go. What could possibly explain this? One speculated, I believe the senior sister still harbors feelings for Qi Qian, yet her rationality acknowledges his unworthiness. Thus, in the struggle between emotion and reason, such starkly contrasting thoughts and behaviors emerge. You make a valid point, and in this context, it is only natural for the senior sister to wish for Qi Qian's demise. After all, should he perish, her torment and inner conflict would cease. That holds merit, but might this not place the senior sister in grave danger? That remains uncertain. If her cultivation falters, the sect leader would undoubtedly take notice. Rather than dwell on that, we should perhaps concern ourselves with Qi Qian's fate. With this suggestion, the conversation shifted back to Nán Xī's ominous tone and fierce murderous intent, prompting another involuntary shiver among the group. Silence enveloped them once more. Surely the senior sister would not resort to killing Qi Qian, would she? That seems unlikely. Even if she did, what could we do about it? The evening discussion concluded with Nán Xī's chilling remarks, and for a considerable time thereafter, no one dared to mention Qi Qian in her presence. It was as if they collectively forgot that Nán Xī possessed a heart entangled in romantic notions, leading to a harmonious atmosphere among them. Chapter 17. Nán Xī's first opponent in the tournament could almost be deemed as utterly feeble, and according to her persona, victory was easily within reach. As she descended from the stage, she cast a glance toward Qi Qian and instantly discerned his thoughts. In order to follow the storyline, the system had provided her with the original text to peruse. Initially, she endeavored to comprehend the original heroine's perspective, reading the acclaimed work countless times, only to ultimately realize that understanding eluded her. Consequently, as she navigated through the narrative, she resorted to merely scratching the surface. However, her efforts were not entirely in vain. Her profound familiarity with the plot enabled her to intuit Qi Qian's thoughts with remarkable accuracy in the days that followed. Ugh, that nauseating gaze. She couldn't even muster the energy to critique him, letting out a silent curse in her mind with just a glance. The members of the Tianyun sword sect found their attention involuntarily drawn to Nán Xī. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered what sort of gaze could warrant such a disparaging remark from her. The sensitivity of a cultivator's perception was heightened, particularly among those of exceptional caliber. It wasn't long before they noted Qi Qian's demeanor. His gaze upon Nán Xī was markedly different from before. He seemed to regard her with a detached intensity, and upon prolonged observation, one could even discern traces of tenderness in his expression. At once, everyone was left in bewilderment. Qi Qian has long been indifferent and unfeeling towards Nán Xī, a fact that has persisted for quite some time. Initially, onlookers were entertained by the spectacle, then they shifted to sympathizing with Nán Xī, and eventually, they began to look down upon her.
Now,
it seems that nearly everyone has tacitly accepted that Qi Qian's heart is akin to a 1,000-year-old glacier, impervious to warmth. Yet, what could possibly account for the peculiar glimmer in Qi Qian's eyes today? In an instant, the members of the Tianyun sword sect found themselves in a state of disarray. Over the course of time, their perception of Nán Xī underwent a dramatic transformation. Although it was uncertain how they reacted to Qi Qian's actions previously, it was abundantly clear now that they vehemently opposed Qi Qian harboring any intentions toward Nán Xī. If such calamities could befall Nán Xī without any romantic inclinations, when the time comes for them to part ways, will it not inevitably give rise to inner demons within Nán Xī, leading her to succumb to darkness? When the time comes for their separation, will it not inevitably give rise to inner demons within Nán Xī, ultimately causing her to succumb to darkness? Nán Xī remained oblivious to the thoughts of her fellow disciples. Had she been aware, she would have certainly lauded their accuracy in guessing her state of mind. Perhaps it was the clarity of the onlooker that provided such insight. However, during that period, the trope of a female protagonist succumbing to darkness in xianxia literature was undeniably a prevailing trend, and it was customary for one to traverse such a path. Yet, contemplating this was premature. At that moment, after scolding Qiqian, Nán Xī feigned an inability to meet his gaze and swiftly averted her eyes, taking her place among her own team. Some disciples quietly praised her recent performance and subtly suggested that her abilities could be even more formidable. Nán Xī chose to remain indifferent, pretending not to hear. Not a soul dared to mention Qiqian in her presence. Among the 6 sects, each comprising 10 disciples, there were 60 in total. On the first day, each contender faced off in a match, resulting in 30 duels, a considerable number. Subsequently, the disciples were instructed to sit on the ground, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Many, particularly from the 2 most recent sects, often cast furtive glances in Nán Xī's direction. Whenever her gaze briefly lingered on Qiqian, a hushed discussion would ensue. This marked the 7th occurrence, did it not? Indeed, one cannot help but be concerned. The esteemed eldest disciple of the Tianyun sword sect is renowned for her fervent devotion. Alas, the flowers may be imbued with feelings, yet the flowing waters remain indifferent. If Nán Xī were not directly involved, she would undoubtedly find it fascinating to observe. Contemplating this, and under the system's urging, she cast another glance at Qiqian. This time, Qiqian seemed to anticipate her gaze, looking directly at her. Consistent with her character, Nán Xī, feeling bashful, averted her eyes from Qiqian. After several exchanges like this, were Nán Xī not at the center of this tale, she would undoubtedly find it captivating. As Nán Xī pondered this, under the system's urging, she cast another glance at Qiqian. This time, Qiqian seemed to anticipate her gaze, meeting her eyes directly. True to her character, Nán Xī felt a wave of shyness and averted her gaze from Qiqian. After several exchanges like this, someone finally noticed Qiqian's peculiar demeanor. While Nán Xī gradually slipped into a state of despondency, her eyes staring blankly ahead, however, her downward glance went unnoticed by those around her. Unbeknownst to others, the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect frequently glanced in Nán Xī's direction. They were unaware of her inner turmoil and, witnessing her seemingly bewitched demeanor, Nán Xī's expression remained largely unchanged, yet her heart was in turmoil. "What are you staring at? I swear if you keep looking," albeit subtly enough to go unnoticed. They gazed fearfully at their senior sister, perplexed by her sudden outburst. "Stop staring. If you keep looking, I might just be sick." The disciples trembled once more, their peripheral gazes continually darting towards Nán Xī, their minds still in a state of confusion, utterly unsure of how to respond. Nán Xī's expression remained largely unchanged, yet her heart was in turmoil. "What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I shall strike you dead. Dare to glance again, and I will gouge out your eyes." The disciples exclaimed, "Senior sister, please refrain." Someone unconsciously let the words slip, and upon uttering them, immediately sensed the misstep. Meeting Nán Xī's gaze, they forced a strained smile. "Senior sister, please refrain from looking any longer. It is rather inappropriate in such a public setting." The others from the sect exclaimed in astonishment. The eldest disciple of the Tianyun sword sect was chastised by an ordinary inner sect disciple, which truly diminished any semblance of the dignity typically associated with his esteemed position. Nán Xī immediately comprehended the situation, realizing, "I see. It is because they cannot tolerate my presence." She promptly donned an expression of disappointment, gazing at him with unspoken words lingering on her lips, hesitating between speech and silence. With a resigned sigh, she fell silent and turned her gaze elsewhere. The disciple stood in astonishment. He was on the verge of tears. "Dear senior sister, you have misunderstood him. That is not what he intended at all." The remaining disciples of the Tianyun sword sect regarded him with sympathetic gazes. However, in the next moment, they were met with the sound of Nán Xī's laughter. "Displeased with me? Well now, internal strife shall not be your demise. Everyone, Although I do not comprehend the meaning of internal strife, I infer from the context that it evokes guilt and leads to a state of unrest. The disciples, possessing pure hearts, were immediately taken aback. What a formidable tactic! Their astonishment stems merely from the fact that, even when they previously held no favorable impression of their senior sister, had she reacted in such a manner to their words, they would have genuinely felt remorseful. At that moment, the gazes of everyone towards Nán Xī shifted subtly. The senior sister's understanding of human emotions was remarkably profound. Had Nán Xī been aware of their thoughts, she might have chuckled quietly, for her insight into human nature was not particularly deep. Rather, she simply had a keen grasp of this group of disciples. Nevertheless, after a bout of madness and the interruptions from her disciples, the pent-up frustration within her was finally released. Whenever the male and female protagonists encountered one another, a connection was inevitable, thus propelling the narrative forward, indicating that it was time for Nán Xī to fulfill her task once more. This particular assignment was somewhat prolonged and constituted a significant plot point, requiring Nán Xī to devote her utmost energy to navigate it. In essence, it involved the female lead perceiving a shift in Qi Qian's demeanor, which unsettled her. Subsequently, during their interactions, she would unlock moments of ridicule, with Qi Qian offering solace, leading to an accelerated development in their relationship. Additionally, the female lead would discover through the disciples of the Yushu sect that Qi Qian harbored feelings for someone referred to as his white moonlight. Regardless of the quality of the storyline, the author's adeptness at capturing human emotions was genuinely commendable. The rapid fluctuations in sentiment elicited a mix of exasperation and eagerness to continue reading. Yet, at this juncture, Nán Xī's mood was as unyielding as that of someone who had fished for a decade, contemplating the drawn-out plot and the subsequent intimate glances that would follow, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable. After a lengthy pause, she suddenly let out an internal roar of frustration. "If he dares to lay a finger on me, I shall render him incapacitated." The disciples were once again startled by the thunderous voice, glancing pitifully at Nán Xī, silently pleading for her to spare their fragile hearts from further fright. The first day's competition spanned 5 hours. Had it not been for the significant disparity in strength between the disciples of Tianyan Sword Sect and those of other sects, it might have taken even longer. Following the competition, there was a period of leisure. The sword conference would last 5 days, with 3 days designated for sect-organized contests and 2 days for the disciples' free duels. Any disciple not among the top 10 who manages to defeat any of the 60 competitors in the free duels would qualify for the Grand Sect ranking competition. And even a rank as low as 60th would come with considerable rewards. After the first day concluded, Nán Xī pondered the rules of the sword conference, marveling at the ingenuity of the person who devised such a competition system, while making her way to the location where the initial plot event would unfold. This segment of the story involved the female protagonist being unsettled by her thoughts of Qi Qian, leading her to accidentally bump into someone, 2 nameless passers-by, whom Nán Xī had never bothered to remember. Due to their characterization as the eldest disciples of certain sects, they regarded the female protagonist with disdain, mocking her while exploiting Qi Qian's weaknesses, leaving her pale and teary-eyed. Nán Xī had little opinion on this, as she felt their criticisms were somewhat valid, albeit delivered with poor attitude. Lost in thought, she continued her path and inevitably collided with a person. "Are you blind?" A gruff voice boomed from above. Nán Xī stepped back. The 2 burly men soon recognized Nán Xī, one crossing his arms and exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this the one we've heard about?" The other, in a mocking tone, replied, "No one mentioned that passers-by would look like this." Li Yunjin was leisurely wandering the sect when she instinctively sensed Nán Xī's presence and sought her out, evoking an inexplicable feeling in Nán Xī, whose shock intensified. 2-meter-tall women. Li Yunjin caught the last part of Nán Xī's thoughts, though she failed to comprehend the latter term. Appeared particularly petite in their imposing presence. Li Yunjin's interest piqued. She leaned casually against a nearby tree, showing no concern for her disciple, and observed with great amusement. The 2 burly men soon recognized Nán Xī, one crossing his arms and exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this the one we've heard about?" The other, in a mocking tone, replied, "Ah, indeed, it's her. Look at this clumsy one, bumping into us." They crossed their arms and swayed their hips in an exaggerated manner, their demeanor suddenly effeminate. evoking an inexplicable feeling in Nán Xī, whose shock intensified. 2-meter-tall women. Li Yunjin caught the last part of Nán Xī's thoughts, though she failed to comprehend the latter term. The initial word was unmistakable. Even she, confronted with such flamboyance, felt her brow twitch involuntarily. The two men, perceiving Nán Xī's silence as a sign of intimidation, began to laugh and exchanged glances. Oh, has she lost her voice? One teased. TSK, TSK, with such little courage. Yet she has been chasing someone for 4 or 5 years. How deeply she feels. The tone dripped with scornful mockery. Chapter 18. Unaware that her actions were being observed in their entirety, Nán Xī walked towards a less populated area, clicking her tongue in exasperation. However, as is often the case with protagonists in romantic tales, she misconstrued the pointed remarks directed at her as mere jests regarding her unattainable affections, leading her to feel a twinge of sadness. With no one around, Nán Xī let her thoughts escape her lips. Though her voice was soft enough that even Li Yunjin could only catch fragments of her words, terms like mockery, concern, and affection resonated heavily. Yet, from the expression on Nán Xī's face, it was clear she was unfazed by her own musings. As she approached a secluded spot closer to her residence, Li Yunjin maintained her distance, intending to depart. However, just a step forward revealed a tall figure standing nearby, his gaze cold and indifferent as it fell upon Nán Xī. Upon seeing Qi Qian, the sorrow on Nán Xī's face remained unmasked, momentarily leaving her in a state of bewilderment, which rendered her altogether melancholic and forlorn. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with unshed tears, making her appear both pitiful and enchanting. Li Yunjin hesitated, leaning against a tree, her seemingly casual gaze fixed on the pair. She discreetly employed a concealment technique, ensuring neither Nán Xī nor Qi Qian sensed her presence. At that moment, Nán Xī, observing Qi Qian's countenance, steeled herself for the unfolding narrative. Exhaling quietly, what is meant to come will indeed arrive. Hearing this thought, Li Yunjin raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Setting aside Nán Xī's foreboding tone, her expression and demeanor diverged from her usual self. What does this mean? 2 faces? Li Yunjin murmured softly, continuing to watch the interaction between the two. Qi Qian, noting Nán Xī's expression, felt a smirk tug at his lips. Previously indifferent, he now discerned her care through her demeanor. Since Nán Xī posed no trouble for him, he was inclined to extend her some courtesy, softening his expression as he inquired, "Did someone bully you just now?" Such a tone and attitude would leave any protagonist in a story utterly flabbergasted. Nán Xī's eyes widened slightly, a mixture of surprise and delight crossing her features, reflecting a genuine sense of being cherished. However, the memory of earlier events clouded her gaze once more. She shook her head slightly, pausing midway, hesitating as she looked at Qi Qian. She appeared to want to say something, yet held back. At this juncture, Nán Xī was fully immersed in her role. It truly is a rarity to hear words of kindness. Li Yunjin absorbed the scene, unable to detect any sense of emotional resonance from Nán Xī's thoughts. Moreover, as her thoughts lingered, Qi Qian spoke. If someone bullies you again, be more assertive in your response. He paused, adding, after all, you are the senior sister of the Tianyun sword sect. His tone was far from gentle, yet it was significantly less harsh than before. His gaze penetrating as he regarded Nán Xī, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. In an instant, tears streamed down Nán Xī's cheeks. It truly is a rarity to hear words of kindness. Li Yunjin absorbed the scene, unable to detect any sense of emotional resonance from Nán Xī's thoughts. Moreover, but do not speak, understood? The boy's eyes widened in comprehension, nodding vigorously. Once Li Yunjin released him, her attention returned to Nán Xī, while the boy, Lin Qianqing. She was astonished by how astutely Nán Xī had read him. Could it be that her disciple understood Qi Qian to such an extent? Lost in contemplation, Li Yunjin suddenly sensed a presence behind her, followed by a youthful voice. Shifu. Before the word Shifu could fully escape his lips, Li Yunjin swiftly covered the boy's mouth, turning his head to face Nán Xī. Simultaneously, she conveyed through thought, your senior sister is entangled with Qi Qian. Observe closely, but do not speak, understood? The boy's eyes widened in comprehension, nodding vigorously. Once Li Yunjin released him, her attention returned to Nán Xī, while the boy, Lin Xianxing, remained half hidden behind her, watching intently. Meanwhile, Nán Xī restrained her tears, allowing only a few delicate drops to fall, creating a visually appealing yet unobtrusive display. This was not a calculated tactic on her part, it was merely how the narrative unfolded. After all, the protagonist remains a protagonist within the confines of a novel. With a slight quiver in her voice, she began at Qian. What Taoist friend Xi said is true. I was simply too lacking before. As the two conversed, Qi Qian's subsequent words fell slowly. I was merely focused on my cultivation in the past, disinterested in romantic entanglements. Your feelings are simple and fervent. A scoff escaped Nán Xī's heart. Ah! This single sound seemed to communicate everything without uttering a word. Lin Xianxing, with wide, innocent eyes, whispered to Li Yunjin, "Shifu, does this mean sister doesn't believe him?" Yet if she did not believe him, why did she feign such a moved expression? Perhaps as Li Yunjin responded, drawing Lin Xianxing's attention, "Your sister's thoughts are currently a riddle even the sect cannot decipher." Lin Xianxing nodded in agreement. I, too, cannot fathom sister's intentions. As the two conversed, Qi Qian's subsequent words fell slowly. I was merely focused on my cultivation in the past, disinterested in romantic entanglements. Your feelings are simple and fervent, and I did not wish to hinder you. Upon hearing this, any soul harboring affection would find themselves in a state of confusion. Nán Xī appeared momentarily stunned, lowering her gaze as a blush crept across her cheeks. A soft chuckle escaped Qi Qian's lips. I recognize my prior treatment of you was unjust. Moving forward, perhaps we can genuinely be friends, and you may call me a Qian. He paused, adding, those close to me have always referred to me in such a manner. Lin Xianxing meekly complied, his mouth sealed. Yet, observing Nán Xī's demeanor, it was evident she was inclined to trust him wholeheartedly, her voice trembling as she declared, I do not wish to impose. My affection is unreciprocated, yet simply seeing you brings me joy. Having spoken, she seemed to realize how candidly bold her words had been. Lowering her gaze as a blush crept across her cheeks, a soft chuckle escaped Qi Qian's lips. I recognize my prior treatment of you was unjust. Moving forward, perhaps we can genuinely be friends, and you may call me a Qian. He paused, adding, those close to me have always referred to me in such a manner. This statement, even comprehensible to the innocent Lin Xianxing, struck a note of dissonance. Yet, being young, he couldn't articulate what felt amiss, casting a bewildered glance at Li Yunjin. Shifu, did this Taoist friend not once treat sister with indifference, leaving no room for affection? Li Yunjin's expression shifted, a veil of seriousness cloaking her features. Her voice, now tinged with coldness, replied, indeed. Before she could elaborate, a thought interrupted her. This is merely a fade to manipulate my disciple. A simple apology designed to ensnare her heart, a clever stratagem indeed. As Nán Xī's thoughts settled, Lin Xianxing turned to Li Yunjin, awaiting her response. Li Yunjin offered a slight nod, her expression softening. Indeed, it is as such, regardless of Qi Qian's intentions. It is evident that he does not regard your senior sister as someone deserving of respect. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianxing's eyes widened slightly. For now it made sense why she felt something was amiss. How could one trample and wound another so thoroughly, only to dismiss the matter with such nonchalance? Even if Qi Qian had always treated her as insignificant and never spared her a thought, it would still be preferable to this behavior. At the very least, he had not fostered any false hopes. Your senior sister is well aware of this. Surely she would not fall for Qi Qian's tricks, which she, the junior brother, who typically exhibited decorum, now refrained from addressing Qi Qian as a fellow cultivator. However, before Lin Xianxing could await Li Yunjin's response, she observed Nán Xī wipe away her tears and nod with unexpected joy. Good, good. I have always known that there was a reason for a Qian's past treatment of me. I do not hold it against you. A radiant smile graced her face, enchanting and beautiful, almost blinding in its sincerity, as if her heart were laid bare for all to see. Even Qi Qian found himself momentarily dazzled by her countenance. Yet, the two observers behind them were instantly thrown into emotional turmoil. Lin Xianxing remained oblivious to the implications of this exchange, bewildered and confused, while Li Yunjin's expression darkened, a cold smirk creeping onto her lips. This signified that Nán Xī was willingly debasing herself, binding her fate to another. Henceforth, should Qian indeed cause her harm, it would be of her own making. Li Yunjin was poised to turn away, but was momentarily halted by Nán Xī's inner thoughts.
Wow.
Nevertheless, this brief scene was nearing its conclusion. Qian spoke. Very well, I understand. You must be weary today, so I shall not disturb your rest. Nán Xī nodded, touched. Li Yunjin's departure faltered slightly, while Nán Xī, lost in her musings, stole a glance at Qian's face, subsequently feeling reassured. It appears I have performed splendidly. Look. He is utterly entranced. Any ordinary person would recognize the fortune of being so favored by the eldest disciple of the Tianyun sword sect. Alas. Realizing her own thoughts, she shook her head disapprovingly. Shaw. Being near him sours the air. It is best if he does not see me off. Nevertheless, this brief scene was nearing its conclusion. Qian spoke. Very well, I understand. You must be weary today, so I shall not disturb your rest. Nán Xī nodded, touched. And Qian retreated to rest. After a brief moment, he added cautiously, until tomorrow. Qian offered no reply, merely inclined his head slightly before turning to leave. As Nán Xī observed his departing figure, she found herself lost in thought. TSK, and he speaks of apologies, yet won't he even accompany me a few steps? Realizing her own thoughts, she shook her head disapprovingly. Shaw. Being near him sours the air. It is best if he does not see me off. Once he was out of sight, her mood lifted, and she began to reflect on her flawless performance that day, envisioning the astonishment of the two burly men, while she playfully tossed her hair back as she returned to her humble abode. Throughout this time, she remained oblivious to the presence of two individuals not far away. However, Li Yunjin, renowned expert in the cultivation world, was not easily perceived by someone of Nán Xī's level. Once Nán Xī had departed, Lian Qianqing, still befuddled, inquired, Master, what does this mean? Is she truly willing to cast aside past grievances to befriend Qian? Even a naive youth feels something is amiss, let alone the fact that Qian's words hardly resembled those spoken to a friend. Chapter 19. The expressions of the two leading speakers suddenly turned pale as they glanced at Nán Xī, appearing fierce yet feeble. We haven't said anything. Why flaunt your status as a senior disciple? Yes, Nán Xī retorted ungraciously, rolling her eyes and imitating their tone in a sarcastic manner. Some people are bound to be ecstatic about this. I advise you not to rejoice too early. Her cutting remarks momentarily left the two disciples of the Yusu sect and those around them dumbfounded. Their faces shifted through shades of red and white as they struggled to find words to respond to Nán Xī. However, the presence of many onlookers meant that the arrogance of the Yusu disciples did not go unchallenged, as there were indeed disciples from the Tianyun sword sect among the crowd. Suddenly, a burst of raucous laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha ha.
Ah.
Why are you poking me? One exclaimed nervously. Keep your voice down. Everyone's looking at you. With these two instigators, the crowd erupted into muffled chuckles. Even those without intentions of challenging would prefer to engage with him. After just finishing a discussion with one individual, he turned to see a crowd gathering, hearing their murmurs. And thus there were more than just two Yusu disciples present. Enough. One stepped forward, his expression dark, glaring fiercely at Nán Xī. You think it's amusing to bully our sect's disciples just because a senior brother showed you a bit of kindness? His voice, laden with tension, attracted even more onlookers as the atmosphere grew charged. Qi Zhao, ambitious and amiable, occupied the central position of the sword discussion. Even those without intentions of challenging would prefer to engage with him. After just finishing a discussion with one individual, he turned to see a crowd gathering, hearing their murmurs. It became evident that the commotion was related to Nán Xī, prompting him to stride over.
Li Yunjin,
having witnessed the encounter between Nán Xī and Qian the previous day, had been pondering ever since and had mingled among the disciples early on.
Now,
upon seeing the unfolding situation, she swiftly squeezed into the crowd. Qianxing followed closely behind, both of them observing intently. As the crowd thickened, Nán Xī noticed the approaching figures with their insincere expressions, recognizing that the main event was about to commence. She subtly furrowed her brow while maintaining a stoic demeanor. Perhaps due to her long-standing role as the protagonist, her sharpness was notably restrained, giving her a delicate and melancholic air that, when she remained impassive, did not instill fear. After silencing Nán Xī, another individual emerged leisurely, lifting his eyelids slightly without directing his gaze at anyone, meticulously adjusting the tassels of his sword. "Senior brother, do not be angry," he said, casting a cursory glance at Nán Xī. "Some people, mistaking a fleeting smile from our senior brother, dare to dream of cultivating a closer relationship. In reality, such aspirations were mere folly." The two who had stepped forward were both direct disciples of the Yusu sect. The first was named Qiao, known for his notoriously direct and volatile nature, while the second, Wu Zhuo, was reputed for his cunning, evoking caution despite his shallow cultivation. These two were not minor characters in the narrative. They had never regarded the heroine with respect, often setting traps for her both overtly and covertly. To Nán Xī, the Yusu sect was rife with schemers. Qi Qian, although appearing dashing, was nothing but a superficial gentleman, while these two were quintessentially despicable. She harbored no favorable impressions of them and discreetly rolled her eyes upon their arrival. Yet, with their appearance, the day's plot truly began to unfold. She maintained her composure and inquired, "What do you mean by this?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Wu Zhuo erupted into laughter as if he had heard something amusing. "You don't know?" He refrained from answering directly, instead mocking, "After all the effort you've put into our senior brother for so many years, how is it that you are unaware of the most crucial matter?" Wu Zhuo's cryptic remarks piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves. "What is the most crucial matter? Do you know?" "How would I know? What we know, Nán Xī should know as well," someone shouted at Wu Zhuo. It was not just the external disciples who were eager to know. Even the Tianyun sword sect disciples were intrigued. However, upon seeing the smile on Wu Zhuo's face, they realized that this was likely not favorable for Nán Xī. Concerned glances were exchanged towards her. Nán Xī stood silently for a while, lips pressed together. Is it truly so that villains nowadays lack substance? Must they always present themselves with such villainous postures? Casting a sidelong glance at the onlookers, she despaired at the narrative setup. The audience seems utterly brainless, led around by the nose. If it were me, Nán Xī's inner thoughts drifted into the air. How boring. She regarded the smug expressions of the two individuals before her, suppressing the urge to unleash a sarcastic retort. A thin veil of moisture formed in her eyes, yet her desire to critique the absurdity of the situation surged within her. Is it truly so that villains nowadays lack substance? Must they always present themselves with such villainous postures? Casting a sidelong glance at the onlookers, she despaired at the narrative setup. The audience seems utterly brainless, led around by the nose. If it were me, our senior brother has always had someone he admires. He swayed his head lazily, describing the woman as ethereal and exceptional, contrasting her with someone like Nán Xī, finding a kernel of truth in her words. Yet, being disciples of the Tianyun sword sect themselves, they felt compelled to defend their senior sister. So they knew her remarks could not possibly refer to them. Subtly, their gazes shifted to the surrounding crowd. The others, unaware of Nán Xī's musings, felt the scrutiny of the Tianyun sword sect disciples upon them, yet the attention quickly shifted back to Nán Xī as Wu Zhuo made a significant proclamation. Qi Zhao emerged from the crowd, casting a cold glare at Wu Zhuo. "This is the Tianyun sword sect. Your blatant insult toward our senior sister is tantamount to an affront against our sect. Should you disregard the Tianyun sword sect?" Thus diminishing the impact of Wu Zhuo's intended provocation. Wu Zhuo's smile faltered slightly. Noticing the absence of dissent, Nán Xī discreetly observed her surroundings and, before being discovered, "I am merely stating a widely accepted truth." His eyes curved with a hint of amusement. "While you still regard Nán Xī as your esteemed senior disciple, it is evident that Nán Xī does not view herself as the foremost disciple of the Tianyun sword sect." As he spoke, Ozu cast another glance at Nán Xī. "Your blatant insult toward our senior sister is tantamount to an affront against our sect. Should you disregard the Tianyun sword sect, we shall have no choice but to expel you." Wu Zhuo met his gaze with audacity. "I am not insulting your senior sister. I am merely stating a widely accepted truth." His eyes curved with a hint of amusement. "While you still regard Nán Xī as your esteemed senior disciple, It is evident that Nán Xī does not view herself as the foremost disciple of the Tianyun sword sect. As he spoke, Ozu cast another glance at Nán Xī, and the crowd followed suit. They beheld her pale visage, trembling as she shook her head, murmuring indistinctly, seemingly in disbelief that Qi Qian had uttered such words. She appeared as if her very convictions were crumbling. Under ordinary circumstances, one might have felt a twinge of pity for her, but with Ozu's words lingering in the air, the crowd's sentiments began to waver. Xiaoyang stepped forth with a mischievous grin, approaching Nán Xī with an air of mockery. "Oh, senior sister. Why this sudden loss of your authority?" He disdainfully brushed past her, delivering a chilling taunt. "Someone like you would never catch our senior brother's eye." The members of the Tianyun sword sect turned their gazes towards this unfolding drama as Qi Zhao had emerged, standing behind him with expressions of anger, yet at a loss for words. It was no wonder that Ozu and Xiaoyang felt emboldened. The Tianyun sword sect and the Yushu sect had long harbored animosity towards each other, and even though they openly humiliated Nán Xī, their bravado was merely verbal, insufficient to provoke a response from the sect's leaders or elders. Ultimately, it was left to the Yushu sect to discipline their disciples, a task they approached with reluctance, preferring to avoid conflict with the Tianyun sword sect. Thus, any repercussions they faced would be minimal and inconsequential, as the Tianyun sword sect, renowned for its integrity, would not resort to underhanded tactics against them. Such intricacies were easily discernible to the onlookers, explaining the palpable outrage among the Tianyun sword sect members. "I have never witnessed such quintessentially petty individuals." Nán Xī's calm inner voice emerged amidst her anger. These two surely believe the Tianyun sword sect is powerless to punish them, which is why they act with such audacity. Her thoughts often danced with vibrancy, occasionally veering into the abstract, or soaring into the realms of imagination, making it challenging for others to grasp her intentions, yet her musings brought joy to those who listened. The members of the Tianyun sword sect had never encountered such a tranquil tone from Nán Xī, momentarily drawing their attention and alleviating some of their wrath. I've got it." A spark ignited in Nán Xī's eyes, her expression almost betraying her calm facade as a smile crept onto her lips. "Just wait, I shall personally deal with you."
Li Yunzhen.
Observing her disciple faltering, intended to intervene and restore justice. However, upon hearing Nán Xī's thoughts, she hesitated. Lian Qianxing squeezed through the crowd, noting the discontent among her seniors. Feeling somewhat helpless, fixing her gaze on the two instigators, she fumed with indignation until a sudden insight struck her. "My master has said that the world is rife with petty individuals who take pleasure in humiliating others." Though still young, her voice rang clear and bright, capturing the attention of all present. Undeterred by their gazes, Lian Qianxing stood tall, addressing Ozu and Xiaoyang, who regarded her with a mixture of surprise and malice, who had rushed to assist him. Stunned by the scene before them, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. From a distance, Nán Xī struggled to suppress her laughter, the effort only intensifying the mirth bubbling within her, unbothered by the risk of losing her voice. Meanwhile, how could anyone have petty written upon their face? Chapter 20. Whoever loudly proclaimed the unfortunate state of Xiaoyang's face as dog excrement caused a palpable pause among the disciples of the Yushu sect, who had rushed to assist him. Stunned by the scene before them, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. From a distance, Nán Xī struggled to suppress her laughter, the effort only intensifying the mirth bubbling within her, unbothered by the risk of losing her voice. Meanwhile, He Jian was engaged in casual conversation with several elders in the training arena, discussing which young disciple showed the most promise, when the raucous laughter reached his ears, causing him to spill his tea in surprise. He was not alone. The other elders of the Tianyun sword sect reacted similarly, instinctively searching for Nán Xī in the crowd. Though she was initially hard to spot among the throng, He Jian quickly discerned the commotion in her direction. Turning to the elders, he suggested, "Shall we go and see what has transpired?" The elders, whose duty included overseeing the disciples' competitions and maintaining order, readily agreed and hastened to the scene. There, they found Wu Zhu, unable to rise due to a painful twist at his waist, while Xiaoyang lay sprawled, his face smeared with filth. Before he could clean himself, the elders arrived, greeted by the sight of two disciples, one bare-skinned and the other with a large mess upon his visage, directly before them. He Jian stared at the pair, his hands trembling slightly, utterly bewildered by the spectacle. Overwhelmed, he could not muster his usual authoritative demeanor. Wu Zhu and Qiao Yang finally managed to get to their feet. One quickly adjusted his outer robe, while the other employed a cleaning spell to rid his face of the offending substance. Yet, despite their efforts, they remained a picture of disarray and lacked any semblance of dignity. One of the elders recognized them as disciples of the Yushu sect and cast an accusing glance towards the elder of the same sect, whose expression mirrored the gravity of the situation as he reprimanded, "What on earth are you doing? Is this how you conduct yourselves?" Though fearless in the presence of others, Wu Zhu and Qiao Yang were cowed by the authority of their own elders and bowed their heads, acknowledging their transgressions. He Jian called upon a Tianyun sword sect disciple to clarify the circumstances. As the situation unfolded, Nán Xī, observing from afar, could hardly contain her laughter, her inner amusement reaching a crescendo. Once the initial shock wore off, it became difficult for anyone to stifle their laughter, especially with a constant chuckle echoing nearby. The Tianyun disciple reported, "It seems that Wu Zhu's attire inexplicably tore, and in a rush to assist him, Qiao Yang inadvertently caused, well, an unfortunate mishap." The disciple struggled to maintain composure, his face betraying his amusement. The crowd began to stifle laughter behind their hands, mindful of the elder's presence. He Jian, now enlightened to the situation, waved off further explanation. "I believe I have grasped the essence of what transpired. There is no need to elaborate further." After dismissing the disciple, he turned to the Yushu sect elder, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Your disciples certainly have a knack for attracting attention. Perhaps it would be best for them to retire and tidy themselves. After all, their pride has taken quite a hit." As he spoke, He Jian approached, his smile widening. Had this incident involved disciples from another sect, his demeanor might have remained stern, but these were members of the Yushu sect. Since the Yushu sect had risen to prominence in the realm of cultivation, they had eyed the Tianyun sword sect with envy, employing underhanded tactics to weaken their rival. This was a matter of sect rivalry. Moreover, since Qi Qian and Nán Xī became entwined, every slight against her etched itself into He Jian's memory as a personal grievance. The blend of old resentments and new grievances made it impossible for him to suppress his glee at the Yushu sect's embarrassment. Yet, someone else reveled even more in the mischief.
Ha ha ha.
Truly splendid. Nán Xī thought, her cultivation level affording her the ability to orchestrate such mischief unnoticed. "I must reward De Huang with a chicken leg later." Though the sect prided itself on its diversity, with chickens, ducks, and vegetables cultivated on the back mountain for the disciples' sustenance, De Huang, a once humble guard dog, had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, evolving into a spiritual beast with a keen sense of smell, aiding in locating lost items. Today, however, he had unwittingly contributed to Qiao Yang's misfortune. As Wu Zhu and Qiao Yang were led away by the Yushu sect elder, someone in the crowd could not contain their laughter, triggering a wave of amusement around them. He Jian cleared his throat lightly and sought out Nán Xī, who was hidden from view. He inquired about her previous interactions with the two hapless disciples. Since hearing her thoughts, He Jian realized he knew little about his own disciple. Despite her character, he believed her heart was in the right place. Thus, he suspected that Nán Xī had intentionally orchestrated the incident as a form of retribution. Given that the event had occurred recently, it had yet to reach He Jian's ears. Nán Xī, disinterested in feigning expressions, lowered her head in silence, thinking it was merely a matter of course. They provoked me, and my retaliation is only natural. Wait, why is my master inquiring about this? Surely no one would link this incident to me? As the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect returned, they cast furtive glances in Nán Xī's direction. They refrained from commenting on her last remark, quietly departing. While infatuation could be set aside for now, they would never again view her as delicate and easily bullied. He Jian observed Nán Xī's demeanor, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed unlikely that he would glean any useful information from her. Regardless of the rightness or wrongness of the incident, it appeared trivial to He Jian, leading him to sigh deeply. Do not squander your emotions on these inconsequential individuals. There is nothing of significance at hand, so you may leave. The disciple obeys. Meanwhile, at the location of Wu Zhua and others, after ensuring no one was present, The elder of the Yusu sect abruptly flicked his sleeve in disdain, feeling utterly humiliated. You are both esteemed disciples, exceptionally gifted cultivators. Yet, upon tearing your robes, you display such disarray? What a tremendous jest! Qiu Yang and Wu Zhuo lowered their heads. And once the elder completed his reprimand, Wu Zhuo gritted his teeth and said, I believe this incident must be the result of someone plotting against me. From the torn garment, I sense the presence of sword energy. The elder of the Yusu sect immediately fixed his piercing gaze upon him, asking if he knew who it was. The disciple replied, I do not know. Wu Zhuo lowered his head once more, then handed the garment to the elder. The exquisite sword energy still lingered, yet the elder, upon inspection, found no familiarity in it. This sword energy was not from any disciple he was aware of. He inquired further if Wu Zhuo had any suspects in mind, and although Wu Zhuo named several individuals, each was promptly dismissed. Finally, Li Yunjin arrived, examined the recording stone, and raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on her lips. After the earlier incident involving Nán Xī and Wu Zhuo, Nán Xī reveled in the footage she had captured with the recording stone, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before erasing her traces and carelessly leaving it on the main road. This was not her only copy. She had backups. And should this footage fail to circulate, she would spend her own resources to ensure its dissemination. She was determined to see those two socially humiliated. Shortly after her departure, she found another secluded spot to sit and feigned melancholy. This served as the post-drama service. She had stepped away briefly and missed the recent farce, but this recording stone somewhat compensated for her absence at the scene. Not long after Nán Xī's exit, Li Yunjin's keen abilities allowed her to ascertain the source of the recording stone without needing to rely on it. Thus, she tossed the stone in her hand, contemplating how to dispose of it, and began walking toward the direction where Nán Xī had gone, her spirits relatively buoyant. Once Nán Xī completed her intended actions, she found another secluded spot to sit and feigned melancholy. This served as the post-drama service, creating an impression that the senior sister of the Tianyun sword sect was profoundly saddened by these events, lost in despair. This sentiment was crucial. I heard that someone bullied you today. Do you require my assistance in seeking vengeance? Chapter 21. Li Yunjin suddenly burst in, directly establishing a barrier. Perhaps due to her earlier laughter, Nán Xī grew drowsy and drifted into a stupor. In this serene moment, with the world hushed and the sun shining brightly, a voice suddenly erupted beside her. Is that not my disciple? What are you doing sitting here? Nán Xī was startled, jolting backwards several paces. One is fully aware of this conjecture. This may sound implausible, yet an uncontrollable hope lingers within. I heard that someone bullied you today. Do you require my assistance in seeking vengeance? Chapter 21. Li Yunjin suddenly burst in, directly establishing a barrier. While the others present exchanged glances with one another. However, they remained silent in the face of such impudent behavior. After all, although Li Yunjin's appearance was unremarkable, she was a formidable force to be reckoned with, unmatched by anyone present. Within the barrier, the sword listened intently to Li Yunjin's words. After a moment of contemplation, one is fully aware of this conjecture. This may sound implausible, yet an uncontrollable hope lingers within. Who would wish for their own disciple to devote themselves entirely to a man, neglecting all other matters? Moreover, Li Yunjin has always been perceptive. There exists a stark difference between mere words and the truths witnessed or heard firsthand. In contrast, Li Yunjin has come directly to speak with him, which indicates that she possesses at least an 80% certainty regarding this matter. If it is as you suggest. Jian paused momentarily and sighed, ultimately recognizing that it remains merely a conjecture. Observe for a longer period. Senior brother is indeed correct. Li Yunjin nodded, recalling the tone of Nán Xī's heartfelt words. Neither with Jian nor with Li Yunjin was there any intention to elaborate further. With a slight bow, Li Yunjin smiled and said, I apologize for the intrusion. Allow me to share my thoughts with you. With that, Li Yunjin waved her hand, dismissing any further discussion. With the barrier lifted, now that you are aware, what shall I do? Departing ahead of time, I shall pay greater attention to this matter. The barrier has been lifted, hence, was the final remark overheard by the multitude present? Suddenly, it seemed as though all gazes inadvertently turned towards this direction. However, Neither with Jian nor with Li Yunjin was there any intention to elaborate further. With a slight bow, Li Yunjin smiled and said, "I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave." She performed a gesture of courtesy, not waiting for anyone to respond. He turned and departed, leaving the assembly of elders in silence, until one of them gradually spoke up. "The master and the leader of your sect truly embody an unconventional spirit. Have you truly disregarded the sword?" "Did you hear this remark?" In a tone laced with veiled sarcasm, he remarked, "My junior apprentice is quite remarkable. With her alone, she suffices to ensure the safety of all the disciples on this mountain." The other elders remained silent, sipping their drinks quietly.
Tea.
Nán Xī sat in the corner for less than half an hour, ensuring that her melancholic demeanor caught the attention of several onlookers, before seizing an opportunity to slip away. After resting for 2 hours in her room, she leisurely returning to the arena of the sword discussion conference. She immediately garnered the attention of numerous onlookers upon entering the crowd. Such a reaction was only to be expected. Nán Xī had grown accustomed to it. As she was in search of something, individuals skilled in swordsmanship find that engaging in duels and sparring greatly enhances their abilities. However, they are suddenly struck by a few particularly searing gazes. What could such a gaze signify? Respect, admiration, and even a hint of fervor. Nán Xī immediately became alert and turned towards. Gazing in the direction from which the glance originated, one can discern several disciples of the Tianyun sword sect. However, they appear to be unperturbed. She observed them discussing her with a sense of normalcy, yet doubts began to creep into her mind. After the events of the morning, it was already remarkable that the disciples held no disappointment in her. Could it be that they admired her? With this thought lingering, "Nán Xī, are you certain that your feelings are mistaken? Keep it in mind and continue to seek your goals." Unbeknownst to her, the disciples were nearby. Alas! And the reasons behind their plight. Initially, I found it amusing, but upon further reflection, I realized that Nán Xī is quite formidable. At that moment, I still find myself chuckling at the clumsy antics of Wu Zhua and Xiaoyang. Indeed, the master sister possesses formidable skills. When I inquired with my revered teacher, they merely said, "Do you wish to know more?" To execute such measures without detection, one must possess an exquisite mastery over both spiritual energy and personal aura. Previously, Nán Xī's laughter could be described as exuberant. However, now every disciple of the Tianyun sword sect is acutely aware of the misfortunes that have befallen Wu Zhua and Xiaoyang, and the reasons behind their plight. Initially, I found it amusing, but upon further reflection, I realized that Nán Xī is quite formidable. At that moment, cultivators are keenly perceptive, and in the realm of Nán Xī, they remain vigilant. Before their arrival, they had attempted numerous times to cast the symbol upon someone. Yet, and she holds the esteemed position of senior sister. She usually treats them with kindness and is not overly strict. Upon reflection, not to mention the sword energy that has settled upon the garments, such methods are easier spoken of than accomplished. In truth, unless one's cultivation surpasses that of others by a considerable margin, it becomes an extraordinary test of one's own abilities. The more one contemplates it, the deeper the intrigue. The more I observe, the more I am impressed by my senior sister's formidable prowess. When she speaks of retribution, regardless of whether the individual possessed comparable abilities or was somewhat inferior, they encountered no exceptions. It has been discovered, not to mention the sword energy that has settled upon the garments, which is not only difficult to perceive but has also failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Wu Zhua's flesh. Such a phenomenon is remarkable. Control is truly breathtaking. The more one contemplates it, the deeper the intrigue. The more I observe, the more I am impressed by my senior sister's formidable prowess. When she speaks of retribution, upon uttering these words, a spark of realization ignited in the eyes of those present. Indeed, it is a valid point. Let us proceed. Here, it emerged within their line of sight, almost instantaneously captivating their attention, nearly leading to its discovery. Alas! A moment of inspiration struck an individual who instinctively clapped their hands, urging the onlookers to avert their gaze from the one in question. Evading? What is the senior sister doing? This is, after all, a swordsmanship conference. Let us proceed to engage in conversation with our senior sister, for I am eager to inquire how she has attained such remarkable prowess in her cultivation." Upon uttering these words, a spark of realization ignited in the eyes of those present. Indeed, it is a valid point. Let us proceed. Here, there are no more than 5 or 6 individuals, yet when they mention departing, they unexpectedly discover a few others silently following them. How is this possible? Upon arrival, a multitude of individuals, numbering over 10, marched towards Nán Xī with great fervor. It turns out that a considerable number of them had been eavesdropping on their conversation prior to this moment. After a thorough search within the venue, Nán Xī finally spotted a target and was just about to lift her leg to approach the person for a conversation. Suddenly, a throng of people surged before me, each pair of eyes gleaming with anticipation. She was called senior sister by everyone, their voices rising and falling in a lively chorus. Nán Xī paused her steps. No matter the circumstances, one might say that this formidable group approaches with an air of authority, seeking to confront me. Surely, it is not permissible for the senior sister to engage in conflict. In an instant, her thoughts crystallized. In the morning, the disciples present ponder. Before they could react, someone had already enthusiastically expressed their intention. "Senior sister, is this not the sword discussion conference?" Her reaction was indeed a disgrace to the sect. It is only natural that the disciples, having tolerated her for a considerable time, harbored dissatisfaction towards her. However, no matter the circumstances, one might say that this formidable group approaches with an air of authority, seeking to confront me. Surely, they ought to find a more suitable target. In a place where humanity resides, internal strife at the swordsmanship conference is indeed a tremendous embarrassment, is it not? The disciples present ponder. Before they could react, someone had already enthusiastically expressed their intention. "Senior sister, is this not the sword discussion conference? We have come to seek your guidance in the art of swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, Nán Xī, stepping back in shock, they mused, a brawl? Using a duel as a pretext? How infuriating! Has everyone's intellect sunk to such depths? This time, it certainly didn't. An enthusiastic disciple interjected, and a flicker of confusion danced in everyone's eyes as they all felt that Nán Xī was speaking in a roundabout manner. They claimed they were not intelligent, yet due to Nán Xī's misunderstanding, they anxiously explained, forgetting the peculiarities of the situation. Why are they not moving? Are they waiting for me to speak? However, I ponder, if there are 16 individuals taking turns in succession, I may not necessarily be unable to compete, but wouldn't that be too ostentatious? Perhaps it would be better to concede midway. Observing this, Nán Xī's thoughts continued to wander until a disciple hastily interrupted her, saying, "Sister, please do not misunderstand. We are only discussing swordsmanship, not competing." With this disciple leading the way, everyone else quickly grasped the situation and echoed in agreement. "Indeed, sister. We have already engaged in numerous matches today, and we lack the strength to spar with you further. Please share your insights on the way of the sword with us." Absolutely. Your exceptional talent and keen understanding must impart valuable lessons to us. Seeing that these individuals were not here to provoke her, Nán Xī sighed in relief. Flattered, yet somewhat bewildered by their enthusiasm, she pondered, what is going on? Does no one care about this morning's incident? I brought disgrace upon our sect. Could it be that my junior brothers and sisters, seeing my distress, are intentionally comforting me? It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility, given their kind hearts. With this thought, Nán Xī felt a swell of emotion. In these times, the camaraderie among fellow disciples is truly touching. Very well. Today I shall reveal my true abilities and share everything I know with you. Now it was the disciples' turn to feel a bit embarrassed. Some recalled their earlier dissatisfaction when they witnessed Nán Xī's humiliation and felt an urge to slap themselves. How could they harbor grievances against a sister who thought so highly of them? Once Nán Xī cleared her thoughts, she nodded and asked. He was already on his way to find Nán Xī. Arriving at the training grounds, he spotted Nán Xī, surrounded by a group of disciples. Qiqian had just learned of the morning's events, how Wu Zhuo and Qiuyang had humiliated Nán Xī and revealed her affections for someone. He felt indifferent about this matter. Previously, he believed Nán Xī did not need to know, and he had no particular desire to inform her. Now that she was unexpectedly aware, he felt no significant reaction. The disciples of Tianyun's sword sect had noticed him long ago, yet none warned Nán Xī of his presence behind her. Finally, unable to contain himself, he was already on his way to find Nán Xī. Arriving at the training grounds, he spotted Nán Xī surrounded by a group of disciples. They seemed to be engaged in lively conversation, their faces beaming with joy, while Nán Xī appeared to be in good spirits, a faint smile gracing her lips. For no specific reason, upon seeing Nán Xī smile, Qiqian felt a twinge of discomfort in his previously calm demeanor. He observed for a moment. The disciples of Tianyun's sword sect had noticed him long ago, yet none warned Nán Xī of his presence behind her. Finally, unable to contain himself, he approached and called out to her, "Nán Xī, my friend." Hearing his voice, Nán Xī turned to look at Qiqian. She had anticipated his arrival, so his voice did not surprise her. Nonetheless, she feigned surprise outwardly. As she turned, the beautiful woman, her eyes sparkling with emotion, initially lit up with joy upon seeing Qiqian. However, her expression quickly dimmed as if recalling something, yet her body involuntarily moved closer to him. Qiqian observed her reaction but maintained his stern demeanor. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 22. Winning the competition, Nán Xī restrained the upward curve of her lips, maintaining a perfectly measured smile on her face. With a slight bow, she said, "Thank you for your guidance." Her opponent's expression shifted multiple times before ultimately accepting the fact that he had been bested by Nán Xī, returning her gesture with a bow. "Your skills are remarkable. I am indeed outclassed." It was unclear whether Nán Xī had not cultivated sword intent or simply lacked it, but regardless, her mastery of the sword techniques alone had secured her victory, showcasing her formidable prowess. Such exceptional skill, when paired with sword intent, could only lead one to wonder just how formidable she could become. Contemplating this, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Qiqian below the arena. Qiqian's prowess was widely acknowledged, and having faced him in competition, he found Qiqian's swordplay less impressive than Nán Xī's. Should Nán Xī possess sword intent, she might very well rival Qiqian. Yet, the question lingered, why did she lack sword intent? His gaze turned back to Nán Xī, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. A sword cultivator must possess a certain spirit, yet all they knew of Nán Xī was her unwavering focus on Qiqian. Even if she had once exhibited such spirit, it was no longer apparent. He shook his head and exited the stage. Nán Xī also descended from the platform, making way for the next competitors. Feeling somewhat buoyant, yet she maintained her composure, replying, "I am unsure how it happened. It was instinctual. Perhaps a sword cultivator truly needs a heart intent on growth." Their gazes gravitated towards her, engaging in animated discussions about her recent performance. Upon returning to the Tianyun sword sect's ranks, she was met with enthusiastic applause. "Sister, you were incredible just now. Your swordwork was absolutely beautiful," exclaimed one disciple, awestruck. "If it were me, I'd be equally astonished. Senior sister, during our next sparring session, could you show a bit more prowess? Do not go easy on us. A sword cultivator must endure hardship." Senior sister. Nán Xī was flattered by the praise. Feeling somewhat buoyant, yet she maintained her composure, replying, "I am unsure how it happened. It was instinctual. Perhaps a sword cultivator truly needs a heart intent on growth." Her words were earnest, and they momentarily quelled the fervent atmosphere. Internally, she thought, "Oh, don't stop. Continue to praise me." The disciples, momentarily taken aback, quickly resumed their flattery. At this moment, Qizhao turned to Nán Xī, stating, "Senior sister, you were impressive today." Qizhao was not one for many words, and given his proximity to Nán Xī, his rare expression of praise caught her attention, leading her to glance his way, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, the person competing against Qizhao today is Qiqian, correct?" As this thought crossed her mind, the disciples instinctively looked up at the sky screen, which had already listed the competitors for today's matches, confirming that indeed, it was Qiqian. Aside from a few individuals who were already aware of this matchup, as everyone's attention turned towards her, the topic swiftly shifted from praising Nán Xī to discussing the day's competitions. Fearing that Nán Xī might notice. Though not a disciple of the 5 major sects, he had made a name for himself in the cultivation world at a young age, earning the title of genius. His strength positioned him among the most esteemed prodigies in the realm, including the finest disciples from the 5 major sects, yet he had yet to face them publicly. Thus, no one could ascertain whether he was stronger or weaker than them. The match between Qi Qian and Qi Zhao seemed to be a deliberate arrangement by the elders. As everyone's attention turned towards her, the topic swiftly shifted from praising Nán Xī to discussing the day's competitions. Fearing that Nán Xī might notice, Qi Zhao felt a tightening in his chest at Nán Xi's implied prediction of his defeat. Some were unconvinced, yet without Nán Xī voicing her thoughts. He glanced at the sky screen and replied, "Though I have never faced him, I have made considerable progress in recent times, so I possess some confidence." Upon hearing this, Nán Xī regarded him silently. Qi Zhao is indeed quite formidable, but regrettably, he may not triumph over Qi Qian. As this thought echoed in her mind, the crowd fell silent, instinctively glancing towards Nán Xī, yet they restrained their gazes, wary of her perception. Nán Xī immersed herself in her thoughts. Let me think. Although in terms of overall strength, senior brother Qi Zhao is undoubtedly superior. They could only argue in response, suggesting that while Qi Qian was indeed impressive, his sect, Yushu sect, was lacking in certain areas. Moreover, considering that senior brother Qi Zhao had returned from training with a breakthrough, it should not be too difficult for him to win. Others nodded in silent agreement. While that may be true, it does not mean Qi Qian has not made progress as well. Noticing that no one was paying attention to her, Nán Xī immersed herself in her thoughts. Let me think. Although in terms of overall strength, senior brother Qi Zhao is undoubtedly superior. Qi Qian possesses a hidden trump card, capable of countering Tianyuan sword techniques. In battles among experts, a single flaw can determine the outcome. If he remains vigilant and leverages his reflexes, it is not impossible for senior brother Qi Zhao to win. But can he truly ascertain this? Oh, I cannot voice this. It is all so perplexing. I do not wish for Qi Qian to win. Initially, the disciples believed Nán Xī's assertion stemmed from her affection for Qi Qian and thought her judgment biased. However, upon hearing her reasoning, they suddenly realized and turned their gazes back to Qi Zhao. Senior brother, we believe in you. You can certainly win. Defeat Qi Qian. Someone conspiratorially whispered. For senior sister's sake. Standing close, Nán Xī, with keen hearing, feigned ignorance, casting her gaze upwards and downwards, pretending not to have heard, while internally cheering for Qi Zhao. Go, junior brother. Defeat Qi Qian. Nán Xī genuinely rooted for Qi Zhao, causing the disciples' eyes to wander, uncertain whether she supported Qi Qian or Qi Zhao. However, they would soon find clarity. As Qi Zhao and Qi Qian ascended the arena, they exchanged bows before drawing their swords. Given the equal footing of this encounter between strong contenders, disciples from both Yushu sect and Tianyuan sword sect were fully engrossed. Each side believed in their eventual victory. Indeed, it was widely understood that the victor would emerge as the champion of the sword conference. Nán Xī observed intently. She was well aware that Qi Qian would emerge victorious. After all, Qi Qian was the male protagonist, and in the narrative, he had triumphed. Employing unexpected tactics to surpass Tianyuan sword sect, claiming the title of champion, and thus making a significant mark in the cultivation world. Regarding this outcome, Nán Xī could not deny her intrigue. Regardless of Qi Qian's shortcomings, his victory would be earned through his own ingenuity and strength, leading Nán Xī to harbor no objections to his success. Yet, if she were to allow her personal feelings to surface. Go, junior brother. If you win, senior sister will reward you with a grand gift. Even before the match officially commenced, Qi Zhao's gaze shifted, capturing the intent focus of the spectators below. As her senior sister's lips curled into a faint smile, the atmosphere grew tense. In the blink of an eye, Qi Zhao and Qi Qian engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their movements swift and exhilarating. The crowd beneath the arena erupted in excitement, a cacophony of cheers and jeers. These were the strongest of their generation, and compared to the seasoned masters, their peers could discern subtleties, allowing them to absorb knowledge and insight from the clash. Capturing everyone's rapt attention, Nán Xī watched intently. Unlike the others who felt overwhelmed by the spectacle, the actions of the two combatants appeared remarkably lucid to her. In her mind, she began to simulate her own encounter with Qi Qian. Initially, her moves mirrored those of Qi Zhao, as both practiced the same sword technique. However, at a critical juncture, when Qi Qian's sword met Qi Zhao's, a brief stalemate ensued before Qi Qian maneuvered to gain the upper hand. Yet, in her mental rehearsal, to be able to best Qi Qian would be splendid. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, her attention fixed on the unfolding duel. On the stage, Qi Zhao had his own countermeasures, but upon hearing Nán Xi's thoughts, he swiftly made a decision, opting for her more refined approach. In an instant, the tide turned, and Qi Qian found himself at a disadvantage. In the heat of battle, opportunities were fleeting. Qi Zhao, already slightly stronger than Qi Qian, could still mount a counterattack if pressed, but for Qi Qian, the chances of retaliation were minimal. With this realization, Nán Xī felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. To be able to best Qi Qian would be splendid. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, her attention fixed on the unfolding duel. For she had not forgotten Qi Qian's technique designed to counter the Tianyun sword technique. As Qi Qian was pushed toward the edge of the platform, but Qi Qian failed to hit Qi Zhao. In the next heartbeat, he was pierced by the sword shadow, plummeting from the stage. Qi Zhao emerged victorious. With a deft hand gesture, a glimmer flickered in his eyes, and he uttered 2 words, "Crimson Cloud, exterminate." A brilliant scarlet sword shadow ignited behind him, lunging towards Qi Qian. Though Qi Qian's technique could counter the Tianyun sword technique, it bore a notable flaw. The forceful breakthrough left him vulnerable for a brief moment after executing the maneuver. If the opponent was struck, that vulnerability would be inconsequential. Nán Xī simply sat there, staring at the arena for several moments, murmuring to herself about Qi Qian's loss. Ha, 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 ha. Well done, junior brother. Nán Xī's eyes widened in disbelief, and she leapt to her feet, incredulous as she beheld the outcome. Gradually, she became aware of the gazes directed her way and slowly sat back down. No, it cannot be Qi Qian actually lost. Hearing her thoughts, the disciples cast worried glances at Nán Xī, concerned she might be disheartened by Qi Qian's defeat and subsequently act in a manner that would draw scorn from others. Yet, Nán Xī simply sat there, staring at the arena for several moments, murmuring to herself about Qi Qian's loss. Well done, junior brother. Chapter 23. Nán Xī was utterly astonished, nearly speechless. At that moment, the system urgently intervened. Losing is not a disgrace. I noticed you seemed to be in a bad mood, and I feared that my presence might disturb you, potentially causing further annoyance. Troubled. She quickly shook her head, her expression increasingly tense, her eyes betraying a restless flutter. The elongated eyelashes are particularly striking. No, that's not the case. I have never thought so, have you? How could one possibly think that way? I have never regarded this matter as a trivial affair. Nor have I ever treated you as if you were inconsequential. Although I lost to Qi Zhao in the competition, it is evident that you are indeed quite formidable. Losing is not a disgrace. I noticed you seemed to be in a bad mood, and I feared that my presence might disturb you, potentially causing further annoyance. Troubled. At this moment, Nán Xī's expression was one of profound sorrow, as though she were on the verge of tears. Observing Nán Xī's anxious demeanor and her earnest emotions, Qi Qian felt a slight improvement in his mood. However, he soon became aware of his previous lapse in composure, and his expression turned somewhat unsightly. However, Nán Xī paid no heed to such matters, observing Qi Qian's pitiable demeanor and secretly ridiculing him in her heart. Looking for you? You? When I do, you complain. When I don't, you sulk. The insipid individual is merely being pretentious. Furthermore, what purpose do I have in seeking you out? It would only bring upon myself unnecessary suffering. When assigned a task, Nán Xī has always preferred to avoid interacting with Qi Qian, for who would willingly add to their workload. Moreover, even the slightest alteration could lead to significant changes in the narrative, could it not? During the event, Nán Xī naturally circled around Qi Qian. Upon hearing Nán Xī's heartfelt words, Li Yunjin slightly raised an eyebrow, and a subtle smile graced her lips due to those 2 sentences. A fleeting smile. After a brief silence, Qi Qian gradually regained his composure. Even in his current state of dullness, he could sense that he was stirred by Nán Xī. Somewhat disoriented by Nán Xī's mention of the junior apprentice, seemed lost in thought. Noticing Nán Xí's expression, she observed his situation keenly. After a brief turn, she spoke with a smile adorning her face. Akian, have you heard that the junior sister is returning? It is said that she is a great beauty. I have not seen her for quite some time and can hardly recall her features. The subsequent events seem to unfold much like those in the storyline. After smoothly navigating through the narrative, Nán Xī wore a fade of composure as she parted ways with Qi Qian. Qi Qian, somewhat disoriented by Nán Xí's mention of the junior apprentice, seemed lost in thought. Noticing Nán Xí's expression, she observed his situation keenly. After a brief turn, she did not walk far. Her countenance returned to tranquility, and then she took a deep breath. Puffing her cheeks, she relaxed the muscles of her face. At this juncture, it was rare for Qi Qian to influence her mood. Thus, with a mere turn, her thoughts drifted away. Elsewhere. What does the junior sister look like? She could easily be perceived as a petty individual. Moreover, even in the absence of concrete evidence, Li Yunjin observed Nán Xí's reaction and suddenly came to a realization. The slight malevolence previously perceived resided in the expression of Nán Xí when it was subdued. It did not convey the semblance of love towards Qi Qian. Merely contemplating this aspect, Li Yunjin felt there was no longer a necessity for further observation. To say nothing of the fact that this matter is exhausting, if one were to inadvertently stumble upon some private information about Nán Xí that she would rather keep hidden, she could easily be perceived as a petty individual. Moreover, even in the absence of concrete evidence, Li Yunjin was resolute in her belief that Nán Xí did not genuinely harbor feelings for Qi Qian. This matter, the reason why Nán Xí chose to present herself in such a manner, holds little significance for Li Yunjin. In the blink of an eye, Li Yunjin vanished from her original position. Today marks the final day of the sword discussion conference, and once the concluding matches are finished, it is imperative to gather the disciples together for a summary of the proceedings. As for the rankings, Nán Xí placed 10th. Although this is not particularly remarkable, with a solemn demeanor, He Jian was engaged in conversation when he suddenly caught sight of his disciple smiling at him. With a smile, a thought emerged, yet he could not suppress a slight tremor in his brow. It is rare to hear such gentle words from Nán Xí, which brings both comfort and solace. Upon noticing his glance directed towards her, could not help but smile. With a downcast gaze, she murmured, "Master, have we truly exerted ourselves to the fullest extent?" Though she had not genuinely given her all, she had nonetheless made an effort. The best within one's capabilities. Could it also be considered as a gift? With a solemn demeanor, He Jian was engaged in conversation when he suddenly caught sight of his disciple smiling at him. With a smile, a thought emerged, yet he could not suppress a slight tremor in his brow. It is rare to hear such gentle words from Nán Xí, which brings both comfort and solace, almost causing one to forget that Nán Xí has not. There truly exists the notion of exerting one's utmost effort. However, upon reflection, the expression on Jian's face inevitably softened. In any case, Nán Xí had indeed managed to. After conversing with the sword, the Heavenly Cloud Sword Sect proceeded to organize discussions with several other sections. A vessel for the return journey was presented to the guests, marking the passage of yet another hour. Has the Tianyin Sword Sect been bustling with activity these past few days, only for those individuals to depart so suddenly? The training grounds have expanded considerably. However, before Nán Xí could take a moment to breathe in the fresh air, she was summoned by He Jian. Perhaps considering that Nán Xí had been fatigued in recent days, he refrained from summoning Nán Xí to the cave dwelling and instead engaged with him directly in the training grounds.
Speak.
Your performance this time has been commendable. After praising Jian, the tone shifted, and it was said, "However, you have not truly demonstrated your capabilities." All of her strength. Nán Xí blinked her eyes, obediently listening to the instructions. Observing Nán Xí's demeanor, Jian suddenly felt disinclined to continue the conversation, pausing for a moment before shifting the topic. "You should be aware that your junior sister will be returning soon." The disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Sword Sect originally possessed a strong sense of propriety. It's the junior sister who always wears a veil, rarely appearing before others. None of us are aware of what the junior sister looks like. Dogs stealthily wander in the vicinity. Nán Xí nodded. The disciple is aware. As for the junior sister, she is the one renowned as the most beautiful. When was the last time I saw her? 5 years ago? How has she changed? What did she look like? Nán Xī pondered deeply. Wait a moment. All right. At that time she was wearing a veil. I wonder how she looked. What a sight. Those eyes are truly captivating. The disciples chimed in. Indeed. Indeed. It's the junior sister who always wears a veil, rarely appearing before others. Him? None of us are aware of what the junior sister looks like. Upon hearing the heartfelt words of the sword master Nán Xī, one could only speculate that the news must have already spread throughout the sect today. I shall not conceal anything from you. As for this young junior sister, she was initially afflicted by inherent deficiencies that prevented her from frequently appearing in public. However, she commanded the trust of all. Her abilities are indeed well recognized. Nán Xī listened to He Jian's words, half understanding and half oblivious, unaware of He Jian's cautious demeanor. She possesses considerable talent and is truly a good child. I do not expect you to always accompany her, but in the future, I hope you will look after her with greater care. As he spoke, he glanced at Nán Xī's expression while holding the sword. Aware of her disciple's sensitive nature and concerned that her words might provoke unnecessary thoughts in Nán Xī, she quickly sought to amend her statement. After all, as the senior sister, she commanded the trust of all. Her abilities are indeed well recognized. Nán Xī listened to He Jian's words, half understanding and half oblivious, unaware of He Jian's cautious demeanor. And she nodded obediently. Just guiding my junior apprentice, casually and effortlessly. Oh, wait, master, you haven't. When will junior sister arrive? Should I go to fetch her? Nán Xī raised her head. Meeting Jian's gaze, I was about to speak when he preemptively said, Your junior sister arrives tomorrow at noon. If you wish to greet her, be at the sect's main entrance. Having been away for years, she may have forgotten some rules, to remind her. Once again, Nán Xī obediently agreed. After a moment of contemplation, Jian seemed satisfied. Rest well today. In the future, maintain good relations with your junior sister. Nán Xī nodded politely. Just as Jian turned to leave. Good relations? Unlikely. Jian's steps faltered. The surrounding disciples pricked up their ears. Nán Xī sighed inwardly. After all, she is Qi Qian's beloved. Such a significant attachment, and now I know, how can we possibly get along? Jian? Disciples. If she dislikes me, and I, well, let us not elaborate. At best, we'll coexist politely. No, more like mutual indifference. Mutual indifference. That would suffice. They knew Qi Qian harbored affections for someone, but how is the junior sister involved? And what did the senior sister mean by not getting along? Unaware of their shock, Nán Xī blinked innocently. Master, is there anything else? And no, Jian murmured, dazed, before suddenly widening his eyes. You must maintain harmony with your junior sister. Discord among disciples is unacceptable, do you understand? Baffled by his intensity, Nán Xī replied, understood. Must get along. Well, that isn't solely up to me. If she dislikes me, and I, well, let us not elaborate. At best, we'll coexist politely. No, more like mutual indifference. Mutual indifference. That would suffice. Jian's brow relaxed slightly. He opened his mouth to speak further, but found no words. With a heavy heart, he announced his departure. Perhaps tomorrow. He'd oversee the welcoming himself. Though Jian left, the disciples remained rooted in place, reeling from the revelation that the junior sister was Qi Qian's beloved. Their collective sentiment could be summed up in one word. Huh? As Nán Xī attempted to leave, the disciples swarmed her, barraging her with questions. Senior sister. Do you know anything about the junior sister? Senior sister. What are your thoughts on her? How do you plan to interact with her? Trapped in the crowd. Although Nán Xī seems to have changed her mind now, the disciples. Still, there remains a sense of unease, as each individual appears to hesitate. Nán Xī answered, both aloud and in her thoughts, offering dual responses to their queries. Chapter 24. As Nán Xī contemplated her plans, she cast a glance at her disciples who stood before her, observing them with a hint of skepticism. Why are you so curious about my attitude towards junior sister? One would merely seek a way to defeat them during competitions. However, it has now come to my attention that Nán Xī is facing such a situation. Although Nán Xī seems to have changed her mind now, the disciples. Still, there remains a sense of unease, as each individual appears to hesitate, caught between speaking out and holding their tongues. The Tianyin sword sect maintains a righteous atmosphere where the notion of fellow disciples harming one another is virtually non-existent in the hearts of the disciples regarding such matters. Such matters are indeed considered taboo, even if there are disagreeable peers on ordinary days. I expressed that it was impossible for me to coexist peacefully with my junior apprentice. Thus someone, cautiously inquiring, "Senior sister." Though it is said that the heartfelt words of Nán Xī compel them to believe, the disciples inevitably possess their own thoughts. The notion of nipping potential issues in the bud is indeed present. However, at this moment, they are like swords, yearning to speak yet finding themselves at a loss for words. After all, Nán Xī. Without opening my mouth, the disciples felt considerably more at ease. However, it was not long before another voice emerged. Timidly raising my hand, I inquired, "Senior sister, will you truly coexist harmoniously with junior sister?" The tone of disbelief caused Nán Xī to scrutinize that disciple further. At a glance, it becomes evident that it is not only the disciple who has spoken. Those present wore expressions of skepticism. Nán Xī, feeling discontented, thought to herself, "Is this the type of person who would make things difficult for fellow disciples? After all, she is my dear junior sister." Upon hearing Nán Xī's assurance, "So, why must you seek amusement at my expense?" Yet deep within what I had not spoken aloud has now been articulated clearly. "I've heard that junior sister is a great beauty. Are you certain you have no inclination towards the fairer sex?" Nán Xī replied, "As for the others." I gazed at my audacious peer who boldly took the microphone with admiration, almost ready to give him a thumbs up. Just as I began to speak, my words faltered. The hearts of the disciples were once again stirred, each face reflecting a mixture of confusion and intrigue as they listened intently. The phrase spoken by Nán Xī, "So, why must you seek amusement at my expense?" Yet, deep within what I had not spoken aloud has now been articulated clearly. How could I possibly be fond of women? Do I truly appear to be someone who has an inclination towards the fairer sex? Disciples? Once more, there is no need for you to see me off. You may disperse. With that, she departed from the disciples. She resolutely forged a path towards her small courtyard, unperturbed by the recent events that had transpired. A sudden wave of excitement surged within me as I realized my desire to see my junior sister. I am curious to inquire whether Nán Xī is attracted to both men and women. However, upon observing Nán Xī's expression, I ultimately refrained from voicing my question. Noticing the silence among the others, Nán Xī placed a hand over her heart and feigned weakness, stating, "I am weary today and shall take my leave. There is no need for you to see me off. You may disperse." With that, she departed from the disciples. She resolutely forged a path towards her small courtyard, unperturbed by the recent events that had transpired. A sudden wave of excitement surged within me as I realized my desire to see my junior sister. What does she look like? As her senior, should I bring her some gifts? The disciple, who had witnessed everything, felt tears welling up. Did the senior sister just disdain me with her demeanor? Another disciple. Scratching his head, he thought, perhaps not. The senior sister must be truly exhausted. Although the question of whether she has an affinity for women, or if she is equally attracted to both genders remains unresolved, everyone gradually dispersed. With a heavy heart, they resolved that when Nán Xī picks up the junior sister tomorrow, they must stealthily follow. Go take a look. Coincidentally, there is another person who shares the same thought. The following day, it was time to pick up the junior sister from Nán Xī, as previously arranged with that group of disciples. Silently trailing behind Nán Xī, he unexpectedly collided with He Jian. The disciples were taken aback. He Jian remained speechless.
Who was he?
With a serious expression, he fixed his gaze upon the 10 or so disciples before him and inquired, "What brings you here, lurking in secrecy? What is your purpose with the sword in the sect?" With an air of authority, the master observed his 10 or so disciples huddled together in silence, like frightened mice. Just as he furrowed his brows, preparing to speak, one disciple, with a trembling voice, he inquired, "Master, what brings you here? He isn't pursuing us any further? How amusing! What is this called?" The intentions of Sima Zhao are evident to all, are they not? A realization dawned upon him. His gaze flickered, and raising his hand to form a fist, he lightly coughed before his lips. "Today, I shall not pursue the matter further. Do take heed next time. In an instant, the sect master seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving the disciples in bewilderment. They also cast their gaze towards Nán Xī, smiling. They quietly followed Nán Xī once again, engaging in cheerful whispers as they discussed. Is the master here to visit the senior and junior sisters as well? He isn't pursuing us any further? How amusing. What is this called? The intentions of Sima Zhao are evident to all, are they not? This expression does not seem to be used in this manner. Ha ha ha. Not far from this group of disciples, it is merely them, the invisible and the sword. Nán Xī has already endured this group of disciples behind her. It has been quite a while. In a state of confusion, I hesitantly spoke up. Did the senior sister mention that she saw us? We, the disciples, were lost in thought, pondering the situation. Astonishing. Yet they cannot help but smile. Is it true that they take her for a fool? Nán Xī felt an unbearable surge of indignation and abruptly turned around. Disciples? We have absorbed every word they uttered. Nán Xī suppressed the twitching at the corner of her mouth and declared loudly, Indeed, I saw you. Why not come out quickly? Everyone remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on Nán Xī. After a moment of stalemate, Nán Xī's cold smile began to falter, while one of the disciples. In a state of confusion, I hesitantly spoke up. Did the senior sister mention that she saw us? We, the disciples, were lost in thought, pondering the situation. Astonishing. It seems that our senior sister has unexpectedly discovered us. Last time, this did not occur, nor did it happen the time before that. We have absorbed every word they uttered. Nán Xī suppressed the twitching at the corner of her mouth and declared loudly, Indeed, I saw you. Why don't you come out already? Not just this time, but the previous time and the time before that. It has been discovered. Yet you choose not to expose the truth? Very well. It is a falsehood. Last time, Nán Xī was unaware. She believed it was the previous occasion. The sword remained undiscovered. Casting a glance at the disciples with an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. How dare this group of young ones speculate about their elders? Now that they have been exposed, what should they face? The disciples' pupils trembled in shock, never having anticipated that there would be previous instances, even before the last. The junior sisters have all noticed how remarkably perceptive the senior sister is. They emerged one by one from the thicket. Emerging from their concealment, they blinked innocently at Nán Xī, their expressions exuding an air of utmost naivete. With her arms crossed, Nán Xī inquired, What is your purpose in following me? Just as he became arrogant, the system suddenly struck Nán Xī, leaving him with no choice but to lower his hands and regard his disciples with an impassive expression. You gaze at me. I gaze at you. It is a rare occasion to encounter another. A thought arises, suggesting that we are curious about the appearance of the junior sister, and thus, we wish to behold your momentous meeting. Nán Xī felt a surge of wisdom. However, as she gazed at her disciples before her, she pondered the implications of such a situation. Returning in haste seemed somewhat inconsiderate. After all, if it were her, she would also come to see what this so-called number one beauty junior sister looked like. Fine then. Nán Xī reluctantly said, Then you all hide well, don't let junior sister see you. The disciples' eyes lit up, and they happily agreed. But even from here, one could tell their brows and eyes were like a painting, their figure exquisite. Nán Xī's eyes brightened, and she quickened her pace. Woohoo! Seeing that time was running short, Nán Xī didn't say much more and quickly walked to the main gate of Tianyan Sword Sect. From afar, it seemed someone was already waiting there, a figure dressed in deep blue robes adorned with white, hair simply tied up with a hairpin, slightly tilting their head as they gazed at the Sect's plaque. The distance was still too great to make out the finer details of their features, but even from here, one could tell their brows and eyes were like a painting, their figure exquisite. Nán Xī's eyes brightened, and she quickened her pace. Woohoo! A beauty without a veil. The junior sister seemed to sense something, frowning slightly as she turned to look in Nán Xī's direction. In that instant, Nán Xī's breath caught. Her junior sister's eyes carried a hint of cool detachment, like distant mountains veiled in mist, giving an ethereal sense of distance. Yet her features were anything but plain. Instead, they were striking, with lashes dark as raven feathers and lips red without rouge. When her gaze swept over, light and indifferent, It sent one's heart into an uncontrollable flutter. So beautiful. Nán Xī was at a loss for words, beginning to ramble nonsensically. Beautiful like Satan himself wrapped in leather under the covers, utterly breathtaking. I'm in love. The disciples behind her had been quietly admiring the junior sister's beauty, only to be stunned speechless by Nán Xī's outburst. Forget the bizarre first remark, just that last declaration alone was enough to send their hearts racing. Senior sister, how are you already in love? The junior sister, Luo Tingyun, also heard the thoughts. She glanced at Nán Xī, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. But her expression remained unchanged as she slightly raised her hand and performed a proper bow. Greetings, senior sister. Luo Tingyun's voice was pleasant, not the sweet, delicate tone of a typical maiden, but slightly husky, which somehow suited her perfectly. Nán Xī responded cheerfully, hello, junior sister. It's been a while, you've grown even more beautiful. At such praise, Luo Tingyun smiled faintly, but did not acknowledge it. Not at all. If anything, senior sister seems different now. As they drew closer, Nán Xī realized Luo Tingyun was quite tall. At 175 centimeters, Nán Xī was already considered tall for a woman. But Luo Tingyun stood a good half-head taller, easily reaching 180 centimeters. Such a tall junior sister, but so pretty. Nán Xī wasn't he wrong, despite her height. Luo Tingyun's proportions were flawless. The sash cinched at her waist accentuated its slenderness. And higher up though, Nán Xī tried to ignore it. Chapter 25. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Jianlong finally regained his senses. Once he did, he became infuriated, his beard bristling as he glared fiercely at Nán Xī. Luo Tingyun couldn't help but glance at Nán Xī once more. By now, Jian and the other hidden disciples finally snapped back to reality. No one had told Luo Tingyun about Nán Xī's mind reading. So the distant disciples resumed their hushed discussions. What do we do? What if junior sister accidentally reveals it?
Huh?
No one told her? What about the sect leader? The sect leader. Oh right, the sect leader. Surely, he must have mentioned it to her. Chapter 25. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Jianlong finally regained his senses. Once he did, he became infuriated, his beard bristling as he glared fiercely at Nán Xī. Such a significant matter. Why did you choose to conceal it from me? Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback, then widened her eyes in astonishment. Could it be true? Did Master truly know? Had I guessed correctly? Her mind raced frantically, striving to discover a more effective solution. Yet, in truth, Nán Xī feigned ignorance, responding with a bewildered expression. Master, what do you mean? I do not understand. The sword drew a deep breath. Had it not been for the cultivator's robust physique akin to that of an ox, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to Nán Xī's fury. His anger stems not only from Nán Xī's deliberate concealment, but also from deeper, more profound reasons. Setting aside the matter of the golden core stage, the cultivation of swordsmanship and techniques requires further advancement. Nán Xī lacks this knowledge. If she does not reveal it, what will happen? The sword must be honed gradually according to the previously mastered techniques. Over time, this may hinder one's cultivation. As for swordsmanship, it requires no further elaboration.
It is more or less the same.
Moreover, it is not only the concealment by Jiangua that incites her anger, but also her indifference towards herself and her lack of diligence in cultivation. At this moment, Luo Tingyun stepped between the two, and although he had nearly grasped the situation, he still inquired further. Just moments ago, there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy here. What transpired? Nán Xī spoke without a blink. During my cultivation, I resonated with the heavens and the earth, resulting in... The fluctuations of spiritual energy were evident, yet my master remained unconvinced.
With that,
Nán Xī cast another glance towards the direction of her small courtyard. The differences between the earthly realm and the foreign land should have nearly dissipated by now. At this point, it is a matter of having no evidence to support claims, and I shall simply deny it. Thus, it is not solely about. Jian could not fathom why Nán Xī chose to conceal the truth, a perplexity that even Luo Tingyun could not comprehend, despite having witnessed it himself. In the direction of Nán Xī's small courtyard, a fleeting memory surfaces, hinting that I indeed glimpsed a glimmer of golden light, yet it vanished almost instantly. Had it not been for Nán Xī and he. The sword speaks here. It may not even emerge, let alone delve deeper. Had it not been for the sword's ability to perceive Nán Xī's innermost thoughts, it might have succumbed to belief. Ultimately, it has survived. For thousands of years. He swiftly sank into silence, his voice deep and resonant, merely echoing. Indeed. Nán Xī did not blink, her gaze unwavering, and her attention firmly fixed on the sword. To confront her without acknowledgement, even if Nán Xī refuses to admit it, one can insist firmly, rendering it impossible for Nán Xī to withstand the pressure for long. Is that correct? The narrative does not overtly emphasize the protagonist's cultivation level, as it is merely a tale of tragic romance. Instinctively falling silent as his gaze followed Luo Tingyun's towards Nán Xī. His voice remained composed and measured. With a hint of a smile, the senior sister engages in a conversation, undoubtedly gaining considerable insights. One wonders, has she now achieved the pinnacle of foundational cultivation? It remains unclear why Dao Luo is inquiring about this. What? However, after a moment of contemplation, Nán Xī still nodded. After all, she had arrived earlier. The narrative does not overtly emphasize the protagonist's cultivation level, as it is merely a tale of tragic romance. As long as I am not recognized for having transcended to the golden core stage. The question was not significant. A question? What question? It will require some additional time. The present moment is still far too premature. The two conversed. Such a conversation indeed brought a sense of calm to the one behind, allowing the sword to cool its fervor. If only one could hear the voice of the heart. I actually reached that milestone half a month ago. Achieving the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Dear sister, is it not so? Do not allow yourself to be surpassed by me. Aside from the daily banter and playful exchanges, Nán Xī possesses a clear understanding of the situation. It will require some additional time. The present moment is still far too premature. The two conversed. Such a conversation indeed brought a sense of calm to the one behind, allowing the sword to cool its fervor. If only one could hear the voice of the heart. Understand the entirety of the matter. Have you pondered? After a moment, shall we engage in conversation? However, these are mere trifles. Ah, Xī, you harbor secrets. Aside from the daily banter and playful exchanges, Nán Xī possesses a clear understanding of the situation. The reluctance to disclose matters concerning the breakthrough to the golden core undoubtedly indicates that there is something significant at stake. As for what truly transpired, Nán Xī remained reticent, seldom revealing her innermost thoughts. Even if one were to compel her to disclose her breakthrough to the golden core stage, it is uncertain whether the truth would be unveiled. Understand the entirety of the matter. Have you pondered? After a moment, shall we engage in conversation? However, these are mere trifles. Ah, Xī, you harbor secrets. I might inadvertently reveal the truth of my advancement to the golden core stage. If that happens, I shall be subjected to severe consequences. At this moment, this sudden revelation caused Nán Xī to slightly purse her lips. She did not deny that she had concealed certain matters, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Their deliberate intention to have her leave clearly indicates they do not wish for her to overhear their conversation. Nán Xī swiftly returned to her small room. Out of sight, out of mind. Very well then. Nán Xī also dares not linger any longer. Continuing to linger here, fearing that when the time comes to speak with Jian, let out a gentle sigh. The tone you carry, my dear child, reveals a clever mind. Luo Tingyun remained silent, although there is a certain pleasure in it. Regardless of what they say, you inquire why she chooses to conceal this. Was it not inherently a positive matter? At this moment, she has successfully transcended to the golden core stage, seeking refuge within its confines. In place, Luo Tingyun turned to face the sword, slightly lowering her gaze. Master. The sword, with both hands clasped behind its back. Luo Tingyun raised her gaze once more, meeting the eyes of others directly. Yet both the sword and the heart pondered the circumstances surrounding Nán Xī, reflecting upon the matter once more. There exists a certain concern. You inquire why she chooses to conceal this. Was it not inherently a positive matter? At this moment, she has successfully transcended to the golden core stage, making her a standout even among her talented peers, and everyone would undoubtedly rejoice for her. Perhaps there are reasons she feels compelled to conceal. Luo Tingyun raised her gaze once more, meeting the eyes of others directly. If someone were to stand before me at this moment and assert that I am not a woman, I would steadfastly refuse to acknowledge it.
And what of the sword?
Is it rendered speechless? How could they possibly be the same? That child was raised by me. He paused, suddenly realizing that even though he had watched Nán Xī grow up, it mattered little. After his thoughts were laid bare, he understood that he had never truly comprehended Nán Xī. He sighed deeply. Alas, it is what it is. After exchanging a few words, the two parted ways, returning to their respective rooms. Upon returning, Nán Xī felt a surge of warmth enveloping her. A bucket of water, having thoroughly cleansed itself, squats into a bathtub filled with steaming hot water, gently biting down. She pondered the possibility of her own demise. Was the first Nán Xī truly dead? There were also a second and third. The narrative itself began to twist and distort. Deviation. If this is caused by Nán Xī, there will be consequences. At the earliest point, Nán Xī was unwilling to follow the narrative, ranging from the most elementary to the most advanced. Having endured a myriad of sophisticated punishments, the once crystalline water was tainted with streaks of crimson, yet no visible wounds marred Nán Xī's body. Nán Xī proceeded to cleanse herself anew. Once, then utterly exhausted, she pondered the possibility of her own demise. Was the first Nán Xī truly dead? There are also a second and third. Yet she does not wish to ponder how many more Nán Xī there will be after her demise. She yearns to live, cherishing each day as it comes. For it is only through existence that hope endures. An hour later, Nán Xī rose from the water, which had already grown cold. Not only was it a reunion after several days apart to practice together again, but it was also the first time the enigmatic junior sister was present. Lie down upon the bed. Such a punishment was of little consequence to her. Before sleep, she introspected once more on her golden core, a slight smile gracing her lips. It was still a small orb, merely the size of a thumb, yet when she gazed upon it, the golden core was slowly rotating, instinctively drawing in spiritual energy. Following the sword discussion conference, the daily practice of swordsmanship was still to be observed, and today, everyone was particularly exhilarated. Not only was it a reunion after several days apart to practice together again, but it was also the first time the enigmatic junior sister was present. Why is everyone murmuring in a cluster? Upon arriving, Nán Xī immediately noticed the commotion. However, before she could ponder further, the disciples swiftly straightened up, all eyes turning in her direction. Surprised, Nán Xī thought to herself, "Oh, quite perceptive. I haven't even approached yet, and they've already noticed me.
Meanwhile,
Even taller than I, and her sword is long. I wonder how she wields it?" This sparked curiosity among them, after all. Their junior sister had been away from the sect for many years, and they were uncertain of her proficiency in the Tianyun sword technique. Why is everyone murmuring in a cluster? Upon arriving, Nán Xī immediately noticed the commotion. However, before she could ponder further, the disciples swiftly straightened up, all eyes turning in her direction. Surprised, Nán Xī thought to herself, "Oh, quite perceptive. I haven't even approached yet, and they've already noticed me." Meanwhile, she addressed Luo Tinjian beside her, instructing, "Just stand next to me, junior sister. If you feel uncertain about your swordsmanship, position yourself slightly behind me and observe my practice." Indeed. Today, on the very second day of the junior sister's arrival, Nán Xī shed her solitary practice routine and walked alongside her junior sister, considering their close proximity. The disciples continued their chatter, clearly aware that their thoughts resonated as clearly as spoken words. As the disciples gathered, Nán Xī designated a position for Luo Tinjian and prepared her sword for practice, when her peripheral vision caught sight of someone nearby. Li Yunjin stood there, arms crossed. At this stage, Luo Tinjian's skill was not yet apparent, as the movements were still foundational, executed step by step. Hearing this, Nán Xī cast a skeptical glance at Li Yunjin but discerned no ulterior motive, so she proceeded to organize the disciples for practice. Qianxia remained by Nán Xī's side, with a junior brother and a junior sister flanking her, creating a rather appealing formation. Luo Tinjian instinctively positioned herself slightly behind Nán Xī. They noted that Luo Tinjian exhibited little expression, her movements precise and error-free. Once they had practiced the initial stance sufficiently, they proceeded to the subsequent series of connected movements. At this stage, Luo Tinjian's skill was not yet apparent, as the movements were still foundational, executed step by step. The disciples of the Tianyan sword sect had solidified their basic skills, and no mistakes were expected at this level. Occasionally, Nán Xī would evaluate the disciples' movements and noticed that Luo Tingyan held her sword with remarkable steadiness. Not only Nán Xī, but the other disciples were also observing their new junior sister. They noted that Luo Tingyan exhibited little expression, her movements precise and error-free. Once they had practiced the initial stance sufficiently, they proceeded to the subsequent series of connected movements. Chapter 26. In response to Nán Xī's words, the system conceded defeat, stating, "Since you understand, then do well." After that, the system vanished once more, leaving no trace. Nán Xī? Yet who could engage with Nán Xī in such a manner? Upon contemplating this question, not only the others, but even the disciples felt an involuntary sense of vigilance. Furthermore, what is wrong? Why are you staring at me? She asked, taking a hesitant step back. Oh, how terrifying. It feels as if there's a ghost behind me. At that moment, the crowd realized they had been staring at Nán Xī and quickly diverted their gazes, feigning normalcy. They had, of course, not heard the system's voice. What do you think? This question immediately snapped Nán Xī back to reality. She had already formulated a response and hesitated on her face. My swordsmanship is average. Yet who could engage with Nán Xī in such a manner? Upon contemplating this question, not only the others, but even the disciples felt an involuntary sense of vigilance. Furthermore, Nán Xī had just mentioned her character, and in light of the context, they seemed to vaguely grasp the essence of what she meant, something akin to personality. But why was Nán Xī discussing her own character? While everyone pondered, Luo Tingyan reacted swiftly, directing his gaze at Nán Xī, and said, "It's nothing, just regarding the swordsmanship competition." What do you think? This question immediately snapped Nán Xī back to reality. She had already formulated a response and hesitated on her face. My swordsmanship is average. I am afraid I cannot compete with my junior sister. Upon hearing this, the disciples, previously lost in thought, were incensed. Is it really necessary to be this angry? After a moment of reflection, she suddenly understood, her eyes brightening. So, everyone genuinely thinks I am impressive? How discerning of you. A sight for sore eyes. At that moment, the disciples were too preoccupied to contemplate the implications of Nán Xī's earlier thoughts and erupted in indignation. If you cannot be recognized, then we would hardly be worthy of a glance ourselves. Senior sister, there is no need for such humility. Your words wound our hearts. Exactly. Her words were utterly unreasonable, akin to stabbing them in the heart. Unbeknownst to her, Nán Xī had unwittingly engaged in a display of superiority that left everyone astounded. She continued to reflect on her previous performance. Her movements, expressions, and words were simply impeccable. Too perfect, she mused inwardly. Luo Tingyan. The disciples were speechless. Observing Nán Xī's lack of self-reflection, even reveling in her perceived brilliance, they felt a desire to distance themselves from her. After weighing her response, Nán Xī spoke slowly. Please do not flatter me. I am aware of my own capabilities. There is no need for such insincere praise. This declaration only fueled the disciples' fury. Her words were utterly unreasonable, akin to stabbing them in the heart. Unbeknownst to her, Nán Xī had unwittingly engaged in a display of superiority that left everyone astounded. She continued to reflect on her previous performance. Her movements, expressions, and words were simply impeccable. Too perfect, she mused inwardly. Luo Tingyan, having absorbed the interaction between Nán Xī and the others, smiled and remarked, I believe senior sister's swordsmanship is exceptional. I feel inadequate in comparison. Thus, I shall not engage in the competition. After speaking, he discreetly glanced at Li Yunjin. Though the suggestion had originated from her, it was evident that the primary concern for them was no longer the competition. Nán Xī, oblivious to Li Yunjin's presence, failed to notice the smile fading from her face as she pondered something deeply, her gaze fixed on Nán Xī with an enigmatic depth. Fortunately, Nán Xī remained unaware, otherwise. They now expressed their reluctance to leave without witnessing a duel. Oh. Li Yunjin chuckled. If you wish to see a competition, then organize one yourselves. She clapped her hands, redirecting everyone's focus toward her. Well, since neither of the main characters are inclined to compete, let us move on. Only Nán Xī felt disheartened. Oh no, I want to compete. She consoled herself. Never mind. Even if I competed, I wouldn't be able to showcase my true skills. So it's best not to. This amused Li Yunjin, who glanced at her with a knowing smile. At home, I once encountered a mystical entity, Luo Tingyan interjected, his gaze fixed on Nán Xī. This entity is remarkable. It can hear one's innermost thoughts and communicate without words. At his words, Li Yunjin looked at Luo Tingyan in surprise, her smile widening. Nán Xī, slightly delayed in her reaction, blinked in confusion. My junior sister's eyes are quite beautiful. Wait, what did she say? Only Nán Xī felt disheartened. Oh no, I want to compete. She consoled herself. Never mind. Even if I competed, I wouldn't be able to showcase my true skills. So it's best not to. This amused Li Yunjin, who glanced at her with a knowing smile. At home, I once encountered a mystical entity, Luo Tingyan interjected, his gaze fixed on Nán Xī. This entity is remarkable. It can hear one's innermost thoughts and communicate without words. At his words, Li Yunjin looked at Luo Tingyan in surprise. It was not easy to discern what lay beneath the surface, especially since they had to be cautious not to reveal to Nán Xī that they could hear her inner voice. Such an entity exists in this world? Nán Xī was taken aback. How incredible! If I had such an entity, wouldn't I be able to discern what others are thinking? It is of little consequence. Let us return to our practice, shall we? She turned to the two, saying, Junior sister, uncle, aren't you leaving yet? Upon hearing this, but at least realizing that it was not a mystical being. Moreover, given that Nán Xī's thoughts had been exposed for some time, it was not easy to discern what lay beneath the surface, especially since they had to be cautious not to reveal to Nán Xī that they could hear her inner voice, as they had suddenly become aware of the presence surrounding Nán Xī. Initially uncertain, they had now gained confirmation from Nán Xī's ambiguous words. It is of little consequence. Let us return to our practice, shall we? She turned to the two, saying, Junior sister, uncle, aren't you leaving yet? Upon hearing this, Li Yunjin smiled, saying, My junior sister and I have matters to attend to at the Master's cave. Are you heading back?
Yes.
After exchanging farewells, Nán Xī set off on her way home. Meanwhile, Luo Tingyan and Li Yunjin were indeed on their way to seek knowledge about the sword, as they had suddenly become aware of the presence surrounding Nán Xī. Initially uncertain, they had now gained confirmation from Nán Xī's ambiguous words, linking it back to the peculiarities they had previously noticed about her, her conflicting demeanor and character, all of which made it hard not to take notice. After bidding farewell to Nán Xī, the two proceeded together to the Master's cave abode. Along the way, Li Yunjin inquired about Lu Tingyan's impressions upon returning to the sect, engaging in a light conversation until they soon arrived at the entrance of the cave. He Jian had already sensed their arrival and opened the door for them. Sitting at the head, he cast a glance at the rather peculiar pair before him and asked, What brings you here? What is the matter? As the conversation turned serious, Li Yunjin's smile faded, and she recounted the events that had just transpired in detail, although they did not know what that entity was. If there truly existed something that could discuss character setting with the disciple, perhaps the disciple's strange behavior and the inconsistency between heart and mouth could find an explanation. Upon finishing her account, Li Yunjin fell into contemplation, while Lu Tingyan's steady gaze swept over her, offering additional insight. What did character setting truly refer to, and why was it being discussed? If it pertained to an individual's personality or actions, did the sister's discussion with that entity imply that some of her current actions were not born of her true intentions, but rather for the sake of character? This notion proposed by Lu Tingyan resonated profoundly within the hearts of Li Yunjin and He Jian, causing their eyes to flicker with realization. As if what had previously eluded them suddenly became translucent, even if it was merely conjecture. He Jian remained silent for a considerable time before saying, At this moment, we cannot disclose this to anyone else. In the days to come, you must remain vigilant, particularly. His gaze wandered between Li Yunjin and Lu Tingyan, but she also possessed a curious mind, always seeking out interesting trinkets to present to me. Her innate talent was remarkable. You should cultivate a closer relationship with her and observe her closely. Lu Tingyan had no objections to this arrangement and nodded slightly, saying, I understand. She became markedly different from her former self. I initially believed it was merely the folly of love that led her astray. After this, He Jian fell silent. He Jian appeared somewhat lost in thought. He looked at Li Yunjin, reminiscing. Sierra was quite lively as a child. Not only was she spirited, but she also possessed a curious mind, always seeking out interesting trinkets to present to me. Her innate talent was remarkable. She took only 3 years to progress from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. Realizing he had perhaps shared too much, He Jian paused. Later, she became markedly different from her former self. I initially believed it was merely the folly of love that led her astray. After this, He Jian fell silent, and Li Yunjin eventually spoke. Rest assured, brother, we will eventually uncover the truth of what is happening with the disciple. In truth, since the sword discussion conference, the atmosphere within the Tianyun sword sect had relaxed considerably. Not only had the disciples enjoyed a few days of leisure, but the period of arduous training had also concluded. Most disciples had already mastered the Tianyun sword techniques, achieving at least a degree of proficiency. This signified that after a while, Chapter 27, let us not dwell on the furious expressions and indignant words that followed the encounter with He Jian. After acquiring the techniques of cultivation and swordsmanship, while rigorous training was still required, the daily mandatory tasks would no longer be enforced. This newfound freedom had some connection to Nán Xī, albeit a minor one. Even if the Tianyun sword sect were to become particularly liberated in the future, she had already resolved that should she venture out, it would be done discreetly, adopting a pseudonym and changing her identity. Ideally, she would seek a magical artifact from her uncle that could alter her appearance. Chapter 27, let us not dwell on the furious expressions and indignant words that followed the encounter with He Jian. After acquiring the techniques of cultivation and swordsmanship, Nán Xī found herself in a state of elation, her joy nearly overwhelming as she emerged from He Jian's secluded abode, her smile almost reaching the heavens. He. New techniques, he. She chuckled to herself. As she breezed past, the disciples in her path gazed in shock at her retreating figure, whispering among themselves, "What good fortune has befallen the senior sister this time? I don't know, but we should move along. She seems ready to devour someone." Returning home with her newfound techniques, Nán Xī dedicated herself to relentless practice day and night until she had thoroughly mastered them. Only then did she allow herself a moment of respite. Before she knew it, 2 weeks had slipped by. This period could be described as remarkably tranquil, as Nán Xī diligently completed her daily training, indulging in leisurely strolls, delectable meals, and restful slumber, leading a life filled with fulfillment. However, on one fateful day, just as she was about to lay down for the night, her communication talisman began to radiate warmth. Upon checking, she discovered a message from He Jian urging her to come swiftly. Upon arrival, she found 2 disciples, Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, already waiting, their silent anticipation revealing the gravity of the situation. Inquiring about the matter, she learned that a small town to the south had been plagued by the appearance of spirit beasts. Since this area fell under the protection of the Tianyun sword sect, it was their responsibility to resolve the disturbance. It was said that the Jinwu beast, though not particularly powerful, merely at the late foundation establishment stage, was rare and thus warranted their attention. Qi Zhao then looked towards Nán Xī and Luo Tingyun. What exactly is the Jinwu beast? Nán Xī pondered for a moment, recalling, its blood is golden and serves as a rare spirit medicine with potent healing properties. Additionally, when used in crafting, it can function as a fusion material. The rarity of this spirit beast stemmed not only from the uniqueness of its blood but also from the fact that, after facing excessive hunting and domestication by humanity, the Jinwu beast had retreated to more secluded and perilous locations, such as treacherous secret realms or dense, energy-rich forests. Encountering a solitary one was indeed a challenging feat. Right. Nán Xī suddenly realized, glancing at Qi Zhao. Is it due to the beast's abilities? Qi Zhao nodded in affirmation, explaining that due to its unique healing capabilities and its non-threatening nature to other beasts, as well as its tough hide, the Jinwu beast was typically safeguarded by its fellow spirit beasts. While there were no high-level spirit beasts in the vicinity of human settlements, a considerable number of Foundation establishment spirit beasts had gathered around the Jinwu beast, estimated to be no fewer than 10. That's rather formidable, Nán Xī mused. I would call the Jinwu beast the beloved of the beast realm. Her proclamation drew the attention of both Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun. Before Nán Xī could sense something amiss, Luo Tingyan spoke up, then let us hurry. Towns usually had guards, though they often lacked high cultivation levels. A careless moment could allow a pack of 10 or more foundation establishment spirit beasts to flatten an entire town. Very well, Nán Xī agreed. The town lay over 200 miles to the south, and even by flying on swords, it would take them over an hour to arrive. Nán Xī nodded, her gaze drifting to her companions, Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, whose expressions remained inscrutable. Adopting a serious demeanor, Nán Xī asked, "The Jinwu beast appears unpredictably, and due to the danger, we have refrained from investigating their usual gathering spots. However, we know they become agitated around noon each day and approach the town's edge, which is quite alarming, though they have yet to attack." As the senior sister, Nán Xī took the lead in discussions with the guards. "So, we currently have no knowledge of their whereabouts?" She confirmed. "Correct. We must wait until noon tomorrow." Nán Xī nodded, her gaze drifting to her companions, Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, whose expressions remained inscrutable. Adopting a serious demeanor, Nán Xī asked, "Is it not time for dinner?" Although she could fast since reaching the golden core stage, she felt a perpetual inability to refuse food. Her question left both Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun momentarily bewildered. "To ensure our state tomorrow, we must eat well today," Nán Xī reassured herself internally. The other two soon regained their composure. Luo Tingyun quietly gestured behind them, saying, "There is a restaurant just behind us." The guard, momentarily confused by this sudden shift, quickly recovered, smiling, yes, you must be tired from your journey. Allow me to." Qi Zhao interrupted, offering a gentle smile, "No need for arrangements. We will manage our own meal. Have you eaten? If not, please join us." The guard hastily declined. No, I've already eaten. Since you have your own plans, I shall take my leave." "Very well," Qi Zhao replied calmly. Thus, the three resumed their journey to the restaurant. Unlike their previous flight or serious discussions, the atmosphere was now relaxed, and with tomorrow's plans nearly set, Nán Xī's gaze frequently darted towards Luo Tingyun. Although they were all direct disciples, the atmosphere among the trio was notably loose, especially with Luo Tingyun maintaining a distance of nearly a meter from her. Perplexed, Nán Xī wondered, "Why is my junior sister so far away? Do I seem like a threat?" She mused further, when female cultivators go out together, especially senior and junior sisters, should we not walk hand in hand? Feeling a surge of impulse, she inched closer to Luo Tingyun, asking, "How did you practice your swordsmanship while away from the sect?" As she leaned in, the distance between them shrank, so close that a gust of wind could intertwine their hair. Luo Tingyun, slightly uncomfortable, shifted away a step. "My master provided me with a jade slip containing sword techniques, imbued with his consciousness, allowing him to guide me," Luo Tingyun replied. Observing her movement, Nán Xī, undeterred, edged closer, once more. I see. But you are quite skilled, managing to learn so well even outside the sect." Luo Tingyun shifted away again, humbly stating, "My family's strict discipline is not much different from the sect. I wouldn't say I'm particularly good." Nán Xī fell silent, her gaze fixated on the space between them, her mood souring. Thus, she closed the distance again. "Does my junior sister dislike me? This is not too close. I've left a bit of space. Why does she step back whenever I move forward?" Upon hearing her thoughts, Luo Tingyun noticed Nán Xī's brow furrow slightly. The brows furrowed suddenly, and he dared not move, allowing Nán Xī to draw near. If he were to turn his head at this moment, he would clearly see Nán Xī's eyelashes. He let out a sigh, admitting, "I am not accustomed to having someone so close." Nán Xī, puzzled, lifted her gaze to Luo Tingyun's face and pointed out the distance between them, asserting, "There is still half an arm's length. It is merely the customary distance for those who share a good relationship." Qi Zhao, who had been left far behind, thought, "So, I am to be disregarded, am I?" He strode over quickly, approaching the two from behind, his usually gentle demeanor now tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "What are you two discussing? Is it something that she cannot hear?" Nán Xī turned to Qi Zhao, meeting his gaze and suddenly realizing there was another person she had overlooked. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she smiled. No, by the way, junior brother, what would you like to eat?" She shifted the topic, and before either of them could respond, they looked up and discovered they had already arrived at the restaurant. It was a modest eatery, offering no particularly special dishes. After a glance around, Qi Zhao remarked, "A bowl of fried rice will suffice for me." Nán Xī nodded and then turned to Luo Tingyun. "I will have the same as senior brother Qi." They were not particularly indulgent when it came to food. Their presence here was simply due to Nán Xī's desire to come. "Excellent." Nán Xī cheerfully listed a series of dishes before turning back to the two and concluding, "and 3 bowls of fried rice." She mused inwardly. "Thank goodness for my cultivation, otherwise I could never consume so much." This elicited another glance from the two, realizing that eating heartily could indeed be a benefit of cultivation. With Nán Xī's lively spirit, she contemplated those junior brothers and sisters, shuddering inwardly. But they will be difficult to deal with. One seems intent on wanting to eliminate me. In a few days, the other junior brothers and sisters will be returning. Upon hearing this, Nán Xī immediately looked up at Qi Zhao, who paused before continuing. "The 3 of us have been out on our training journey for nearly half a year. By then, we should have gained quite a bit. I have some recollection." Luo Tingyun said, "I believe I have encountered them before. They each possess distinct personalities." Distinct personalities. The sudden thought from Nán Xī caused a brief pause in the conversation. She contemplated those junior brothers and sisters, shuddering inwardly. But they will be difficult to deal with. One seems intent on wanting to eliminate me. Another insists on bringing me back to the right path, and yet another constantly challenges me to compete, calling me a little novice despite my lack of victories. Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun. Qi Zhao struggled to speak, attempting to shift the topic. "Additionally, during my previous training, I encountered numerous events." Just then, a faint tremor rippled through the ground, and before they could adopt serious expressions, they were met with a deafening roar from a beast. Instantly, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What on earth?" she exclaimed. Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao initially assumed south. She was merely startled, given the multitude of spirit beasts before them. Didn't they say that disturbances would only occur around noon? Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun also wore grave expressions as they looked toward that direction. Qi Zhao remarked, "I am uncertain, but we should investigate." Following the beast's roar, the subtle tremors continued, suggesting that a colossal creature was on the move and drawing ever closer. Though not easily discovered during the Foundation establishment stage, must surely have been known to the nearby sections. To the south, her eyes widening in astonishment. "What on earth?" she exclaimed. Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao initially assumed south. She was merely startled, given the multitude of spirit beasts before them. At least 5 of considerable size, a truly rare sight. However, in the next instant, a flurry of thoughts surged within South Xi. How could I have forgotten this segment? Goodness, how could I forget it? Is it because I've been living too comfortably lately? The Golden Enlightenment Beast, being such a rarity, though not easily discovered during the Foundation establishment stage, must surely have been known to the nearby sections. To the south, 200 miles from the Tianyun Sword Sect lies the intersection with another sect, Yushu Sect. If the Tianyun Sword Sect received word, it was evident that Yushu Sect would as well. It was indeed a curious twist of fate that the protagonist and Qi Qian would encounter one another here, followed by a series of events that South Xi should have recognized upon hearing about the Golden Enlightenment Beast. Yet, the longer it had been since she last saw Qi Qian, the less she had contemplated the plot. Coupled with the fact that it was entirely normal for disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect to handle spirit beasts or deal with malevolent beings. There are 7 in the late Foundation establishment stage. The prior intelligence was inaccurate. "Junior sister, quickly inform master and summon assistants," South Xi instructed. Previously, this meal would not have been wasted. As South Xi lamented her oversight, Qi Zhao remained somewhat perplexed by her words, while Luo Tingyun's gaze fixed intently on her, his expression deepening in contemplation, pondering what South Xi might know. Yet, South Xi did not dwell on these thoughts. She, along with Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, hastened towards the spirit beasts. The creatures were headed towards the town, and they could not allow them to reach it. There are 7 in the late Foundation establishment stage. The prior intelligence was inaccurate. "Junior sister, quickly inform master and summon assistants," South Xi instructed. Previously, they had only been aware that all were at the Foundation establishment stage, while the Golden Enlightenment Beast was at the late stage, with the others being in the early stage. However, the disparity between early and late Foundation establishment stages was considerable, Cultivators could compensate for their differences through techniques and various means, but spirit beasts could not. Thus, 3 late Foundation establishment cultivators would suffice to confront 10 beasts. It was clear that the sect intended for them to undergo practical experience, which was why only 3 were sent. Yet, the current situation revealed that 3 were insufficient to deal with so many spirit beasts. Moreover, with Yushu's sect lurking in the shadows, I cannot reveal my true strength at the Golden Core stage, or else I would have no fear. As Luo Tingyun relayed the situation to the sect leader as per South Xi's instructions, he exchanged a glance with Qi Zhao, both feeling a sense of unease. Yushu's sect's presence here. Could this be what South Xi had previously mentioned forgetting? But how could South Xi know that Yushu's sect's people had arrived? As they pondered, they found themselves face to face with the spirit beasts, appearing diminutive compared to the massive creatures. Yet, under the fierce gazes of the spirit beasts, they each stepped upon the head of one. Their swords instantly returned to their hands. While Foundation establishment cultivators could briefly traverse the air, it was taxing on their spiritual energy and would not be employed unless absolutely necessary. In that instant, the beast horde erupted into chaos, emitting piercing shrieks. And the Golden Enlightenment beast let out a fierce roar as it charged towards South Xi. Though its aggression was not particularly strong, it was not without means of attack. The 2 bald horns atop its head suddenly radiated light, surging with potent spiritual energy toward South Xi. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao were engulfed in battle. They were outnumbered, as 3 faced 11 spirit beasts, and South Xi found herself surrounded by 5 beasts, perhaps sensing her strength or due to her proximity to the Golden Enlightenment beast. She swiftly evaded, her sword gleaming coldly as she fought and simultaneously surveyed her surroundings. The significance of the unfolding events varied. While they were crucial, they also served merely as an introduction to the more pivotal narrative to follow. In this moment, South Xi was determined to shield Qi Qian from harm. What right does he have? South Xi's gaze flickered, a powerless exclamation escaping her lips. The plot dictated that when the protagonist and her companions were exhausted and at their wits' end, Qi Qian would appear, rescuing them from peril. Yet after years of real-world trials, South Xi found it hard to believe that Yushu's sect would act so nobly. After 2/4 of an hour of holding back, South Xi finally spotted an incongruity in a corner. With a shift of her gaze, she was deliberately struck by a spirit beast, hurtling towards that direction. Her thought was fleeting, unformed, so much so that the system failed to register it. She landed atop a tree, locking eyes with a startled disciple of Yushu's sect. She feigned astonishment. Upon glancing around from this vantage point, she discerned 4 direct disciples of Yushu's sect and 3 inner disciples, among them Qi Qian. Quickly regaining her composure, she adopted a semblance of weakness and turned to Qi Qian, asking, Qian, how did you end up here? Qi Qian, equally taken aback by the coincidence of South Xi being struck to this spot, realized that their plan to wait until Yushu's sect's forces were sufficiently depleted before intervening had failed, as the spirit beasts quickly chased after them. He drew his sword, his voice cold as he commanded, prepare to engage. Suddenly, a group of individuals burst forth from the forest, startling both Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun at the sight of Yushu's sect disciples, their minds racing with thoughts, including South Xi's earlier inner monologue. I knew these petty individuals were lurking here. South Xi's thoughts seethed. They were just waiting for us to be on the brink of collapse to take over. How could it be so conveniently advantageous? While contemplating, South Xi swiftly emerged from the trees, joining Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, instructing, junior brother, junior sister.
Take a moment to rest.
Without waiting for the system to react and warn her, she moved closer to Qi Qian, calling out, Qian, I'm here to assist you. Her declaration drew the attention of everyone present. The spirit beasts surrounding Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun were momentarily diverted by South Xi, granting them a brief respite as they faced 2 early Foundation establishment beasts, swiftly ending their lives. Turning their attention back to South Xi, they found her at the heart of the fray, diligently protecting Qi Qian, putting forth tremendous effort. Even the disciples of Yushu's sect were moved by the sight of South Xi, who had previously only been discussed. Witnessing her now, they realized how deeply she felt for their senior brother. Luo Tingyun observed South Xi's actions intently. It was the first time he had seen her in such close contact with Qi Qian, her eyes filled with affection, resembling a lovesick maiden. They paled in comparison to the mere scratches she had sustained from the spirit beast's attack earlier. They could barely be classified as anything more than slight abrasions or superficial blows. In summary, Nán Xī was merely putting on an act. Luo Tingyun's gaze suddenly brightened. The implication was clear. No matter the golden core stage, South Xi's current display of strength fell short of even the peak of foundation establishment, barely reaching the late stage. Moreover, regarding the swordsmanship, to say the least, the sword intent had not even been unleashed. It seemed almost like child's play. Observing Nán Xī's injuries, they paled in comparison to the mere scratches she had sustained from the spirit beast's attack earlier. They could barely be classified as anything more than slight abrasions or superficial blows. In summary, Nán Xī was merely putting on an act. Luo Tingyun's gaze suddenly brightened, scrutinizing Nán Xī's countenance. Although her expression remained unfamiliar, there lingered a spark of vitality within her eyes.
So it was.
Luo Tingyun murmured softly. Qi Qian was currently engaged in combat with the spirit beasts. His attention inadvertently drifted towards Luo Tingyun. Upon meeting her gaze, he tightened his grip on the sword. And in the following moment, his movements became more expansive and vigorous. He hadn't been deliberately watching Luo Tingyun fall into danger. Rather, he believed in her strength and trusted that he could protect her when genuine peril approached. Thus, he continued executing their original plan. Upon locking eyes with Qi Qian, he suddenly recalled Nán Xī mentioning that Qi Qian held affection for Luo Tingyun. He ceased to focus on Qi Qian and shifted his attention solely to Nán Xī's actions. Fortunately, with the assistance of the disciples from the Yushu sect, after Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao dispatched 2 spirit beasts, the balance of power between the 2 sides was restored, leading to a significant alleviation of tension. Having gained a moment to breathe, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao rejoined the fray, inflicting an increasing number of wounds upon the spirit beasts. A flicker of panic flashed in the golden eyes of the Jinwu beast, which suddenly reared back. It seems that whether I can or cannot decide to intervene is not within my control. I should consider what posture would prevent me from truly being harmed. The spirit beasts erupted into chaos. They unleashed their full might, targeting the cultivators, with 2 of the beasts specifically aiming for Qi Zhao. Initially, Nán Xī had drawn all attention and enmity. However, since Qi Qian's arrival, she had begun to take a back seat. Gradually, the ire she once attracted shifted towards Qi Qian, resulting in her now facing no attacks from the spirit beasts. Should I intervene? Nán Xī pondered, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding situation. It seems that whether I can or cannot decide to intervene is not within my control. I should consider what posture would prevent me from truly being harmed. As long as it merely appears that I have sustained injuries, that should suffice. As this inner monologue echoed within her, Luo Tingyun, who had been observing Nán Xī with both intent and distraction, felt his pupils constrict. Nán Xī made her decision swiftly. Within a mere instant, she dashed forward, aiming to intercept the attack directed at Qi Qian's back. The sound of metal clashing rang out, crisp and attention-grabbing, as the brilliance of the sword illuminated the moment. When Nán Xī regained her composure, she felt no pain. As her vision clarified, she caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance and glimpsed Luo Tingyun's jawline. The latter had lowered his head, his gaze unassuming. I do not quite comprehend why you would sacrifice yourself to rescue him. As Nán Xī was released, she glanced back, the earlier scene flashing through her mind. In the instant she surged towards Qi Qian, Luo Tingyun had also leapt forward. What were you just doing? If Nán Xī was merely saving Qi Qian, he could still. Understanding. Yet observing Nán Xī's demeanor, Luo Tingyun's demonstration illustrated that saving others did not solely entail the path of self-sacrifice. Nán Xī remained momentarily dazed, and the surroundings fell into a brief silence, as that last attack seemed to be the spirit beast's final desperate effort. Upon realizing it had failed, they turned and fled. Chapter 29. Yet, before Luo Tingyun could respond, Qi Zhao was the first to react amidst the tranquility. He hastily approached Nán Xī, a frown creasing his brow, his usually gentle countenance now imbued with gravity. Senior sister, what were you just doing? If Nán Xī was merely saving Qi Qian, he could still. Understanding, yet observing Nán Xī's demeanor, it is evident that she harbors no intention of retaliating, allowing the oncoming assault to descend upon her without resistance. Even though Nán Xī is at the golden core stage, and being struck by such a force has inflicted considerable injury upon her. If she were at the foundation establishment stage, the consequences would undoubtedly be far more severe. If one were to be struck so unexpectedly, it could potentially inflict fundamental harm, rendering ordinary healing elixirs ineffective. Thus, it would be imperative to employ medicinal substances for proper recuperation over an extended period. It was only then that Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback by Qi Zhao's stern demeanor. It took her a moment to fully comprehend the situation. Upon arrival, I swiftly clutched my chest, feigning a semblance of agony.
Ami.
I am injured. Although I am not truly hurt, one must still put on a semblance of it, mustn't one? As long as it does not hinder the subsequent plot, it is of no concern. Qi Zhao, Luo Tingyun. Let's not mention the people of the Tianyun sword sect at this moment. What thoughts occupied Qi Qian's mind as he gazed at Nán Xī's precarious silhouette? In that fleeting moment, he perceived with clarity that the impending attack was about to descend upon him. Nán Xī, undeterred, charged forward recklessly.
Come, then.
Qi Qian's expression showed a hint of bewilderment. He found it difficult to extricate himself from the scene that had just unfolded. God. It is not only Nán Xī who must shield him from harm, but also it was the strike from Luo Tingyun that left an indelible mark upon his heart. At this moment, the events that had just transpired replayed incessantly in his mind, rendering him nearly unable to return to reality.
God.
Nán Xī sensed a moment of tranquility and discreetly lifted her eyelids to steal a glance, only to meet Luo Tingyun's gaze, which was laden with complexity. She hastily lowered her eyes once more. Speaking of which, are those spirit beasts truly not going to give chase? Moreover, with such thoughts about the spirit beasts, Luo Tingyun cast a glance at Nán Xī, poised to speak. However, Nán Xī weakly spoke up, "You all go and pursue the spirit beasts. I will just rest here by myself." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Yushu sect finally reacted. Qi Qian cast a profound glance at Nán Xī, then drew his sword and swiftly made his way in the direction the beast horde had departed. Flying away, Qi Zhao was 80% certain that Nán Xī's injury was feigned. However, he merely said, "That senior sister is resting here, we will return shortly." Luo Tingyun is most aware of whether Nán Xī has been injured. Due to Nán Xī's somewhat reckless actions, he does not wish to say much to her at this moment. She nodded with a hint of aloofness and followed Qi Zhao. As they departed, the surroundings instantly felt desolate. Nán Xī glanced around, hesitatingly approaching the two corporeal spirit beasts beside her. Simply put, gather all the useful items. As for Li Yunjin, she herself did not make an appearance. Originally, the Heavenly Cloud Sword sect was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. She intended to assist Qi Zhao and the others, ensuring that the Golden Insight Beast would ultimately fall into the hands of the Tianyun Sword sect, but suddenly a thought crossed her mind. Once again, she settled back down. After finishing her tasks, Nán Xī sat down and began to murmur. "Is there any issue with today's storyline?" "Speak up," Li Yunjin said, her brow slightly furrowed as she strained to hear better. With her hearing enhanced, she was finally able to discern Nán Xī's words clearly. "I believe there should be no issue. After all, the elements of saving a life and injury are both present." "Oh, and what about Qi Qian's expression?" "I am quite shaken. Everything that should be present is indeed here." If I were to inquire about any discrepancies, I would question why my junior sister chose to rescue me. However, can it truly be deemed my fault that she came to my aid?" Nán Xī murmured a string of words, essentially engaging in a conversation with the system. However, the system remained unresponsive, which left her feeling perplexed. She furrowed her brow. Is there truly no reaction at this moment? Nán Xī took a moment to reflect and realized, indeed. Feeling the system's presence, May decisively closed her mouth and looked up at the sky. How tranquil it is. Wait, did my junior sister just save me? She actually managed to come to my rescue in time? Nán Xī was amused by her own thoughts. Surely, she must be paying attention to me. It seems that the junior sister holds a particular fondness for you. Subsequently, Nán Xī's thoughts wandered, descending into a realm of completely trivial musings. Li Yunjin was rendered speechless. After briefly sensing the positions of Luo Tingyun and the others, She vanished in the blink of an eye, reaching them in mere moments. The current battle has become significantly easier compared to before. It merely requires a bit more refinement, and this group of spirit beasts will soon be subdued. At this moment, disciples of the Yushu sect were covertly observing Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun, poised to take action in the shadows. These methods render them powerless to compete for this group of spirit beasts. With such an abundance of resources from the spirit beasts, especially considering the presence of the golden enlightenment beast among them, it is inconceivable that they would relinquish their claim. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Yunjin of the Tianyun sword sect felt a chill in her gaze. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure was released, and her icy voice resonated among everyone present. It would be prudent to depart swiftly. The disciples of Yushu sect, led by Qi Qian, were now fixated on Li Yunjin. Qi Qian gritted his teeth fiercely and uttered. The oppressive aura descended upon the spirit beasts and the disciples of the Yushu sect, and in an instant, the group of spirit beasts had their throats slit, leaving only the golden enlightenment beast. Li Yunjin lifted the golden enlightenment beast with one hand and inquired, "Is that all? Your sect, the Yushu sect, consistently resorts to insidious methods, and I find it utterly intolerable." With a fleeting glance, he retracted his imposing aura. If one does not wish to return missing limbs, the two disciples laughed with ease. If today's gathering did not involve the disciples of the Yushu sect, I might have.
Me?
Let us depart. Had it been any elder from the Tianyun sword sect other than Li Yunjin present here, they might have resorted to cunning arguments, seeking to devise ways to at least obtain half of the blood of the golden enlightenment beast. Yet now, before them, it is Li Yunjin. My junior sister and I were closely monitoring their actions, but with our esteemed uncle's arrival, it is indeed a matter for me. We have spared ourselves some trouble. The two disciples laughed with ease. If today's gathering did not involve the disciples of the Yushu sect, I might have. Be fair and divide equally among them. However, over the years, has the Yushu sect not taken too much from the belongings of the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect? She, Li Yunjin, is by no means a magnanimous individual. Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun bowed to Li Yunjin and then said, "Just now, my junior sister and I were closely monitoring their actions, but with our esteemed uncle's arrival, it is indeed a matter for me. We have spared ourselves some trouble." Upon hearing this, Li Yunjin glanced at Qi Zhao, her expression a blend of amusement and ambiguity. Qi Zhao inquired, "What do you mean?" After a moment, Li Yunjin sighed. Qi Shizhi was commendable in every aspect, yet he was excessively serious. "All right, swiftly gather these spirit beasts. We went to visit our cousin from Nanjing." After waiting for half an hour, Nán Xī still did not arrive, but we saw Luo Tingyun and the others returning, not only accompanied by Li Yunjin, but also a spiritual tether binds the moderately sized Jinwu beast. Compared to ordinary spirit beasts, the Jinwu beast possesses a greater degree of intelligence. Yet it regarded her with a gaze that seemed to convey disapproval. Nan's disciple. Li Yunjin approached her with a smile, bending down before she could react. Cultivators would refrain from slaying it. Naturally, confining it for bloodletting is not an act of righteousness. Typically, one would exchange certain spiritual artifacts for the blood of the golden enlightenment beast. As Nán Xī observed the golden enlightenment beast drawing closer, she caught sight of it. With a sudden flare of her nostrils, she expelled a forceful breath. Nán Xī, perplexed, felt as though she had not harmed it in the slightest. Yet it regarded her with a gaze that seemed to convey disapproval. Nan's disciple. Li Yunjin approached her with a smile, bending down before she could react, bringing their faces alarmingly close. His grin concealed a dagger-like sharpness as he demanded, "Care to explain why you recklessly threw yourself into danger just now?" Nán Xī was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, covering her eyes dramatically. "I couldn't help myself. You know how I am, uncle." Enough. Li Yunjin cut her off, his smile unwavering. Once Nán Xī's matter was settled, Li Yunjin turned his attention to the furious golden insight beast.
Now.
But Li Yunjin straightened, shaking his finger lightly. "No further discussion. I won't be lenient." Defeated, Nán Xī wilted like a withered flower. "I've decided to hate uncle for a day." "Well, half a day. Considering he bought me roast goose last time." Her exaggerated despair nearly drew amused smiles from Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun behind her, though they swiftly schooled their expressions, remembering the gravity of the situation. A newborn calf fears no tiger. Any golden core cultivator could have ended you. Nán Xī snapped out of her daze, astonished. Uncle understands beast speech too. Care to explain why you've been causing havoc outside the town with your spirit beast? Nán Xī, meanwhile, muttered under her breath like a broken chant. A month. A month. A month. Ignoring her, Li Yunzheng locked eyes with the beast. After a tense silence, the creature relented, letting out a series of growls before falling quiet. So, you were in a foul mood and decided to scare humans? Li Yunzheng sighed. Truly, a newborn calf fears no tiger. Any golden core cultivator could have ended you. Nán Xī snapped out of her daze, astonished. Uncle understands beast speech too. How absurdly talented. Though he said nothing, the faintest smirk tugged at Li Yunzheng's lips at the unintended praise. The golden insight beast, however, remained defiant, snarling again, though its protests were meaningless. Unfazed, Li Yunzheng produced a radiant spirit wood fragment. The rules of the Jianghu. The beast eyed the wood, recognizing the unspoken ultimatum, comply willingly or by force. With a final resentful growl, it swallowed the wood, then shook its antlers violently, drawing blood into a waiting vessel. Within moments, the container was filled. The beast swayed weakly, glaring at Li Yunzheng with another growl. Still unrepentant, Nán Xī admired its spirit, stubborn to the core. Just like me. The instant the thought crossed her mind, 3 pairs of eyes pinned her in place. She shrank under their scrutiny. Fine. Maybe not that stubborn. As her mind wandered, the system abruptly chimed in. Host, I've reviewed the records. Your situation may exempt you from punishment. A glimmer of hope lit Nán Xī's eyes. Really? I knew I didn't deserve it. Her outburst drew attention once more, though this time, the others deliberately avoided looking at her, listening in silence. The system continued, but your future actions must be flawless. Any misstep will only delay the penalty. Fail the upcoming plot, and the consequences will compound. Chapter 30. At this moment, Nán Xī remained unaware of their perplexity. Perplexed by Nán Xī's words. What? The plot? Punishment for what? Just now, Nán Xī was clearly. In conversing with another individual, this person is not among them, is it? There exists someone in their midst, yet they remain unseen. It is not merely? Li Yunzhen pondered upon Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun. Intelligent individuals often ponder matters that are not inferior to those of Li Yunzhen. However, it is now quite certain that there exists someone beside Nán Xī. And any minor surprises at the conclusion were merely unexpected twists. Outside, it has nothing to do with me. What about the plot? Li Yunzhen narrowed her eyes, slightly, perplexed by Nán Xī's words. What? The plot? Punishment for what? Just now, Nán Xī was clearly. In conversing with another individual, this person is not among them, is it? There exists someone in their midst, yet they remain unseen. It is not merely? Li Yunzhen pondered upon Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun. Intelligent individuals often ponder matters that are not inferior to those of Li Yunzhen. However, it is now quite certain that there exists someone beside Nán Xī. A person who can perceive the whispers of her heart, yet remains voiceless themselves. And what, pray tell, is it that Nán Xī is engaged in? The character's persona, or the plot they had just heard, was intrinsically linked to that individual. Moreover, the mention of the term punishment by Nán Xī immediately caused a palpable heaviness in the hearts of several. With merely a few fragmented words, they felt an ominous foreboding. It is challenging to piece together the entirety of the situation, yet it is becoming increasingly evident that Nán Xī's predicament appears rather bleak. Lu Tingyun's gaze fell upon Nán Xī, and after a slight pursing of his lips, he lowered his eyes. However, Li Yunzhen remained unmoved. Amidst the vibrant hues and sounds, upon observing the visage of the golden beast, did one procure an elixir for replenishment? Offer it the blood elixir, she said softly. The group of spirit beasts you have gathered is excessively aggressive and too conspicuous. What will you do now? Little one, unaware of the perils that humanity poses, I implore you to return swiftly to your kin, lest you meet a most tragic fate. Would it not be so? Each sect is akin to the Tianyun sword sect. If the Golden Enlightenment Beast were to fall into the hands of a Yushu sect today, it would undoubtedly face dire consequences. For a century, The blood of the bloodletting slave was exploited until the sanguine essence of the golden enlightenment beast lost all medicinal worth. Only then was it crushed like an ant. Having spoken, Li Yunjin withdrew her spiritual energy, releasing the bindings that restrained the golden enlightenment beast. With a few hums, I turned back. Initially, I walked with a sense of boldness and pride, but as I continued, my pace quickened until it resembled a run, and my retreating figure clearly revealed a sense of fear. At this moment it was. A moment of silence ensued. Suddenly. Ha ha ha. This little calf must be frightened now, probably hastening home to seek comfort from its mother. Ha ha ha. Others. They are still worried about Nán Xī, while Nán Xī seems to be unaffected, acting as if nothing is wrong. With a cheerful heart, Li Yunjin turned around and playfully ruffled Nán Xī's hair, then remarked, "It is rather late now. Let us rest in town for the night and return tomorrow." Li Yunjin took out the jade pot containing the blood of the golden enlightenment beast and casually tossed it to Luo Tingyun. "Take care of it. When you return, you can divide it as you wish. All matters can be handled." Oh, indeed, if Master Nan's disciple were to present this item to Qi Qian, he would be punished with half a year's fasting. Nán Xī was just about to express her admiration for Li Yunjin's generosity. At this moment, she inexplicably cast a glance at Li Yunjin, questioning, "Why should I give it to Qi Qian? I'm not foolish." Li Yunjin replied, "Actually, Nán Xī and others. It is possible to return today, but Li Yunjin mentioned that their ability to rest outside implies that they can enjoy some leisure time before heading back. In a disguised manner, a holiday has been granted. Yet, what of Li Yunjin herself? She returned to the sect overnight. The situation remained uncertain, and she did not immediately inform He Jian. However, with the increasing revelations from Nán Xī, Li Yunjin began to believe that clarifying the matter was merely a question of time. The punishment for Nán Xī's fasting was ultimately not lifted. The food in her storage space was completely confiscated, and before Li Yunjin departed, she ordered Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun to supervise diligently, ensuring that Nán Xī consumes not even the slightest morsel. As she passed by the restaurant where she had consumed half of her meal today, Nán Xī was overcome with sorrow. What if this meal were to be the last? My final meal of the month, I shall devour it with reckless abandon, leaving no morsel behind. As for Nán Xī's identity, how to commemorate the lost month's meals after resting for a night in the small town, the trio regrouped and prepared to set off again. Upon returning to the residence, they found that Li Yunjin had permitted them to linger outside for an extended period. Consequently, they decided to take their time in returning, particularly because Yunxiang City, renowned as a prominent metropolis, is indeed bustling with liveliness. As they prepare to procure some items, returning back from the small town to Yunxiang City, the journey of 200 miles is predominantly characterized by the mountains are cloaked in verdant forests, yet within such woodlands, fierce spirit beasts are seldom found. At most, they are merely at the foundation building stage. There are some common miraculous herbs. Nán Xī and her companions initially did not pay attention to the movements around them, but as they passed through a particular area, the woman's resonant voice pierced through their eardrums. "Do you have any sense of reason?
Huh?
Do you possess any sense of reason?" Nán Xī soared ahead on her sword, but upon hearing that sound, her speed abruptly diminished. Looking down, she felt a sudden wave of unsteadiness. "Oh dear, I have a slight fear of heights." "Fear of heights? What is that?" Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao, two natives of the realm of cultivation, cast bewildered glances. However, Nán Xī remained oblivious to their curiosity. What situation unfolds beneath? Nán Xī subtly descended a notch in altitude, her curiosity ignited like a flame, rendering her momentarily immobile. As she paused, the two individuals behind her followed suit in her movement. As it descends gently, below lies a scattered group of approximately 10 individuals. At this moment, one side comprises 3 individuals, while the opposing side boasts 3 times that number. Upon this observation, it becomes apparent which side holds the advantage. The advantage was immediately apparent. The woman who had just spoken belonged to the disadvantaged trio. You few had merely taken advantage of the chaos earlier, yet now. Do you wish to take advantage of me, dear aunt? In which crowd do you find yourself? Haha, what is the reasoning behind this? What does it truly mean to take advantage of someone? Dear aunt, you must understand that the human heart is inscrutable. You. That woman is poised to strike with her sword. A hand was intercepted by another woman nearby, whose voice was remarkably elegant, calm, and composed. Esteemed friends, may I inquire? Together, we shall confront this spiritual beast. Although our trio of senior apprentices is small in number, we contribute the most effort. Now that the beast has perished, we are also willing to. According to the rules, you will share equally, right? I hope you will also abide by the rules. At this moment, Nán Xī understood and said, so it turns out to be. In this manner, they confronted the spiritual beasts together. However, at this moment, one party sought to monopolize the spoils after the beasts had been vanquished. Nán Xī shook her head in disapproval, truly astonished by such greed. Unreasonable. Luo Tingyan gazed at Nán Xī, inquiring, Senior sister, do you wish to descend and assist them? Upon hearing this, Nán Xī shook her head and replied no. Although it seems that their reasoning holds merit at this moment, the situation remains unclear. Who can truly ascertain the nature of it? Furthermore, this matter has yet to unfold. If they can resolve their issues peacefully, would we not be meddling unnecessarily? Senior sister is correct. Luo Tingyan pondered how rational Nán Xī was at this moment. Nodding slightly, they continued to observe the situation below alongside Nán Xī. Meanwhile, Qi Zhao glanced down as well, seemingly on the verge of saying something. However, observing Nán Xī's enthusiastic expression, I ultimately remained silent. The situation below continues to unfold, while it is the unreasonable party that persists. Impatiently, the leader disdainfully dug at his ear while observing the three individuals before him. What are you chattering about? It's utterly annoying. Are you unwilling to accept this? If you have the ability, come and fight us.
Kill us.
After uttering these words, the group erupted into laughter once more. The last of the trio, the only male, who had previously held his sword in silence, now tightened his grip on the hilt upon hearing their taunts, stating, Sister, I can no longer endure this. Nán Xī's eyes sparkled with intensity. What? Are we really going to fight? Luo Tingyan, who believed Nán Xī to be a person of reason, was taken aback by her ignorance of his thoughts. Had she known, she would have feigned understanding more convincingly. However, as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Nán Xī's sword descended lower. Qi Zhao observed Nán Xī's demeanor, hesitating to speak, caught in a cycle of wanting to voice his thoughts but refraining. Meanwhile, as that man drew his sword, even the previously rational woman sighed, seemingly resigned, and took up her own weapon. The already volatile atmosphere became fraught with tension. Nán Xī's eyes gleamed brighter. Let the fight commence. Let it begin. She had already descended quite low, and the trio preparing for battle momentarily appeared bewildered, with one unable to contain her curiosity, glancing around.
Who is speaking?
Before she could identify the source, their adversaries had already sneered, charging towards them in unison. Nán Xī remained puzzled, wondering where the voice had originated. Qi Zhao cast a glance at Nán Xī, remaining silent. Yet, in this intense moment, someone astutely raised their head and instantly locked eyes with Nán Xī. Senior sister? Nán Xī exclaimed in shock.
Ah?
Junior sisters? And a junior brother? Qi Zhao then spoke slowly. So, senior sister did not recognize that these are our junior siblings? I thought you had noticed and were merely enjoying the spectacle. Nán Xī fell silent, feeling a pang of guilt as she averted her gaze. Ha ha ha. I simply believe our junior siblings possess the capability to handle this matter, she awkwardly chuckled, attempting to defend herself. At that moment, the trio below were indeed a few of the final direct disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, recently returned from their journeys. Luo Tingyan, unfamiliar with them, inquired with some confusion, are they fellow disciples? Nán Xī nodded but was met with Luo Tingyan's sincere question, then why did senior sister not recognize them? Nán Xī pondered. Could she admit to her face blindness? Chapter 31. Nán Xī was not unfamiliar with these fellow disciples. In fact, she knew them quite well, even intimately, particularly with Qi Zhao and the others. Despite their absence from the sect during this period, these disciples have played a significant role in both the preceding and subsequent narratives. In the narrative, although they may not be considered principal characters, they certainly play pivotal roles, much like Qi Zhao and Lian Xianxia, due to their significance to the female lead. To show respect while maintaining distance, The characters on the periphery of the narrative, whose appearances are infrequent, merely serve as names. Meanwhile, the three individuals before us. The fiery-tempered woman, named Lu Wenju, may appear boisterous at first glance, but she is, in fact, bold yet meticulous. Not only does she have a contentious relationship with the female protagonist, but she also harbors early grievances. The intersection with Nán Xī ultimately leads to an unfavorable outcome. Such is a profound truth. What about another individual?
Xianxia?
She, typically serene and composed, harbored no hostility towards Nán Xī, yet she profoundly disapproved of her actions. She spent her days contemplating how to make Nán Xī see the truth, striving earnestly towards this goal. Many efforts were made. She could be considered the disciple who had the best relationship with Nán Xī in the sect prior. Moreover, she was the only one among the three. A man named Jing Feng, a fervent martial artist, is typically taciturn. However, he appears to harbor a considerable disdain for Nán Xī, frequently challenging her to contests. Upon emerging victorious, he often utters some rather caustic remarks. In words, Nán Xī did not harbor any dislike towards them. In fact, she found them rather intriguing. However, if one were to inquire why she failed to recognize these individuals moments ago, it could be attributed to her state of mind at that time. Blindness begets blindness. In an instant, as Lu Wenju gazed upon Nán Xī, her momentary distraction allowed the other party to envelop her in spiritual energy. A fierce assault swiftly approached her in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, Nán Xī's gaze sharpened, and the sword plunged downward in an instant, piercing through the air before Wenju's eyes, emitting a crisp, resonant hum. What had been on the verge of eruption moments ago? At this moment, the war appeared to have pressed the pause button. The imposing figure at the forefront cast a glance upward, only to discover three individuals in the sky. Then, upon estimating their combat strength, his expression immediately changed. Brothers, let's grab the items and flee. In the brief span of that utterance, the 9 adversaries, without discernment, they indiscriminately dismembered the corpses of the spirit beasts, ready to flee.
Yet,
Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun were no ordinary individuals. The moment they perceived their movements, their swords were drawn. In an instant, the sheath provoked several individual storage bags, leaving them in a quandary, unable to flee yet unwilling to remain. Their expressions contorted in dismay. Nán Xī had already descended upon them, standing silently behind, facing the incredulous gaze of Lu Wenju, expressionless. What are you staring at, you little brat? Is it not rather natural for the elder sister to possess exceptional prowess? She has just emerged. The sword was remarkably swift, resolving Lu Wenju's peril with an astonishing speed that belied her previous demeanor. It is entirely reasonable for Lu Wenju to be incredulous regarding her capabilities. However, Nán Xī's calm demeanor seems to suggest that her performance did not achieve the expected impact. The effect was such that Lu Wenju appeared to witness something extraordinary, her eyes widening ever more. Senior sister, you. Lu Wenju's mouth was swiftly covered by xianxia. Maintaining a serene demeanor, the young girl cast a sidelong smile at Nán Xī and said, "The junior sister is being unreasonable, senior sister. Do not take it to heart. Wenju, quickly express your gratitude to senior sister." Wenju nodded vigorously twice.
Xianxia?
She finally released her grip. What about Nán Xī's heart? The matter of the leak had long been known to them through the disciple Yu Dai. There had been prior discussions regarding this issue. Yet in the heat of the moment, Lu Wenju evidently momentarily forgot about it, nearly leading to an unintended revelation. She inadvertently let it slip. However, after a gentle reminder from Xinzing's, she recalled the matter, glanced at Nán Xī, and, with a hint of awkwardness, spoke. "Thank you, esteemed senior sister." The overwhelming numbers, after careful consideration, suggested that 9 could indeed prevail over 3. With this probability in mind, the decision was made to breach the agreement. However, it was because Nán Xī had spoken these words in her heart. In this matter, she found herself unable to refute and could only suppress her feelings with great effort. At this moment, the one who had provoked her at last could no longer contain themselves and spoke up. "Excuse me, was that our question just now? How is the division of spiritual beasts currently? Are they aware of it? What about those 3 individuals, Lu Wenju and the others? They are formidable, but who are they?" The overwhelming numbers, after careful consideration, suggested that 9 could indeed prevail over 3. With this probability in mind, the decision was made to breach the agreement. However, at that moment, 3 more individuals arrived. They gazed at one another, each more formidable than the last, undoubtedly having lost all hope of victory, forced to once again adhere to the established rules. Lu Wenju's attention diverted, she crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. Times have changed. Previously, we sought to share equally with you. Was that a reflection of our good character? That is no longer the case. She extended her hand, signaling a number, 7 for us, 3 for you. After Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyan intercepted the individuals, each took their position. Standing on one side, they blocked the escape route, exuding a formidable presence without uttering a single word. However, Nán Xī could only listen to the words of Lu Wenju. She exclaimed in admiration, "It counts for nothing. The Master Sister's words are merely a breeze passing by the ear, not to be taken to heart, lest one become foolish." Fortunately, even if they are reluctant to part ways, they may still yield under the pressure of circumstances. These words fell precisely on target. In her ears, Lu Wenju could hardly suppress her desire for pride. However, since it was Nán Xī who praised her, she felt a sense of awkwardness. Her expression wavered for a moment, yet she ultimately adopted a resolute demeanor, feigning ignorance to Nán Xī's words. The Master Sister's praise for her is as good as no praise at all. It counts for nothing. The Master Sister's words are merely a breeze passing by the ear, not to be taken to heart, lest one become foolish. Fortunately, Nán Xī is oblivious to the thoughts of others. Otherwise, it would be quite something. Lu Wenju should express her thoughts on these 2 sentences. Meanwhile, the response from the opposite side is in alignment with what Nán Xī has mentioned. It is not much different. Clearly, there is a sense of discontent. Yet upon observing Nán Xī and a few others, one is compelled to yield at a glance. What followed thereafter was contingent upon the circumstances involving Nán Xī and the others. Under supervision, it can still be considered peaceful. Jing Feng originally stood by, with his sword in hand. When that group departed, one of the younger members cast a defiant glance in his direction. He suddenly straightened up, partially drawing his sword, which startled the onlooker. With a shiver, he let out a cry and hurriedly joined the group over there. Nán Xī watched, utterly amused, exclaiming, "I can't stop laughing. My junior brother has just
Beating us kulefs, anim trembling.
Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyan have grown accustomed to Nán Xī's heart's voice. At this point, they can feign indifference, yet Lu Wenju and the others. It remains quite novel, and I cannot help but glance towards Nán Xī. Once the individuals there have departed, all attention is directed towards her. Nán Xī smooths her hair, feigning ignorance to the gazes of those few, her heart. With a sigh, I pondered, am I truly the focus of such attention? Now that my junior colleagues are present, should I put on a fade? But what is there to feign? In a moment of confusion, Nán Xī's expression shifted dramatically. A new set has been donned, imbued with a melancholic aura, tinged with a hint of sorrow, within which a trace of timidity emerges. Lu Wenju. Is she? Displeased by Nán Xī's demeanor, I simply turned away, choosing not to engage further. It was Qi Zhao who broke the silence among us. Atmosphere, are you all returning to the sect? Since we have encountered each other, why not return together? Xianxia glanced at Nán Xī. Expressions lingered on the lips, words unspoken, and after a moment of contemplation, silence prevailed. What was it that prompted a nod of agreement? Since we have crossed paths, we must undoubtedly stand united. Suddenly, Jing Feng leaned in, asserting, I have no objections. As the atmosphere shifted, the gaze turned towards Nán Xī, who fixed her eyes on her without a moment's distraction. Nán Xī, feeling a subtle urge, inched closer to Luo Tingyan, softly requesting, Junior sister, if Jing Shidi wishes to challenge me, could you lend me a hand in managing him? Luo Tingyan glanced at Jing Feng and nodded in silence. With Nán Xī's movement, the attention of several individuals, including Lu Wenju, who had been previously focused on Luo Tingyan, abruptly shifted to her, their eyes widening in surprise. Junior sister? Wow, junior sister, you are so tall and beautiful. Xianxia beamed a friendly smile at Luo Tingyan, inquiring if she would be joining their future endeavors, warmly welcoming her. Jingfeng redirected his attention to Luo Tinian and after a moment's contemplation, tilted his head, asking, "Junior sister, how proficient are you with your sword?" He was eager to engage Luo Tinian in a duel, but was halted by xianxia, who reminded him that it was not an opportune moment for a contest, suggesting they could discuss it upon returning to the sect. Reluctantly, Jingfeng withdrew, yet persisted then, "Junior sister, let us have our duel once we return to the sect." As Luo Tinian completed her introductions and engaged in casual conversation, Nán Xī remained silent, acutely aware that the spotlight was on Luo Tinian. She listened attentively, nodding in agreement when they praised Luo Tinian's admirable qualities or skills. When Luo Tinian turned to compliment Lu Wenju and Jingfeng, Nán Xī feigned a serious demeanor. None anticipated the scene that awaited them upon their return to the sect. They were greeted by Jian Lianzheng and their master, an elder of Tianyun sword sect, struggling to suppress her rising temper, only to be quickly subdued by xianxia. As their conversation neared its conclusion, the six of them proceeded towards the sect. Originally, their plan included a detour to Yunxiang City, but with the urgency of the junior disciples to return, they decided to accommodate their wishes. In a couple of days, the atmosphere of Tianyun sword sect would shift dramatically, and descending the mountain would no longer be restricted. However, none anticipated the scene that awaited them upon their return to the sect. They were greeted by Jian Lianzheng and their master, an elder of Tianyun sword sect, and all present began to discreetly gauge one another's strengths, except for Nán Xī, who remained unperturbed. Where exactly does the standard of strength lie? The assembly of elders exchanged glances before Jian addressed them, clarifying their purpose. Although there was no pressing matter, the reunion after such a long separation warranted an assessment of the current disciples' abilities, alongside discussions regarding the upcoming emperor by Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed disciples could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. Assessing abilities and the emperor by Secret Realm were no trivial matters, and all present began to discreetly gauge one another's strengths, except for Nán Xī, who remained unperturbed. Where exactly does the standard of strength lie? Just an unremarkable peak stage of foundation establishment? Chapter 32. Luo Wenju was taken aback by Nán Xī's reaction. She stood frozen for a moment, but after recalling what she had heard from Nán Xī's heart, she could no longer hesitate. I repent for my past mistreatment of you. Luo Wenju lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. In the past, whenever she returned, she never brought gifts for Nán Xī, and upon seeing her, she would merely greet her coldly as senior sister, even instructing xianxia not to converse with Nán Xī. Reflecting on this, she felt she had committed unforgivable sins, and her tears flowed even more profusely. Nán Xī, still puzzled, gently patted her back. No, it wasn't that bad. Junior sister Luo is so kind. You even greeted me. If it were me, I would have kept my distance from such a person. Hearing herself praised, Luo Wenju was momentarily bewildered. Even Xianxia, standing nearby, spoke softly, "Senior sister, I have also made mistakes in the past, but I will treat you better from now on." Nán Xī thought, what could these two children have been discussing earlier? They certainly cannot be recounting my good deeds. Although she did not inquire further, she noticed that the elders who had been intermittently discussing the disciples' performances during the assessment had fallen silent for quite some time. However, their silence was not genuine. They were utilizing a form of communication only available to those at the golden core stage, transmission of sound into the ear. This technique, akin to conveying thoughts, allowed for unspoken dialogue and the selection of conversation partners. The second elder's expression grew serious. "What is the situation with this disciple of yours, He Jian?" At that moment, no one present bore a relaxed expression, not even Li Yunjin, whose posture remained unchanged, yet her demeanor had grown somber. Everyone's faces revealed subtle hostility towards the system that Nán Xī had mentioned. If Nán Xī were indeed coerced, all the recent oddities would find their explanations, such as her apparent affection for Qi Qian, while secretly cursing him in her heart. She always appeared weak, yet she harbored a vengeful spirit, never holding back. To coerce and humiliate a disciple of Tianyun sword sect is tantamount to disregarding our sect. Let me discover who is responsible. The Grand Elder, maintaining a gentle demeanor, remarked. It had been exceedingly impressive. If she were truly a weak individual, she could not wield such a sword. After a moment, He Jian transmitted. I know more about my disciple's condition than you do. She seldom contemplates these matters and hardly engages in dialogue with that system. Too much bullying. This was the fiery temperament of the fifth elder, who was also Luo Wenju's master. To coerce and humiliate a disciple of Tianyin's sword sect is tantamount to disregarding our sect. Let me discover who is responsible. The Grand Elder, maintaining a gentle demeanor, remarked, I wonder how many years have passed. It truly pains me for this child. Quite interesting. I have not sensed any fluctuations in spiritual energy. Li Yunjin's voice carried a rational chill, indicating her discontent. But since it exists in this world, one day I shall capture it. Although appearing youthful, Li Yunjin had lived as long as the elders present, and her cultivation was the highest. When she spoke, she affirmed Tianyin's sword sect's stance and finally addressed He Jian. For now, let us act as if nothing has occurred. What has been in the past shall continue into the future. Our actions must not alert Xie. He Jian's expression darkened, his breathing noticeably labored as he struggled to contain his anger. Yet, even though Nán Xī was not a disciple of the other elders, they still felt uneasy. This was their disciple from Tianyin's sword sect, one they had watched grow up. The mention of her past brought to mind the image of Nán Xī when she first entered the sect, small and frail, yet her eyes sparkled with brilliance. And despite her tender age, her character was outstanding. Everyone believed she would achieve great things in the future. Nán Xī, the Grand Elder, called out. Having just comforted the inexplicably sobbing Luo Wenju, Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the Grand Elder's voice, but she stepped forward obediently, responding, You called for me? Yes, come here. Let me have a look at you. Nán Xī, feeling a bit dazed, stepped closer to accept the Grand Elder's scrutiny, only to hear him sigh softly. Your innate talent still remains. Nán Xī was even more perplexed, and then she heard Li Yunjin speak. Indeed, your innate talent is exceptional. It can be said that one such as you emerges only once in a millennium. She rested her chin on her hand, languidly stating, The last person with such exceptional talent was myself. I am right here. Dear niece, you must strive to catch up. Nán Xī thought, What is going on? Capable of saving a life, as long as one was not entirely beyond rescue. It was a coveted treasure among cultivators. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the pill. Felt a lump in his throat, realizing he had indeed been excessive in his past judgments, instinctively reaching for his storage ring. Nán Xī, come here. He beckoned, saying, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to give you something the last time. Here, take this. Nán Xī, increasingly bewildered, blankly accepted the item, and upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in shock. The purple soul pill. A first-grade elixir? The purple soul pill was a miraculous medicine for nourishing the soul and mending bones, capable of saving a life as long as one was not entirely beyond rescue. It was a coveted treasure among cultivators. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the pill. Elder, you must have taken the wrong item. The fifth elder's face twitched under her scrutinizing gaze. Having once received great kindness from your master, this is not a particularly precious item. You can accept it. Nán Xī, upon hearing this, subtly glanced at He Jian. The ever-serious He Jian nodded in affirmation. You should accept it. Reluctantly, Nán Xī accepted the item, feeling an unease about its origin. What is happening today? I don't believe I have done anything worthy of this. Is my master truly allowing me to accept this? It seems unreasonable. Could it be that I will face a difficult task ahead? As Nán Xī's thoughts began to spiral, He Jian cleared his throat, saying, In this assessment, you have shown some improvement compared to last time. Continue to work hard. Now, please return to your position. Upon hearing this, Nán Xī froze, her shock deepening. What? I performed abysmally, and my master still praises me for progress? Am I to face the guillotine tomorrow? How terrifying. He Jian realized that Nán Xī's reaction to his mild praise was more alarming than receiving the purple soul pill from the fifth elder. He barely had time to feel sympathy for her as he urged, Hurry back. At the tone of He Jian's voice, Nán Xī felt reassured and quickly retreated, as if a ghost were pursuing her. Just as she settled into position, a wave of energy suddenly rippled through the formation, and then she saw Xianxia and Jing Feng emerging, one in front of the other. Jing Feng maintained his usual stoic demeanor, respectfully bowing to the elders before moving to the back. Xianxia, being more perceptive, sensed the peculiar atmosphere and hesitated before looking towards Luo Wenju. Luo Wenju had ceased her tears long ago, her expression returning to normal, though the redness at the tip of her nose and the corners of her eyes revealed the recent turmoil. Xianxia, startled, hurried to Luo Wenju's side and whispered, "What happened? Did the master scold you?" Both Xianxia and Luo Wenju were disciples of the fifth elder, with Xianxia being the elder sister. Known for her considerate nature, upon hearing Xianxia's inquiry, Luo Wenju shook her head and replied softly, "Not at all." She wished to glance at Nán Xī, yet felt it would be too conspicuous. After a moment's hesitation, she merely pulled Xianxia slightly away and began to whisper to her. Midway through their conversation, Qizhao appeared, approaching them and inadvertently catching snippets of their dialogue, choosing to quietly listen. As the conversation progressed, Xianxia began covering her mouth, struggling to suppress her tears, and finally whispered, "Sister, she truly." Luo Wenju nodded in agreement. Qizhao also bore a somber expression, glancing back to find Lian Qianqing, who was eavesdropping nearby, unable to hold back his own tears. Then, Nán Xī observed them. A genuine look of confusion crossed her face as she watched the group huddled together, exchanging words and occasionally casting furtive glances in her direction. Their expressions conveyed a mix of sympathy, self-reproach, anger, and a weighty solemnity, a palette of emotions that felt almost surreal. She too murmured to herself, sensing something was amiss, very amiss. Although she had never been particularly popular, she had never before felt such overt isolation. After all, the Tianyan sword sect was not known for cliques, and camaraderie was generally the norm. Nán Xī struggled to comprehend the source of their sympathy and the nature of their anger. Just as confusion enveloped her, the group looked up simultaneously, directing their gazes toward her. Not only did they look, but they also approached her. And despite being fellow junior disciples, Nán Xī felt a sudden chill, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces. Is this bullying within the sect? Seeing the shift in Qizhao and the others, Jing Feng, who had been standing by in a daze, finally reacted, hesitating momentarily before joining the gathering. Quickly, surrounding Nán Xī, Xianxia stood at the center of the circle, her face etched with sorrow as she grasped Nán Xī's hand. "Sister, from now on, I will heed your words, and I shall no longer mention your matter with Qi Qian. If anything occurs, do share it with me. As fellow disciples, we must face trials and tribulations together." Nán Xī, Qizhao, standing beside her with a complex expression, added, "Sister, should you wish to undertake anything in the future, do not hesitate to confide in us. We will understand." Nán Xī, Luo Wenju awkwardly interjected, "And regarding your situation with Qi Qian, I will refrain from berating you about it in the future. I promise to treat you well from now on." Nán Xī, Lian Qianqing silently nodded, then encouraged, "Sister, keep going." Nán Xī. Confusion enveloped Nán Xī. She contemplated, bewildered and frightened. What on earth is happening? Have I perhaps contracted some terminal illness? Or do my junior disciples find me so displeasing that they wish to dispose of me quietly? Good heavens, I am a good person. The crowd. Luo Tingyun was the last disciple to emerge. Upon hearing the final comment, she paused in mild confusion before taking a few steps toward the group, finally catching Nán Xī's gaze. Chapter 33. Suddenly, Luo Tingyun felt a warm embrace around her arm, causing her body to stiffen for a brief moment. After a while, she slightly tilted her head to gaze at Nán Xī and inquired, "What has transpired?" To be honest, Nán Xī herself was quite uncertain about the situation. She shook her head in confusion and then turned her eyes towards Qizhao and the others. "There seems to be a conspiracy." Luo Tingyun's gaze followed suit, resting upon the group of disciples. The group of direct disciples began to reflect upon their past attitudes towards Nán Xī, pondering how their slight shift in demeanor could incite such panic within her. However, before they could complete their introspection, there was a commotion at the front. He Jian cleared his throat and announced, "All right, quiet down, come to the front." The disciples' strength assessment would not be bound by a strict ranking. Its purpose was merely to provide the elders with a clearer understanding of each disciple's capabilities. Any specific matters would be discussed individually between the masters and their apprentices. Thus He Jian would not elaborate on the assessment here. What he intended to address was another matter. The D by Secret Realm. I presume you have all heard of it. As the disciples stood obediently in front, He Jian began his discourse. This secret realm opens once every century, allowing only cultivators under the age of 100 to enter, with no restrictions on the number or cultivation level. Nán Xī had already formed a conjecture regarding what He Jian was about to reveal, and upon hearing it, she understood completely. Given her familiarity with the storyline, you will play a leading role in ensuring the survival of all disciples within the secret realm. He Jian spoke with utmost seriousness, and the legacy was profound. It was indeed a rare celestial treasure. Due to the unique nature of this realm, it holds a benchmark status in the cultivation world. Countless talented youths emerge from this realm, and each time the D by Secret Realm opens, it heralds a period of brilliance for that era. He Jian continued. The D by Secret Realm will open in 2 months. All disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect will participate without exception. As direct disciples, you will play a leading role in ensuring the survival of all disciples within the secret realm. He Jian spoke with utmost seriousness, for the cultivation world is fraught with peril. The moment her inner voice emerged, the others instantly recalled what they had previously heard. The entity known as the system had coerced Nán Xī into performing tasks. Those who enter the D by Secret Realm as independent cultivators or from other sects will not show any mercy. They will inevitably face a brutal struggle for resources and survival. After outlining the general circumstances of the D by Secret Realm, a fleeting moment of silence allowed Nán Xī to formulate her thoughts. The D by Secret Realm, it seems, will bring forth numerous challenges. Having only recently learned of Nán Xī's predicament, the moment her inner voice emerged, the others instantly recalled what they had previously heard. The entity known as the system had coerced Nán Xī into performing tasks, but the specifics of these tasks remained unknown to them. Nán Xī began to worry. It seems that not only will there be numerous issues within the D by Secret Realm, but even before entering, complications are arising. I not only need to devise a plan to convince the elders to relinquish my position as leader, but I must also establish a connection with Qi Qian before we enter the realm. The crowd was puzzled. Why do you not wish to be the leader? They pondered, considering that Nán Xī already had several connections. What I must do in the D by Secret Realm requires serious contemplation, as it pertains to the lives of many disciples. A single misstep could. Everyone held their breath, especially upon hearing the mention of the disciples' lives. They dared not utter a sound, fearing they might disrupt Nán Xī's train of thought. Yet, at a crucial juncture, Nán Xī abruptly paused, regaining her composure to address those present. Why has the discussion ceased? He Jian had conveyed all he intended to share, but reflecting on Nán Xī's previous thoughts, he cleared his throat once more. Who was observing her intently, prompting her to quickly divert her gaze, bewildered. Why is he looking at me? Could he have noticed that I was lost in thought? He Jian finally let out a heavy sigh and continued. Thus, in the upcoming 2 months, we will embark on more collective training. Starting tomorrow, all direct disciples will train together. After stating this, He Jian cast another glance at Nán Xī. She remained focused, adopting an exceedingly serious demeanor. At this point, He Jian had conveyed all he intended to share, but reflecting on Nán Xī's previous thoughts, he cleared his throat once more, emphasizing that while ensuring the safety of the other disciples, one must prioritize their own safety when confronting the dangers within the D by Secret Realm. He understood that all tasks must proceed according to plan with methodical precision. Nodding, he concluded, that will be all for today. Everyone may return. Tingyun, Xie, please accompany me. Just as He Jian was about to exert further effort, he was interrupted by Li Yunjin. Senior brother, the elders still need to discuss the assessment matters. You should have concluded your address by now. Upon hearing this, the attention of all present shifted from Nán Xī to Li Yunjin, who, however, remained silent, her gaze darting about. Yet, after her interjection, He Jian realized he could not dictate Nán Xī's thoughts. Rather than expend unnecessary energy in this matter, he understood that all tasks must proceed according to plan with methodical precision. Nodding, he concluded, that will be all for today. Everyone may return. Tingyun, Xie, please accompany me. So much had transpired today that He Jian wished to discuss it further. The elders would be fine, but the disciples' eyes lingered on Nán Xī's direction, unable to avoid thoughts of her. There was a sense of reluctance among them, a desire to speak more with her. However, on the other hand, the assessment was also of great importance, and they were eager to showcase their own performances, leading them to depart. Meanwhile, amongst those present, apart from the absent-minded Jing Feng, there was another individual who had arrived late and missed all the proceedings, now remaining blissfully unaware. From the moment Luo Tingyun emerged, she sensed something was amiss. Just the peculiar way everyone was gazing at Nán Xī was strange enough, not to mention that when she first arrived, Nán Xī had rushed over to embrace her arm with a panicked expression, indicating that something had occurred that she was oblivious to. Considering this, Luo Tingyun shifted her arm awkwardly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She was not accustomed to physical contact. They were at the main peak, and Nán Xī and her companions were the closest to their residence. He Jian led the two disciples back to the cave dwelling, casting his gaze over them before lingering on Nán Xī for a moment, only to finally turn his attention to Luo Tingyun. Tingyun, your abilities have surprised me. Among the 7 direct disciples, Qi Zhao was widely recognized as the strongest. But not counting the hidden talents of Nán Xī, Luo Tingyun's performance today was indeed delightful. Presently, she had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. He found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, He Jian looked at the 2 disciples and realized there was little more he could say. Upon hearing this, slightly lowered her eyes, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your praise, Master. Luo Tingyun's performance was impeccable, and He Jian merely. He glanced at Nán Xī again. Compared to the others, Nán Xī's performance was indeed lacking, being the eldest, yet only surpassing the 2 youngest disciples. Under normal circumstances, He Jian would have sternly reprimanded her. But now, considering her golden core cultivation and the fact that she was being coerced into suppressing her true strength, he found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, He Jian looked at the 2 disciples and realized there was little more he could say. He paused, then turned to Luo Tingyun. Come with me for a moment. Sheer, wait here. Nán Xī blinked in surprise as He Jian and Luo Tingyun walked away. Puzzled, she found a chair, leaned back, and let her mind drift. What He Jian intended to discuss was, in fact, the revelations from Nán Xī's inner thoughts during Luo Tingyun's absence. Sooner or later, not just Luo Tingyun but all the disciples of Tianyun Sword Sect would sense something amiss. They could only hope to fully understand the situation Nán Xī was facing by then. Nán Xī waited outside for less than half an hour before He Jian and Luo Tingyun emerged from the inner chamber. She grinned at them. Master, junior sister. Luo Tingyun's expression remained composed as she approached Nán Xī. Master spoke to me about matters concerning my condition. She paused, her lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes, strands of hair softly framing her face. Even from Nán Xī's awkward angle, her beauty was breathtaking. Then, Luo Tingyun's voice fell gently. If you wish to know, you may ask me later. Nán Xī immediately stood up, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Tingyun.
Wow.
What does junior sister mean by this? Extending an olive branch to deepen our bond? Amazing. I'm so happy. I adore junior sister. Nán Xī was genuinely elated. Who wouldn't he be thrilled when someone they admired offered friendship? She beamed inwardly. Seems junior sister likes me too. This is mutual affection. Though Luo Tingyun's words were meant to reassure Nán Xī and prevent her from overthinking their private conversation with He Jian, the latter couldn't help but glance at Luo Tingyun. Luo Tingyun remained serene, seemingly unaffected. There's nothing else today, senior sister. Let us return. Nán Xī's thoughts shifted rapidly, but her last remark instantly drew everyone's attention. The eldest senior sister refusing to lead. What would outsiders think? Lu Wenxiu. But everyone would form squads to practice sword formations, enhancing their combat prowess from individual to collective levels. Nán Xī woke early, trained vigorously, then headed to the direct disciples' training grounds with Luo Tingyun. The other 5 had already arrived and were chatting when Nán Xī's inner voice echoed from afar. Junior sister looks stunning today. We're practicing sword formations today. Right, first, we need to decide the squad leader. How can I avoid becoming a leader? Nán Xī's thoughts shifted rapidly, but her last remark instantly drew everyone's attention. The eldest senior sister refusing to lead. What would outsiders think? Lu Wenxiu, having reflected deeply, had resolved to treat Nán Xī with utmost kindness. Hearing this, she rushed forward eagerly, her eyes burning with intensity. Chapter 34. As Nán Xī met Qi Zhao's gaze, she turned to the eager eyes of several people behind him, feeling a sudden prickling sensation on her scalp. Perhaps I should wait until my master arrives to discuss this, she thought, her eyes darting away. While I do find such gazes rather appealing, due to the influence of Nán Xī over time, his cultivation had improved somewhat. He approached the disciples with a composed demeanor, instructing them to stand properly. Gradually, his gaze settled on Nán Xī, and with a steady tone, he stated, "The purpose of our gathering today has already been made clear to you yesterday, and first, did not wish to see Nán Xī embarrassed. Thus, no matter what, the final leader would be Nán Xī. However, aside from her, additional arrangements would be made. Consequently, when a genuine crisis arose, Nán Xī's words would carry little weight. As He Jian stepped into the vicinity, he overheard Nán Xī's words. Yet, due to the influence of Nán Xī over time, his cultivation had improved somewhat. He approached the disciples with a composed demeanor, instructing them to stand properly. Gradually, as they pondered whether Nán Xī had suddenly changed her mind, she became aware of their scrutiny. I'm not foolish enough to openly challenge my master. We must select a leader. His fixed stare made Nán Xī shiver, prompting her to divert her gaze from He Jian to the scenery around her. He Jian continued, Nán Xī, as the eldest sister of the Tianyun sword sect, it is your responsibility to shoulder this duty. All eyes turned toward Nán Xī, speculating on her reaction, and, to their surprise, she nodded slightly, offering no resistance as she responded, disciple obeys. Others were taken aback. Hadn't she previously expressed her reluctance to take on the role of leader? As they pondered whether Nán Xī had suddenly changed her mind, she became aware of their scrutiny. I'm not foolish enough to openly challenge my master. They not only needed to master the sword formation and its cultivation but also attend numerous lectures to thoroughly understand the circumstances within the Imperial White Secret Realm.
Now,
attuned to Nán Xī's inner thoughts, suppressed a breath. Very well, he was eager to see what tricks Nán Xī had up her sleeve. It required several individuals to connect their spiritual energy and implement sword techniques to achieve a synergistic effect, where 1 + 1 exceeds 2, often serving as the core of the sword formation. Over the past 2 months, they not only needed to master the sword formation and its cultivation but also attend numerous lectures to thoroughly understand the circumstances within the Imperial White Secret Realm.
Now,
it was time to practice the sword formation. The 7 of them gathered closely, gripping their swords tightly. The sword formation was not merely a configuration. It required several individuals to connect their spiritual energy and implement sword techniques to achieve a synergistic effect, where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. A well-executed sword formation could enable 7 individuals to converge, achieving results comparable to the foundational stage against the Golden Core stage. This was the Tianyun sword sect's unique and invaluable skill beyond mere sword techniques. As practice commenced, Nán Xī was pushed into the center position. She deliberately dawdled, counting the grains of sand beneath her feet, only to be abruptly jolted by a sharp force from behind. He Jian had yanked her spiritual energy, startling her more than causing any real pain. What is my master doing? She darted forward, glancing back at He Jian with a look of deep resentment. The others had anticipated Nán Xī's actions and, witnessing her predicament, exchanged knowing smiles before turning their gazes forward, pretending to be oblivious. Since she had initially hesitated, Nán Xī felt it would be unjust to voice her complaints, so she steadied herself, gripping her sword, and smiled at He Jian. Master, I am ready. He Jian nodded, stating, we have previously taught you the sword formation. Now, initiate the formation, and let me see if you have been neglecting your training. He referred to the basic sword formation of the Tianyun sword sect, which they had learned during their foundational training. The key points had been thoroughly explained, and over the next 2 months, they were to learn how to adapt the basic formation to respond flexibly to various scenarios. Yes, the 7 voices rang out loudly, and simultaneously, they moved in unison, their spiritual energy flowing through the formation, with sword shadows faintly emerging behind them. As the core, Nán Xī was the only one able to fully perceive the flow of spiritual energy from all 7, while the others could only sense it through her. The output of the core's spiritual energy was particularly crucial, which is why everyone focused their attention on Nán Xī, eager to see what she would do next. At that moment, however, Nán Xī's spiritual energy faltered, and the formation she had just constructed crumbled in an instant, leaving nothing behind. The sword shadow shattered, and all eyes turned to Nán Xī. She feigned sadness, lamenting, "It is all my fault. My control over the spiritual energy was inadequate. Let us try again. I will do my best. I will not hold you back." Once, twice, 3 or 4 times. Nán Xī silently counted in her mind, at most 6 times. Everyone will eventually lose patience with me and decide to change the core. If the core of the sword formation changes, how far is it from changing the leader? Upon hearing Nán Xī's thoughts, everyone chuckled inwardly. Although they had felt some regret towards Nán Xī in the past, given the current circumstances, they certainly could not allow her to have her way. Nán Xī was the strongest and deserved the roles of leader and core. Her unwillingness only ignited their rebellious spirits. They were determined to make Nán Xī the leader, the core. He Jian's expression darkened as he commanded, "Try again." Before starting anew, Nán Xī glanced at He Jian and, upon seeing his expression, felt a surge of delight. "My master's face is darkening. If I make this mistake 2 more times, he will surely hold me accountable." She then noticed that He Jian's expression had grown even darker. Yet, the reason for his displeasure was contrary to her belief. She thought he was angry over her mistakes, whereas He Jian was actually upset that Nán Xī was being coerced by the system, unjustly casting blame upon herself. However, he quickly composed himself, directing his gaze toward Qi Zhao, Luo Tingyun, and Xianxia, the 3 most reliable disciples among them, confident they would understand his intentions. It's quite rare for junior sister Shen to make a mistake. She has always been steady." Caught off guard by the compliment, Nán Xī seized the opportunity and was about to loosen her control over the spiritual energy when she suddenly realized she had lost contact with one side of the formation. She froze, instinctively looking over at the severed connection. Xianxia wore an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, senior sister. I made a mistake earlier." Her demeanor was earnest, and since Nán Xī was not one to react impulsively, she regained her composure and shook her head. "It's all right. Let's try again." After speaking, she furrowed her brow in confusion. It's quite rare for junior sister Shen to make a mistake. She has always been steady." Caught off guard by the compliment, Xianxia felt her cheeks flush. Afterward, she said nothing further, silently becoming more earnest. Was she truly perceived as such a reliable figure in her senior sister's eyes? Unbeknownst to Nán Xī, her mind was slowly processing, having made 2 mistakes already, and it's not just me who faltered. If we fail again, my master will likely explode and hold us accountable, rendering today as efforts futile. With this thought in mind, Nán Xī made a resolution. On the 3rd attempt, the formation was executed flawlessly. He Jian exchanged pleasantries, then, citing instability in performance, instructed everyone to practice once more. This was all within Nán Xī's expectations. Observing the movements of the team, she suddenly focused her gaze at a seemingly ordinary moment. Now was the time. Suddenly, the connection was severed again. Nán Xī looked towards the source of the disconnection, only to find that Luo Tingyun's sword had fallen to the ground. He bent down to retrieve it, and upon rising, his brow furrowed slightly, his features, like the fair moon, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. "I apologize. I felt unwell just now." This explanation was quite reasonable, and Nán Xī noticed nothing amiss as she took a couple of steps forward, her brow slightly knitted in concern. "Are you all right? Do you still feel unwell?" Luo Tingyun shook his head gently, explaining that it was an old ailment that occasionally flared up, assuring her there was no need for worry, as he would take medication during serious matters to prevent such occurrences. With a heavy heart, Nán Xī returned to her position, and the others expressed no dissent. Once everyone was ready to begin anew, it suddenly struck Nán Xī. I haven't performed again." She glanced at He Jian, who seemed slightly displeased, scanning the entire team without looking her way, which alarmed her. "Is it because I am not the only one who made a mistake? Has the focus shifted away from me? This is disastrous." After a moment of contemplation, she resolved that no matter what, she would make a significant blunder this time. At the critical moment, she prepared to sever her spiritual energy. As everyone wielded their swords, she would simply halt, confident that with Luo Tingyun beside her, he would manage his strength and not harm her. Her thoughts were overheard by those present, and she declared with determination, "This time, Master will surely be furious." And I will cry. He Jian glanced in her direction, somewhat speechless. During this practice, several in front succeeded, and just as Nán Xī was about to act, the shadows of swords behind them suddenly shattered, causing a commotion. Startled, Nán Xī turned to see Qi Zhao, wiping the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh. With an apologetic smile directed at Nán Xī, he explained, I overexerted myself during yesterday's training, and my spiritual energy has yet to recover. I fear I will be unable to practice for a while. Nán Xī felt this excuse sounded somewhat familiar, yet someone else appeared even more perplexed. Lu Wenju asked, what is happening today? Not just the senior sister and junior sister, but senior sister Xianxia and brother Zhao. What is the matter with you? Confused. She felt a tightening in her chest whenever Nán Xī mentioned causing a disturbance, only to realize later that others had encountered issues. Today's practice had only one success out of 5 attempts. Although Qianxia sensed something was amiss, he was soon led astray by Lu Wenju's insistence, nodding silently, while Jingfeng also nodded, stating, if you continue in this manner, I shall punish you by sparring with me. Aside from the other protagonist, Nán Xī, the remaining 3 astute individuals merely exchanged deep glances with their junior disciples. Enough! He Jian shouted in anger, startling Lu Wenju, who quickly scampered back to her position, too fearful to utter another word. Before Nán Xī could fully comprehend the situation before her, she met He Jian's gaze. Chapter 35. Startled by He Jian's unwavering attitude, Nán Xī pondered deeply. Although she was the leader in the narrative, this development felt quite different. While the female protagonist appeared to lead, the real authority lay with Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun. To the casual observer, the plot seemed unchanged, but if He Jian did not make alternative arrangements, there would be a significant flaw in the storyline. Nán Xī reflected that this inconsistency was not her fault, as her performance had been impeccable. Suddenly, she recalled that she had only failed once, which left her astonished. Why did I only fail once? As she delved deeper into her thoughts, reinforcing her belief in her inadequacy. The subsequent practice sessions proceeded without incident. As they concluded, He Jian seemed to recall something and deliberately informed Nán Xī, given your instability, the formation strategy will undergo adjustments. His words interrupted Nán Xī's train of thought, and she felt all her unease realign itself. Yes, that's the feeling. Master will surely exclude me from future plans during critical moments. Indeed, it is true that instability is a concern. Let me think about how I should respond in the narrative. Upon reflection, she realized the female protagonist's reaction was rather subdued, merely filled with melancholy. Luo Wenju continued to express her grievances, questioning the poor performance of her peers, excusing only the elder sister, as the younger sister was unwell. You may return for now. They have some questions, and I will instruct them individually. Nán Xī, without a hint of doubt, departed promptly. However, He Jian and the others were beset by a lingering question. What exactly was this narrative that had so frequently surfaced in Nán Xī's thoughts? And to what extent had it constrained her? A few of them silently speculated on the connection between this narrative and the punishment administered. Luo Wenju continued to express her grievances, questioning the poor performance of her peers, excusing only the elder sister, as the younger sister was unwell. Regardless of what your elder sister is engaged in at that moment, you must make judgments based on her sentiments and choose the most advantageous course of action. He Jian cast a lingering glance in the direction Nán Xī departed, then sighed softly. We do not comprehend the narrative that Xier mentioned, nor does the system provide clarity. For now, we can only assist her discreetly. As for the alternative arrangements she mentioned, I too must plan accordingly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned serious. He Jian continued, Qi Zhao Luo Tingyun, should you encounter a crisis within the D by secret realm, regardless of what your elder sister is engaged in at that moment, you must make judgments based on her sentiments and choose the most advantageous course of action. I will subsequently inform all disciples. I hope you understand. Named, both individuals nodded solemnly. Nán Xī left with determination, her mind solely focused on returning to rest after fulfilling her task. Had she known of He Jian's current arrangements, she would have been utterly astonished. In the narrative, He Jian's directive was that should she display any further lapses in judgment, the leadership would shift jointly to Qi Zhao and Luo Tingyun. Although He Jian's current arrangements appeared similar to those in the plot, their implications were vastly different, maintaining Nán Xī as the central figure. It burgeoned into a bustling hub following the emergence of the realm, becoming extraordinarily vibrant in the past century. When the Tianyun sword sect delegation arrived, and time swiftly approached the opening of the D by secret realm. During this period, young cultivators from the realm would converge upon a significant city near the Tianyun sword sect, Pan-Xian City. The rise of Pan-Xian City was closely linked to the D by secret realm, once an ordinary town. It burgeoned into a bustling hub following the emergence of the realm, becoming extraordinarily vibrant in the past century. When the Tianyun sword sect delegation arrived, they were welcomed at a prestigious inn, enjoying excellent accommodations. The elder leading the disciples was the Grand Elder. Initially, 2 elders were to accompany them, but with Li Yunjing's presence, the need for an additional elder was eliminated. That night, having just completed the final segment of the narrative before entering the D by secret realm, Nán Xī returned with a communication device to contact Qi Qian. I just purchased some oil pastries. Should I bring one to my younger sister? Lowering his gaze, Luo Tingyun noticed Nán Xī tossing a softly glowing artifact in her hand. The next day marked the opening of the D by secret realm. Luo Tingyun, feeling restless, stepped out of his room for some fresh air. Before he could fully appreciate the bright moonlight, he overheard Nán Xī's murmured thoughts. Tomorrow holds a significant plot point. I must consider how best to approach it. I do not wish to bring disgrace to the sect, but I can only guarantee that I will not genuinely harm anyone's interests. Beyond that, I cannot commit. Oh yes, I just purchased some oil pastries. Should I bring one to my younger sister? Lowering his gaze, Luo Tingyun noticed Nán Xī tossing a softly glowing artifact in her hand, her expression tranquil and serene, despite contemplating troubling matters. Such thoughts did not sway her resolve. He considered how remarkable Nán Xī was. If her mindset was compromised, she could not have so smoothly achieved the golden core breakthrough after spending considerable time in the foundation establishment stage. As Nán Xī prepared to ascend the stairs, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking up, she saw Luo Tingyun standing by the wooden railing, slightly bowed, illuminated by the bright moonlight, his hair shimmering with silver, a striking sight. Her eyes brightened, and she waved, "Younger sister." Hastening towards him, she retrieved the oil pastry from her storage ring and smiled. "I brought this for you. It's delicious. Would you like to try some?" Luo Tingyun, momentarily taken aback, hesitated due to his habit of fasting. However, after a moment's pause, he accepted the pastry and, under Nán Xī's expectant gaze, took a bite. The filling was sweet, yet not cloying, with an enticing aroma. "How is it?" Nán Xī inquired with anticipation. Luo Tingyun nodded. "It's acceptable." The two did not engage in extensive conversation. After finishing the pastry, Luo Tingyun excused himself, returning to his quarters, while Nán Xī too sought rest. The following day, over 100 disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, all under 100 years of age, gathered at the entrance of the D by secret realm. Naturally, they were not the only ones present. Representatives from the 5 major sects and smaller, notable sects like Yusu sect also attended, along with those of lesser repute. In the presence of renowned sects and solitary cultivators, all those under a century of age and possessing a certain degree of combat prowess have gathered here. Revealing this would undoubtedly astonish many. The disciples felt a secret pride within, though they maintained a facade of composure. At this moment, this year, the Tianyun sword sect is not particularly regarded, the sole reason being their youth. Despite the apparent brilliance of its disciples, what good is talent without experience? Other major sects have at least one golden core disciple to anchor them, while the Tianyun sword sect's members are significantly younger, placing them at a disadvantage. Whispers of doubt reached the ears of the Tianyun disciples, prompting their gaze to unconsciously drift towards Nán Xī. She, too, possesses a golden core disciple under the age of 30. Revealing this would undoubtedly astonish many. The disciples felt a secret pride within, though they maintained a facade of composure. At this moment, Nán Xī's gaze fell upon Qi Qian, not far away. Due to the nature of her sect, Qi Qian did not attract much attention here. Rather, it was Nán Xī, the senior sister of the Tianyun sword sect, who bore the weight of countless eyes. Within the vast cultivation world, had already fixed his gaze upon Nán Xī, narrowing his eyes slightly. He then released an object that glided toward her. Nán Xī had been keenly observing the happenings in that direction. Only fragments of their story had reached the ears of others. Although some individuals were well-informed, they constituted a mere minority. In the unfolding narrative, Qi Qian's rise to fame began at the Tianyun sword sect, marked by her victory over Qi Zhao at the sword discussion conference. Despite an initial misstep, the system ultimately rectified the storyline, yielding satisfactory results. The second pivotal step was now at hand. Wu Zhua, a disciple of the Yushu sect. This is not the most critical aspect. The paramount concern is that a golden core rogue cultivator will likely attack me suddenly. Indeed, this is part of their scheme. I must feign helplessness while Qi Qian heroically comes to my rescue, restraining that golden core rogue. Nán Xī was accustomed to mentally organizing her subsequent actions, likely conveying Qi Qian's voice, suggesting we approach. In that moment, I must appear as if I am enamored with Qi Qian. What cunning! Regardless, this will undoubtedly signal to everyone that the senior sister of the Tianyun sword sect harbors feelings for Qi Qian, drawing attention to the Yushu sect through me. Yet, this is not the most critical aspect. The paramount concern is that a golden core rogue cultivator will likely attack me suddenly. Indeed, this is part of their scheme. I must feign helplessness while Qi Qian heroically comes to my rescue, restraining that golden core rogue. Nán Xī was accustomed to mentally organizing her subsequent actions, though typically she would not articulate them so clearly. However, this time was different. The narrative's depiction of this segment was notably one-sided, merely illustrating the female protagonist receiving the paper crane to seek Qi Qian, subsequently facing an attack, and then being saved by the hero. The consequences of the female protagonist's actions were scarcely mentioned, yet Nán Xī had sensed a conspiracy long before, which is why she had been vigilantly monitoring the developments.
Now,
having mentally sorted through the situation, she clenched her jaw. That golden core rogue cultivator must have been arranged well in advance. They aimed to step over me to ascend. Chapter 36. As whispers began to circulate, those who had initially paid no heed to the situation gradually turned their attention towards it. At that moment, Nán Xī extended her hand and caught the paper crane that was gently gliding towards her. Upon examining it, her expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of joy that intrigued onlookers. What could possibly elicit such elation from the esteemed disciple of the Tianyun sword sect? Nán Xī stepped forward, her cheeks flushed as she walked through the crowd's gaze, eventually standing before Qi Qian. Behind her, Luo Tingyun had already unsheathed his sword, and several direct disciples were brimming with spiritual energy, seemingly on the brink of confrontation. The spectators' attention flickered between Nán Xī and the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Some began to elaborate, explaining that the Yushu sect had risen in prominence over the past century, situated adjacent to the Tianyun sword sect, with a long-standing enmity between the two sections. As the crowd observed Nán Xī's advance and then glanced at the imposing Tianyun sword sect disciples, understanding dawned upon them. This was a provocation. The individual who had previously provided context elaborated on the origins of the sect's animosity. The one who initiates is often deemed contemptible. Despite their similar cultivation levels, 4 of the Yushu disciples were over 50 years old. Even if they could be considered prodigies, they were still vastly inferior to their Tianyun counterparts. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Had the Tianyun disciples not been born later, the Yushu disciples would never dare to behave so arrogantly in their presence. The individual who had previously provided context elaborated on the origins of the sect's animosity. The one who initiates is often deemed contemptible, a sentiment widely shared by the spectators regarding the current provocation. Standing before Qi Qian, Nán Xī pondered her words, lowering her voice, her eyes gleaming with delight. Qi Qian, what you told me earlier, was it true? The crowd narrowed their eyes, sensing an unusual intimacy in her tone. Once again, someone stepped in to explain, recounting the tumultuous relationship between Nán Xī and Qi Qian, leaving the spectators momentarily confounded.
Wait.
Are you saying that the esteemed disciple of the Tianyun sword sect harbors feelings for the Yushu disciple, despite repeated rejections? Some gasped, realizing the complexity of such a situation. While they had grasped the circumstances, the current scenario was still unclear. At this moment, Nán Xī was fully immersed in her performance, her gaze fixed on Qi Qian. Noticing his silence, she continued, I naturally believe you. Should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to share. It brings me joy to be in your company. These words resonated clearly, causing those who had been oblivious to the earlier dynamics to widen their eyes in disbelief. Could it be true? Did Nán Xī genuinely harbor feelings for Qiqian? Qiqian's demeanor softened as he looked at Nán Xī, seemingly preparing to speak, but a sudden change disrupted the moment. From within the crowd, a golden core cultivator sprang forth, sword in hand, exuding a formidable presence as he advanced directly towards Nán Xī. This area was near the entrance to the Imperial White Secret Realm, which had yet to be activated. Due to the rules in place, cultivators over 100 years old typically kept their distance to avoid hindering the younger disciples once the realm opened. Consequently, when the Golden Core cultivator struck, none of the older masters could intervene in time. However, as a Golden Core cultivator herself, Nán Xī had not been idle during this period. Though she had not been actively cultivating, she frequently practiced her swordsmanship and studied various techniques, ensuring her prowess remained steadfast. Thus, she was certainly not at a disadvantage. As soon as the Golden Core cultivator made his move, she swiftly reacted. The narrative suggests a heroic rescue, implying I am at a disadvantage. Yet it does not explicitly depict me as panicked or fleeing in embarrassment, so I should only portray a slight vulnerability here. Nán Xī abruptly retreated, evading the attack with an elegantly executed maneuver, captivating the audience with her grace. In that moment, her agility astounded many. Simultaneously, Qiqian's brows furrowed as he readied his sword to counter, but he was suddenly met with a sharp clash of blades, producing a resonant sound. Upon closer inspection, Luo Tingyun had just retracted his sword, standing at the forefront, confronting the Golden Core cultivator, while Qi Zhao positioned himself protectively in front of Nán Xī, his gaze icy. If it were only Nán Xī, he would undoubtedly show no fear. However, facing 7 disciples from the Tianyun sword sect, capable of utilizing their famed sword formation, the beauty of the moment was twofold. It encompassed Nán Xī's graceful evasion, Luo Tingyun's protective stance, and the swift response of the Tianyun sword sect disciples. Led by Qi Zhao, the remaining direct disciples quickly assembled around Nán Xī, forming a united front against the Golden Core cultivator. The sword formation of the Tianyun sword sect was renowned, if executed well. Defeating a Golden Core cultivator with foundation establishment techniques was not mere fantasy. The Golden Core cultivator cast a furtive glance at Wu Zhuo, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Qiqian would shine brilliantly in the fray. At that point, was another matter entirely. He had previously clashed with Tianyun disciples, leaving him wounded without any discernible advantage. At this moment, Nán Xī was the slowest to react. Or rather, and he would be regarded with respect alongside the most elite talents in the realm of cultivation. Yet, the current situation diverged greatly from Nán Xī's expectations. Her fellow disciples. She reassured herself that her performance had not been disgraceful and anticipated the ensuing developments. The outcome seemed clear. She would continue to evade, and eventually, Qiqian would shine brilliantly in the fray. At that point, everyone would perceive Qiqian in an entirely new light, a prodigy capable of standing his ground against a Golden Core cultivator. Attention would be drawn to him. Casting one last glance at Wu Zhuo, who subtly shook his head, signaling him to withdraw. At this moment, Nán Xī finally grasped the situation. She questioned the system. Her juniors and seniors alike had reacted with remarkable speed, standing resolutely around her, confronting the Golden Core cultivator. Though no one moved, their collective aura overshadowed that of their opponent, leaving Qiqian feeling overshadowed and disheartened. In that instant, who could still recall the words Nán Xī had just spoken to Qiqian? The matter of affection paled in significance. The Golden Core cultivator had begun to retreat. Casting one last glance at Wu Zhuo, who subtly shook his head, signaling him to withdraw. At this moment, Nán Xī finally grasped the situation. She questioned the system. Could it be that this was the bond shared among comrades? Nán Xī's eyes glimmered with realization. This time, the plot deviation has nothing to do with me. And the Tianyun sword sect disciples' response had exceeded everyone's expectations. Any deviation in the narrative was not her fault. The system's response came, albeit slightly delayed. It seems there is little opportunity left for Qiqian to demonstrate his prowess. Even the system was struggling to comprehend the current turn of events. Disrupting that so-called plot might lead to Nán Xī being penalized, yet their reactions earlier had been almost instinctive. Upon hearing Nán Xī's words, a trace of tension flickered in their hearts. The system responded, "Yes. Please maintain your character setting. I will handle the deviations in the plot." Nán Xī acknowledged, "Understood. So from now on, I just need to maintain my character setting, right?" Hearing Nán Xī's inner thoughts, Luo Tingyun and the others subtly turned their heads.
By now,
they had a rough understanding of what the so-called character setting entailed, but the relationship between the plot and punishment remained unclear. Disrupting that so-called plot might lead to Nán Xī being penalized, yet their reactions earlier had been almost instinctive. Upon hearing Nán Xī's words, a trace of tension flickered in their hearts. The system responded, "Yes. Please maintain your character setting. I will handle the deviations in the plot." Nán Xī acknowledged, "Understood." Just from this brief exchange, everyone had already pieced together the situation. Luo Tingyun's gaze shifted slightly, resting on Nán Xī with a tone that was calm, yet carried a hint of warmth. "Senior sister, we cannot let him escape." Nán Xī snapped back to attention, recalling the system's instructions. She frowned slightly before nodding.
all right.
Character trait number 1, difficulty in refusing others. The golden core cultivator, sensing the shift in their demeanor, took a step back before turning to flee. But the decision had already been made. The group swiftly gave chase. Clang! The golden core cultivator's sword trembled violently before being knocked from his grip, flying through the air before clattering to the ground with a metallic ring. In that brief moment, Li Yunzheng and the Grand Elder arrived. The pressure of a tribulation transcension cultivator descended, instantly forcing the golden core cultivator to his knees. The movement was so fast that no one had time to react. By the time they refocused, the 7 of them had already surrounded the golden core cultivator, with Nán Xī at the core, initiating the sword formation. Behind them, sword shadows materialized clearly as their attacks converged on the enemy. Clang! The golden core cultivator's sword trembled violently before being knocked from his grip, flying through the air before clattering to the ground with a metallic ring. In that brief moment, Li Yunzheng and the Grand Elder arrived. The pressure of a tribulation transcension cultivator descended, instantly forcing the golden core cultivator to his knees. He couldn't withstand it for even a second, collapsing onto the ground, unable to lift his head. Trembling in terror, he pleaded, "Spare me, honored one. Spare me." Li Yunzheng, who had witnessed the earlier events, knew the disciples had performed admirably. With arms crossed, she asked lazily, "Oh, you had the audacity to attack my Sect's disciples. Yet now you lack even the spine to face consequences?" The disciples had already sheathed their swords. Nán Xī glanced at Luo Tingyun, then at Qi Zhao, and finally at the other junior disciples, belatedly touched. "So, everyone cares about me this much? They reacted so quickly to help me." "Ah, right, and this scoundrel." The once imposing golden core cultivator now lay pale and disheveled. Li Yunjing's eyes darkened, though the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. Li Yunjing nudged the cultivator lightly with her foot.
"Speak."
"Why did you attack my disciples? Confess, and your punishment may be lighter." The man trembled even harder, his gaze flickering involuntarily toward Wu Zhua. But under the crushing pressure, he hastily stammered, I was ordered by the Im." The syllable Im had barely left his lips when his eyes bulged abruptly. His spiritual energy surged erratically before he coughed up blood. The once imposing golden core cultivator now lay pale and disheveled. Li Yunjing's eyes darkened, though the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 37. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo of excitement, the very fabric of the heavens and earth seemed to twist and flow. Above the location where Nán Xī and her companion stood, a colossal rift in space suddenly materialized, from which a dense stream of spiritual energy surged forth, creating an overwhelming gravitational pull. Those with slightly lower cultivation felt their footing falter. Amidst the rising tempest and the cacophony of wind, Li Yunjin smiled at her disciples. "Step inside, and may you return laden with treasures." In the next instant, the sound of the wind completely drowned out all other noises, and every cultivator present, under a century old, was drawn into the rift, including a recently encountered golden core cultivator. After a brief moment, tranquility returned outside the entrance to the secret realm. The verdant grass and towering trees created an unremarkable plain, seemingly ordinary except for the faint glimpse of another spatial entrance visible in the sky. Once the disorienting sensation of spatial transition faded, a feeling of weightlessness enveloped them. They found themselves suspended in midair, and just as they fully entered the secret realm, they began to plummet. Nán Xī reacted swiftly, forming a hand seal. Her sword soared into the air, supporting her and halting her descent. Most of her companions from the Tianyun sword sect followed suit, and with her leading the way, dozens of disciples took to their swords, changing their fall into a graceful flight. As Nán Xī glanced back, she noted that there were not many scattered disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, which eased her mind. Just as they began to descend slowly, someone caught up to her. Dressed in a flowing white robe, it was Luo Tingyun, and a flicker of joy crossed Nán Xī's face as she smiled at her junior sister. "We are now in Luchuan. Shall we descend?"
Luchuan.
A region within the Imperial White Secret Realm is characterized by its marshy terrain and the unique Luchuan trees. Not to mention the thousands of newly arrived cultivators soaring through the sky, making their presence a considerable target and posing risks not less than traversing on land. Thus, and their blossoms serve as materials for crafting, possessing a chilling nature that enhances the flexibility and potency of artifacts. The Imperial White Secret Realm is abundant in resources, and Luchuan is renowned for its comparatively lower dangers. After musing for a moment, Nán Xī nodded. Their foremost task was to gather the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect. If the dangers were minimal, there was no rush to soar on their swords. Moreover, the Imperial White Secret Realm teems with formidable spirit beasts and botanical spirits, not to mention the thousands of newly arrived cultivators soaring through the sky, making their presence a considerable target and posing risks not less than traversing on land. Thus, Nán Xī led her disciples down into Luchuan. Upon landing, the surroundings darkened, the sky's brightness dimmed, illuminated only by the glowing flowers of the Luchuan trees. Nán Xī surveyed her disciples and cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant of your surroundings." Entering the famed Imperial White Secret Realm made the disciples somewhat anxious. They had long heard tales of its dangers, where a single misstep could prove fatal. Hearing Nán Xī's reminder, they assumed it was merely to remain cautious, unaware of the next moment when a thought echoed in their minds. "Is this too subtle? I wonder if everyone understands. I must also be wary of my surroundings, and then, what treasure shall we seize? What spiritual herb shall we gather?" This expedition into the secret realm is not solely for combat. The disciples were taken aback, their eyes widening as they scrutinized every inch of the ground beneath them, ensuring not to miss any movement in their vicinity. Faced with danger, they were quick to respond. Nán Xī, too, expanded her spiritual awareness, surveying her surroundings with clarity. Cautiously, she glanced at Luo Tingyun. "Sigh, if it weren't for my persona, I would have a detailed conversation with my junior sister." The disciples quietly strained to listen. At that moment, the surroundings were still, allowing Nán Xī the mental space to ponder. The events that just transpired were so sudden, I have yet to fully process them. Just now, my junior sister dashed in, effortlessly deflecting that person's sword. How exhilarating! Nán Xī's excitement grew. Then a crowd surrounded me, and I noticed Wu Zhu's face. It looked rather grim. What did Qi Qian look like? Oh dear, I'd forgotten. Surely, he didn't appear too composed, given that he was trying to act impressive, only to find no opportunity to shine. Heavens, what a thrill! Just now, it felt as though we truly showcased our strength. Which sect possesses such cohesion? How harmonious and skilled is our swordplay? It is indeed the Tianyun sword sect. The disciples nodded vigorously at the back. Although they had scarcely contributed, they felt a sense of pride in their senior brothers' and sisters' prowess in repelling a golden core cultivator. Luo Tingyun turned to Nán Xī, her lips parting slightly as if to speak. Is there something moving ahead? In truth, from the moment Nán Xī led her disciples into Luchuan to this point, the disciples placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. Merely 5 minutes later, it was not only Nán Xī who sensed something unusual. The atmosphere abruptly stilled. Something feels amiss. There is a hint of danger, yet it seems not overly threatening. My spiritual senses detect numerous presences. It must be a herd of beasts. Nán Xī's thoughts flowed gently. According to my persona, I should be unaware of this beast horde. I ponder, This hurt poses only a minor threat. If they were to attack, it would serve as our first harvest in the Imperial White Secret Realm. Instinctively, the disciples placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. Merely 5 minutes later, it was not only Nán Xī who sensed something unusual. Her disciples also detected a distinct presence. It felt as though countless eyes lurked in the shadows, watching them intently. Nán Xī discreetly led her disciples to circumvent the encirclement of beasts. In the next instant, a shrill cry pierced the air from the foliage. Moments later, several spirit beasts, half the height of a person, slender and rat-like in appearance, charged forth with remarkable coordination, 2 or 3 of them targeting a single disciple. Nán Xī swiftly drew her sword, focusing on one of the advancing spirit beasts. As the blade hummed past her ear, the sword light flashed before her eyes, and the beast was instantly shattered into pieces. Luo Tingyun stood ahead, shaking off the blood from her sword and glancing back at Nán Xī, her delicate lips moving. "Senior sister, protect everyone. I shall guard your back." Yet her mind was preoccupied. How striking my junior sister is. The disciples had long been mentally prepared, and at this moment, the situation was not excessively daunting, however, who quickly found themselves in a position of facing 2 or even 3 assailants at once. More spirit beasts surged toward Nán Xī and Luo Tingyun, yet Luo Tingyun moved with remarkable speed, creating a nearly impenetrable safe zone for Nán Xī. However, not all the spirit beasts were as fragile as the first. The sounds of clashing swords and claws echoed incessantly. Without hesitation, Nán Xī plunged into the fray, gripping her sword resolutely. Her movements were crisp and decisive, yet her mind was preoccupied. How striking my junior sister is. The disciples had long been mentally prepared, and at this moment, the situation was not excessively daunting. However, they could not help but internally critique Nán Xī. How could one still be thinking of their junior sister at such a time? Nán Xī's presence provided a sense of ease to most of the disciples. After all, as the eldest disciple, despite being deemed of mediocre strength, her extraordinary talent assured that she would not truly be lacking. Nán Xī darted into the throng, deftly maneuvering to confront over 100 spirit beasts. She felt little apprehension, for despite their numbers, none of these beasts were of the golden core stage. Yet, in this atmosphere of ease, she gradually sensed a growing exhilaration. Typically, she would deliberately suppress her cultivation to maintain her persona, but now was a time when such restraint was unnecessary. Everyone was occupied, leaving few to observe her true prowess. Thus, Nán Xī found herself increasingly invigorated, her swordplay becoming ever more fluid. In an instant, a voice resonated within the minds of the disciples. "This is exhilarating." Before they could express their bewilderment, a dazzling array of sword lights flashed, and in the next moment, the once fierce charging spirit beasts lay vanquished. The disciples were astounded. Luo Tingyun also halted his sword at that moment, his gaze fixated on Nán Xī, a serious expression settling in his tranquil eyes. Chapter 38. A fleeting moment of tranquility enveloped the scene. Nán Xī paused her movements. Afterward, the tension in my mind suddenly eased. Although I still subconsciously relished the exhilarating sensation from moments ago, a sense of confusion began to creep in. Did I just do something utterly remarkable? The senior sister is magnificent. Who was it that initiated this exclamation? As the sound resonated, the disciples erupted in excitement, all cheering in unison, extolling the prowess of Nán Xī. Upon regaining her senses, she was enveloped in a chorus of admiration, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. "No need to praise me," she modestly replied. "It was merely unexpected. It is merely an act." But it sounds rather pleasant. I find it delightful." Do the disciples praise the voice of Nán Xī? The sound faltered due to her words, and then once more, perhaps because of the unspoken thoughts within her heart. As the atmosphere escalated, each individual appeared with a rosy complexion, basking in a sense of pride. However, one must ponder, what was the name of that previous state? Somewhat astonishing. Nán Xī lowered her gaze to examine the sword in her hand. Just moments ago, she had entered a profound state, almost losing herself entirely. The sword strikes accelerated increasingly until, at a certain moment, they erupted. In retrospect, she savors that instant when the brilliance of the blade reached its zenith, augmented by an ethereal energy. Only the sword shadows manifested by the sword energy can, in that fleeting moment, extend a range of attack to encompass several dozen meters. Moreover, each strike possesses the lethal capability to slay those in the foundation establishment stage. Contemplating this, Nán Xī found herself momentarily stunned. This is simply astonishing. His eyes were exceedingly earnest, carrying a certain depth that Nán Xī observed. Unfathomable emotions. Subsequently, Luo Tingyan remarked, "Senior sister, you are truly remarkable." She sheathed her sword and approached Nán Xī. "Sister, you have just forged your own sword technique. This technique transcends mere sword forms, possessing a greater potency and lethality. A grand technique can serve as a final resort, a counterattack of extraordinary prowess. The swordsmanship that each individual can comprehend is limited. If one could forge their own, it would be advantageous, particularly before reaching the stage of divine transformation. They are all ahead of their peers." Nán Xī slightly raised her head to meet Luo Tingyan's gaze. His eyes were exceedingly earnest, carrying a certain depth that Nán Xī observed. Unfathomable emotions. Subsequently, Luo Tingyan remarked, "Senior sister, you are truly remarkable." Luo Tingyan's voice was slightly hoarse, barely above a whisper. When the sound reaches the ears, it creates an illusion of intimacy between the two individuals. Nán Xī blinked her eyes. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a smile had already graced her face. However, suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her heart. "Oh no,
This is not right.
I am breaking character." As she pondered this, Nán Xī glanced back, contemplating whether her once formidable prowess could ever be restored, despite the overwhelming collapse she had experienced. The disciples gazed at him with dozens of shining eyes filled with admiration. Although Nán Xī rather enjoyed such attention, the timing of its occurrence seemed rather inappropriate. Hastily, Nán Xī called out to the system, "System, what is the meaning of this situation? Will there be any repercussions?" Upon hearing Nán Xī's words, the disciples, who had previously worn expressions of admiration, suddenly became flustered, bowing their heads in embarrassment. Gather the remains of the spiritual beasts. Are there individuals intentionally engaging in loud discussions? Even Luo Tingyan was momentarily taken aback before he managed to part his lips and utter a sound. To compensate, did senior sister just now exhaust her spiritual energy? Which would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. Indeed, the senior sister is not formidable in the slightest. Did not receive a response from the system, yet she heard several loud exclamations, leaving her somewhat perplexed as she glanced around. In the past, did our heavenly cloud sword sect have any individuals who would speak ill behind closed doors? The disciples fell silent in an instant. With tears unshed, they clearly do not wish for the senior sister to be punished. Even Luo Tingyan was momentarily taken aback before he managed to part his lips and utter a sound. To compensate, did senior sister just now exhaust her spiritual energy? Should she take a moment to recuperate here? Is he subtly implying about Nán Xī's strength? Alas, it is an understatement to say that one cannot support such a technique. However, at this moment, I am unable to conjure any alternative expressions that are more straightforward, yet not overly blunt. South Xi's eyes? A sudden realization washed over him as he pressed his hand to his forehead, stating, "I have exhausted myself too much just now." There was no further movement. Nán Xī felt a twinge of confusion, yet she did not dwell on it excessively and let out a slight sigh of relief. The disciples quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the senior sister's strength is insufficient. Nán Xī paused momentarily, then once again looked on in confusion. In the past, I did not quite comprehend why these individuals were just praising her, and how they have now transformed into critics. She said she could not continue, however, to rendezvous with others from the Tianyun sword sect. Meanwhile, the system, however, has lost all interest in observing. The situation on Nán Xī's side is as follows. There was no further movement. Nán Xī felt a twinge of confusion, yet she did not dwell on it excessively and let out a slight sigh of relief. The rectification of the narrative commenced the very moment they entered the Imperial White Secret Realm. The location where Qi Qian resides is teeming with individuals, or rather, whispering once more. Let us discuss Nán Xī's recent performance, which was simply breathtaking. After a brief moment of respite, Nán Xī once again led his disciples forward to rendezvous with others from the Tianyun sword sect. Meanwhile, The system, however, has lost all interest in observing. The situation on Nán Xī's side is as follows. It reluctantly expended energy to open a single channel, allowing it to observe the circumstances surrounding Qi Qian. The rectification of the narrative commenced the very moment they entered the Imperial White Secret Realm. The location where Qi Qian resides is teeming with individuals, or rather, it is the most populous area among the scattered throngs, with approximately 10,000 present. Qi Qian, leading the Yusu sect, was the quickest to respond, yet had scarcely ventured far before encountering a spiritual beast of the golden core stage. Thus, under the gaze of the multitude, Qi Qian led the disciples of the Yushu sect to slay the spirit beast. Everyone immediately regarded Qi Qian with newfound admiration. Many praised Qi Qian as a promising young talent. Nán Xī was unaware of this. She only knew that the plot would be revised. Yet she was indifferent to how it would unfold, regardless of the circumstances. Her connection is minimal, and her curiosity is lacking. The Tianyan Sword sect has a lineage spanning several millennia, originating from the Imperial White Secret Realm. Over time, the sect has amassed sufficient resources to provide its disciples with a general understanding of the internal conditions of the Imperial White Secret Realm. Moreover, they have established a designated rendezvous point. As the disciples hasten their pace, they utilize. After a day's time, the gathering was finally completed. At this moment, the system gazed blankly at the data consolidation as the narrative returned to its rightful course, and subsequently, Qi Qian's fortune value once again. The system has also experienced a decline of 10%. As he fell into deep contemplation, Nán Xī remained oblivious to these matters. Upon arriving at the designated gathering place, most of the members of the Tianyan Sword sect had assembled. There was a stipulated time for the rendezvous, should anyone fail to arrive by that hour. Nán Xī sought out an interface and then proceeded to engage in her own futile endeavors. The backdrop was set. At this moment, the disciples became exhilarated. Yet it must not impede the pursuit of one's fortunes. Once the time elapses without convergence, they must seek their own opportunities. Nán Xī and her companions arrived just in time. If it weren't for his extraordinary abilities, would he garner such admiration? It is not permitted. They are all required to perform live demonstrations. Furthermore, at this moment, the direct disciples are gathered together to discuss the next steps. Upon arriving at the location, Nán Xī sought out an interface and then proceeded to engage in her own futile endeavors. The backdrop was set. At this moment, the disciples became exhilarated. The group of disciples who had just followed Nán Xī were filled with an extraordinary excitement. Others are spreading knowledge about just how handsome and impressive Nán Xī is. There were elements within the Imperial White Secret Realm that did not manifest every time. Additionally, there were inheritances left by formidable beings and places marked by bloody slaughter, which could only be encountered by the fated, rendering them difficult to depict on a map. Moreover, they too yearned to behold the magnificent poise of the elder sister. The jade tablet in Qi Zhao's hand shimmered with an ethereal image, revealing a rough map of the Imperial White Secret Realm. The reason it was merely a rough map was that, apart from certain locations that consistently appeared, the term pool of all immortals did not refer to a singular pool but rather to a site housing hundreds of immortal pools, which could only be encountered by the fated, rendering them difficult to depict on a map. Moreover, the journeys of the disciples of the Tianyan Sword sect were naturally less free than those of solitary cultivators. In the initial exploration, considerations had to encompass all members. Consequently, the destination chosen had to be one from which everyone could derive benefit. After deliberation among the direct disciples, Qi Zhao ultimately selected a location: the pool of all immortals. The term pool of all immortals did not refer to a singular pool but rather to a site housing hundreds of immortal pools, each corresponding to a powerful being who had ascended. Those fortunate enough to access the pool's waters might glean insights from these great beings. However, the mysteries did not end there. It was said that these powerful beings had cast their precious possessions into the waters, which could include not only insights but also spiritual treasures, magical artifacts, and rare elixirs. Anyone who could enter the pool of all immortals would likely reap some rewards. After reaching a consensus, the group prepared for their journey. Nán Xī, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to attention upon hearing the name of the pool of all immortals. The pool of all immortals? There doesn't seem to be much of a storyline here. Oh, right. According to the plot, I should receive a prophecy here, foretelling my future misfortunes, but the character I portray in the story is skeptical. Upon hearing this brief statement, the ears of the other disciples perked up, eager to understand the specifics. However, Nán Xī did not delve deeper into her thoughts and instead called upon the system. System, I recall that the items in the pools are distributed by individuals. Clearly, I am different from the female lead, so even if we visit the same pool, we might not receive the same items. Is that prophecy of no use to me? Can I choose a different pool? The reason she consulted the system was that Nán Xī understood that while the system upheld certain principles, other matters were negotiable. The waters of the pool were left behind by a cultivator researching the mysteries of fate, thus the rewards obtained could either be prophecies or suggestions. However, after considering it, but the waters in the plot's pool must still be traversed by the host. Understood. A wave of relief washed over Nán Xī. The system was still analyzing the effects of Qi Qian's diminishing fortune, but despite much contemplation, it had not reached any conclusions. Upon hearing Nán Xī's words, the mainframe experienced a momentary glitch. Please proceed with the plot. Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback. What does that mean? Only then did the system process her words and respond. There is a certain degree of leeway. There is also a sword lord who is exceedingly powerful, having collected numerous formidable sword intents. Visiting him might yield some profound insights. Chapter 39. Luo Tingyun also listened to the voice of his heart, his brows slightly furrowing, yet he remained oblivious to it. Without further contemplation, Nán Xī's heartfelt voice resonated. But Nán Xī had previously been too preoccupied to contemplate these details. Now, as the other disciples made their decisions, she began to reflect. I remember a certain immortal lord who is notably generous and seems to possess great wealth. Perhaps I should pay a visit there. There is also a sword lord who is exceedingly powerful, having collected numerous formidable sword intents. Visiting him might yield some profound insights. Chapter 39. Luo Tingyun also listened to the voice of his heart, his brows slightly furrowing, yet he remained oblivious to it. Without further contemplation, Nán Xī's heartfelt voice resonated. But how beautiful can it truly be? Can it surpass that of my junior sister? If my junior sister were a man, I would. One can scarcely imagine how many hearts it would enchant. After a brief pause, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed Luo Tingyun's face. He turned to Qi Zhao and the others. Shall we depart? Let us go. The immortal pool was in close proximity to their previous location, which is also why they. One of the reasons for selecting the Zhongxian pool. Even within the secret realm, although numerous treasures lie before one. Compelled by his inner thoughts, cast a glance at Nán Xī and then stepped forward, speaking in a clear voice. Upon the elucidation of subsequent actions, an immediate solemnity enveloped the group. Nán Xī instinctively positioned herself at the forefront of the formation, casting a glance backward and observing that everyone was. Having arranged everything, he turned to Qi Zhao and the others. Shall we depart? Let us go. The immortal pool was in close proximity to their previous location, which is also why they. One of the reasons for selecting the Zhongxian pool. Even within the secret realm, although numerous treasures lie before one, the acquisition is not as effortless as plucking them from a bag. Certain conditions must be met. Upon arriving at the Zhongxian pool, even if the pool itself, before them, visibility was utterly obscured. A dense wall of fog severed their line of sight, and to venture within it, one must. To reap the benefits of the immortal pool, one must traverse through the thick mist and endure the trials within. Nán Xī was attentively observing the fog, while Qi Zhao had already begun to instruct his disciples. What does this imply? It is inevitable to become separated amidst the dense fog. Upon traversing through the mist and reaching the immortal pool, communication will be established through the disciples' jade tablet, and the timing will be nearly perfect. The assembly will commence, and those who fail to arrive will not be awaited. This serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to prevent anyone from falling behind, and secondly, to ascertain the general condition of the disciples through the jade tablet. Nán Xī absorbed the essence of Qi Zhao's words. As the senior disciple, she undoubtedly kept these thoughts close to her heart. Her silence at this moment stemmed merely from the burden of an ineffective persona, lost in contemplation. She was soon interrupted by Qi Zhao's inquiry about whether they could enter. Nán Xī glanced back and met Luo Tingyun's gaze. She was not particularly surprised, smiled gently, and politely inquired, "Would you like to join me, junior sister?" Appeared momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Very well. The two of them ventured together into the dense fog. As they continued onward, entering this mist that adhered to peculiar rules, it became increasingly difficult to discern the direction. In an instant, they found themselves enveloped in uncertainty. As she could not see anyone nearby, Nán Xī glanced to the side and indeed found no one present. Tentatively, she took a step forward, as if her patience were being tested. After wandering in a haze for quite some time, with the surrounding scenery remaining unchanged, Nán Xī paused, contemplated for a moment, and summoned a fragment of spiritual energy in her hand, cautiously attempting to grasp the elusive mist. Without waiting for her to manifest her thoughts on whether she could seize the mist, changes began to emerge slowly within the fog. A ray of light flashed, accompanied by an ethereal sound. A voice resonated with a hint of bewilderment. "Oh, does this rule not bind you, young lady?" Nán Xī beheld a flickering orb of light that danced before her, leaping twice in a playful manner before suddenly drawing near, as if keenly observing her. What could it be? The voice possesses a certain age, yet the tone is remarkably lively, as if it were witnessing something utterly astonishing. The peculiar charm of it all. Nán Xī gazed at the luminous orb with intrigue, wondering if it had lost its human form or if this mist had somehow come to life.
Lies my test?
Surely, I cannot be ensnared in this fog indefinitely. That simply won't do. There are many who admire me outside. If I stay here, who taught you to speak to the elderly in such a manner? Nán Xī felt a tinge of curiosity. No one here recognized her, and she had no need to uphold a facade. Subsequently, she extended her hand. I yearn to seize this orb of light, yet alas, my grasp eludes it. Yet you did not fall into the realm of delusion. Is it truly possible for children under 100 years of age to possess such fortitude of spirit? It took another glance and remarked, I do not perceive anything in you. What a peculiar phenomenon. Even divine artifacts are rendered ineffective against these rules. It would break the hearts of countless individuals. The luminous orb, upon reflecting on this matter, could only temper its temper and circled around Nán Xī a few more times. The vibrant energy of the orb contrasted sharply with its aged voice. I find it curious that the mystic fog tests one's character and can conjure illusions. Yet you did not fall into the realm of delusion. Is it truly possible for children under 100 years of age to possess such fortitude of spirit? It took another glance and remarked, I do not perceive anything in you. What a peculiar phenomenon. Even divine artifacts are rendered ineffective against these rules, soaring to heights several times greater in an instant. What on earth is this extraordinary talent? My heavens, with such temperament and innate talent, it is no wonder. You should be able to pass through swiftly, shouldn't you? No, let me reconsider. Little one, to which sect do you belong? The heavenly cloud sword sect. At this moment, Nán Xī displayed a semblance of obedience once more. Gazing at the luminous orb, my eyes remained unblinking. The orb flickered once more, revealing the presence of those ancient and unyielding descendants.
Was it not inherently?
Leaping with remarkable intensity, it suddenly appeared as if it had glimpsed something utterly unfathomable. When you encounter me, you shall owe me something. Respectfully acknowledge me as your mentor, and in due time, let those old-timers be envious beyond measure. I must have the pleasure of meeting you. At the golden elixir stage, your cultivation is barely adequate, young lady? Child, perceiving a fortuitous connection with you, I bestow upon you an opportunity. Given your talents, you are destined to ascend to great heights in the future. What lies ahead shall be remarkable. One must diligently cultivate oneself, lest one meets an untimely demise. Although you are not my disciple, there exists a certain karma between us. In the future, when you encounter me, you shall owe me something. Respectfully acknowledge me as your mentor, and in due time, let those old-timers be envious beyond measure. Nán Xī, must she comply? Yet before she could finish her words, a luminous sphere surged toward her. In that instant, Nán Xī's mind became unexpectedly clear. As if the dense fog had lifted, the scenery around her had transformed. She stood still, taking a moment to carefully absorb her surroundings, feeling a profound sense of emotion. The official became increasingly perceptive amidst the swirling energies of the universe, there suddenly emerged a sensation she had never before encountered. The elusive essence experienced is subtle and faint, yet if one could seize it, that sound? The sound flickers fleetingly in the mind. This is the law of the universe. If one can seize it, one will instantly ascend to the stage of transformation, yet if one cannot, it matters not. Instead, one should cultivate deeper understanding and perception. Enlightenment. The path ahead shall undoubtedly become much smoother. Subsequently, Nán Xī found herself unable to perceive that person's presence. After a moment of contemplation, she sensed no imminent danger. If it were merely a matter of fate, what would await her upon her return? Consult the classics and explore the origins of the dense mist surrounding the pool of immortals. Come, perhaps we can uncover some clues. As Nán Xī was deep in thought, a shadow suddenly loomed before her. She looked up to find Luo Tingyun gazing at her. His emergence was slow, yet it seemed something unexpected had transpired. Nán Xī regained her composure and remarked, "There is indeed a hint of truth to it, yet it appears to be a fortunate occurrence. It is also quite challenging for me to convey the circumstances I have encountered to my junior sister, isn't it? How can I possibly praise it? Extravagant words, reminiscent of a swindler from the rivers and lakes. What of this fog poison that cannot restrain me? Bestow upon me a glimpse of opportunity, that I may perceive a fragment of the grand principles of the universe? Yet at this moment, I find myself unable to fathom it. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. Perhaps it is best to move forward for now." Luo Tingyun's expression remained unchanged, as if she had heard nothing. Upon hearing this, she nodded and said, "That is well. Sister, you may go." Upon gazing at the pool of immortals, it became evident that everyone was largely prepared. In that moment, it must signify that she has caught the favor of one among them. "Is that so?" Qi Zhao murmured, his gaze lingering on Nán Xī with a trace of admiration. Luo Tingyun watched Nán Xī's retreating figure as Qi Zhao approached from the opposite direction, having overheard Nán Xī's inner thoughts. "Junior sister, any insights?" Qi Zhao inquired. Luo Tingyun pondered. The immortal pool is a blessing bestowed upon younger disciples by ascended immortals. The mist within was crafted by numerous celestial beings. Imbued with the principles of the great Tao, no cultivator in this realm can unravel its mysteries. If senior sister has encountered some opportunity within, it must signify that she has caught the favor of one among them. "Is that so?" Qi Zhao murmured, his gaze lingering on Nán Xī with a trace of admiration. "Truly befitting of our senior sister." Upon entering the immortal pool, Nán Xī found that her prior knowledge proved of little use. A veil seemed to obscure her perception, rendering the identities of the immortal statues indistinct. Thus, she followed her intuition, arriving before a pool where the sculpture depicted a stern, venerable elder, peering into the water. Before she could discern her own reflection, ripples stirred, bubbles rising as something surged forth, leaping straight into her arms. "Nán Xī?" She caught it instinctively, examining the object, a peculiar artifact resembling a fan, yet not quite one. 5 slender, flattened feathers were bound together by intricate runes, forming a seamless whole. Its edges gleamed with a sharp luster, yet upon touch, they were smooth and unyielding, neither brittle nor piercing. After some scrutiny yielded no enlightenment. Yet the moment Nán Xī turned away, the pool's surface rippled faintly, etching minuscule characters mid-air. "May all things be as you wish." The disciple's eyes widened in astonishment. Though clearly a high-grade artifact, its function eluded her. Bemused, she traced its contours before recalling the plot and proceeding to the pool foretold in the prophecy. Merely going through the motions, the rendezvous point was nearby. Nán Xī circled the pool without incident and prepared to depart. Luo Tingyun and the other disciples of Tianyun's sword sect awaited her arrival. Observing Nán Xī's brief circuit around the pool, they assumed her return signaled their imminent departure. Yet the moment Nán Xī turned away, the pool's surface rippled faintly, etching minuscule characters mid-air. "May all things be as you wish." The disciple's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be a prophecy? If so, how? What does it mean? After completing the storyline, can one lead a peaceful life? She sensed a somewhat subdued atmosphere. Blinking her eyes, she inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Most of the disciples who witnessed that scene were taken aback. Yet in an instant, The disciples became as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, devoid of excitement. What was the situation at hand? Today. What does it mean for everything to be as one wishes? Nán Xī felt a twinge of confusion as she followed her gaze to the prophetic pool. They dare not contemplate how their own state of mind would shatter if they were to encounter such a situation. Even Qi Zhao's gaze darkened momentarily, yet he still inquired. Distant and too lethargic to ponder. A group of disciples were initially somewhat thrilled, listening to Nán Xī's heartfelt sentiments. Clearly she herself felt. They appeared indifferent, yet in an instant, the disciples became as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, devoid of excitement. What was the situation at hand? Today, even the ordinary disciples have comprehended the intricacies of the system to a considerable extent. They dare not contemplate how their own state of mind would shatter if they were to encounter such a situation. Even Qi Zhao's gaze darkened momentarily, yet he still inquired. Did the few characters that just emerged from the pool read all things as? Nán Xī glanced over in that direction, confirming that no one had just passed by. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled. That is quite commendable. Upon hearing Nán Xī's voice, some individuals held their breath, eager to discern the sentiments that would emanate from her heart. However, after a moment of attentive listening, no words were uttered. In a moment of stillness, nearly everyone wore an expression of solemnity. The atmosphere was tranquil, with only the voice of Nán Xī echoing in the silence. A voice echoed within someone's heart. The disciples were all well organized, and there were no unforeseen circumstances. Everyone had arrived. Upon arrival, the mere opportunity to enter the pool of immortals is a reward in itself, one that promises gains for all. The group proceeded methodically towards their next destination. Not every place is as effortlessly accessible as the pool of immortals. The next location they are to visit demands that one must exert double the effort to attain their desires. In an extraordinary celestial pond, nearly everyone wore an expression of solemnity. The atmosphere was tranquil, with only the voice of Nán Xī echoing in the silence. A voice echoed within someone's heart. What exactly is the nature of my magical artifact? What artifact? What kind of artifact is it, everyone? With a look of bewilderment, she gazed towards Nán Xī, who stood at the forefront, oblivious to her presence. She reached out to touch the artifact that was ensconced in her hair, like a mere ornament. It was her first encounter with such a magical object, and despite the binding contract, she remained unaware of its purpose. They only vaguely discerned that it was an offensive magical artifact. Nán Xī's inner voice resonated briefly before fading away. Yet this time it allowed them to perceive the true form of the artifact. It was small and exquisite, its purpose remaining elusive. As they continued to observe, perhaps Nán Xī would have been oblivious to anything amiss. At this moment, Qi Zhao turned to Nán Xī and inquired, "Shall we take a look? Do they sense anything here?" Due to the alteration in the direction of the airflow, Nán Xī, as the disciple with the highest cultivation, experienced this change more acutely. One can perceive a certain flow of vitality. Previously, everything was orderly and harmonious, yet now it has become somewhat disarrayed. A portion has shifted its direction, as if drawn by some unseen force. However, these changes, it is quite subtle. Had the distance been a tad greater, perhaps Nán Xī would have been oblivious to anything amiss. At this moment, Qi Zhao turned to Nán Xī and inquired, "Shall we take a look? Do they sense anything here?" The presence of movement signifies that the source of such commotion is in close proximity to them. In the realm of secrets, the concept of opportunity is of utmost importance, which is synonymous with destiny. What about Nán Xī? To proceed methodically to places that have been explored countless times by others, where is the surprise in witnessing the expected? In places where fewer people venture, rewards are more readily found. Thus, some individuals are drawn towards the source of the commotion. The closer they approach, they may glean insights through the subtle rhythms of the heritage space. Is this not the essence of taking without exhausting? Endless benefits. Is this no longer necessary? Asking Nán Xī, evoking a profound sense of awe. The architecture, which seems rather distant, evokes a sense of heritage. Is this a space of legacy? Has she just recognized it? Luo Tingyun then spoke in agreement, acknowledging it as a space of inheritance. The Tianyan sword sect was instantly ablaze with excitement. Not only was it a space of inheritance, but it appeared to be one connected to the swordsmanship. What could this be? It was an extraordinary opportunity, even if, though they have not acquired the legacy, they may glean insights through the subtle rhythms of the heritage space. Is this not the essence of taking without exhausting? Endless benefits. Is this no longer necessary? Asking Nán Xī. With such a heritage space before them, even if Jian urged them not to enter, they might not easily comply. Nán Xī glanced back and said, "Let us depart." Entry into the realm of inheritance became unattainable. Afterward, the surroundings transformed into a different scene. Outside, there lingered a hint of the natural world, and the previously casual demeanor transformed into one of seriousness. Yet, the change within her was almost imperceptible, merely a subtle shift in her demeanor. Recently, individuals have sensed a subtle dissonance. The realm of inheritance is elusive and seldom encountered. The fleeting specter from earlier, what could it signify? The entrance is indeed a threshold. If one sees it yet refrains from entering, it is likely that they may never return. At this moment, the entrance was sealed, rendering any further access impossible. Thus, entry into the realm of inheritance became unattainable. Afterward, the surroundings transformed into a different scene. Outside, there lingered a hint of the natural world. Yet within the realm of heritage, both the flora and the architecture exuded a certain sharpness, as the light flickered subtly through. At that moment, what pierced through might have been a beam of sword light. The already tranquil atmosphere grew even more serene. Some may hold their breath and concentrate. There loomed a mountain slightly elevated. The place is shrouded in mist, obscuring one's vision. Yet the grand gates before me remain firmly closed. There may be observers gazing upon the scenes of the heritage space. This place is not insignificant. It can comfortably accommodate several hundred individuals, if not more. Is that not so? Before him stood a majestic hall, adorned with solemn hues. Qi Zhao approached and gently pushed the door. Then, shaking his head, he found himself unable to proceed. Beside him lay a bamboo grove, accompanied by several winding paths that ultimately converged, seemingly leading to the same destination. In the background, regarding the presence of others within the space, it is a matter of collective consideration. No one was surprised. However, what astonished them was that the other party was, in fact, the Yushu sect, who would not feel compelled to exclaim, "What a fate!" The narrow path was suddenly filled with a whisper among the crowd. The Yushu sect is also making their way up. Disciples pondering what lies above. The space of inheritance possesses more than a singular entrance. It drifts within the secret realms. Thus, its manifestation is unpredictable. It is indeed possible that one party may enter, yet it does not necessarily result in a closure. Therefore, regarding the presence of others within this space, it is a matter of collective consideration.
No one was surprised.
However, what astonished them was that the other party was, in fact, the Yushu sect, who would not feel compelled to exclaim, "What a fate!" The narrow path was suddenly filled with a whisper among the crowd. As the discussions ensued, a group of individuals followed Nán Xī's lead, ascending onward. The gazes directed at Nán Xī multiplied significantly. After all, they were unaware of the consequences of colliding with the Yushu sect. What events may still unfold, or what kind of plots await them. Yet, the ever-vibrant Nán Xī now lies in tranquil silence. The chicken remains utterly still, devoid of any movement. The pursuit of immortality? The individual advanced with great haste, swiftly ascending to a location shrouded in mist. At this moment, a glimpse of the scenery atop the mountain was finally revealed. It was the sword tomb. There, at the summit, one could behold. Above, countless swords can be faintly discerned, scattered haphazardly around, exuding an air of desolation and decay. At this moment, they could also see a group of people slowly advancing on the opposite hillside. Finally, unable to contain their feelings, they exclaimed, "Is it the Yushu sect again? What a nuisance! The road is narrow, I ascend to it? They had better not provoke us. This time, we will surely overpower them. Indeed, there lies the sword tomb above. If we can obtain a fine sword, we shall not allow them to take even a fraction." Upon hearing this, Nán Xī turned back in confusion to glance at her disciples, puzzled by their sudden surge of resentment. Meanwhile, on the side of the Yushu sect, they too sensed the presence of another group. Qi Qian stood at the forefront, scrutinizing the newcomers, and remarked, "The Tianyun sword sect. With the highest cultivation among them, It was hard to overlook the two exceptionally prominent figures in their midst. Suddenly realizing Nán Xī's formidable presence, Qiqian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The disciples of the Yusu sect also perked up upon hearing Tianyun's sword sect. Indeed, what a twist of fate. However, senior brother, do you think she harbors such affection for you that, should an opportunity arise, she might willingly yield to you? Qiqian, hearing this, who among the righteous would dare to pit their strength against the Tianyun sword sect? Yet, let us observe, in the realm of inheritance, perhaps a conflict might be avoided. Like the Tianyun sword sect, several direct disciples of the Yusu sect were positioned ahead. Wuzhu cast a glance in their direction, squinting slightly, then revealed a knowing smile. Nán Xī is here, he mused, his mind swirling with mischief. Senior brother, do you think she harbors such affection for you that, should an opportunity arise, she might willingly yield to you? Qiqian, hearing this, cast a fleeting glance with a hint of indifference and replied, do not dwell on trivial matters. Wuzhu sealed his lips, yet his smile remained, his gaze sweeping across Qiqian. How could individuals from the same sect possibly be more righteous than them? It is all a fade. As they conversed, they ascended, soon arriving at the intersection where the two sects' disciples faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Nán Xī had already donned a different expression, her face radiant with anticipation and delight as she gazed fervently at Qiqian. Qian, what a coincidence. The disciples' attention shifted to Nán Xī, their expressions laced with confusion, speculating on her true intentions. He. Though merely 2 syllables, those cold words encapsulated her emotions perfectly. Observing Qiqian's placid demeanor as he merely nodded to Nán Xī, he remarked, it appears to be a matter of fate. A smirk broke out among the Tianyun sword sect disciples, but they quickly subdued their amusement. Among the direct disciples at the forefront, Qizhao glanced at Nán Xī, who was performing, then at the indifferent Luo Tingyun, and found himself compelled to intervene. There's no need for further discussion. The sword tomb is right before us. Each sect relies on its own capabilities, without interference, correct? His words bore a semblance of reason, and Qiqian had no intention of saying more, casting a glance at Luo Tingyun, his expression still cool, preparing to nod in agreement. However, Wuzhu waved his feather fan, a playful smile gracing his features as he looked at Nán Xī. While it may be simple for us not to interfere, you ought to manage your eldest disciple. She constantly hounds our senior brother, which is quite bothersome. The expressions of the Tianyun sword sect disciples darkened at that moment. They had not anticipated that, in front of so many, Wuzhu would brazenly humiliate Nán Xī. Some could not restrain themselves from stepping forward, but were halted by those beside them. Chapter 41. The power of this magical artifact was formidable, especially considering that Nán Xī had already reached the golden core stage, a full realm above the foundation establishment stage. Her inherent strength was terrifying to those at the foundation establishment level. Wuzhu, struck by the artifact, did not lose consciousness, but lay on the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. Nán Xī surmised that he might have suffered a concussion. The artifact, having struck a person, floated gracefully in the air. Its feathers appeared soft and delicate, yet everyone vividly remembered the ferocity with which it had just attacked. They were momentarily stunned, unable to regain their senses until the artifact shrank to the size of a palm and returned to Nán Xī's hair. Nán Xī cautiously raised her hand, saying, "Do you believe that I still cannot control this artifact?" Although the artifact had just connected with her spiritual energy, she had not mastered it yet. Whether she could wield it effectively remained uncertain. However, she had begun to sense its potential. It seemed not merely an object to be controlled, but a conduit for her thoughts, capable of launching attacks. Just moments ago, their faces etched with pain. Even the most basic healing pills were not easily obtainable for ordinary disciples. Each one was a potential lifesaver. Yet, given Wuzhu's current condition, the disciples of the Yusu sect wore expressions of concern. As one opened their mouth to speak, a hint of wariness flickered in his gaze. Although Nán Xī had not directly attacked, the recent display of power had made him acutely aware of her capabilities. They knew they could not compete with the Tianyun sword sect. The closest disciples of Yusu helped Wuzhu to his feet, administering a healing pill, their faces etched with pain. Even the most basic healing pills were not easily obtainable. For ordinary disciples, each one was a potential lifesaver. Yet, given Wu Zhuo's current condition, it was unrealistic to expect him to produce one from his own pockets. After swallowing the pill, Wu Zhuo regained some clarity, and as he turned to Nán Xī, a hint of wariness flickered in his gaze. Although Nán Xī had not directly attacked, the recent display of power had made him acutely aware of her capabilities. He had had no time to react, nor any means to defend himself against her strike. Such terror. Qi Zhao displayed a sincere smile. Since there is nothing more to discuss, let us proceed. Without waiting for further deliberation, he turned to Nán Xī. Senior sister, shall we go? Nán Xī hesitated, contemplating her character's motivations. According to my persona, I should be unable to let go of Qi Qian and insist on leaving together, but... She feigned a lack of authority, glancing at Qi Qian with unspoken words, then casting a reluctant look back at him. Feeling that she needed to maintain the facade a little longer, her wrist was suddenly grasped. Catching a faint scent, she heard Luo Tingyun's voice. Let us go. Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adapted, startling the disciples. After Nán Xī had thoroughly enjoyed herself, she managed to regain a semblance of normalcy. I can't take it anymore. This is too amusing. What a pity it wasn't my hand that delivered that blow. It would have been even more satisfying. Luo Tingyun, who had been pulling Nán Xī along, they were interrupted by a peculiar sound. Instinctively, they turned to look at Nán Xī, who had her head bowed, obscuring her expression. If someone happened to be walking in front of Luo Tingyun and glanced back, they would notice a blush creeping onto his face, mixed with embarrassment and annoyance, startling the disciples. After Nán Xī had thoroughly enjoyed herself, she managed to regain a semblance of normalcy. I can't take it anymore. This is too amusing. What a pity it wasn't my hand that delivered that blow. It would have been even more satisfying. Luo Tingyun, who had been pulling Nán Xī along, felt as if he had been scalded. He quickly withdrew his hand, hesitated for a moment, then quickened his pace, distancing himself from her. If someone happened to be walking in front of Luo Tingyun and glanced back, they would notice a blush creeping onto his face, mixed with embarrassment and annoyance, adopting a respectful demeanor as they surveyed the surrounding swords. One disciple cautiously asked, "Is it permissible to draw these swords?" Others turned to him, then to the leading disciple. It was only natural for him to let go of her hand. As for why they needed to move forward, perhaps it was to explore this sword mound. Although they had never heard of any danger associated with the inheritance space, a sense of respect kept them from acting recklessly. Nán Xī pretended not to notice the disciples' scrutiny, focusing instead on other areas. It is permissible to draw them, as they may not necessarily come free. The swords choose their wielders, if you manage to draw one, adopting a respectful demeanor as they surveyed the surrounding swords. One disciple cautiously asked, "Is it permissible to draw these swords?" Others turned to him, then to the leading disciple, who was a direct apprentice. The only indication of the inheritance space thus far had been leading them to the sword mound, and with no further signs, they hesitated. Although they had never heard of any danger associated with the inheritance space, a sense of respect kept them from acting recklessly. Nán Xī pretended not to notice the disciples' scrutiny, focusing instead on other areas. It is permissible to draw them, as they may not necessarily come free. The swords choose their wielders. If you manage to draw one, it shall belong to you. I suggest you all try. Possessing a suitable new sword would make future battles much easier. Initially, the disciples were eager at the prospect of drawing swords, but confusion crept in after hearing the latter part of her statement. In the inheritance space, what kind of battles would they face? Would they truly confront the Yushu sect? Nán Xī's gaze shifted to the highest and most central position in the sword mound. That sword must be Qi Qian's life sword. Doesn't he appear particularly exceptional? As she contemplated, Nán Xī glanced down, squeezing her treasured sword. She had received exceptional treatment from her blade. While it might not rival a divine artifact, in the entire realm of cultivation, few swords could compare. During the selection of materials, she had chosen according to her preferences. Though its name mirrored that of the protagonist's sword in the story, its inner workings were entirely different. Didn't the narrative suggest that they waited a long time before attempting to draw swords? After such a lengthy interval without a prompt, several individuals who did not require new swords also turned their eyes toward the one at the very top. Acquiring a fine sword to bring back would still be worthwhile. The disciples of the Yushu sect arrived slightly later, observing the Tianyun sword sect's actions. Nán Xī herself had encouraged them to act swiftly. When Nán Xī returned her focus, she was slightly surprised. Wait! While others contemplated their own strength. Meanwhile, Qiqian stood rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the sword at the pinnacle, gradually making his ascent towards it. They had no choice but to fixate on the swords at hand, even if they did not attain the inheritance. Yet she could not suppress her urge to comment. I must say, this is quite the show-off, taking his time to ascend, she thought. As individuals began to draw their swords, some even having acquired new ones, a sense of urgency enveloped them. Without much thought, they followed suit, while others contemplated their own strength. Meanwhile, Qiqian stood rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the sword at the pinnacle, gradually making his ascent towards it. Aware that a significant moment in the narrative was imminent, Nán Xī watched Qiqian with unwavering attention. After all, her demeanor remained intact. Yet she could not suppress her urge to comment. I must say, this is quite the show-off, taking his time to ascend, she thought. The disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, particularly those with new swords or those unprepared to wield them, could not help but cast their eyes towards Qiqian. Initially, sensed the gravity of the situation from her countenance and became collectively tense. Luo Tingyun's eyes fell upon Nán Xī's face. Before they could voice their thoughts, Qiqian had already grasped the sword's hilt. The weapon was not one to be easily drawn. Qiqian tested it step by step, ultimately summoning all his strength, supplemented by spiritual energy. At this moment, Nán Xī could no longer afford to indulge in her criticisms. Her gaze darkened, and her expression faded into an emotionless state. Numerous onlookers had already been captivated by Nán Xī, especially those from the Tianyun sword sect, who, belatedly, sensed the gravity of the situation from her countenance and became collectively tense. Luo Tingyun's eyes fell upon Nán Xī's face, before he bowed his head and gripped his own sword. With a resonant hum, Qiqian drew the sword from its resting place, and instantly, the sword tomb erupted in a chorus of 1,000 blades, the sound resonating incessantly. Those swords that had yet to be withdrawn from the sword tomb were thrust aside in an instant, causing the very ground to tremble, making it difficult for anyone to maintain their footing. Gritting her teeth, Nán Xī called out, "Command the sword." Just as everyone instinctively complied with her directive and began to form the necessary seals, the surroundings were suddenly engulfed in darkness. Chapter 42. The ground fractured. The mechanical voice bore a tone of gravity. Furthermore, it prematurely revealed the plot. Nán Xī retorted, "That hardly counts. I merely mentioned flying on swords." How could that be considered a plot revelation? According to system evaluation, this constitutes a level 4 violation. Penalty: electric shock. A level 4 penalty signified a breach of character. Most felt an instinctive urge to move downward, following the currents of air. In the midst of this silence and darkness, an unfamiliar, mechanical voice suddenly emerged. One they had never heard before, yet it resonated within their hearts like Nán Xī's own thoughts. "Host, your exclamation was inappropriate. It does not align with your character." The mechanical voice bore a tone of gravity. Furthermore, it prematurely revealed the plot. Nán Xī retorted, "That hardly counts. I merely mentioned flying on swords." How could that be considered a plot revelation? According to system evaluation, this constitutes a level 4 violation. Penalty: electric shock. A level 4 penalty signified a breach of character, a consequence that Nán Xī could somewhat accept, leading her to remain silent. Her previous utterance, while not a direct plot revelation, demonstrated a reaction and a commanding tone uncharacteristic of the protagonist, especially with Qiqian, a key figure, present. Thus, being judged as a breach of character was entirely reasonable, hinting at a degree of frailty. Had they not heard the mechanical voice moments ago, they might have overlooked this subtle difference, but now they were deeply concerned. "Senior sister has been punished for us." If not for Nán Xī's timely warning, many would have struggled to react to the fall from such a height. Unable to shake off her apprehension, hesitantly approached and inquired, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Having just regained her composure, Nán Xī smiled gently and shook her head, "I am fine." Surveyed the surrounding disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, asking, "Is everyone all right?" Just like that, she appeared to regain her composure entirely, her tone steady. betraying no hint of unease. This penalty has indeed lessened. Barely felt at all, Nán Xī thought with satisfaction. Fortunately, senior sister has been punished for us. If not for Nán Xī's timely warning, many would have struggled to react to the fall from such a height, resulting in injuries upon impact. Yet, thanks to her alert, even those who were slower to respond managed to glide down safely on their swords. Nán Xī, now standing, surveyed the surrounding disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, asking, "Is everyone all right?" Just like that, she appeared to regain her composure entirely, her tone steady, betraying no hint of unease. This penalty has indeed lessened. Barely felt at all, Nán Xī thought with satisfaction. Fortunately, thanks to senior sister. But what is happening now? Among those present, aside from Nán Xī, Qi Zhao appeared the most composed, burying her face in her companion's shoulder, voiceless. Most of the disciples fell into silence, wanting to comfort Nán Xī, but finding themselves at a loss. She seemed to require no solace, yet their hearts were heavy with concern. Before Nán Xī could sense the unusual silence in the atmosphere, Luo Tingyun stepped forward and said, "It was likely that the consequences of their current injuries could have far-reaching implications." Qi Zhao looked up, gazing at the sky. They could not see the heavens. Above them lay a dark crimson expanse, faintly illuminated, casting a shadow over their surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult to discern their environment. An oppressive feeling lingered in the air, warning him that the circumstances were extraordinary, potentially perilous. Nán Xī observed her surroundings and cautiously remarked, "I am uncertain. This place seems to lack a name. But beneath the sword tomb lies another realm, one that entombs the masters of those swords." Unbidden, Nán Xī's thoughts wandered. That sword is named Zhiyuan. It was likely that the consequences of their current injuries could have far-reaching implications. Qi Zhao looked up, gazing at the sky. They could not see the heavens. Above them lay a dark crimson expanse, faintly illuminated, casting a shadow over their surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult to discern their environment. An oppressive feeling lingered in the air, warning him that the circumstances were extraordinary, potentially perilous. Nán Xī observed her surroundings and cautiously remarked, "I am uncertain. This place seems to lack a name. But beneath the sword tomb lies another realm, one that entombs the masters of those swords." Unbidden, Nán Xī's thoughts wandered. That sword is named Zhiyuan, the personal blade of the master of this inheritance space. The name was melodious, but the master of this inheritance was no benevolent soul. He had a fervent obsession with collecting renowned swords, acquiring them by vanquishing their wielders and slaying them, deliberately constructing a sword grave. The narrative primarily focused on the entanglement between Qi Qian and the protagonist, highlighting the protagonist's assistance to Qi Qian. It was a trap to ensnare those capable of wielding swords, consuming them within this space. Yet, an escape was not entirely impossible. The items he had placed within this inheritance space could indeed yield great benefits. However, he might not have anticipated that those who claimed his swords would tread over the corpses of countless individuals to escape. A chill settled in Nán Xī's gaze. The narrative primarily focused on the entanglement between Qi Qian and the protagonist, highlighting the protagonist's assistance to Qi Qian. The subsequent deaths of numerous disciples were merely glossed over in the plot, with the aftermath resulting in the protagonist facing punishment from the sect. However, this was not a point of cruelty. During the protagonist's punishment, Qi Qian would arrive to console her, and their relationship would blossom rapidly, serving as one of the few sweet moments in the storyline. How revolting! Nán Xī's inner thoughts erupted once more, instantly drawing the confused gazes of all present. By now, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Though inner thoughts were indeed private, not all musings could be articulated, and some thoughts did not form coherent sentences, thus remaining unheard. Yet, curiosity lingered about what could provoke such a remark from Nán Xī. However, as they had arrived here and experienced the current situation, the disciples grew increasingly vigilant. This place, which entombed the masters of those swords, was undeniably strange. The newly appointed sword wielder instinctively tightened their grip on their weapon, feeling increasingly tense. Nán Xī recalled the pressing matter at hand, her gaze sweeping across those assembled. Indeed, many have acquired new swords. In the realm of the Yusu sect, Qi Qian stood alone, gripping the sword he had just acquired. His perception was sharper than that of others. Chaos began to unfold among the Yushu sect. The atmosphere grew tumultuous, Where is this place? Did you hear any sounds?
Ah,
It hurts. I just fell.
please don't touch me.
Amidst these exclamations, the previously silent disciples of the Tianyun sword sect began to murmur, gripping their swords in anticipation of impending danger, and began checking their medicinal pills, talismans, and other means of self-preservation. However, the noise was minimal. Each remained focused on their own tasks. In the realm of the Yusu sect, Qi Qian stood alone, gripping the sword he had just acquired. His perception was sharper than that of others, and he could faintly discern the movement of the undead nearby, their eyes opening and gazing in his direction from the stone slabs. Beneath the surface of the water that glimmered with a faint red light, there lay medicinal substances that ensured the preservation of the corpses. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, a handful from the Tianyun sword sect, including Nán Xī, Luo Tingyun, Qi Zhao, and Xin Xinxiu, were subtly observing him. This expression, Qi Qian surely knows something. He became acutely aware of numerous revelations, the origins of this inherited space, the secrets hidden beneath the sword tomb, and the coveted true inheritance within that enigmatic grand hall above. If he could escape this place, his cultivation would soar, and he would become the brightest prodigy in the realm of cultivation. If only he could leave few noticed Qi Qian's unusual demeanor. After all, he had always been aloof, rarely speaking, merely existing as the chief, a paragon of sorts. However, a handful from the Tianyun sword sect, including Nán Xī, Luo Tingyun, Qi Zhao, and Xin Xinxiu, were subtly observing him. This expression, Qi Qian surely knows something. Nán Xī mused inwardly. Yet, there was no time for further observation. She soon heard an unusual sound of footsteps, and others did as well. Qi Zhao's gaze sharpened as he issued a command, "Form the formation." The disciples responded with remarkable swiftness, almost instantaneously arranging themselves into groups of 7, which then coalesced into a larger formation, becoming an impenetrable whole in that fleeting moment. After a brief awakening, as the first of the undead stood firm upon the ground, blood traced the shape of a sword. He raised his hand, and all could faintly hear the humming of the sword. The disciples of the Yusu sect finally reacted. One disciple from the Yusu sect shouted loudly, "What is this place?
Does no one have an idea?"
At the very least, let us discern our surroundings suddenly. They swung the invisible objects in their hands toward the disciples. Those under attack instinctively sought to evade.
Clang.
The crystalline sound of swords clashing resonated through the air. Everyone finally beheld the undead that had appeared at the edge of the crowd, the one who had just struck. He held an ethereal object, and at that moment, bolstered by their sword formations, managed to hold their ground, yet the undead, even in fewer numbers, were formidable foes in life. Shouting, "Defend yourselves!" In an instant, footsteps surged forth. The faces of the undead were pale and devoid of expression, their pupils dull and lifeless, yet their movements were swift. Before him, he swiftly pivoted, his sword slicing cleanly through the air, severing the head of the undead creature behind him. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Both the Tianyun sword sect and the Yusu sect found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle against the undead. The Tianyun sword sect, exuding a certain belief that conveyed an inner strength, possessing an aura that compelled involuntary conviction. Nán Xī quickly regained her composure. As the battle commenced, Luo Tingyun brushed past. Qi Zhao cast a glance at him. What transpired? Qi Zhao murmured softly, for the true senior sister was indeed Luo Tingyun. However, before him, he swiftly pivoted, his sword slicing cleanly through the air, severing the head of the undead creature behind him. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Even though their numbers surpassed those of the mere living dead, the force quadrupled yet remained suppressed. The disciples struggled to maintain the sword formation, managing to avoid casualties for the time being. But how long could this endure? Observe the situation at the Yusu sect. It is indeed a scene of unbearable despair. Nán Xī silently bears the burden of pressure for his disciples, his efforts discreet and largely unnoticed, while simultaneously remaining vigilant to the circumstances surrounding him. This place is a realm, yet not an inseparable one. As long as a breakthrough point can be identified, even those in the foundation establishment stage can traverse through. A formidable artifact with high offensive power has emerged. Among them, Nán Xī possesses the broadest consciousness and the keenest observational skills. Furthermore, due to the unfolding narrative. She has already discerned the intricacies within that storyline. Where lies the breakthrough? Yet she continues to wait, awaiting a moment in time. Until a certain instant, the small talisman at her waist glimmered faintly. A line of text materialized before her eyes. It was the artifact she obtained from Tsong Qiqian after progressing through the narrative. This place is a realm, yet not an inseparable one. As long as a breakthrough point can be identified, even those in the foundation establishment stage can traverse through. A formidable artifact with high offensive power has emerged. Among them, Nán Xī possesses the broadest consciousness and the keenest observational skills. Furthermore, due to the unfolding narrative, she has already discerned the intricacies within that storyline. Where lies the breakthrough? Yet she continues to wait, awaiting a moment in time. Until a certain instant, even though they were utterly exhausted at that moment. Yet, my mind involuntarily swayed with Nán Xī's words. In truth, if it were to seek an exit, possessing but a singular purpose, to connect with. During this period, Qiqian has been regularly sending messages to Nán Xī, yet Qiqian has not responded. However, this is of little consequence. At this moment, Nán Xī gazed at the words before her, narrowing her eyes slightly. Have you found the breakthrough? Come to my side. In this passage, the female protagonist hesitates momentarily before proceeding. The disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, who were currently battling the undead, heard Nán Xī's heartfelt voice. He sensed the original connection slipping away. The communication from Nán Xī reached him, and his connections with the other disciples became distinctly clear. In an instant, his pupils constricted. There was nothing to inquire about. However, at that time, the sword formation was centered around her. Once she departed, 6 individuals have their own as well. At present, he is the linchpin. As long as he maintains his composure, this sword formation will be effortlessly sustained. It will not be broken. The disciples once again heard that mechanical voice. Host, did you just? Nán Xī's inner voice resonated, calm amidst the turmoil. He sensed the original connection slipping away. The communication from Nán Xī reached him, and his connections with the other disciples became distinctly clear. In an instant, his pupils constricted. Did Luo Tingyan react? Embrace the undeniable truth of becoming the core, and declare to those around you. Transform. 7 individuals possess their own formations, and naturally, her countenance naturally adorned with a veneer of timidity and trepidation. She gazed at Qiqian with alarm and exclaimed, Aqian, what am I to do? Here, it will not be broken. The disciples once again heard that mechanical voice. Host, did you just? Nán Xī's inner voice resonated, calm amidst the turmoil. We shall all be saved. In his gaze, there was neither Nán Xī nor any trace of the past. The disciples of the Yusu sect were gradually engulfed. Nán Xī fell into a natural silence, while the disciples left behind were still engulfed in confusion. Had they been abandoned by the senior sister? Nán Xī swiftly approached Qiqian, her countenance naturally adorned with a veneer of timidity and trepidation. She gazed at Qiqian with alarm and exclaimed, Aqian, what am I to do? Here, Qiqian interrupted her words, gazing intently at her, and said, I have discovered the breakthrough point. I require your assistance. Assist me, as long as we can escape. What is her intention for the forthcoming moment? This powerful strike has opened a breakthrough for Qiqian. Employ breaking the heavens to launch an attack there with all your might. Nán Xī observed all of this, nodding repeatedly. You, she said, I shall heed your words. The gaze of Nán Xī had already transcended Qiqian, directing itself towards the breach behind him. Within the heritage of the Heavenly Cloud Sword Sect, there exists a sword technique of formidable power. He felt a sense of emptiness, as if something essential was missing from this belief. The desired items elude clarity for the moment. Suddenly, Nán Xī brandished her sword and charged forward, just as Qiqian approached from behind. A living dead emerged, its countenance adorned with an eerie tranquility, as it wielded a sword and struck at Qiqian. Caught off guard, Qiqian reacted a moment too late. Qian, I have faith in you. The sound of her voice lingered in the air. What was originally spoken by Nán Xī unexpectedly left Qiqian momentarily stunned. He felt a sense of emptiness, as if something essential was missing from this belief. The desired items elude clarity for the moment. Suddenly, had she lost sight of all else? Only my gaze was fixed upon the point indicated by the sword's tip. As it wielded a sword and struck at Qi Qian. Caught off guard, Qi Qian reacted a moment too late, sustaining several blows to his arms and legs before he could respond. With a decisive strike, the blade was cleaved. The tip of the Nán Xī sword had already amassed formidable spiritual energy, its intentions swirling around the blade, unleashing a blow capable of shattering all existence towards that frail realm. Had she lost sight of all else? Only my gaze was fixed upon the point indicated by the sword's tip. Blinding light from the outside suddenly seeped through, illuminating the space. In that radiant glow, there stood a figure suspended in midair, dressed in a pale green garment. It would be somewhat safer. Everyone is engaged in a fierce struggle, gradually succumbing to adversity, the defenses on the verge of collapse. Yet, at that moment, they suddenly hear these words, and before they can react, a faint yet remarkably clear sound echoed, as if a celestial rift had been torn apart. The sound of a sword slicing through the air resonated, and suddenly, not far away, a breach appeared. A crack appeared, and an intense, blinding light from the outside suddenly seeped through, illuminating the space. In that radiant glow, there stood a figure suspended in midair, dressed in a pale green garment. The hem fluttered and rustled in the brisk wind. The disciples, momentarily bewildered, heard a voice exclaim, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up! There is an exit. Let us depart." Qi Zhao shouted from the front, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The deity soared towards the considerable opening. Nán Xī observed their movement, with the corners of her lips gently curved. At that moment, Qi Qian swiftly approached her, his expression subtly imbued with warmth. Without uttering a word, he reached out, seemingly intending to embrace her waist. What should I have done in that moment of weakness? Embraced by Qi, all the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect momentarily froze in their movements. Yet, Nán Xī's inner voice continued to resonate. Upon reflection, it is indeed time to relinquish my strength. Those who still possessed some energy found their pupils constricting, unable to restrain themselves from glancing back. However, Nán Xī had already narrowed her eyes, surrendering to the descent, and raised her hand, encircling her arm around the delicate neck of Qi Qian. Her voice barely above a whisper seemed to drift into his ear as she spoke her lines. "Ah, Qian, do you wish to catch me?" The tone of her voice hastened to escape this realm before the rift fully sealed. As Nán Xī fell back to the ground, she found many disciples still present, though fewer than 100. Rather akin to a form of combat technique, left him gasping for breath. And then, in an instant, he was overwhelmed by an unbearable weight. Power, with an unstoppable momentum, forcefully pressed him downward. Countless disciples flying with their swords whizzed past. The majority had already surged out of this space, including many from the Void Sect. However, the rift had begun to slowly close. Qi Qian, feeling a surge of determination, disregarded the oncoming undead, struggled free from Nán Xī's restraint, and then, regardless of Nán Xī's plunge, hastened to escape this realm before the rift fully sealed. As Nán Xī fell back to the ground, she found many disciples still present, though fewer than 100. There were at least 80, predominantly from the Void Sect, with around 30 to 40 from the Tianyan Sword Sect. The undead swarmed in, overwhelming the disciples, who were unable to withstand the assault, suffering continuous new injuries. In the original narrative, over 150 disciples remained. All of this stemmed from Qi Qian's desire to be the first to escape and obtain the inheritance. The narrative did not delve into these details, as it primarily focused on the emotional aspects, merely outlining the collaboration between the male and female leads and their subsequent developments, while glossing over the disciples' losses. However, as long as they utilized the heaven-breaking technique in conjunction with the direct disciples, the Tianyan Sword Sect could not guarantee the survival of all, but could at least ensure that 90% survived, rather than the mere 60% that survived in the narrative, with half of those severely injured. All of this stemmed from Qi Qian's desire to be the first to escape and obtain the inheritance. The narrative did not delve into these details, as it primarily focused on the emotional aspects, merely outlining the collaboration between the male and female leads and their subsequent developments, while glossing over the disciples' losses. However, he felt a chill upon opening his eyes. He found Nán Xī standing beside him, battling two undead and offering him a slight smile. Dear junior brother, please pay close attention. With a flick of her wrist, Nán Xī's sword turned, and she casually remarked, "For this act of bravado, I shall endure considerable hardship."
Clang.
Suddenly, he wished to monopolize the inheritance and needed to ascertain whether the direct disciples of the Tianyan sword sect and the void sect would consent. Before her, the relentless assaults of the undead continued. A flawless disciple of the Tianyan sword sect estimated the invisible sword aimed at his neck, feeling despair. Yet in the next moment, acting as a bridge, slowly mending the undead's corporeal forms. At that moment, Nán Xī felt a slight exhaustion and took a breath. Her cultivation was insufficient. Among these undead, with a flick of her wrist, Nán Xī's sword turned, and she casually remarked, "For this act of bravado, I shall endure considerable hardship."
Clang.
Suddenly, a myriad of sword lights flickered before them, time seeming to momentarily freeze. Even though these sword lights did not strike them directly, their terrifying force was palpable. A few undead heads toppled to the ground, while many severed limbs fell, yet their bodies continued to writhe. The glistening crimson water seeped into the severed arms and torsos, acting as a bridge, slowly mending the undead's corporeal forms. At that moment, Nán Xī felt a slight exhaustion and took a breath. Her cultivation was insufficient. Among these undead, many had once possessed divine transformation and integration capabilities. Even in death, devoid of spiritual power and cultivation, the residual combat prowess and physical strength remained above the golden core stage. Thus, Chapter 44, How is the senior sister? Qizhao cast a worried glance over, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Luo Tingyun cradled the person in her arms, shaking her head slightly. It should merely be exhaustion leading to unconsciousness. Luo Tingyun felt a twinge of anxiety. Her body remained stiff apart from her arms, hesitant to move even slightly. Upon emerging from that space, the mountains and the sword mound had vanished, leaving only a grand hall. The hall's doors swung open, revealing a bright interior beneath its solemn facade. The disciples of the Tianyan sword sect stood closest to the entrance. Luo Tingyun cast an emotionless glance at Qi Qian before stepping forward, entering the hall without looking back. Clad in white adorned with black cloud patterns, he held a feather fan in his hand. His face was obscured, exuding both righteousness and wickedness, imbued with an ethereal aura. They could only follow into the hall after the Tianyan sword sect. The hall was open at the top, sunlight streaming in, calm yet distant. "There is no need for alarm. I am already dead. This is merely a remnant of my consciousness. Truly remarkable, so many have entered my legacy hall." Intricately carved with various artifacts, and at the top floated an object emanating a brilliant light. Behind the throne was a painting depicting a man, releasing energy that surged forth in varying amounts toward different individuals. One substantial fragment entered Nán Xī's brow. In that moment of receiving the legacy's power, as the painting shimmered, the man's head seemed to turn toward the assembly, and he appeared to smile. Such a multitude of individuals, his voice resonated throughout the hall. Calm yet distant. "There is no need for alarm. I am already dead. This is merely a remnant of my consciousness. Truly remarkable, so many have entered my legacy hall." Perhaps it was precisely due to his waywardness that he was indifferent to the division of his legacy, viewing the traps laid for others as mere playthings. Yet, releasing energy that surged forth in varying amounts toward different individuals. One substantial fragment entered Nán Xī's brow. In that moment of receiving the legacy's power, many came to a realization. Zhuyuan Daojun was not a virtuous man. He had strayed from the righteous path and met a tragic end. Clarity surged through her, awakening her. As she drowsily opened her eyes, she initially could not see clearly, only sensing she was cradled in someone's arms. A faint and pleasant fragrance lingering around her. With a hint of confusion, she looked up to see a beautifully defined half-profile of the person holding her. With so many present, not all were fortunate enough to receive the legacy's power. The Daojun had not bequeathed any sword techniques, apart from the cultivation levels. Furrowed her brow in seriousness when she unexpectedly heard Nán Xī's thoughts. Her arm tensed instinctively, her body stiffening once more after having relaxed slightly. After a moment, clarity surged through her, awakening her. As she drowsily opened her eyes, she initially could not see clearly, only sensing she was cradled in someone's arms. a faint and pleasant fragrance lingering around her. With a hint of confusion, she looked up to see a beautifully defined half-profile of the person holding her, their nose and lips exquisitely shaped. Oh, Nán Xī finally recognized the person. Isn't this my junior sister? Luo Tingyun, who had been cautiously absorbing the power flowing into her. The atmosphere had been serious, but now it had shifted. However, Nán Xī remained oblivious to this shift. She maintained a facade of innocence. She hurriedly set Nán Xī down, softly saying, "Senior sister, you are awake." It was only when Nán Xī's feet touched the ground that she realized, but also several from the Yushu sect, including Qi Qian. The latter had witnessed Nán Xī's extraordinary display, which entirely reshaped their previous perceptions. Qi Qian felt a deeper complexity. Most of the Tianyun sword sect disciples were drawn to Nán Xī's thoughts, admiring her recent display of prowess, yet they could not suppress their current complexity. The atmosphere had been serious, but now it had shifted. However, Nán Xī remained oblivious to this shift. She maintained a facade of innocence, feigning weakness as she leaned on her forehead, asking, "Junior sister, what is this?" Not only the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect looked toward Nán Xī, but also several from the Yushu sect, including Qi Qian. The latter had witnessed Nán Xī's extraordinary display, which entirely reshaped their previous perceptions. Qi Qian felt a deeper complexity. He was uncertain what had transpired in that space afterward, from the moment the rift first appeared to Nán Xī's descent with him, and then her falling away. He could not comprehend where it had gone awry. Yet it seemed nothing was amiss, except that he had not anticipated how heavy a person would be when they fell unconscious, nor had he expected that when Nán Xī clung to his arm, she would inadvertently press against his vital point. Now, the legacy was no longer solely his. Reflecting on this, Qi Qian felt a weight in his heart. Holding the Zhu Yuan sword, he received the most potent portion of the Daojuan's legacy power, a part of which he still could not fully absorb. As long as he could break through to the golden core, he would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Yet, it could not compare to claiming the legacy power alone. At this moment, few noticed Qi Qian. Luo Tingyun's gaze remained on Nán Xī as she recounted the events that had transpired, her tone low and calm. Though devoid of ulterior motives, it nevertheless conveyed a hint of tenderness. Nán Xī, however, was already elated. So, the legacy is no longer Qi Qian's alone, but shared among us who have bravely survived against the undead. This is truly a tremendous blessing. If it weren't for the fear of alarming the system, she would have been unable to suppress her jubilant cheers. Yet, regardless, consequences loomed. The system coldly stated, "Host." Noticing this shift, Nán Xī felt a flicker of confusion, about to speak, when her gaze met Luo Tingyun's. Those beautiful eyes were fixed upon her, filled with emotions that Nán Xī could not decipher, though it was only for a moment before Luo Tingyun quickly masked her feelings, gently asking, "Senior sister, are you still tired?" Having previously heard the system's voice, we're now beginning to grasp its meaning. The senior sister was to be punished, to endure the agony of marrow washing. The earlier atmosphere had been serious, but now the hall felt heavy, despite having recently reaped significant rewards, with few disciples of the Tianyun sword sect displaying smiles. Noticing this shift, Nán Xī felt a flicker of confusion, about to speak, when her gaze met Luo Tingyun's. Those beautiful eyes were fixed upon her. The contract Nán Xī had previously established mitigated her suffering, rendering her transgressions less severe. "I am not particularly weary. The recent infusion of ancestral power has revitalized both my dantian and spiritual energy. If only such fortuitous events occurred more frequently," she mused to herself. Nevertheless, perhaps a brief respite was in order. In such moments, the unfolding narrative served as a protective barrier. The system would not impose penalties upon Nán Xī, and the only path forward is fraught with unbearable trials and tribulations. What course of action should one take? Nán Xī looked at Luo Tingyun in confusion. The contract Nán Xī had previously established mitigated her suffering, rendering her transgressions less severe. "I am not particularly weary. If I were to endure another punishment today, I fear I would not withstand it. Perhaps I shall address your query another time. However," she continued, "my own cultivation is quite commendable." Luo Tingyun's gaze flickered and he posed a question. "Senior sister, I am perplexed. If one encounters an insurmountable chasm," Her thoughts were casual, and upon mentioning the daunting punishment, her expression remained largely unchanged. The disciples listened intently to Nán Xī's words, some feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet, unsure of why he would direct such a question to her, she shook her head, feigning ignorance.
I
do not know. I apologize, junior sister. If I were to endure another punishment today, I fear I would not withstand it. Perhaps I shall address your query another time. However, she continued, if I were in such a position, I doubt I would overthink it. What chasm? What suffering? If a path exists toward a goal, I would endeavor to traverse it. Her thoughts were casual, and upon mentioning the daunting punishment, her expression remained largely unchanged. The disciples listened intently to Nán Xī's words, some feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet, Luo Tingyun absorbed her sentiments deeply, his gaze shifted, and he could scarcely refrain from murmuring, so it is. Cultivation should indeed be approached in this manner. A sudden enlightenment has occurred. What is happening? The other disciples, having witnessed the transformation, exclaimed in unison, the senior sister has elucidated the junior sister's predicament. How extraordinary! Chapter 45. As all eyes were fixated upon Luo Tingyun, Nán Xī and her disciples were collectively astonished. Suddenly, a voice rang out, proclaiming. As Nán Xī surveyed her surroundings, preparing to converse with Luo Tingyun, she turned to find the strands of his hair dancing as though stirred by an unseen breeze. And a whirlwind of spiritual energy suddenly swirled around them. Unable to restrain herself, she took a step back, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wait! A sudden enlightenment has occurred. What is happening? The other disciples, having witnessed the transformation, exclaimed in unison, the senior sister has elucidated the junior sister's predicament. How extraordinary! And then reached into her storage ring, retrieving a formation plate to protect Luo Tingyun before hastily rushing to seize the items. There are treasures within the jade pillar. Come quickly and seize them. Could it possibly create a legacy space? At the very least, it must be a manifestation of the combined period. The great being, coupled with the fact that this Taoist lord indulged in both meat and vegetables during his lifetime. It was not until the ring was filled to the brim that she leisurely returned to the side of Luo Tingyun, the abundant harvest, and then reached into her storage ring, retrieving a formation plate to protect Luo Tingyun before hastily rushing to seize the items. Even if half of them consist of trivial objects, as long as the other half proves to be useful, it suffices. It is indeed quite abundant. Is it truly essential to seize what one desires? Nán Xī, relying on her elevated cultivation and the spaciousness of her storage ring, swiftly traversed the surroundings. As she contemplated bestowing a gift upon Luo Tingyun after his ascension, she awaited Nán Xī's return to his side, when the jade pillar. The items have been nearly entirely divided, with Nán Xī assuming a central role. The Tianyin sword sect stands scattered around her, maintaining a clear distinction from the Yushu sect. Even if half of them consist of trivial objects, as long as the other half proves to be useful, it suffices. It is indeed quite abundant. Following her line of sight to observe the one who is currently breaking through, Luo Tingyun, her thoughts entangled. After a moment, she averted her gaze. Nán Xī had indeed noticed Qi Qian's gaze, yet the narrative unfolded differently. At this moment, the female protagonist is indeed under the control of the Tianyin sword sect, and naturally, the items have been nearly entirely divided, with Nán Xī assuming a central role. The Tianyin sword sect stands scattered around her, maintaining a clear distinction from the Yushu sect. The only aspect that took Nán Xī by surprise was that the plot did not mention whether the junior sister would. Breaking through here. Let me ponder. Originally, my junior martial sister was supposed to emerge from the secret realm and then enter seclusion for a month before achieving her breakthrough. However, she has remarkably advanced 2 levels, directly reaching the middle stage of the golden core, which is quite impressive. Alas, this is due to the recent inheritance she received. Strength. It seems I am but a step away from the middle stage of the golden core. Indeed, indeed. Following this, there were some musings from Nán Xī, yet all those present. The only aspect that took Nán Xī by surprise was that the plot did not mention whether the junior sister would. Breaking through here. Let me ponder. Originally, my junior martial sister was supposed to emerge from the secret realm and then enter seclusion for a month before achieving her breakthrough. However, she has remarkably advanced 2 levels, directly reaching the middle stage of the golden core, which is quite impressive. Alas, This is due to the recent inheritance she received. Strength. It seems I am but a step away from the middle stage of the golden core. Indeed, indeed. Following this, there were some musings from Nán Xī, yet all those present necessitates meticulous calculation, just as everyone is immersed in deep contemplation. As the moment arrived, the fabric of space trembled once more. There are also numerous books, including leisure reading and novellas, hence the term plot is not unfamiliar to the public. However, they originally believed that what Nán Xī referred to was. Nán Xī instinctively glanced at Luo Tingyun, who was surrounded by an enigmatic aura. The airflow intensified, clearly indicating that a critical period had been reached. She approached with a calm demeanor, drawing Luo Tingyun into her orbit. Within the sphere of protection, should this realm collapse, it would undoubtedly affect Luo Tingyun's breakthrough. However, necessitates meticulous calculation, just as everyone is immersed in deep contemplation. As the moment arrived, the fabric of space trembled once more, causing the disciples to grow increasingly anxious. They beheld the celestial canopy shattering, inch by inch, fragmenting into pieces. Behind the space, the hidden realms subtly shimmered into view. It does not do so at a predetermined moment. One must expel individuals, thus it is crucial to remain vigilant about time. Should one miss the opportunity to exit, one may be compelled to linger in the secret realm for a century, or perhaps face alternative consequences. Fortune can tear through the fabric of space and escape after all. Is it not a trivial matter? Moreover, on the 27th, Qi Zhao's gaze fell upon Luo Tingyun. The instrument spoke, stating that only 3 days had passed. The opening of the Emperor's white secret realm is indeed time-limited. However, when it closes, it does not do so at a predetermined moment. One must expel individuals, thus it is crucial to remain vigilant about time. Should one miss the opportunity to exit, do take good care of yourself. The disciples of the Tianyun sword sect prepared to rest in place, while Qi Zhao. I brought several individuals to observe the surroundings, and, before we could fully comprehend the scene, we noticed the disciples of the Yushi sect. It is said that the junior disciple should be able to conclude the task within a day, precisely upon emerging from the secret realm.
Come.
We need to take a moment to recuperate. He swiftly glanced at Nán Xī, recalling the punishment, hesitating to speak further. Ultimately, he simply said, "Senior sister, do take good care of yourself." The disciples of the Tianyun sword sect prepared to rest in place, while Qi Zhao. I brought several individuals to observe the surroundings, and before we could fully comprehend the scene, we noticed the disciples of the Yushi sect, who were also resting not far away. Upon returning, several individuals. The disciples of the Tianyun sword sect find themselves at a loss for words. Many have never witnessed the moment of breaking through to the golden core stage. Thus, they gazed with rapt attention. When the golden core was formed, this action is not inherently flawed. It is merely that the disciples do not favor it, thus rendering it unchangeable. Silently urged everyone to keep their distance. As time progressed, the commotion at Luo Tingyun's location grew increasingly pronounced, drawing the attention of many. Gazes were cast in his direction, now imbued with a more oppressive aura. However, before long, Luo Tingyun cast a glance at Nán Xī and silently reigned in his imposing presence, directing his attention towards him. Many have never witnessed the moment of breaking through to the golden core stage. Thus, they gazed with rapt attention. When the golden core was formed, a subtle aura enveloped Luo Tingyun, exuding a profound sense of Tao rhythm, yet shimmering with an elusive brilliance. Too swift, rendering it difficult to perceive. There was a genuine happiness for Luo Tingyun among their peers. This is the second disciple of the advanced golden core. It is anticipated that future individuals will not fall too far behind. Numerous people engaged in lively discussions for quite some time. Afterwards, it gradually fell silent once more. There were many people present, so he smiled faintly and said, "Is it accomplished?" Nán Xī felt elated, silently applauding Luo Tingyun in her heart, while providing her own voiceover. The commotion of the golden core cultivators will finally emerge. Nán Xī also sensed that the time was nearly ripe. To Luo Tingyun, she said, "Junior sister." There was a genuine happiness for Luo Tingyun among their peers. This is the second disciple of the advanced golden core. It is anticipated that future individuals will not fall too far behind. Numerous people engaged in lively discussions for quite some time. Afterwards, it gradually fell silent once more. At this moment, There were no celestial phenomena, for the existence of the secret realm could temporarily evade the heavenly laws. Once the secret realm is unveiled. Yet I find myself at a loss for words. At this moment, upon hearing those words, I was suddenly brought back to reality and nodded in agreement. I am somewhat fatigued, and shall take a brief respite. As she spoke, Nán Xī discreetly surveyed her surroundings. The individual then leaned towards the shadows and uttered, "Do not allow anyone to disturb me." Luo Tingyun was still momentarily immersed in the sensations of transcending the golden core, with myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. South Xī occupies a considerable portion, as he is acutely aware that this moment of enlightenment is largely attributable to South Xi's contributions. However, I wish to express my gratitude. Yet I find myself at a loss for words. At this moment, upon hearing those words, I was suddenly brought back to reality and nodded in agreement. In the presence of Nán Xī, my thoughts appeared to linger a moment longer. It was only when Nán Xī settled into a corner, resting against the angle formed by the tree and the mountainside, that I finally found myself at ease. It was only then that Luo Tingyun realized, as her eyes adjusted, just how dark it was there. Before she could ponder further, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Host, prepare yourself." Knowing the punishment was inevitable, Luo Tingyun understood the agony Nán Xī endured. Yet, powerless to alleviate her pain or confront the system inflicting it, in a flash of realization, Luo Tingyun pieced everything together, her pupils contracting sharply. Yet before she could utter a word, only when beads of sweat formed on Nán Xī's forehead and her fingers trembled faintly did Luo Tingyun snap out of her daze. She moved closer, settling beside Nán Xī. With a delicate handkerchief, she dabbed the sweat from Nán Xī's brow, hesitating briefly before withdrawing. Then, gently, knowing the punishment was inevitable, Luo Tingyun understood the agony Nán Xī endured. Yet, powerless to alleviate her pain or confront the system inflicting it, she lowered her gaze in silent frustration. Though they couldn't discern the details, Luo Tingyun's actions spoke volumes. Even without witnessing it firsthand, the mere thought of the excruciating pain of marrow cleansing sent shivers down their spines. These disciples had endured their share of hardships. She clasped Nán Xī's quivering fingertips and murmured under her breath, "What a formidable senior sister." The weight of gratitude and guilt settled heavily in their hearts, especially knowing her suffering was for their sake. This incident had left the Yushu sect with heavy losses. Though they couldn't discern the details, Luo Tingyun's actions spoke volumes. Even without witnessing it firsthand, the mere thought of the excruciating pain of marrow cleansing sent shivers down their spines. These disciples had endured their share of hardships. Beside Nán Xī, Luo Tingyun heard not a single whimper. Yet the absence of sound only amplified the tremors in Nán Xī's fingers and the faint traces of blood seeping through her skin. When the handkerchief proved insufficient for the sweat along her neck, Luo Tingyun resorted to cleansing spells, casting them quietly until, at last, Nán Xī's breathing steadied. And even some Yushu disciples had been saved by her hand. The thought reignited simmering resentment, and more than a few glares were cast toward the Yushu sect's direction. Beside Nán Xī, Luo Tingyun heard not a single whimper. The clever junior apprentice smiled knowingly. Nán Xī, feeling the refreshing dryness enveloping her, surmised that Luo Tingyun had employed a cleansing spell on her. With this realization, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. With a hand to his forehead, he murmured, "Nightmare." "Thank you, junior sister." Though Nán Xī had rarely endured such first or second-tier pain, especially after resigning herself to the scripted path, emerging from this ordeal, she had only one thought. It was unbearable. Chapter 46. Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback by Luo Tingyun's words.
Huh?
Having a nightmare? Her eyes swiftly brightened. That's right. Having experienced a nightmarish episode, each could only pretend not to see. In accordance with Nán Xī, Luo Tingyun also paused, pressing his lips together before inquiring, "Might my senior sister wish to rest a while longer?" "Rest." Nán Xī feigned weakness as she spoke, subsequently assessing her current state. In a state of being. Feeling somewhat fatigued, yet overall all right. A brief respite should suffice, shouldn't it? The impact is significant. Although the system's penalties are severe, the underlying principles remain unclear, however. Although they were aware that she was merely feigning, they could not overlook the suffering Nán Xī had just endured. understanding the nature of the narrative. Each could only pretend not to see. In accordance with Nán Xī, Luo Tingyun also paused, pressing his lips together before inquiring. Thank you, junior sister, for your care. No wonder I felt a fragrant scent just now. This is not the first time Nán Xī has remarked on Luo Tingyun's fragrance. Feeling somewhat fatigued, yet overall all right, a brief respite should suffice, shouldn't it? The impact is significant. Although the system's penalties are severe, the underlying principles remain unclear, however. Luo Tingyun slightly lowered his eyes, pretending not to notice. This time, his disguise was rather effective, with only the tips of his ears betraying a slight flush. Unnoticed by anyone. Subsequently, the atmosphere quieted down even further as Nán Xī closed her eyes. As the spirit energy began to circulate within, alleviating the fatigue that clung to the body, the Tianyun Sword Sect had been closely monitoring Nán Xī's situation, hardly finding a moment's respite until now. It is time to adjust one's state of mind. The only sound surrounding me is that of the wind whispering through. I am unaware of how much time has elapsed. Yet the wind seems to have grown slightly louder, carrying an air of heaviness. A faint odor of fish wafted through the air. Many had already made their adjustments when someone called out to the person beside them, inquiring, "Do you detect any peculiar scent?" The man furrowed his brow, inhaling the air, subsequently appearing somewhat perplexed. The scent of earth? Perhaps it was due to the onset of night, bringing with it a hint of dampness. Is that so? It is time to adjust one's state of mind. The only sound surrounding me is that of the wind whispering through. I am unaware of how much time has elapsed. Yet the wind seems to have grown slightly louder, carrying an air of heaviness. A faint odor of fish wafted through the air. Many had already made their adjustments when someone called out to the person beside them, inquiring, "Do you detect any peculiar scent?" The man furrowed his brow, inhaling the air. The pivotal narrative encompasses more than a singular thread. The spiritual beast in its primordial infant stage is on the verge of awakening. The disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect. It seems to hold a semblance of truth. Another person nodded slightly. It should be so. The two individuals were not far from Nán Xī. Not to mention those with even higher cultivation and sharper reflexes, they almost instantaneously shifted their gaze. Nán Xī was still deep in thought, pondering. Although the response should ideally prevent casualties, how should I proceed? Please remind everyone, we cannot suddenly bring this up again, as it may damage one's reputation. The pivotal narrative encompasses more than a singular thread. The spiritual beast in its primordial infant stage is on the verge of awakening. The disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect. I would readily suggest that everyone relocate to a different place for respite. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence, is it not? In a moment, not to mention those with even higher cultivation and sharper reflexes, they almost instantaneously shifted their gaze. Nán Xī was still deep in thought, pondering. Although the response should ideally prevent casualties, how should I proceed? Please remind everyone, we cannot suddenly bring this up again, as it may damage one's reputation. The ground trembled faintly, followed by a distinct grunt from a beast behind the stone wall. The disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Sword Sect swiftly pinpointed the location of the Yuanying-level spiritual beast, their eyes narrowing in anticipation. As I watched helplessly, I too shall stand at the forefront. Here, Nán Xī's heartfelt sentiments conclude, as the gazes of others subtly converge, each carrying a tinge of complexity. At this moment, not only the disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect, but also those of the Yushu Sect hastily rose to their feet. Unlike the Tianyun Sword Sect, the ground trembled faintly, followed by a distinct grunt from a beast behind the stone wall. The disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Sword Sect swiftly pinpointed the location of the Yuanying-level spiritual beast, their eyes narrowing in anticipation. As I watched helplessly, it was too late. The spirit beast had already spotted the disciples below, and after a brief moment of hesitation, it sensed the anger of having its territory violated. With a fierce roar, it radiated an aura of aggression in that instant. In contrast, the disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect had long been aware of the impending danger, which had already suffered considerable losses in the inheritance space and had many members injured. The Yushu Sect found little solace in a brief period of recuperation. How could it possibly be here? We stand no chance. Let us flee swiftly. It was too late. The spirit beast had already spotted the disciples below, and after a brief moment of hesitation, it sensed the anger of having its territory violated. With a fierce roar, it radiated an aura of aggression in that instant. In contrast, the disciples of the Tianyan sword sect had long been aware of the impending danger. Both of them were merely at the initial phase of the golden core stage, which still stood in stark contrast to the nascent soul stage. How could it possibly be here? We stand no chance. Let us flee swiftly. Only 2 individuals at the scene had reached the golden core stage. One was Nán Xī, and the other was Luo Tingyun. In fact, how could one possibly escape so easily? Nán Xī calmly observed the distance between herself and the spirit beasts, her gaze steady. As I observed the approaching figures, I instinctively began to contemplate the unfolding narrative. Shouldn't the junior disciple Qi Zhao and his companions make the first move? Come forth to hinder the spirit beast, granting everyone precious time to escape. If no one dares to step forward, and should the spirit beast unleash its ferocity, then what shall become of us? In the blink of an eye, distance, nearly flying a mile away, yet even with all my strength, if targeted by a spirit beast of the nascent soul stage, how could one possibly escape so easily? Nán Xī calmly observed the distance between herself and the spirit beasts, her gaze steady. As I observed the approaching figures, I instinctively began to contemplate the unfolding narrative. Shouldn't the junior disciple Qi Zhao and his companions make the first move? Come forth to hinder the spirit beast, granting everyone precious time to escape. If no one dares to step forward, and should the spirit beast unleash its ferocity, then what shall become of us? All of their lives shall be buried here. Thus, even though Qi Zhao possesses not even the golden core, as a direct disciple, he must step forward. Is that correct? They would forever sever their ties with the 5 major sections. Therefore, it is imperative that they step forward. As Nán Xī's voice resonated, Qi Zhao took the lead. But also the direct disciples have largely stepped forward. This also includes the Qi migration. In the face of such matters, regardless of the sect, Lian Xianxia spoke in a low voice, "Junior brother, you must lead everyone away." Lian Xianxia was taken aback for a moment, wishing to refute, but soon comprehended the crux of the matter. With a resolute expression, he declared, "I shall take good care of everyone." They would forever sever their ties with the 5 major sections. Therefore, it is imperative that they step forward. As Nán Xī's voice resonated, Qi Zhao took the lead. Everyone appeared to be in a daze. The flies had discovered their leader and are orderly soaring toward the place of safety. Meanwhile, all those standing ahead are enduring immense pressure. The nascent soul stage is no trifling matter. How does the foundation establishment stage appear in its eyes? As fragile as insects, they can be easily crushed. Even those at the golden core stage are merely slightly more troublesome insects. Should one directly confront a yuaning stage spirit beast, the only ones to be crushed would be these few direct disciples. The onlooking cultivators were taken aback. Everyone appeared to be in a daze. The flies had discovered their leader and are orderly soaring toward the place of safety. Meanwhile, a golden core cultivator under 100 years is considered a prodigy, while a yuaning cultivator of such an age is nearly unheard of. Thus, there are virtually no yuaning stage spirit beasts within this realm. Even if they exist, encounters are rare. It has been hundreds of years since anyone has heard of a yuaning stage spirit beast appearing in this secret realm. The group restraining the yuaning stage spirit beast did not engage in a head-on confrontation but instead relied on the agility of their swordsmanship and their coordinated efforts to keep it at bay. However, this tactic was evidently not sustainable. If the yuaning spirit beast were to suddenly unleash its fury, those present would be utterly incapable of containing it. There are virtually no yuaning stage spirit beasts within this realm. Even if they exist, encounters are rare. We decided to scatter and seek safe places to hide. Qi Qian endured a blow from the spirit beast, barely escaping but sustaining severe injuries, and the group restraining the yuaning stage spirit beast did not engage in a head-on confrontation but instead relied on the agility of their swordsmanship and their coordinated efforts to keep it at bay. However, this tactic was evidently not sustainable. If the yuaning spirit beast were to suddenly unleash its fury, those present would be utterly incapable of containing it. Yet I still care for him. Casting a cleaning spell would suffice. Regardless, Qi Qian is injured, and that brings me joy. Lost in thought, we decided to scatter and seek safe places to hide. Qi Qian endured a blow from the spirit beast, barely escaping but sustaining severe injuries, and I, worried for him, sought him out to care for him.
Puffed.
Haha, This is killing me with laughter. Everyone dispersed in different directions. Although their cultivation levels were insufficient, as direct disciples, each possessed means of self-preservation. Yet I still care for him. Casting a cleaning spell would suffice. Regardless, Xianxia is injured, and that brings me joy. Lost in thought, the spirit beast seemed to sense their intentions, letting out a furious roar and launching its final assault. Positioned at the back, Xianxia was struck, barely managing to withstand the blow, but immediately coughed up blood, refusing to halt even for a moment. He formed a protective gesture with his hands, utilizing his life-saving talismans, and in the blink of an eye, advanced several dozen miles. Nán Xī glanced towards Xianxia's direction and swiftly darted into a crevice in a mountain wall. In that fleeting moment, she activated a talisman to conceal her presence and slipped away to another location. The other disciples employed similar tactics. After pausing, the spirit beast seemed to sense their intentions, letting out a furious roar and launching its final assault. Positioned at the back, Xianxia was struck, barely managing to withstand the blow, but immediately coughed up blood, refusing to halt even for a moment. He formed a protective gesture with his hands, utilizing his life-saving talismans. Nán Xī proceeded towards the location of Xianxia to follow the narrative. Thanks to the unfolding plot, Nán Xī's keen eyesight did not require much time to locate the cave where Xianxia was situated. Outside, a concealment array was established. Nán Xī cast a glance in the direction of the spirit beast, which, having lost track of its targets, was in a fit of rage, wreaking havoc around it, while the cultivators kept their distance, silent and apprehensive, understanding that this was not the time to confront the spirit beast. Chapter 47. Luo Tingyan cast a fleeting glance at Nán Xī, merely nodding slightly. Subsequently, she directed her attention towards Xianxia and inquired of Nán Xī, "Is he injured?" Nán Xī's keen eyesight did not require much time to locate the cave where Xianxia was situated. Outside, a concealment array was established. But perhaps due to Xianxia's inability to endure any longer, he had not set up a barrier. Nán Xī effortlessly entered the cave and found Xianxia leaning against a corner, his body stained with blood from the battle. Chapter 47. Luo Tingyan cast a fleeting glance at Nán Xī, merely nodding slightly. Subsequently, she directed her attention towards Xianxia and inquired of Nán Xī, "Is he injured?" Nán Xī instinctively nodded in affirmation. It is clear what Luo Tingyan intends to do. Soon after, Luo Tingyan inquired, "Are you going to assist him?" She could faintly sense a chill emanating from them. The stream of water cascaded from Luo Tingyan's hands, drenching Xianxia completely. Nán Xī remained in a daze, watching, when suddenly she heard the system prompt, "Please maintain the character persona." It was then that she swiftly regained her senses and hurried to Xianxia's side. "To avoid getting my hands dirty." As for the character persona, Nán Xī did not articulate this sentence later, but it remains her unspoken thoughts. But isn't that a tad too direct? When Luo Tingyan gazed at Nán Xī, her expression softened somewhat. However, due to Nán Xī's earlier actions, there was a lingering tension. She could faintly sense a chill emanating from them. The stream of water cascaded from Luo Tingyan's hands, drenching Xianxia completely. Nán Xī remained in a daze, watching, when suddenly she heard the system prompt, "Please maintain the character persona." It was then that she swiftly regained her senses and hurried to Xianxia's side, her face bearing an expression of concern. With incredulity, I gazed at Luo Tingyan and inquired, "Junior sister, what are you up to? Planning a murder?" I find it intriguing, but isn't that a tad too direct? When Luo Tingyan gazed at Nán Xī, her expression softened somewhat. However, due to Nán Xī's earlier actions, there was a lingering tension. I find myself engulfed in feelings of inadequacy and trepidation. Am I merely contemplating the pursuit of personal fulfillment while retreating into the shadows? We ought to attend to the wound without delay. Infection. Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback, then a spark of realization illuminated her expression. The junior sister is truly talented. She hesitated, stepping back with a thoughtful expression and said, "I see. It seems that the junior apprentice has indeed considered everything." Descending, host. The system struggled to articulate, however, host, there are no issues with your character setup. If there are no questions, the narrative will also encounter no problems. I find myself engulfed in feelings of inadequacy and trepidation. Am I merely contemplating the pursuit of personal fulfillment while retreating into the shadows? My persona appears to entirely lack the essence of inquiry. Luo Tingyan slightly tilted her head, casting a fleeting glance at Nán Xī, yet remained silent. In a mere blink, a more ferocious torrent cascaded upon Qi Qian. Was this not the case? The bloodstains were evident, yet Qi Qian's brows furrowed even tighter, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. The system struggled to articulate, however, host, there are no issues with your character setup. If there are no questions, the narrative will also encounter no problems. Once again producing a flicker of flame. Nán Xī, in astonishment, exclaimed, "What? How could the junior sister harbor such intentions to bring about Qi Qian's demise? It may no longer be necessary. Little junior sister, what could the extent be? Is it certain?" Nán Xī, the hand of Luo Tingyan paused slightly. After a while, Nán Xī felt a mix of emotions. Move forward willingly. Although there may indeed be large-scale scenes where she could choose not to cooperate. As her hand reached out, the flames astonishingly recoiled, causing no harm to her whatsoever. Subsequently, a billowing steam emanated from Qi Qian's body as Luo Tingyan's voice, calm and serene, descended softly. If water were to touch his skin, it would likely cause him to feel chilled. Thus, it was only natural to take precautions. The water roasted dry. Nán Xī observed that the flames did not scorch Qi Qian's garments or flesh, and thus realized the authenticity of the situation. A fleeting sense of regret passing through her heart. The temperature of the fire is exceedingly high, and even Nán Xī can sense it from the side. As her hand reached out, the flames astonishingly recoiled, causing no harm to her whatsoever. Subsequently, a billowing steam emanated from Qi Qian's body as Luo Tingyan's voice, calm and serene, descended softly. If water were to touch his skin, it would likely cause him to feel chilled. Thus, it was only natural to take precautions. She suggested. Luo Tingyan shook her head and replied coldly, "It is only natural that I should take care of him." As the steam gradually dissipated, a fleeting sense of regret passing through her heart. The temperature of the fire is exceedingly high, and even Nán Xī can sense it from the side, which brings her a slight sense of relief. Hee, junior sister, hee, what do you think? Indeed, as a junior disciple, it is only fitting that one should reprimand him thus. With a gentle demeanor, Nán Xī softly remarked, "Isn't that so, junior sister? Allow me to attend to a Qian," she suggested. Luo Tingyan shook her head and replied coldly, "It is only natural that I should take care of him." As the steam gradually dissipated, with great effort, a faint smile graced Luo Tingyan's lips, though she ensured that Nán Xī remained oblivious to it. What next? Observing Qian Qi's condition, Luo Tingyan's smile gradually faded. Subsequently, she produced a pill and, grasping his face, forcefully inserted it into his mouth. The crude action left Nán Xī wide-eyed in disbelief.
Lo Tingyan paused momentarily.
Though Qi Qian may not have sustained any substantial harm, his face had swollen and reddened, rendering his once handsome visage utterly unrecognizable and somewhat grotesque. The absurdity is overwhelming. Could you join the others for a while? It would be best to comply. By the way, if Qi Qian inquires, do not engage. Say that I have been here. With great effort, a faint smile graced Luo Tingyan's lips, though she ensured that Nán Xī remained oblivious to it. What next? Observing Qian Qi's condition, Luo Tingyan's smile gradually faded. Luo Tingyan had already exited the cave.
Did she?
A sense of confusion enveloped her. Why did junior sister make this special trip? To care for Qi Qian? To insult Qi Qian? What deep-seated animosity could possibly exist between junior sister and Qi Qian? She could not fathom the answers. At this moment, she could not pursue them to inquire and almost. I cannot recall what the elixir that Luo Tingyan provided was. Subsequently, Qi Qian let out a muffled grunt. As he gradually regained consciousness, he realized that perhaps this time his injuries were too severe. Luo Tingyan had already exited the cave.
Did she?
A sense of confusion enveloped her. Why did junior sister make this special trip? To care for Qi Qian? To insult Qi Qian? What deep-seated animosity could possibly exist between junior sister and Qi Qian? She could not fathom the answers. Who appeared to be utterly startled and profoundly affected, concerned and momentarily stunned, Qi Qian found himself at a loss. Was it Nán Xī who had been looking after him? Before he could fully comprehend, the other party. It seems that upon realizing he had awakened, his eyes instantly sparkled with life. Looking at him, one might inquire, "You are awake?" Little did they know. In Nán Xī's recollection, within the narrative, the female protagonist awaited Qiqian for an entire week, only for him to slowly awaken thereafter. Now, let alone a week, it seems he hasn't even been awake for an hour. She was still contemplating her own intentions. Staying together with Qiqian for 7 days, is that truly sufficient? Just that little? Annoyed, as I pondered in confusion, before he could fully comprehend the other party. It seems that upon realizing he had awakened, his eyes instantly sparkled with life. Looking at him, one might inquire, "You are awake?" Little did they know. In Nán Xī's recollection, within the narrative, the female protagonist awaited Qiqian for an entire week, which is said to enhance one's mental clarity and forcibly awaken the spirit. Is it not a precious potion, worthy of discussion? While it may seem of little value, it can prove to be a lifesaver in times of dire need. However, the side effects are quite evident, causing an intense sensation of heat within the body. Are they not? This discomfort is difficult to suppress, essentially serving to prevent one from fainting at critical moments due to the elixir. Nevertheless, it would be commendable to provide him with the medicinal pill. Nán Xī felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Were she to administer it, not only is it true that she lacks such a potent elixir, but considering the narrative, she ought to offer a superior healing pill. Whether or not it causes her distress is secondary. Nán Xī simply does not wish to bestow upon Qiqian a quality elixir. While she was lost in her own thoughts, Qiqian's gaze flickered slightly as he softened his tone. "It was you who saved me." Nán Xī snapped back to reality, momentarily bewildered, then shook herself awake. I suppose. Oh no, indeed. This is all within my duties. Nán Xī maintained a tender expression, feeling heartache for Qiqian. Not only is it true that she lacks such a potent elixir, but considering the narrative, she ought to offer a superior healing pill. Whether or not it causes her distress is secondary. Nán Xī simply does not wish to bestow upon Qiqian a quality elixir. While she was lost in her own thoughts, thinking to herself that Qiqian still required rest, Luo Tingyun, worried for Nán Xī, did not stray far, remaining not too distant from the cave. I suppose. Oh no, indeed. This is all within my duties. Nán Xī maintained a tender expression, feeling heartache for Qiqian, who had suffered such grievous injuries, yet she could not share in his burden. Qiqian was deeply moved, his pupils trembling as he exerted effort to raise his hand, seemingly wishing to caress Nán Xī's face. Instinctively, she leaned back slightly, yet her demeanor remained entirely natural. Before Qiqian could sense any awkwardness, she cast her gaze downward, thinking to herself that Qiqian still required rest. Luo Tingyun, worried for Nán Xī, did not stray far, remaining not too distant from the cave, listening to the occasional heartfelt utterances from Nán Xī. What an expression Qiqian has! It is quite distasteful. Goodness, he actually wishes to touch me. The cave fell into a momentary silence, only to be broken by Luo Tingyun, who approached her with a slight downward gaze. "Senior sister, I came to find you." The attention of everyone present turned toward Luo Tingyun, and upon hearing her words, the flicker of hope that had just ignited in Qiqian extinguished. Nán Xī stood up, seemingly hesitating as she glanced at Qiqian. "System, may I leave now? The plot has progressed sufficiently." The system remained silent, but Qiqian spoke first, while Luo Tingyun abruptly halted once more. Chapter 48. When Qiqian saw Luo Tingyun, he abruptly paused, instinctively retracting his hand. Nán Xī was at a loss for words. The cave fell into a momentary silence, only to be broken by Luo Tingyun, who approached her with a slight downward gaze. "Senior sister, I came to find you." Yet Luo Tingyun had already reached the cave's entrance, urging, "Senior sister, we must hurry. Everyone is waiting for you." In the original narrative, by this juncture, the female protagonist had become universally disliked, and any attempts to summon others were merely symbolic. When unexpected events occurred, she was of little concern to anyone. "Since I have awakened, I shall notify my disciples, so I will not delay you. TCH, not even a word of thanks." Nán Xī, oblivious to the profound glance Qiqian cast her way, maintained an appearance of reluctance, as if she had no intention of departing. She wished to linger a little longer. She then softly inquired about a question she had not yet had the chance to ask. How did you find me so quickly? As their figures gradually receded, Qiqian observed the scene until they exited the cave. Despite knowing this moment signified little, it inexplicably stirred a profound sensation within him. At that moment, he struggled to discern what this feeling represented, only to later realize it was a sense of emptiness, a feeling of being unable to grasp anything. Yet, at present, Qiqian remained resolute in his belief that he could at least hold on to Nán Xī. Fortunately, Nán Xī was unaware of Qiqian's thoughts. Otherwise, she might have spat water in his direction. Luo Tingyun addressed Nán Xī's question, explaining that she had noticed her approaching and decided to join her. Earlier, Qiqian observed the scene until they exited the cave. Despite knowing this moment signified little, it inexplicably stirred a profound sensation within him. At that moment, he struggled to discern what this feeling represented, only to later realize it was a sense of emptiness, a feeling of being unable to grasp anything. Yet, at present, being able to tend to Qiqian's wounds is already commendable. Hearing Nán Xī's response, a hint of amusement flickered in Luo Tingyun's eyes. She might have spat water in his direction. Luo Tingyun addressed Nán Xī's question, explaining that she had noticed her approaching and decided to join her. Earlier, informing them that everyone was waiting, Luo Tingyun received the same message and then turned to Nán Xī. Shall we go, senior sister? The gathering place of the Tianyun sword sect disciples was still some distance away, and the Yuanying-level spirit beast, after tiring, had settled in place, necessitating a detour around it. Consequently, it took them a considerable amount of time to reach the assembly point. Upon arrival, Nán Xī noted that everyone appeared to be in good spirits, some standing while others sat. Yet, apart from the disciples, she also noticed individuals unassociated with the Tianyun sword sect. Qi Zhao stood at the forefront, and, informing them that everyone was waiting, Luo Tingyun received the same message and then turned to Nán Xī. Shall we go, senior sister? The gathering place of the Tianyun sword sect disciples was still some distance away, and the Yuanying-level spirit beast, after tiring, had settled in place, necessitating a detour around it. Consequently, it took them a considerable amount of time to reach the assembly point. Upon arrival, Nán Xī noted that everyone appeared to be in good spirits. The distinction between Yuanying and Jindan is an entirely different concept, just as the leap from foundation establishment to Jindan represents a significant transformation. However, transitioning from Jindan to Yuanying is akin to a rebirth, marking the formal entry into the realm of immortals, where one can perceive the workings of the Tao. In this world, where the great Tao flourished, Jindan cultivators were not rare, and Yuanying practitioners were merely referred to as Daojun. Yet, even the title alone indicated the profound differences between Yuanying and Jindan. The distinction between Yuanying and Jindan is an entirely different concept, just as the leap from foundation establishment to Jindan represents a significant transformation. However, transitioning from Jindan to Yuanying is akin to a rebirth, marking the formal entry into the realm of immortals, where one can perceive the workings of the Tao. In this world, where the great Tao flourished, Jindan cultivators were not rare, and Yuanying practitioners were merely referred to as Daojun. Yet, 5 of whom were under 50, while 2 in the mid-Jindan stage were nearing a century. Nán Xī observed the confidence and arrogance radiating from them. Despite their composure, they could not conceal their innate aura, a powerful self-assurance emanating from within. It prompted her to reflect on her own demeanor. Do I appear so confident? Surely not. The disciples, attuned to Nán Xī's thoughts, turned to see her gazing down at her attire. Frankly, compared to these prodigies, Nán Xī appeared far more reserved. However, the disciples had witnessed her formidable side, both in strength and spirit. She was undoubtedly their equal. It seemed that every powerful individual exuded a distinct aura. What kind of aura was this? The disciples found it somewhat elusive. At present, the Jindan cultivators' attention was not on Nán Xī. They had come to the Tianyun sword sect primarily because it was the most aggressive among the 5 major sects, renowned for its adage of one sword breaking through all. Additionally, one of their own, Luo Tingyun, was a Jindan cultivator under 30. Although Luo Tingyun had broken through within the secret realm, as fellow Jindan cultivators, the disciples had witnessed her formidable side, both in strength and spirit. She was undoubtedly their equal. It seemed that every powerful individual exuded a distinct aura. You are Nán Xī? Nán Xī looked at him and swiftly associated his name with his visage. Ji Huizhou, the most renowned genius of our time, destined to be defeated by Qi Qian, leading to a shattered state of mind and succumbing to the demonic path, becoming an adversary of Qi Qian. The disciples. Additionally, one of their own, Luo Tingyun, was a Jindan cultivator under 30. Although Luo Tingyun had broken through within the secret realm, as fellow Jindan cultivators, they were quick to sense the activity in this vicinity. The leader of this group, the most powerful among them, fixed his gaze on Nán Xī and inquired, "You are Nán Xī?" Nán Xī looked at him and swiftly associated his name with his visage. Ji Huizhou, the most renowned genius of our time, destined to be defeated by Qi Qian, leading to a shattered state of mind and succumbing to the demonic path, becoming an adversary of Qi Qian. The disciples. When Ji Huizhou addressed her, she maintained a cordial demeanor. "I am. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is family." The disciples were taken aback as Ji Huizhou regarded Nán Xī. Observing her remarkable mastery at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he felt an undeniable affinity towards her. It seemed that she was no ordinary individual. Moreover, at less than 30 years of age, Nán Xī was unaware of the disciples' thoughts, yet over the years, she had heard many tales of Ji Huizhou, a figure entirely different from the narrative. Thus, when Ji Huizhou addressed her, she maintained a cordial demeanor. "I am. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is family." When Ji Huizhou broached the subject once more, she cast a glance towards the direction of the nascent soul beast, her heart stirred with a subtle excitement. He felt an undeniable affinity towards her. It seemed that she was no ordinary individual. Moreover, at less than 30 years of age, the position currently occupied by the spiritual beast was undoubtedly one of the most significant locations within this realm's map. Nearby lay the Enlightenment platform, and at its center was the spiritual abyss, a place where one could gain profound insights into the way of enlightenment. When Ji Huizhou broached the subject once more, she cast a glance towards the direction of the nascent soul beast, her heart stirred with a subtle excitement. The Emperor by Secret Realm, while not vast in itself, contained numerous subrealms and spaces of inheritance. Its aggressive nature and perilous demeanor had already become evident. As Nán Xī observed, a wave of exhilaration surged within her. In the narrative, the female protagonist served merely as a backdrop to Qi Qian's brilliance, yet now, Nán Xī found herself fully engaged in the unfolding events. After a moment of contemplation, and where those who dared to enter would face the most arduous trials, fostering immense growth in their capabilities. In a few days, the spiritual abyss would open, attracting nearly all practitioners eager to test their mettle. They could not afford to cling to the fleeting hope that the nascent soul beast would simply relocate on its own. Adopting a demeanor of the heroine's delicate conflict, stating, "Yet my cultivation is insufficient. I should remain at the rear." Ji Huizhou, taken aback by Nán Xī's demeanor, sensed a stark contrast to her earlier self. Nevertheless, he reassured her, "No matter. The sword formation of the Tianyun sword sect is formidable. We merely require you to restrain it." Nán Xī nodded slightly. Subsequently, other Golden Core practitioners stepped forward, including the direct disciples of the Tianyun sword sect present. "How does this compromise my character?" Even the heroine would assess the situation. Clearly, inaction is not an option. She turned her gaze back to Ji Huizhou. Qi Zhao inquired, "If that is the case, when shall we act?" Ji Huizhou glanced at the slumbering spiritual beast, responding, "There exists a moment when the beast is at its weakest. We shall strike then." Nán Xī also regarded the creature and, after a while, suddenly realized, "We merely require you to restrain it." Nán Xī nodded slightly. Subsequently, other Golden Core practitioners stepped forward, including the direct disciples of the Tianyun sword sect present. It appeared they had deliberated thoroughly prior to their arrival. Although this was a discussion, the proposed strategies left little room for dissent among the Tianyun sect members. At last, aided by the heroine's meticulous care and the use of exceptional healing elixirs, allowing him to awaken in a considerably improved state, coupled with his insights into advancement, he would ascend to the Golden Core stage and subsequently confront the nascent soul beast alongside others. Originally, this was a matter projected for at least 10 days hence. However, when exactly do we make our move? 2 days hence at noon. Nán Xī fell into deep contemplation.
Oh, dear. System.
But also because Qiqian had not yet reached the golden core stage and was more severely injured without Nán Xī's attentive nurturing. Aided by the heroine's meticulous care and the use of exceptional healing elixirs, allowing him to awaken in a considerably improved state. Coupled with his insights into advancement, he would ascend to the golden core stage and subsequently confront the nascent soul beast alongside others. Originally, this was a matter projected for at least 10 days hence. However, now, not only due to the circumstances of the inheritance space, Qiqian has broken through. The disciples exclaimed in unison. According to the narrative, he should have achieved his breakthrough by now, but in reality, his forced awakening would leave him in a dire condition, making further advancement to golden core exceedingly challenging. Just a moment ago, they were pondering how Qiqian had suddenly achieved his breakthrough. Now, upon hearing Nán Xī's words, a wave of shock and indignation surged within them, capturing the attention of all the golden core cultivators present. Nán Xī glanced over, but quickly recalled something and turned her head back, discerning the situation from the orientation. Qiqian has broken through? The disciples exclaimed in unison. According to the narrative, he should have achieved his breakthrough by now, but in reality, their indignation stemmed from the belief that Qiqian did not deserve such fortune. They had witnessed the formidable strength of the golden core stage and had observed Nán Xī's exceptional character, alongside the virtues befitting a golden core cultivator under 30. Yet, what merit did Qiqian possess? Why did the system weave a narrative to aid him? The disciples were bewildered, discontented, and somewhat lost, feeling powerless. At this juncture, the system spoke. It is I who have intervened, host. The discrepancies in the plot require my correction. Oh. Nán Xī replied disinterestedly, then inquired about something that piqued her interest. Although all things in the world have their causes and effects, it appears that Qiqian, as the male lead, seems somewhat unworthy of his position. The so-called promotion in the narrative relies on unscrupulous means, and now it requires your assistance. What merit did Qiqian possess? Why did the system weave a narrative to aid him? The disciples were bewildered, discontented, and somewhat lost, feeling powerless. At this juncture, the system spoke. It is I who have intervened, host. The discrepancies in the plot require my correction. Oh. Nán Xī replied disinterestedly, then inquired about something that piqued her interest. Although all things in the world have their causes and effects, it appears that Qiqian, as the male lead, why should they harbor grievances over someone so insignificant? Having come to this realization, the disciples finally exhaled in relief, yet upon reflection, they still found Qiqian exceedingly detestable. Along with that meddlesome system, if only they could rid themselves of both. Ji Huizhou observed the direction intently, remarking, "It seems someone has broken through." So she merely smiled and ceased her conversation. The disciples, having overheard the exchange between Nán Xī and the system, found their emotions inexplicably calming.
Luo Qinggeun responded to his inquiry.
The latter pondered briefly, then realization dawned upon him. Qiqian. Upon mentioning Qiqian, Ji Huizhou discreetly glanced at Nán Xī, his gaze flickering momentarily, though his expression remained composed. In contrast, several other golden core cultivators did not conceal their scrutiny of Nán Xī, their expressions betraying their awareness of the entanglement between her and Qiqian. Nán Xī feigned ignorance, dutifully observing the situation while maintaining an expression of feigned astonishment. Ji Huizhou refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, another golden core cultivator interjected, asking, having one more person would mean more strength. Ji Daoyu, shall we wait a moment?
Luo Qinggeun responded to his inquiry.
The latter pondered briefly, then realization dawned upon him. Qiqian. Upon mentioning Qiqian, Ji Huizhou discreetly glanced at Nán Xī, his gaze flickering momentarily, though his expression remained composed. In contrast, several other golden core cultivators did not conceal their scrutiny of Nán Xī, their expressions betraying their awareness of the entanglement between her and Qiqian. Nán Xī feigned ignorance, dutifully observing the situation while maintaining an expression of feigned astonishment. Ji Huizhou refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, another golden core cultivator interjected, asking, having one more person would mean more strength. Ji Daoyu, shall we wait a moment? In the narrative, there seems to be no waiting, yet Qiqian will still have the opportunity to shine here, even after an initial failure in his assault. Nán Xī mused. As expected, Ji Huizhou soon spoke up, stating that if they missed the opportunity 2 days hence, they would have to wait an additional 9 days. During this deliberation, disciples from the Tianyun sword sect unconsciously glanced at Nán Xī, their expressions inscrutable, which left her feeling bewildered. What is happening? Are they afraid I'll hold them back? Upon hearing this, the disciples were taken aback, hastily shaking their heads, only to realize they couldn't let Nán Xī know they could hear her thoughts. They awkwardly halted their gestures, caught in a state of discomfort. Ultimately, it was Qi Zhao who broke the silence, addressing Ji Huizhou. Although the senior sister is not at the golden core stage, her strength remains formidable. I believe we, the Foundation Establishment Cultivators, can be led by her. Nán Xī, lost in thought, considered that she should have no part in this, only to hear Qi Zhao call her name. Are they afraid I'll hold them back? Upon hearing this, the disciples were taken aback, hastily shaking their heads, only to realize they couldn't let Nán Xī know they could hear her thoughts. They awkwardly halted their gestures, caught in a state of discomfort. Ultimately, and when she finally did, she shook her head vigorously. I can't. My strength is mediocre. Ji Huizhou's gaze fell upon her, a glint flickering in his eyes. He had previously encountered Nán Xī and later heard tales of her entanglement with Qi Qian. He had harbored doubts, even struggling to imagine that the radiant girl he once knew could resemble the legends. Even now, witnessing Nán Xī's demeanor upon hearing Qi Qian's name, he remained unconvinced.
Now,
upon hearing the Tianyun sword sect's disciples vouching for Nán Xī, he was almost predisposed to affirm her capabilities, saying slowly, "Since everyone trusts you, you shall lead." And when she finally did, she shook her head vigorously. I can't. My strength is mediocre. Ji Huizhou's gaze fell upon her. But it will be necessary for you to encounter unforeseen circumstances, rendering all plans void. The disciples felt a surge of frustration, nearly igniting with indignation. If not for the fear of adverse consequences, they might have lashed out at the system, but for now, they could only suppress their feelings. Nán Xī remained silent, withholding her thoughts, aware that the system would be privy to her musings. Typically, once the system issued commands, it would not intervene further. And since this was not a pivotal plot point, even if Nán Xī did not comply, it would not alter the inevitable outcome. The formidable spirit beast of the nascent soul stage was destined to fall only to Qi Qian's strike. The crowd remained oblivious to the system's intentions, merely watching as Nán Xī accepted the role of leader, their expressions brightening with smiles. Feeling puzzled by the disciples' attitudes, Nán Xī was also somewhat alarmed, withholding her thoughts, aware that the system would be privy to her musings. Typically, once the system issued commands, it would not intervene further. She could only recall the camaraderie they shared, a harmonious atmosphere. She remained unclear on several matters still. Though feeling somewhat disheartened, she resolved to focus on the meticulous plans ahead, casting aside her earlier distractions and quietly absorbing the strategies discussed. The ensuing days were dedicated to adjustment and cultivation, merely watching as Nán Xī accepted the role of leader, their expressions brightening with smiles. Feeling puzzled by the disciples' attitudes, Nán Xī was also somewhat alarmed. She couldn't help but replay her actions, wondering what she had done to provoke such a desire for her to falter. Yet, after much contemplation, as the golden core cultivators hovered in the air, some performing hand seals, others brandishing swords in a display of aggression, the infant soul beast roused from its stupor, its eyes gradually opening. Simultaneously, all participants sprang into action. The golden core cultivators aimed their strikes at the creature's vulnerabilities, biding their time for the most opportune moment. The infant soul beast, particularly lethargic, had succumbed to slumber for a full 2 days, showing no signs of stirring. Under such circumstances, all present stealthily positioned themselves around the spirit beast, encircling it. Yet, its drowsiness did not equate to a lack of vigilance. Its gaze fixated on the Foundation Establishment cultivators at the forefront, the most conspicuous targets, and it lunged forward to bite. However, before it could act, all disciples had a fixed high-grade emergency movement talismans, granting them a swifter pace than the beast. Nán Xī had never intended to falter at a crucial moment. While the Foundation Establishment disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, organized by Nán Xī, formed a formidable array, with the collective strength of hundreds, and once again targeted its most vulnerable points. With a swift slash, multiple wounds appeared on the beast, momentarily inciting its wrath. Concurrently, a fierce whirlwind erupted around the creature, howling as it swept through the area. Anything in proximity was pulled into its tempest, torn apart by the ferocious force contained within. The whirlwind moved with astonishing speed, encircling the beast, yet rapidly closing in on one of the golden core cultivators. Though he narrowly escaped being engulfed, he sustained numerous injuries, the others maintaining a safe distance. For in this additional narrative, she was determined to uphold her persona without resorting to foolish tactics. The golden core cultivators employed concealment talismans, remaining undetected by the beast. The mere emergence of a whirlwind could shred a golden core cultivator to pieces. What is that? A keen observer noted a faintly glowing membrane covering the beast's wounds, howling as it swept through the area. Anything in proximity was pulled into its tempest, torn apart by the ferocious force contained within. The whirlwind moved with astonishing speed. It is a manifestation of rules. In the Imperial White Secret Realm, the path to advancing to the infant soul stage intertwines with the realm's rules, thereby receiving protection. The disciples of the Tianyuan Sword Sect trembled at her revelation, instinctively gazing at the beast's wounds, feeling a sense of impending difficulty. How could they possibly vanquish such a creature under these conditions? Yet it seems not entirely invulnerable. The forces within this secret realm can indeed inflict harm upon the beast. Although unclear in nature, it instilled a sense of foreboding. Nán Xī, focusing intently, discerned its essence due to the fragment of insight granted to her amidst the thick fog. It is a manifestation of rules. In the Imperial White Secret Realm, the path to advancing to the infant soul stage intertwines with the realm's rules, thereby receiving protection. The disciples of the Tianyuan Sword Sect trembled at her revelation, instinctively gazing at the beast's wounds, feeling a sense of impending difficulty. How could they possibly vanquish such a creature under these conditions? Yet it seems not entirely invulnerable. The forces within this secret realm can indeed inflict harm upon the beast. It was to lead the Tianyuan Sword Sect while assisting her comrades in vanquishing spirit beasts. Even if they could not achieve a kill, inflicting severe damage would suffice. Just as Nán Xī contemplated her responsibilities, a sudden voice broke through her thoughts. "Senior sister, be careful." It was Qi Zhao. In that instant, a sense of danger surged within her, causing her hair to stand on end as she instinctively glanced upward.
Boom!
The nascent soul spirit beast collided violently with the mountainside. She felt no compulsion to comply. Her only obligation was to fulfill her role effectively. What was her duty? It shook its head and charged towards Nán Xī once more. Perplexed, she wondered, why is this creature fixated on me? I am merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Shouldn't it be targeting Ji Huizhou instead? As she pondered, several golden core cultivators stepped forward, united in their intent to slay the spirit beast. A sense of danger surged within her, causing her hair to stand on end as she instinctively glanced upward.
Boom!
The nascent soul spirit beast collided violently with the mountainside, sending tremors through the ground. The onlookers regarded Nán Xī with astonishment, surprised by her swift reaction. However, such an impact posed little threat to the spirit beast. It shook its head and charged towards Nán Xī once more. Perplexed, she wondered, why is this creature fixated on me? I am merely a foundation establishment cultivator. And the recoil contorted his features as he staggered back, his sword trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, leading the charge was Ji Huizhou, the most powerful among them, his innate magical artifact floating beside him as he formed incantations with his hands. Hum. The artifact emitted a resonant hum, faint yet penetrating, causing the nascent soul spirit beast to momentarily halt in place. In those precious seconds, Luo Tingyun, with grace and elegance, "It will be 9 days before we can return," they murmured, but before they could act, the spirit beast regained its senses and roared. And the recoil contorted his features as he staggered back, his sword trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, not only the disciples of Tianyuan Sword Sect but all present witnessed the swirling energy emanating from the gaping wound. Nán Xī caught sight of a lagging disciple. His emergency talisman had failed, causing his speed to dwindle. Despite his frantic attempts to activate another talisman, it was too late. "It will be 9 days before we can return," they murmured, but before they could act, the spirit beast regained its senses and roared. And a singular thought surged through her mind. Let it perish. With a swift motion, her fan-shaped spiritual energy surged forth, expanding to envelop the spirit beast's entire head. Not only the golden core cultivators, but Nán Xī and her disciples abandoned their formation, prioritizing their escape above all else. As they retreated, slicing through the air towards the spirit beast with a speed that was almost blinding. The artifact, propelled by an unstoppable momentum and immense power, targeted the wound Luo Tingyun had inflicted.
Thud.
Just as Nán Xī observed the unfolding scene, the artifact pierced the flesh of the spirit beast, but she suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, rendering her unable to control her sword and causing her to plummet downward. Fortunately, she had not ascended too high. At the same time, she sensed her spiritual power draining rapidly. The iridescent feathers of her artifact glimmered brilliantly, now impaled. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence as the artifact embedded itself deep within the creature. Having depleted her spiritual energy, targeted the wound Luo Tingyun had inflicted.
Thud.
Just as Nán Xī observed the unfolding scene, the artifact pierced the flesh of the spirit beast, but she suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, rendering her unable to control her sword and causing her to plummet downward. Fortunately, she had not ascended too high, stumbling forward a few steps before collapsing with a resounding crash. Blood poured from its wounds, and the artifact, as if aware of its mission's completion, shrunk back to its original size, shaking off the blood and drifting gently back to Nán Xī's side. Even Nán Xī could not suppress a smile, her voice slightly hoarse as she whispered, "Well done." No one heard her words, nor could they think of undermining her reputation at that moment. After a brief silence, the disciples of Tianyun's sword sect were startled by the system's mechanical voice, tinged with a hint of despair. How did the nascent soul spirit beast die? Nán Xī popped a recovery pill into her mouth, feeling her strength gradually returning, and immediately sought to deflect responsibility. It had nothing to do with me. Shrunk back to its original size, shaking off the blood and drifting gently back to Nán Xī's side. Even Nán Xī could not suppress a smile, her voice slightly hoarse as she whispered, "Well done." No one heard her words, nor could they think of undermining her reputation at that moment. After a brief silence, nearly resorting to erasing her existence, it was only later that she comprehended certain truths and agreed to engage with the plot. As the spirit beast fell, the onlookers finally reacted, converging upon Nán Xī almost in unison. They clearly recognized that the defeat of the spirit beast was her achievement. It was that inexplicably powerful artifact that acted on its own. I did not lose face. That artifact was simply too formidable. She recalled the system's previous exasperation, which had been palpable when she first arrived in this world, adamant about not following the narrative. The system had employed every means to coerce her, affirming that aside from her exhausted spiritual energy, she was otherwise fine. Qi Zhao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Senior sister is truly impressive. The youngest among them, Lian Qianxing, approached Nán Xī with a soft voice. "Senior sister, you were so cool. I want to be just like you." Lu Wenju rushed forward. Luo Tingyun was the first to reach her, kneeling before her and extending a hand with genuine concern in his eyes. "Senior sister, are you alright?" Nán Xī blinked, her gaze meeting Luo Tingyun's striking features, and she felt invigorated. She steadfastly took his hand, allowing him to assist her up. Testing her legs, she shook her head, affirming that aside from her exhausted spiritual energy, she was otherwise fine. Qi Zhao's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Senior sister is truly impressive." The youngest among them, Lian Qianxing, approached Nán Xī with a soft voice. "Senior sister, you were so cool. I want to be just like you." Lu Wenju rushed forward, enveloping Nán Xī in an excited embrace. "Senior sister, you were amazing. From now on, if anyone says you aren't powerful, I'll make them regret it." Shen Xinqi stood back, casting a gentle smile toward Nán Xī. The system remained in disarray, oblivious to whether Nán Xī's actions constituted a loss of reputation. Meanwhile, Nán Xī removed the magical artifact from her hair. "Come, behold this currently palm-sized magical artifact, which appears resplendent and captivating. Let us call it the illusion feather fan. Similarly possessed the capability to slay the nascent soul spirit beast. Moreover, her artifact bore the essence of a master. I find myself rather unconvinced by the name chosen for Nán Xī. And yet, the weapon possesses an exceedingly ferocious nature, striking unexpectedly. I inquired, could one use a palm to strike, or would it suffice to deliver a blow to the head as well? The function of the fan remains elusive. Nán Xī removed the magical artifact from her hair. Come, behold this currently palm-sized magical artifact, which appears resplendent and captivating. Let us call it the illusion feather fan. Upon discovering the disciples huddled together, seemingly at a loss for words, their heads bobbing slightly, it stirred a sense of restlessness in Nán Xī. The urge to capture this moment with a swift gesture was overwhelming. The disciples, startled, looked on in surprise. Awareness lifted its head, a tinge of dread creeping in. What has transpired? Could it be that they have provoked Nán Xī? Though the reason remains elusive. In an instant, the distance between them widened, yet Nán Xī pondered and questioned whether her actions were truly justifiable. Being perceived as a monster, he regretfully restrained his eager hand. At this moment, Ji Huizhou approached Nán Xī. Previously, his gaze was somewhat light, yet his deep-set eyes exuded an air of both righteousness and a hint of mystery. He smiled at Nán Xī and remarked, "Indeed, you are truly worthy of being a distinguished disciple of the Tianyan sword sect. Impressive. I eagerly anticipate your arrival at the Golden Core stage, where we might engage in a contest." Ji Huizhou's demeanor can be described as amicable, with a hint of desire to form a connection with Nán Xī. Nán Xī glanced around, yet Nán Xī pondered and questioned whether her actions were truly justifiable. Being perceived as a monster, he regretfully restrained his eager hand. At this moment, Ji Huizhou approached Nán Xī. Previously, his gaze was somewhat light, yet his deep-set eyes exuded an air of both righteousness and a hint of mystery. He smiled at Nán Xī and remarked, "Indeed, you are truly worthy of being a distinguished disciple of the Tianyan sword sect. Impressive. I eagerly anticipate your arrival at the Golden Core stage, where we might engage in a contest." Ji Huizhou's demeanor can be described as amicable, with a hint of desire to form a connection with Nán Xī. Nán Xī glanced around. Those behind Ji Huizhou regard Nán Xī as impressive and aspire to. The Golden Core cultivators who befriended her were taken aback by Nán Xī's seemingly delicate demeanor. Yet, they could not deny the formidable prowess she displayed just moments ago. They understood well that one may exert all their strength, a group lacking apparent skill, relying solely on chance. However, on the surface, Nán Xī still presented a timid demeanor and said, "My friend, please do not praise me, for I am not formidable." "Is it so? Having reached the Golden Core stage, I suppose there is no way to compete with you." Those behind Ji Huizhou regard Nán Xī as impressive and aspire to. The Golden Core cultivators who befriended her were taken aback by Nán Xī's seemingly delicate demeanor. Yet, they could not deny the formidable prowess she displayed just moments ago. They understood well that one may exert all their strength. Yet, even possessing a magical artifact capable of shattering that layer of barrier does not guarantee a single, fatal blow. However, Nán Xī is capable of achieving such a feat. Nán Xī is still diligently maintaining her persona when suddenly a group of individuals approaches her. Before, they praised her brilliance while also wanting to exchange a thread of divine consciousness through the messaging talisman, establishing a means for frequent communication. This left her utterly bewildered. What should she do? It is understood that the communication jade talisman, unlike a mobile phone, can only accommodate a mere 50 contacts. Such a limitation renders the quota exceedingly precious, yet she inexplicably possesses it. Being thrust into a social circle of prodigies at the Golden Core stage is utterly nonsensical. However, Nán Xī is still diligently maintaining her persona when suddenly a group of individuals approaches her. Before, they praised her brilliance while also wanting to exchange a thread of divine consciousness through the messaging talisman, establishing a means for frequent communication. This left her utterly bewildered. Could not afford to expend energy on maintaining her FAAD, as she had her own responsibilities to attend to, dealing with so many individuals. It was only at this moment that Nán Xī realized the system had remained silent for quite some time. Should she take a moment to sense it? I have not sensed any activity from the system. Where is the system? Is it not going to engage with me at all? What was that just now? addressing the remains of the spiritual beast and judiciously allocating the resources derived from its body. A group of individuals soon found themselves engrossed in their tasks. Nán Xī 2. It can be described as being in a state of utter chaos. Admittedly, this incident is not of great significance. The involvement of the female protagonist is minimal. It was only at this moment that Nán Xī realized the system had remained silent for quite some time. Should she take a moment to sense it? The current circumstances are quite different. The spirit beast has perished, leaving Qi Qian unable to make a name for himself. He has recently ascended, yet remains oblivious to the events that have transpired. He is even uncertain about what is to follow. Connecting with this group of exceptional cultivators requires careful consideration. It can be described as being in a state of utter chaos. Admittedly, this incident is not of great significance. The involvement of the female protagonist is minimal. The crucial point is that the system has just utilized its energy to enable Qi Qian to break through to the golden core stage. The tenuous breakthrough, if employed once more, would attract the attention of the heavenly laws, and the system would certainly face dire consequences. At this moment, it is frantically organizing its database, seeking to find a more effective solution. Ultimately, it has led to the discovery of a more favorable approach, rather than the previous swift methods. The method of rectifying chaos requires only a modest amount of energy at a time, gradually steering the narrative back onto its rightful path. However, this process is rather slow and necessitates patience. 3 to 6 months. Yet, this is currently the best course of action. After making a decision, the system slowly let out a sigh of relief. However, just as in an instant, the system observed the data before it oscillating wildly, seeking to find a more effective solution. Ultimately, it has led to the discovery of a more favorable approach, rather than the previous swift methods. The system momentarily plunged into darkness. At this moment, Nán Xī remains oblivious to the turmoil the system is undergoing. Having gained some understanding, one can only applaud and chuckle heartily. This process is rather slow and necessitates patience. 3 to 6 months. Yet, this is currently the best course of action. After making a decision, the system slowly let out a sigh of relief. However, just as in an instant, the system observed the data before it oscillating wildly. When it gradually came to a halt, the final computation revealed Qi Qian's fortune value reduced by 20. The current fortune value stands at 60. Nán Xī felt. Are you unable to perceive the current state of the system? With unwavering confidence, she asserted, this is not my fault. Once the matter concerning the spirit beasts of the nascent soul stage was resolved, there remained little of significant consequence within the secret realm. The commotion, not to mention what transpired at that time. Those who participated or observed Nán Xī would weave tales of legend. After a considerable wait, she had the authority to put a stop to it, yet she remained indifferent. Feign ignorance, even controlling one's thoughts to the extent that the system remains oblivious. The system fell silent for a moment before stating, I understand. Would it be? Normally, such a matter might not yet have occurred. It is not easy to conclude, and the depiction of the protagonist's strength in the narrative is rather sparse. Moreover, there are few opinions from others regarding the protagonist. I prefer not to expend this modicum of energy. I discreetly perk up my ears to listen to the conversation of the two disciples. She had the authority to put a stop to it, yet she remained indifferent. Feign ignorance, even controlling one's thoughts to the extent that the system remains oblivious. Did it choose not to punish her? If not for Nán Xī's own blunders or deliberate acts of sabotage, the system possesses no authority to punish her. While this may not be of significant advantage to Nán Xī, it is indeed monumental news for everyone else. This signifies that henceforth they are, too. I prefer not to expend this modicum of energy. I discreetly perk up my ears to listen to the conversation of the two disciples. The disciples exchanged glances, all filled with excitement. Among them, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao pondered the most, yet ultimately, they merely subdued their fervor in silence. Emotions, everything is conveyed, without utterance. After a brief period of rest, the disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect gathered together to organize their thoughts before proceeding to the Enlightenment platform. While this may not be of significant advantage to Nán Xī, it is indeed monumental news for everyone else. This signifies that henceforth they are, too. to create some disruption in the plot or do something unexpected that catches Nán Xī off guard, so there's no need to worry about her being punished. Hooray! The disciples exchanged glances, all filled with excitement. Among them, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao pondered the most, yet ultimately, they merely subdued their fervor in silence. Emotions. The disciples hurriedly made their way to the Enlightenment platform before dusk. The platform was vast and expansive, originally marked by a few sparse words that encapsulated profound truths. With only 2 days remaining until the opening of the spiritual abyss, an arduous and perilous trial awaited them. It became filled to the brim, and at night, every character radiated a warm white light, illuminating the entire platform in an ethereal glow. Nán Xī recalled that in the narrative, and this place had historically proven to be a sanctuary for resolving such uncertainties, with countless disciples achieving breakthroughs here over the years. Nán Xī approached one of the tablets and began to summon the system. Surely, you should manage the commotion of my breakthrough, as it is impossible for me to genuinely achieve a second golden core breakthrough here. The system responded with silence, clearly reluctant to expend energy for such an endeavor. However, neglecting the matter could lead to discrepancies in the storyline, jeopardizing the energy it had diligently accumulated. After a long pause, it finally stated, after Qi Zhao's breakthrough, remember to seize the right moment. Nán Xī's eyes sparkled with understanding. She inadvertently voiced her thoughts, attracting the attention of those nearby. Luo Tingyun turned to her and inquired, Senior sister, do you have any insights to share? Nán Xī shook her head. In truth, she had not absorbed any of the words above, but upon reflection,
She began to form some thoughts.
it became evident that each individual encountered vastly different circumstances. Although everyone present seemed similar, each had received a unique opportunity. And upon closer inspection, it was clear that each person's struggles and realizations were distinct. This realization was truly wondrous. After observing for a while, Nán Xī suggested to Luo Tingyun, shall we take a look at the main tablet? In fact, not only the tablets but also the ground and stone pillars were adorned with numerous characters, some single words, others phrases, and some lengthy narratives that chronicled individual stories. Anyone present would inevitably be moved by the myriad of human experiences.
She began to form some thoughts.
It became evident that each individual encountered vastly different circumstances. Although everyone present seemed similar, each had received a unique opportunity. And upon closer inspection, it was clear that each person's struggles and realizations were distinct. This realization was truly wondrous. After observing for a while, Nán Xī suggested to Luo Tingyun, shall we take a look at the main tablet? In fact, not only the tablets but also the ground and stone pillars were adorned with numerous characters, some single words, others phrases, and some lengthy narratives that chronicled individual stories. Anyone present would inevitably be moved by the myriad of human experiences. After experiencing this extraordinary sensation for a while without clarity, the system's voice suddenly broke through her reverie. Qi Zhao has achieved a breakthrough. In an instant, Nán Xī's consciousness returned to its original state. She cast a glance at Qi Zhao before closing her eyes once more. Chapter 52. The Enlightenment Platform. At this moment, the Enlightenment Platform was not only occupied by the disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect, but also by numerous other cultivators. After all, it might be due to a lack of comprehension or perhaps a significant distance from that realm of understanding, rendering the insights indecipherable. Most cultivators would choose to make their final stops here. It was not just a handful of individuals who broke through to the golden core stage in the secret realm. Nán Xī's consciousness returned to its original state. She cast a glance at Qi Zhao before closing her eyes once more. Chapter 52. The Enlightenment Platform. At this moment, they were disciples of the Tianyun Sword Sect, with 3 having successfully broken through within this secret realm. Perhaps there were even more to come, especially with the Lingyuan realm on the horizon. The opportunities within the Imperial by Secret realm were abundant. Most cultivators would choose to make their final stops here. It was not just a handful of individuals who broke through to the golden core stage in the secret realm. Encountering such opportunities at a young age and seizing them foretold an immeasurable future. How frustrating it was to wish for another genius among them. Although it was not true spiritual energy, Nán Xī, observing the situation before her, decided to commence her cultivation. After all, waiting for Qi Zhao to complete his breakthrough would take at least a day, and spending that day in idleness would not bode well for her. Thus, she remained oblivious to the excited whispers of her fellow disciples. How splendid! Our senior sister will now be a bona fide golden core cultivator, a genius of the golden core stage. Who would dare to spread rumors about our senior sister's strength now? Amidst the concealed excitement, Xiao took a day to achieve his breakthrough, successfully ascending to the golden core stage just before the Lingyuan realm was set to open. Nán Xī, too. Waiting for Xiao to complete his breakthrough would take at least a day, and spending that day in idleness would not bode well for her. Thus, what does it feel like to be at the golden core stage? Senior sister, are you now in a state of exhilaration and bliss? Senior sister, a genius of the golden core stage. Who would dare to spread rumors about our senior sister's strength now? Amidst the concealed excitement, Xiao took a day to achieve his breakthrough, successfully ascending to the golden core stage just before the Lingyuan realm was set to open. Nán Xī, too. It's merely an increase in spiritual power and clarity of mind. But what significance does that hold? The excited disciples were left speechless, their frustration palpable. Nán Xī, unaware of their reactions, noticed their exasperated expressions and couldn't help but stifle a laugh within. They have yet to experience the trials of humility. Are they not itching to strike me? The disciples were resolute, their fists clenched tightly. Nonetheless, amidst the playful banter, Luo Tingyun soon stepped forward, her beautiful yet serene eyes fixed upon Nán Xī. Senior sister, the Lingyuan realm is about to open. Only then did Nán Xī come to her senses. Quickly glancing at Luo Tingyun before stepping back behind him, it was time for everyone to wait at the entrance. The Lingyuan realm. Nán Xī, unaware of their reactions, noticed their exasperated expressions and couldn't help but stifle a laugh within. They have yet to experience the trials of humility. With the Ling signifying a space constructed from spirit, while Yuan indicated its profound depth. Within, they would face various spirit beasts, plant spirits, and even the spirits of immortals across 9 levels, each requiring the defeat of a certain number of spirits to progress to the next. Once inside, quickly glancing at Luo Tingyun before stepping back behind him, it was time for everyone to wait at the entrance. The Lingyuan realm. Her expression composed, yet her gaze keenly fixed on the entrance that would soon open. Within the Lingyuan realm, each individual would witness different scenes, their forms and faces rendered indistinct. In other words, even should Nán Xī unleash her full power, her identity would remain concealed, allowing her to freely wield her sword, and even the spirits of immortals across 9 levels, each requiring the defeat of a certain number of spirits to progress to the next. Once inside, and certainly not suitable for solo confrontations against formidable foes, as that would be tantamount to courting disaster. She remained hidden, with no one in front of her, ensuring that aside from those beside her, none witnessed her rare serious demeanor, their forms and faces rendered indistinct. In other words, even should Nán Xī unleash her full power, her identity would remain concealed, allowing her to freely wield her sword. The entrance to the Lingyuan realm shimmered with rippling spatial waves, gradually revealing itself. Luo Tingyun softly urged, "Senior sister, let us enter." Nán Xī nodded. And certainly not suitable for solo confrontations against formidable foes, as that would be tantamount to courting disaster. She remained hidden, with no one in front of her, ensuring that aside from those beside her, none witnessed her rare serious demeanor. This tranquility did not last long. At a certain moment, a flash of light caught Nán Xī's attention, leaving no time for reaction as a beastly spirit suddenly materialized, charging towards her with a fierce roar. In an instinctive motion, Nán Xī reached for her waist, although it was merely a spirit, stepping forward as the wind swept past her, causing her garments to flutter. Upon entering the Lingyuan realm, the surroundings appeared ethereal, dissipating its ethereal form in an instant. Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback, surprised at how easily she overcame the first layer. Yet soon, a succession of new spirits appeared, no longer appearing one by one but rather in groups of 2, or even 5, all rushing towards her. While they were simple to defeat, the speed, angles, and movements of these beast spirits were remarkably agile, causing Nán Xī to unconsciously slow her response in battle. At a certain point, she sensed a profound stillness around her. She could still sense the presence of her sword. She swiftly dodged and drew her sword, executing a fluid, graceful strike. The blade pierced through the beast spirit effortlessly. Realizing she had reached the next layer, Nán Xī tightened her grip on her sword, facing the newly emerged spirits with hardly a moment to catch her breath. The spirits in this layer were stronger, no longer charging recklessly but evading her attacks with greater force and resilience. Yet, for Nán Xī, they were still manageable. And movements of these beast spirits were remarkably agile, causing Nán Xī to unconsciously slow her response in battle. At a certain point, she sensed a profound stillness around her. Nán Xī continued to wield her sword, feeling only the sensations in her hands, the silence in her ears, and the dimness of her surroundings. Her thoughts were consumed with strategies to defeat the spirit bodies and evade their assaults. Step by step, she ventured into the next layer, where spirits beyond the beast variety began to emerge. Foundational stages, intermediate, late, great perfection. Upon reaching the 8th layer, Nán Xī beheld a spirit before her, a tree spirit. With a discerning eye, she recognized that these beast spirits were at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Time seemed inconsequential within this space. Nán Xī continued to wield her sword, feeling only the sensations in her hands, the silence in her ears, and the dimness of her surroundings. Her thoughts were consumed with strategies to defeat the spirit bodies and evade their assaults. Step by step, she ventured into the next layer. It was indeed harsh to only receive a moment of respite upon reaching the 8th layer. Almost simultaneously as her words fell, the tree spirit's branches surged forward. Though she struggled to discern its true form, only able to perceive its branches and leaves spreading gracefully, reminiscent of a willow tree. More importantly, she understood that the spirit in this layer was already of the golden core stage. Even though only one tree spirit stood before her, the tree spirit's movements were unceasing. After a brief test, all its branches sprang into action, employing not only slashing attacks but also thrusts and entanglements. Their hardness elevated to several levels. The moment Nán Xī's sword struck, she distinctly heard the sharp sound of metal clashing. Her eyes narrowed slightly, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of tearing fabric, carrying with it a force and spiritual energy that matched Nán Xī's own. As Nán Xī's gaze shimmered with intensity, this time, it was effortlessly severed by Nán Xī. Yet the dance of attack and counterattack persisted, with Nán Xī growing increasingly focused. The gusts of her sword grew more formidable. The tree spirit's movements were unceasing. After a brief test, all its branches sprang into action, employing not only slashing attacks but also thrusts and entanglements. Their hardness elevated to several levels. The moment Nán Xī's sword struck, she distinctly heard the sharp sound of metal clashing. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her movements unrelenting as she retracted her sword, retreated, and spun, channeling even greater force. In less than a second, her sword swept once more towards the remarkably resilient branch, the final tier of the spirit abyss, where the spirit was destined to be stronger than she. Without uttering a word, Nán Xī's sword trembled slightly in her hand, the brilliance of her sword intent illuminating the softly hued space with a piercing clarity. Time slipped away. Just as she grasped the extent of this spirit's strength, it charged at her, mirroring her every posture and force with uncanny precision. Nán Xī's pupils constricted, in a flash, her sword striking true at the core. Her grip on the sword tightened as the tree spirit disintegrated, revealing a humanoid spirit coalescing before her. This was the 9th level, the final tier of the spirit abyss, where the spirit was destined to be stronger than she. Without uttering a word, Nán Xī's sword trembled slightly in her hand, leaving her devoid of any hidden strategies to counter this spirit. Yet, what did that matter? Nán Xī bent at the waist, evading the sword aimed at her eyes. Just as she grasped the extent of this spirit's strength, it charged at her, mirroring her every posture and force with uncanny precision. Nán Xī's pupils constricted, in a flash. Nán Xī knew that if she were in her own shoes, she would never overlook any opportunity for her adversary to falter. Sure enough, in the next heartbeat, as the spirit poised to thrust its sword towards her face, a smile tugged at the corners of Nán Xī's mouth. In the previous level, she had held nothing back, leaving her devoid of any hidden strategies to counter this spirit. Yet, what did that matter? Nán Xī bent at the waist, evading the sword aimed at her eyes, and sidestepped to evade the spirit's downward strike, countering with a swing of her own towards the spirit's midsection. The spirit retreated, momentarily widening the gap between them. However, Nán Xī knew that if she were in her own shoes, she would never overlook any opportunity for her adversary to falter. Sure enough, in the next heartbeat, her figure moving like a specter, even her murderous intent slipping beneath the surface. The spirit seemed momentarily stunned. When it sensed her sword intent again, it had just blocked a strike, only to be met with an unprecedented ferocity of sword intent blazing towards it. A gaping wound tore open in its chest. Chapter 53. When Nán Xī regained her senses, she noticed that numerous onlookers had already turned their gaze towards her. Among them were several disciples of the Tianyun sword sect. Upon noticing the gaze of Nán Xī turning towards them, they were instantly taken aback. Crying softly one by one, they were overwhelmed with sorrow. Senior sister. Her figure moving like a specter, even her murderous intent slipping beneath the surface. The spirit seemed momentarily stunned. When it sensed her sword intent again, it had just blocked a strike, only to be met with an unprecedented ferocity of sword intent blazing towards it. A gaping wound tore open in its chest. Chapter 53. When Nán Xī regained her senses, she noticed that numerous onlookers had already turned their gaze towards her. Among them were several disciples of the Tianyun sword sect. The exhilaration of having conquered the 9th level is truly remarkable. Alas, it is unfortunate that I cannot offer them solace for their next endeavor.
Oh.
It seems there won't be a next time. The disciples felt increasingly desolate, realizing that even their senior sister did not care for them. Who can feel their pain?
Sobi.
Nán Xī was completely oblivious to the emotional shifts of her disciples. She glanced around and inquired, "Is there anyone else who has yet to emerge?" The reason for this inquiry is that, upon a cursory glance, it appears that the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect have largely assembled. Why are there only a few scattered individuals yet to emerge? Surely they must have departed much earlier. The disciples were aware before Nán Xī. Luo Tingyun. It seems there won't be a next time. The disciples felt increasingly desolate, realizing that even their senior sister did not care for them. Who can feel their pain?
Sobi.
Nán Xī was completely oblivious to the emotional shifts of her disciples. She glanced around and inquired, "Is there anyone else who has yet to emerge? Let us wait a little longer. They should be arriving soon." Although she appeared to be on the verge of defeat, she still possessed a reserve of strength. Yet Qi Zhao and others. One cannot surpass her by much, even if one fails to pass the 9th level. As long as they are utterly exhausted or the radiant white light enveloping them dissipates, they will be transported out. Indeed, before long. How long until the remaining individuals gradually emerge? By the following day, all the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect had gathered. Henceforth, let us wait a little longer. They should be arriving soon. Although she appeared to be on the verge of defeat, she still possessed a reserve of strength. Yet Qi Zhao and others. One cannot surpass her by much, even if one fails to pass the 9th level. As long as they are utterly exhausted or the radiant white light enveloping them dissipates, they will be transported out. Indeed, before long. How long until the remaining individuals gradually emerge? By the following day, all the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect had gathered. Henceforth, there remained less than 3 days until the closure of the secret realm. The last one to emerge. The individual is xianxia. When she emerged, could it truly be like this? Many are merely comparisons to the past, speaking of the same era. Within a century, the number of genius alchemists who have attained the golden elixir will never exceed 50. Historically, even after the emergence of the imperial white secret realm, the number of golden elixir prodigies was merely a handful, perhaps no more than 20. Is that not so? The number is astonishingly large this time as well. But among them, the Tianyun sword sect alone occupies 3. What does this signify? An astonishing proportion, and even more remarkably, none of them exceeds the age of 30. Could it truly be like this? Many are merely comparisons to the past, speaking of the same era. Within a century, all the disciples exhibited varying degrees of enhancement in their auras, whether in progress or otherwise, having ascended to a minor realm, or perhaps significantly enhanced one's prowess, not to mention the treasures and wonders acquired within the secret domain. Fortuitously, this journey has proven to be immensely fruitful for the Tianyun sword sect. The disciples marveled at xianxia's breakthrough, and as they continuously heard the praises resonating in Nán Xī's heart, a profound sense of honor swelled within them. Nán Xī could not help but gaze at the disciples behind him. Although only 3 had successfully broken through to the golden core stage, she is subsequently expelled from the sect. The Xianxia sect, having been deceived into revealing secrets, finds itself vulnerable as the Yushu sect takes advantage of the situation, while the Tianyun sword sect remains steadfast and unyielding. What a remarkable sect it is! Just moments ago, the disciples were still basking in glory. They heard something extraordinary, their eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. What remarkable thoughts is the senior sister contemplating this time? Not only were numerous disciples taken aback, but the 2 composed and astute direct disciples present also felt an overwhelming sense of indignation at that moment. Absurd! At this point, she is subsequently expelled from the sect. The Xianxia sect, having been deceived into revealing secrets, finds itself vulnerable as the Yushu sect takes advantage of the situation. Expelled from the sect, what assistance could Nán Xī possibly lend to the Yushu sect to confront them? Regardless of the statement, it was enough to render one momentarily disoriented, their eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. What remarkable thoughts is the senior sister contemplating this time? Not only were numerous disciples taken aback, his pupils quaking. What a splendid turn of events! Almost everyone felt a surge of indignation within their hearts. They are all aware that the so-called female protagonist is Nán Xī. The rumors about the senior sister harming the sect and other related matters are merely fabrications. Expelled from the sect, what assistance could Nán Xī possibly lend to the Yushu sect to confront them? Regardless of the statement, it was enough to render one momentarily disoriented. To meet such a fate, who can come to the aid of my senior sister? The disciples first glanced at themselves, and ultimately their gazes fell upon the 2 individuals standing beside Nán Xī. Regarding the matter of Nán Xī's heartfelt words suggesting a betrayal of the sect, it was almost met with disbelief. People instinctively overlook it. It is not that it lacks significance, but rather that they possess an unprecedented trust in Nán Xī. Just recently, Nán Xī was willing to face punishment herself in order to save them.
How is that?
How could one possibly betray their sect? At this moment, the highly regarded Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao both harbored their own thoughts, yet at this juncture, it is wise to refrain from excessive discourse. Once we emerge from the secret realm, we may deliberate with the elders at length. Does Nán Xī remain unaware of this? Everyone has their own thoughts. She has some reflections on the plot concerning the betrayal of the sect, yet these musings remain mere thoughts. To avoid arousing the system's suspicion, she must refrain from dwelling on them. After 2 more days, Xianxia has completed her breakthrough. At this moment, the highly regarded Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao both harbored their own thoughts, yet at this juncture, it is wise to refrain from excessive discourse. Countless endeavors could be undertaken. However, within the confines of the secret realm, time loses its conventional meaning. However, if there is any delay, what then? The exit has been sealed, and they are destined to remain in the secret realm for a century. Without hesitation, Nán Xī led everyone towards the exit, managing to escape the confines of the realm just before its closure. The contrast between the outside world and the secret realm is striking. The winds here are long and expansive, and Nán Xī can feel the breath of the distant horizon, which, in an instant, broadens one's perspective. The Grand Elder and countless endeavors could be undertaken. However, within the confines of the secret realm, time loses its conventional meaning. However, if there is any delay, what then? Casually raising her hand in greeting, they greet each other. How does it feel? Is there any gain? Without needing to say a word, managing to escape the confines of the realm just before its closure. The contrast between the outside world and the secret realm is striking. It could be generally stated that their progress. In just a brief span of 2 months, Li Yunjin stood at the exit, waiting for all the members of the Tianyun sword sect. Upon seeing Nán Xī, Li Yunjin was the first to break into a smile. Casually raising her hand in greeting, they greet each other. How does it feel? Is there any gain? Without needing to say a word, she could discern at a glance the aura of several individuals belonging to the Golden Core stage. Moreover, casting her gaze upon the other disciples, emerging from the secret realm, one might say departing that high-pressure environment, they involuntarily relaxed. The sense of accomplishment and fulfillment that had been suppressed now naturally surfaced. One's progress can rival the years or even decades of cultivation achieved by others. The Grand Elder could not help but display a look of satisfaction. The more Li Yunjin glanced back at her disciples, the more she smiled. In the secret realm, they had hardly rested. Today, she would treat everyone to a splendid meal. In truth, he was exceptionally endearing. Reporting to Master Uncle, he said with evident satisfaction, the gains have been quite substantial. Emerging from the secret realm, one might say departing that high-pressure environment, they involuntarily relaxed. The sense of accomplishment and fulfillment that had been suppressed now naturally surfaced. It is difficult not to feel a sense of joy. As long as it is not exorbitant, observing the people around becomes increasingly. The more Li Yunjin glanced back at her disciples, the more she smiled. In the secret realm, they had hardly rested. Today, she would treat everyone to a splendid meal. Nán Xī instinctively reached for her illusory feather fan, recalling her valiant feat of slaying a Yuanying stage spirit beast. After a moment of hesitation, "You are truly wise." The disciples behind her echoed the sentiment, their voices ringing in unison. The atmosphere was suddenly infused with a vibrant joy. And many from other sects or wandering cultivators, upon hearing the commotion, felt a sense of camaraderie, especially those who recognized the disciples of the Tianyun sword sect, who came forth to greet them. Ji Huizhou approached, his gaze fixated on Nán Xī. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to the golden core stage." Upon meeting his eyes, they wondered what this esteemed individual would think upon discovering the true nature of their senior sister. Yet, as everyone remained fixated on Ji Huizhou, she managed to muster a shy smile. "It was merely good fortune, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Ha 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 ha. I was indeed remarkable before. When I return." Nán Xī and the other disciples were led by Li Yunjin to a renowned local tavern. Upon arrival, they beheld the bustling interior of the establishment. In the profound silence of solitude, one realizes that Li Yunjin had already reserved this day in advance. Now, it is indeed a moment of true solitude. Master Shishu is truly formidable. On the surface, Nán Xī appears reserved, yet in reality, she devours her food with astonishing speed, akin to a whirlwind sweeping through. If it were not for her exclamations of delight over each delectable dish, one might hardly notice her rapid consumption. Nán Xī and the other disciples were led by Li Yunjin to a renowned local tavern. Upon arrival, they beheld the bustling interior of the establishment. The once desolate tavern transformed into a bustling hub of activity. During a brief respite from her meal, Nán Xī took a moment to glance at Li Yunjin's direction. Li Yunjin, as usual, wore a somewhat carefree smile, accompanied by Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao, whose expressions were perpetually cheerful. Not deep, even at such times? If it were not for her exclamations of delight over each delectable dish, one might hardly notice her rapid consumption. The overwhelming frequency indeed leads one to be deceived by Nán Xī's appearance. With hundreds of disciples from the Tianyun sword sect, consuming it not only alleviates the arduous task of refining impurities through rigorous training, but also nourishes and fortifies the spiritual veins. Is that not so? A truly delightful item. Li Yunjin, as usual, wore a somewhat carefree smile, accompanied by Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao, whose expressions were perpetually cheerful. Not deep, even at such times? Nán Xī was disinterested in what Li Yunjin and the others were discussing, unaware of their conversation. The words spoken are indeed relevant to her. Utilizing the flesh of spiritual beasts alongside various ingredients imbued with ethereal energy, this culinary creation is crafted by skilled chefs in the art of cultivation. Consuming it not only alleviates the arduous task of refining impurities through rigorous training, but also nourishes and fortifies the spiritual veins. Is that not so? A truly delightful item. The results of the calculations and speculations resemble a predetermined future. At this point, what can be said? Controlling her expressions, Luo Tingyun's countenance involuntarily grew somewhat cold. Yet, whether predetermined or otherwise, calculation reveals that the narrative is subject to alteration. Li Yunjin delicately twirled the wine goblet in her hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Furthermore, why is it that we can suddenly hear the voice of the system? Do you have any conjectures? Li Yunjin's words prompted deep contemplation in the other two. Qizhao shook his head slightly and remarked, "There is no particular clue. Merely a resonance with the senior sister's heartfelt sentiments." Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, after which Luo Tingyun remarked, "What will happen next? Let's wait and see how my senior sister will respond. Whatever arrangements are made by my esteemed master and my revered teacher, I shall adhere to them without fail." As for him, observing Li Yunjin's expression, it is evident that he is deep in contemplation. However, at this moment, the specific details of the unfolding narrative remain unknown. The narrative of Nán Xī being expelled from the sect is indeed a mystery. I am uncertain when it will unfold. It seems we can only proceed step by step. Merely a resonance with the senior sister's heartfelt sentiments. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, after which Luo Tingyun remarked, "What will happen next? All disciples of the Tianyun sword sect must cooperate with us. Or you. The current circumstances are favorable for them," Nán Xī's heartfelt voice. As for him, observing Li Yunjin's expression, it is evident that he is deep in contemplation. However, at this moment, the specific details of the unfolding narrative remain unknown. Will there come a day when I can grasp it? The system. Eating, resting, is nearly. After an entire day and night, a group of disciples from the Tianyun sword sect finally embarked on their journey back. Meanwhile, what transpired in the Imperial White Secret Realm? All disciples of the Tianyun sword sect must cooperate with us, or you. The current circumstances are favorable for them, Nán Xī's heartfelt voice. Astonished by the remarkable performance of the Tianyun sword sect, the Yushu sect is gradually beginning to emerge within the entire realm of cultivation. However, will there come a day when I can grasp it? The system. Eating, resting, is nearly. After an entire day and night, whispers suggest that the moral integrity of the Yoshu sect is compromised. The rumors surrounding the Yusu sect, such as the emergence of petty individuals, the names of those exceptional individuals have quietly permeated the entire realm of cultivation, leaving everyone in awe and admiration for the remarkable talent exhibited by the younger generation. Astonished by the remarkable performance of the Tianyun sword sect, the Yushu sect is gradually beginning to emerge within the entire realm of cultivation. However, it contrasts with Nán Xī's previous impressions. The brilliance of the Yoshu sect is unparalleled, yet alongside its rising reputation, an incessant stream of rumors has also emerged. She found herself back at the Tianyun sword sect. The sect had remained desolate for as long as the disciples had been away, and the Imperial White Secret Realm was no trivial matter. Hence, upon their return, the entire sect was intertwined with the sword and its members, capable of enduring hardship, yet resolutely unwilling to deprive oneself of enjoyment. Thus not only did I sleep nearly an entire day and night in a temporary dwelling, but rather, concerning the Imperial White Secret Realm, as well as the future strategies for sect cultivation, Jian and others must deliberate upon these matters. The key lies in informing all disciples. The return journey of the flying vessel is considerably slower than the outward trip, and the Imperial White Secret Realm was no trivial matter. Hence, upon their return, the entire sect was intertwined with the sword and its members. The elders are all awaiting him at the training ground. It is not merely that upon his return he is expected to impose some form of assessment upon everyone. The disciples of the Imperial White Secret Realm exhibit the most pronounced characteristics, regardless of their prior cultivation or age. The journey to the Imperial White Secret Realm is destined to transform them. The growth rate of the disciples has accelerated, ensuring that everyone will have had ample time to recuperate from fatigue by the time they arrive back. Each group of disciples reaches a pivotal juncture, after which systematic training should be diminished, allowing for a focus on free practice and cultivation. Is it permissible to proceed? The disciples of the Imperial White Secret Realm exhibit the most pronounced characteristics, regardless of their prior cultivation or age. Cast a fleeting glance at Nán Xī before shifting their gaze to encompass the entirety of the assembly. Disciples. Among the practitioners, only a few can be considered youthful, while the rest are merely children. However, after venturing into the perilous Emperor's White Secret Realm, everyone returned unscathed. Their growth was nothing short of remarkable. The youngest cohort consists of no individuals over 100 years of age, nor are there any exceeding 50. The total number is fewer than 50. I cast my gaze upon the gathered disciples, attentively listening to He Jian's words. Your efforts on this journey have been arduous, so I shall refrain from unnecessary remarks. Cast a fleeting glance at Nán Xī before shifting their gaze to encompass the entirety of the assembly.
Disciples.
Among the practitioners, only a few can be considered youthful. Including sustenance and accommodation will require the exchange of contribution points. These contribution points can be what can be obtained through the contribution points earned from undertaking tasks. Even the usually stern and disciplined He Jian couldn't help but feel profoundly gratified. As for Nán Xī, standing at the forefront alongside He Jian, and participation is entirely voluntary. The essence of cultivation primarily lies in human effort, guiding the disciples. As of today, once the sect ceases to organize collective training, the practice of swordsmanship within the sect will no longer be complementary. All necessities. Nearly everyone has become self-sufficient, ready to traverse the world and hone their skills. Yet, to speak in a rigid manner, the resources provided by the sect's contribution points far surpass those available in the outside world by several folds. Everyone had long anticipated the arrival of this matter, and participation is entirely voluntary. The essence of cultivation primarily lies in human effort, guiding the disciples. The state of being confined to a single location should only exist during the initial stages of one's practice, such as in the span of over a decade, nearly everyone has become self-sufficient, ready to traverse the world and hone their skills. Yet, to speak in a rigid manner, the resources provided by the sect's contribution points far surpass those available in the outside world by several folds. Everyone had long anticipated the arrival of this matter. It appears that there will be one soon, at which time there will also be significant plot developments. Everyone quietly perked up their ears. After a moment of contemplation, the excitement of venturing out into the world in the future, Nán Xī had listened for quite some time and began to lose focus. Held once every decade. However, this time, the Yushu sect had managed to secure an invitation. She feigned a sense of audience, pretending that she was performing.
Indeed.
Then, is the essence of university students? Slightly perplexed, Nán Xī chose not to clarify their confusion, but instead quickly shifted thoughts. Speaking of events, confessing my feelings for Qi Qian before a large crowd. The assembly reacted with astonishment. Qi Qian would certainly bask in the limelight for rescuing a gifted female disciple. Nán Xī recalled the unfolding narrative, which appeared to revolve around the activities of distinguished disciples from various sects, resembling an unconventional swordsmanship conference, known as the Immortal Sect Grand Assembly. The expressions of the elders, including He Jian, darkened ominously, yet they had largely conveyed what needed to be said. Sword cultivators are not ones for pleasantries. It was that detestable Qi Qian, persistently trailing along. At this juncture in the plot, I must formally embark on a path of embarrassment, confessing my feelings for Qi Qian before a large crowd. The assembly reacted with astonishment. Qi Qian would certainly bask in the limelight for rescuing a gifted female disciple. Noting his lack of intent to keep her, prompting her swift exit. A quarter of an hour later, within the council chamber, He Jian occupied the high seat. The expressions of the elders, including He Jian, darkened ominously, yet they had largely conveyed what needed to be said. Sword cultivators are not ones for pleasantries. And after a few concluding remarks, they announced the gathering's dissolution. Following the meeting, He Jian, with a clenched jaw, called upon Luo Tingyun, Qi Zhao. In He Jian's view, Nán Xī's forced confession to that wretched Qi Qian in front of an audience equated to disgrace, with the emphasis not on the confession itself. Noting his lack of intent to keep her, prompting her swift exit. A quarter of an hour later, within the council chamber, He Jian occupied the high seat. Was now compelled to engage in such degrading acts, which was truly lamentable. Today, as Assembly seeks to establish a protocol regarding this narrative and how we might address it. So I shall dispense with unnecessary preamble. Just moments ago, we all heard Su Er's heartfelt thoughts. The Immortal Sect Grand Assembly entails a narrative designed to humiliate her publicly. Our senior sister endured considerable hardship to alter it and save her fellow disciples. He noted the tremor in He Jian's eyes, aware that the latter sought further details, but it was imperative to relay the critical matters first. However, altering the narrative cannot be done indiscriminately. Any changes related to Qi Qian would inevitably be rectified by the system post factum. Moreover, alterations cannot stem from our senior sister's subjective desires and actions. Luo Tingyun exchanged glances with Qi Zhao, pondering briefly before speaking, outlining the information at hand. In this secret realm, we have learned that the so-called narrative is not immutable. I had anticipated as much. Since the system aims to exert control over Nán Xī, it will certainly manage her actions. The third elder added, but it was imperative to relay the critical matters first. However, altering the narrative cannot be done indiscriminately. Any changes related to Qi Qian would inevitably be rectified by the system post factum. Moreover, alterations cannot stem from our senior sister's subjective desires and actions. She engaged in a modicum of training, and after being ordered by the system to cease, she began to explore the sect's surroundings. However, this idyllic existence was short-lived, as the immortal sect assembly was impending. Although subsequent events were voluntary, the direct disciples were held to a different standard. Nán Xī was compelled to attend the assembly. This poor child is indeed unjustly treated, yet it is not without hope. He Jian, do you have any insights? Chapter 55. In the days that followed, Nán Xī enjoyed a considerable stretch of leisure time. Though she practiced swordplay daily, her contributions as the senior disciple were already ample. With no scheduled activities, their specific identities underwent frequent changes. These grand events, primarily organized by the 5 major sects and involving numerous other sects, could not be confined to a single sect due to excessive limitations. Thus, a city was born, Huali City, renowned and compact, which was not hosted at the Tianyun Sword Sect, leading her to once again board a flying vessel away from the sect. The assembly was neither held within the Tianyun Sword Sect nor any of the 5 prominent sections. While the 5 great sects had stood the test of time, their specific identities underwent frequent changes. These grand events, primarily organized by the 5 major sects and involving numerous other sects, the latter's vibrancy echoed with the weight of history, exuding an ancient and profound ambience. In contrast, Huali City lacked the warmth of daily life. This bustling city boasted a vibrant atmosphere despite its sparse population, serving as a focal point for the immortal sect and various factions, a nexus of power. There were scarcely any individuals below the Golden Core stage. This was indeed formidable. While she marveled internally, she did not linger, leading the Tianyun disciples through the entrance. Upon disembarking from the flying vessel, Nán Xī was momentarily dazzled by the city's splendor. The liveliness of Huali City starkly contrasted with that of Yunxiang City. Only 30 disciples from Tianyun Sword Sect attended this time, a drastic reduction from previous years. The elder leading the group was the third elder, its streets filled with individuals adorned in exquisite finery. Gazing around, Nán Xī noted that aside from a few youthful figures, like most of the Tianyun Sword Sect disciples, please proceed to find rooms to your liking. This building is designated for our Tianyun Sword Sect's rest. The 3rd floor contains a training area. Participation in the Immortal Sect Assembly was not merely a matter of voluntary registration. There were thresholds and quotas in place. Thus, she added, I shall share a few more words. The 3rd elder smiled, her beauty both cold and captivating. During this assembly, disciples will also compete, with rewards for participation. A strikingly beautiful woman with an air of nobility, who surveyed her disciples with arms crossed before addressing them. Your accommodations are on the 2nd floor. Please proceed to find rooms to your liking. This building is designated for our Tianyun Sword Sect's rest. The 3rd floor contains a training area, while the 1st floor is available for task acquisition and item exchanges. Today we shall rest, for the Immortal Sect Assembly commences tomorrow. Considering that some disciples lacked masters, I recall from the storyline that due to a mere single difference, our sect narrowly claimed 2nd place. The disciples were taken aback. The higher your ranking, the more bountiful the rewards. I hope you all strive to do your utmost. Upon hearing this, Nán Xī felt a tightening in her chest. In truth, the 3rd elder had not disclosed everything. The competition not only gauged the disciples, but also determined the allocation of communal resources. After all, greater abilities entail greater responsibilities. Our sect remains relatively affluent, not only due to long-standing accumulation of resources, but also because we consistently excel in such resource competitions. The 3rd elder observed Nán Xī with keen interest, choosing not to interrupt her thoughts. while there was no necessity to relay this information to the disciples. Nán Xī's musings had inadvertently opened the door for discussion. Observing the heightened spirits of her peers, she deemed it a positive development. With a wave of her hand, and the limited means by which sword cultivators can amass wealth, even their pursuit of enlightenment and martial prowess prevents them from accepting bounties indiscriminately. Our sect remains relatively affluent not only due to long-standing accumulation of resources, but also because we consistently excel in such resource competitions. Though only a few direct disciples appeared confident, Nán Xī cast a glance and chose to focus her thoughts on identifying the most opportune moment for commotion. The night prior, Nán Xī's musings had inadvertently opened the door for discussion. Observing the heightened spirits of her peers, she deemed it a positive development. With a wave of her hand, she dismissed them, saying, "All right, go and rest." As the third elder indicated, there were no further engagements until the following day when they gathered at the assembly. Nán Xī surveyed the scene and noted the presence of 10 sections. Yushu's sect ranked 10th, its disciples observing their surroundings with cautious interest. There would be no formal competition. Rather, it would serve as a social gathering for the prominent figures, showcasing rare artifacts, pills, and treasures from the realm of cultivation. Thus, the first day would undoubtedly be the most bustling, particularly at the moment when the assembly disbands and attendees disperse, yet the crowd remains densely packed. Despite everyone being aware of her affection for Xianxia, she remained determined to make this public in a dignified manner. Regarding this situation, Nán Xī could only express her exasperation. The self-indulgence of a love-struck mind is daunting. I cannot believe I am to embody such a troublesome persona. On the first day, Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao exchanged glances, formulating their plan. After a brief discussion, Luo Tingyun discreetly conveyed instructions to several disciples. Wenju. Thus, the first day would undoubtedly be the most bustling, particularly at the moment when the assembly disbands and attendees disperse, yet the crowd remains densely packed. You shall inform Xianxia that the senior sister is waiting for him at XX location. I shall guide the senior sister to Xianxia. They had meticulously planned this. It was not particularly distasteful, nor overwhelmingly nauseating. She had already cast aside any reservations. Yet, at this moment, her feelings were indescribably complex. Luo Tingyun and Qi Zhao exchanged glances, formulating their plan. After a brief discussion, Luo Tingyun discreetly conveyed instructions to several disciples. Wenju, locking eyes with him in the process. Upon seeing Nán Xī, Xianxia recognized the familiar expression in her eyes. Although nothing had transpired yet, he instinctively grasped her intention. You shall inform Xianxia that the senior sister is waiting for him at XX location. I shall guide the senior sister to Xianxia. They had meticulously planned this. His line of sight was obstructed by someone's head. Luo Wenju, her face pale, grasped Nán Xī's hand with a slight tremble. Even the system would have no choice but to accept this setback. Once the assembly concluded, Nán Xī fixed her gaze on Xianxia's position and made her way toward him. The other senior brothers and sisters have pressing matters. Nán Xī, lost in thought as she envisioned the scene of her conversation with Xianxia, was abruptly interrupted. Interrupting, he maintained his composure, gazing at her with an air of calmness, having already prepared his response should Nán Xī act as he anticipated. Just then, however, his line of sight was obstructed by someone's head. Luo Wenju, her face pale, grasped Nán Xī's hand with a slight tremble. Her voice tinged with a pitiful whimper as she said, "Senior sister, I'm feeling unwell. Could you kindly escort me to the healer? Moreover, according to my character, I would not refuse my junior sister at this moment." Luo Wenju silently nodded, subtly inching closer to Nán Xī. The aura emanating from her senior sister was profoundly comforting. Nán Xī discreetly checked Luo Wenju's pulse. Her skills were lacking, yet she sensed no grave issues. And with a sigh of relief, her eyes suddenly sparkled. Junior sister Wenju is truly my salvation. Now I need not declare my feelings for Xianxia in a public setting. I cannot afford such embarrassment. With this thought, she glanced at Xianxia once more. To her surprise, she found Xianxia had been staring at her intently, his expression markedly different from before, imbued with depth and focus. Startled, she quickened her pace. The aura emanating from her senior sister was profoundly comforting. Nán Xī discreetly checked Luo Wenju's pulse. Her skills were lacking, yet she sensed no grave issues. And with a sigh of relief, her eyes suddenly sparkled. Junior sister Wenju is truly my salvation. Now I need not declare my feelings for Qi Qian in a public setting. I cannot afford such embarrassment. With this thought, she glanced at Qi Qian once more. To her surprise, she found Qi Qian had been staring at her intently, his expression markedly different from before, imbued with depth and focus. Startled, she quickened her pace. It would indeed be most preferable. Is this the moment? Luo Tingyun beckoned two disciples to approach from outside, and they spoke. Unbeknownst to Nán Xī, she was engrossed in conversation until two keywords caught her attention. Indeed, the outside world was abuzz with liveliness. She wondered how senior sister Wenju was faring. If there are no significant issues, we cannot afford any delays. Speaking of which, I wonder what Qi Qian is doing all alone in that forest? Nán Xī swiftly resolved to embrace the flow of fate. Naturally, if this task could be completed in a setting where one is not easily observed, it would indeed be most preferable. Is this the moment? Luo Tingyun beckoned two disciples to approach from outside, and they spoke. Unbeknownst to Nán Xī, she was engrossed in conversation until two keywords caught her attention. Indeed, the outside world was abuzz with liveliness. She wondered how senior sister Wenju was faring. Saying, suddenly. A thought crossed my mind. I must take my leave a moment. Perhaps it is due to my contemplation of Qi Qian's matters that Nán Xī, absorbed in her musings, did not pay much attention to her words while speaking. With hands instinctively pressed together, a smile of apology graced her face. Without awaiting their response, she turned and fled. In this village, there is no such shop. I shall proceed to develop the plot. Present were 4 individuals aside from the 2 disciples just mentioned. There were also Lu Wenju and Luo Tingyun, who at this moment appeared somewhat bewildered. The divine presence emerged, captivated by the enchanting and graceful movements of Nán Xī, as if she had unlocked a certain seal that unleashed her allure. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before. The senior sister, Luo Tingyun, shifted her steps and remarked. With hands instinctively pressed together, a smile of apology graced her face. Without awaiting their response, she turned and fled. In this village, there is no such shop. Do you still wish to follow her? The passionate flames were extinguished, and they were immediately discovered. I became despondent, helplessly watching Luo Tingyun depart. I whispered to myself, who at this moment appeared somewhat bewildered. The divine presence emerged, captivated by the enchanting and graceful movements of Nán Xī, as if she had unlocked a certain seal that unleashed her allure. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before. The senior sister, Luo Tingyun, shifted her steps and remarked. Qi Qian felt a stir within his heart. In the dim light, he had not truly perceived Nán Xī's gaze moments ago, yet inexplicably, he sensed her indifference. However, do you still wish to follow her? The passionate flames were extinguished, and they were immediately discovered. I became despondent, helplessly watching Luo Tingyun depart. I whispered to myself, although I had no desire to witness my senior sister confessing to Qi Qian, how could I know without observing? Did my senior sister endure any mistreatment? Indeed. After the Imperial White Secret Realm, despite being somewhat shorter than others, his gaze has become more resolute than before, yet still. It is pristine and clear. Qi Qian felt a stir within his heart. In the dim light, he had not truly perceived Nán Xī's gaze moments ago, yet inexplicably, he sensed her indifference. However, my senior sister mentioned that you should wait for her over there. Lian Qianxing gestured towards the grove. Qi Qian was taken aback, his previous contemplation abruptly interrupted. For a youth stood ahead. At that moment, Lian Qianxing. At merely 15, it is possible that one has yet to reach the peak of growth. The environment invariably evokes associations. Realizing that my recent conjecture was indeed correct, yet pondering the reason behind it, an unforeseen delay occurred, and Qi Qian himself was oblivious to it. At that moment, he let out a subtle sigh of relief. He nodded his head in gratitude. My senior sister mentioned that you should wait for her over there. Lian Qianxing gestured towards the grove. Qi Qian was taken aback, his previous contemplation abruptly interrupted. This has always been his demeanor when facing Nán Xī, leaving no definitive clues and provoking further speculation. He yearned, yet today his words were destined to leave Nán Xī oblivious, let alone concerned. Nán Xī remained unaware. After Qi Qian's movements, one could say he traversed with remarkable fervor and vigor.
Come.
Fearing that even a slight delay might cause this momentous opportunity to slip away. Thus, after observing Qi Qian's arrival, he noticed Nán Xī hurriedly making her way over, expressing his appreciation to his companion, acknowledging his understanding. Understood. Qi Qian refrains from disclosing whether he will go or not. Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Qi Qian's face, as if her thoughts had momentarily faltered. The plot continued to unfold.
Action.
The reason I sought you today is to express my true feelings. Although the world may be aware, my thoughts linger, yet I realize I have never explicitly conveyed them to you. Perhaps there are reasons for your potential rejection of me. Nán Xī spoke. Qi Qian remained silent. And if one were not to observe closely, no one would discern the emotion in his eyes. Devotion and joy. Yet all of this was observed by Luo Tingyun. Nán Xī was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Qi Qian's face, as if her thoughts had momentarily faltered. The plot continued to unfold.
Action.
The reason I sought you today is to express my true feelings. Although the world may be aware, my thoughts linger. Involuntarily, he clenched his fists, his emotions surging within him. He always felt it was unwarranted, even if it were merely an act. It was not worth South Dawn uttering such words to Qi Qian, let alone the fact that others remained unaware. This is a performance. As for Qi Qian, he always harbors ill intentions. In the end, Nán Xī declared, "My heart is drawn to you." The moment the words fell, it seemed as if all fell silent. Luo Tingyun's heart trembled, her long lashes fluttered slightly, and she lowered her gaze to conceal her emotions. Threads of jealousy entwine. Qi Qian remarked, "I understand your sentiments. Yet as a practitioner, one ought to prioritize cultivation. At this moment, insufficient strength renders one incapable of safeguarding those nearby, and thus one has yet to form any bonds with others. The thoughts of the companion linger, awaiting a future yet to unfold." His words trailed off as he turned aside, the celestial gathering bustling with activity. If a simpler-minded woman had heard such utterances, she might have found her heart fluttering, filled with a sense of hopeful anticipation. However, Nán Xī could not help but scoff dismissively. "How insincere, utterly contrived. Are you merely painting grand illusions for me? Later on, when the time comes, one might utter such nonsense as, 'I have never made any promises,' and thus escape unscathed. Although the female protagonist is infatuated with love, and thus one has yet to form any bonds with others. The thoughts of the companion linger, awaiting a future yet to unfold." After a series of complaints, Luo Tingyun's expression slightly brightened as she weighed the impact of her presence on the unfolding narrative, confirming that it was not substantial. After the significant impact, she headed straight towards Nán Xī. "Senior sister." Nán Xī was brainstorming, unable to control her urge to vent, when suddenly, upon hearing the familiar and melodious voice of Luo Tingyun, I momentarily wondered if it was but an illusion. Blinking in bewilderment, I turned my gaze in that direction. Yet it must be acknowledged that Qi Qian possesses commendable tactics at times. Unfortunately, when faced with me, he is somewhat inexperienced. This thought resonates within her mind. After a series of complaints, Luo Tingyun's expression slightly brightened as she weighed the impact of her presence on the unfolding narrative, confirming that it was not substantial. As if on the verge of speaking, was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening, yet due to some reason, he remained silent. The subject is Luo Tingyun. Upon hearing the familiar and melodious voice of Luo Tingyun, I momentarily wondered if it was but an illusion. Blinking in bewilderment, I turned my gaze in that direction. "My junior apprentice?" Luo Tingyun nodded, standing beside Nán Xī, casting a cold glance at Qi Qian. "I have matters to discuss with my senior sister. Please excuse us. Do not hinder us, my friend." The words were spoken without a trace of mercy, leaving Nán Xī astonished internally, yet outwardly she merely feigned a countenance of hesitation. It would truly be a nightmare. She had no desire to compete with her for someone so unworthy. How infuriating it was to even consider vying for such a triviality. Yet even as these thoughts crossed her mind, she couldn't help but offer Luo Tingyun a faint smile, inquiring, "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Once Qi Qian departed, Nán Xī turned her gaze towards Luo Tingyun, feeling a mixture of surprise and delight. I rather dislike him. In my eyes, he could never compare to you. Nán Xī's mood brightened considerably. It would truly be a nightmare. She had no desire to compete with her for someone so unworthy. How infuriating it was to even consider vying for such a triviality. Yet even as these thoughts crossed her mind, she couldn't help but offer Luo Tingyun a faint smile, inquiring, "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Her eyes widened slightly, momentarily at a loss for words before a pleased warmth settled in her chest. Who knew junior sister held me in such high regard? Hee. I rather dislike him. In my eyes, he could never compare to you. Nán Xī's mood brightened considerably, looping an arm through hers. Well then, shall we go enjoy the festivities together? Such gestures were commonplace among women, so Nán Xī saw nothing amiss. This was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. Yet, just as she was basking in this light-hearted delight, Luo Tingyun's words struck her like an unexpected blow. Luo Tingyun allowed herself to be led toward the bustling immortal sect gathering, yet despite the lively atmosphere, nothing truly captured her attention. The revelry around her felt distant, muted, her senses dulled to everything but the warmth of Nán Xī's closeness. A quiet, secret joy bubbled within her, leaving her slightly dizzy. Their shared stroll, however, was brief. Nán Xī, unaccustomed to prolonged physical contact, soon withdrew her arm, her thoughts already drifting elsewhere. Now, who was that prodigy Qi Qian rescued again? And where did it happen? Even when she noticed Luo Tingyun stiffen slightly, she merely chuckled inwardly. Such an easily flustered junior sister. Let me recall who she was and where this happened. Luo Tingyun's focus sharpened slightly at Nán Xī's internal musings. Forget it. Even if I went, muted, her senses dulled to everything but the warmth of Nán Xī's closeness. A quiet, secret joy bubbled within her, leaving her slightly dizzy. Their shared stroll, however, was brief. Nán Xī, unaccustomed to prolonged physical contact, soon withdrew her arm, her thoughts already drifting elsewhere. Now, who was that prodigy Qi Qian rescued again? And where did it happen? She racked her brain. First of all, I absolutely don't intend to interfere. Second, I just want to take a look, purely out of curiosity. Lastly, no matter how thoroughly she combed through the plot, she could only recall the prodigy's background, never the specifics of where or how Qi Qian had saved her. Getting punished over this wouldn't be worth it. Abruptly, Nán Xī turned to Luo Tingyun. Junior sister, I'm hungry. Let's go find something to eat. With no leads to pursue, Nán Xī, ever the carefree soul, shrugged it off. Junior sister, you've been to Huali City before, haven to you? Nán Xī's decision to abandon the matter stemmed from two reasons. First, as her inner voice had reasoned, sacrificing herself to thwart Qi Qian's opportunity was hardly worthwhile. Second, though, it's a bit out of the way. No problem, as long as it's delicious. As they walked, Nán Xī bombarded Luo Tingyun with questions about the shop, what it served, how mouth-watering the food was, until her own stomach growled in anticipation. Yet just then, with no leads to pursue, Nán Xī, ever the carefree soul, shrugged it off. Junior sister, you've been to Huali City before, haven to you? Her bright phoenix eyes sparkling, and asked, Did you save me? After a moment's hesitation, Nán Xī nodded. I suppose so. I feel as though I did nothing.
Though it's a bit out of the way.
No problem, as long as it's delicious. As they walked, Nán Xī bombarded Luo Tingyun with questions about the shop, what it served, how mouth-watering the food was, until her own stomach growled in anticipation. Yet just then, please forgive me. She turned back to Luo Tingyun and sincerely praised, this sister is so kind, even worrying about whether my legs are hurt. Luo Tingyun merely shifted his gaze elsewhere. Nán Xī, oblivious to the underlying tension, looked behind her and said, Little sister, someone is pursuing us. The girl, appearing no older than 18, called her sister, which made Nán Xī hesitate to address her as a fellow practitioner. Upon hearing Nán Xī's words, the girl was startled, glanced back, then noticed she was still holding someone and quickly withdrew her hands, stepping back with a faint blush. I'm fine, it was my oversight. Their highest cultivation level merely at the peak of foundation establishment. She felt no inclination to engage in battle, releasing her oppressive aura and preparing her sword technique. Simply watching them, the group was instantly intimidated, especially upon noticing the disciple token on Nán Xī's person, leading to a hesitant retreat as they exchanged glances. One of them declared, "Don't think we can't handle you just because you have a backing. Just wait." With that, they hurriedly fled. When Nán Xī turned around and leaped to hide behind Nán Xī. "Sister, save me." Nán Xī observed the group of about 5 or 6 individuals approaching. Nán Xī was at a loss for words as the girl shyly smiled at her, now unafraid since the pursuers had left. Standing tall, her eyes sparkling brightly, she said, simply watching them. The group was instantly intimidated, especially upon noticing the disciple token on Nán Xī's person, leading to a hesitant retreat as they exchanged glances. "I am Nán Xī."
Ah, Montakian. So you are the Mo Qian.
She was momentarily speechless. To understand who Mo Qian was, she found the young girl making faces at the fleeing group. Upon noticing Nán Xī's gaze, she quickly composed herself, adopting a demure demeanor. She would claim ownership over Qi Qian's arm in a possessive manner, cast challenging glances at the female protagonist, and deliberately create misunderstandings to provoke the latter. Even boasting that brother is mine when alone with her. Countless had criticized her for her behavior. Yet, as Nán Xī looked at her now, she found her somewhat endearing. Mo Qian, awaiting further conversation, tilted her head and said, "Sister Nán Xī." She appeared soft and compliant. Nán Xī, feeling a bit dazed, pondered and asked, "Where are your family?" One must delve into the narrative. Throughout the story, Mo Qian was portrayed as the most headstrong and willful character, often making her presence felt. She would claim ownership over Qi Qian's arm in a possessive manner, cast challenging glances at the female protagonist, and deliberately create misunderstandings to provoke the latter. Even boasting that brother is mine when alone with her. Countless had criticized her for her behavior. Yet, as Nán Xī looked at her now, she found her somewhat endearing. Mo Qian, awaiting further conversation, tilted her head and said, "Sister Nán Xī." She appeared soft and compliant. Nán Xī, feeling a bit dazed, pondered and asked, "Where are your family?" Reflecting on how the early parts of the narrative were rather simplistic, with the substantial developments only becoming clear after her arrival in this world. Wielding considerable influence across 3 continents. Even in the realm of cultivation, the Mo family was among the elite. Mo Qian was the cherished daughter of this esteemed family. The female protagonist met her demise, only to have the male character marry another woman in a blissful conclusion. What audacity! Luo Tingyun, having gleaned Nán Xī's thoughts. Eventually, due to Qi Qian, she insisted on joining the Yushu sect, bringing a wealth of resources to it. Curse be it! Nán Xī gritted her teeth at this realization. Reflecting on how the early parts of the narrative were rather simplistic, with the substantial developments only becoming clear after her arrival in this world. But I managed to turn the tables on them. Yet, I was taken aback when suddenly 4 or 5 more appeared. I couldn't handle them. The female protagonist met her demise, only to have the male character marry another woman in a blissful conclusion. What audacity! Luo Tingyun, having gleaned Nán Xī's thoughts, understood the situation and deepened his gaze upon Mo Qian, yet maintained an impassive demeanor. Mo Qian, hearing Nán Xī's words, pouted and replied, "My family is overly controlling. Is this little girl really that easy to deceive? I did nothing at all. Could it be that in the narrative, Qi Qian won Mo Qian's affection in such a manner? This seems far too hasty. I must contemplate further." Nán Xī could hardly believe such fortune existed in this world. However, while she was lost in thought, Mo Qian had already bombarded her with several questions. Undeterred by the lack of response. "Sister, are you from a sect? Which one? Your attire is exquisite, albeit a bit plain. Oh, I recognize this token. Is this little girl really that easy to deceive? I did nothing at all. Could it be that in the narrative, Qi Qian won Mo Qian's affection in such a manner? This seems far too hasty. I must contemplate further. I also wish to reach the golden core stage, but my father says I am too lazy, and at this rate." Undeterred by the lack of response. "Sister, are you from a sect? Which one? Your attire is exquisite, albeit a bit plain. Oh, I recognize this token. It belongs to the Tianyun sword sect. My father said this was the last place he would consider sending me due to its harsh conditions. But since you are here, I must speak to my father about it."
How old are you?
You seem so formidable. Are you at the golden core stage? Mo Qian's eyes gleamed with excitement as she nodded vigorously. All right, I will heed my sister's advice and work hard. You are so impressive. Neither my brother nor my father nor my mother achieved golden core at such a young age. I will tell them about you. They will surely be delighted for me to befriend you, and even if they are not, I like you so much, sister. At this point, Nán Xī finally grasped another realization. I am 26 and at the golden core stage. You possess great talent, and with diligence, you too can reach my level. He cast a glance at Mo Qian, particularly noting her affectionate hold on Nán Xī's arm, his fingers twitching slightly with envy. However, due to certain considerations, he restrained himself. Neither my brother nor my father nor my mother achieved golden core at such a young age. I will tell them about you. Luo Tingyun was acutely aware of the significance of Mo Qian's friendly demeanor. Mo Qian beamed. Can I? I want to go. Nán Xī immediately recalled the matter at hand. Eating. What is happening? From rivals to sisters? While Nán Xī was lost in thought, Luo Tingyun had approached her side and inquired, Shall we proceed to dinner? As he spoke, Sister Nán Xī, may I ride the sword with you? All right then. Without delving into the details of their dining experience, offering Mo Qian a smile, Little sister, would you care to join us? Having understood the narrative and current circumstances, the act of Qi Qian rescuing someone seemed insignificant at first, yet it would wield influence over all subsequent storylines, prompting the system to oversee Qi Qian instead. As a system, it possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the plot, aware that Qi Qian arrived when Mo Qian was battered and bruised. Thus, it remained vigilant. Sister Nán Xī, may I ride the sword with you? All right then. Without delving into the details of their dining experience, upon returning, it was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Sister, may I go to the Tianyan sword sect for training? I promise to adhere to the tasks. The act of Qi Qian rescuing someone seemed insignificant at first, yet it would wield influence over all subsequent storylines, prompting the system to oversee Qi Qian instead. As a system, it possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the plot, aware that Qi Qian arrived when Mo Qian was battered and bruised. Thus, it remained vigilant. How could the precious gem of the Mo family be by Nán Xī's side? Chapter 58, Host. Nán Xī was happily ordering food when suddenly she heard a piercing scream from the system. The mechanical voice was distorted in an eerie manner. I'll be in the same group as you. I already know the foundational techniques and swordsmanship, so the Tianyan sword sect need not teach me again. What have you done? Disrupting the plot will lead to punishment. Nán Xī's expression was perplexed. Didn't you see my situation? If you're unsure, just check the replay. It has nothing to do with me. You may leave now. I'm about to eat. Nán Xī was happily ordering food when suddenly she heard a piercing scream from the system. The mechanical voice was distorted in an eerie manner. This system was not one that strictly adhered to rules, and its emotional module was quite indifferent. Upon her words, it silently proceeded to open the replay. After a painstakingly long review, it fell into silence once more. Its mindset was on the verge of collapse. At this point, the system could not even fathom how to rectify the situation. Finding another supporting female character like Mo Qian? That was absurd. To find someone of Mo Qian's distinguished background, exceptional talent, and most importantly, naively easy to deceive, was an almost insurmountable challenge. Even Mo Qian was only easy to fool during this particular phase. This system was not one that strictly adhered to rules, and its emotional module was quite indifferent. Upon her words, it silently proceeded to open the replay, ensuring that not a single detail could go amiss. And now, it would take things one step at a time. Even in the absence of Mo Qian, there were still many who admired Qi Qian. Selecting a suitable main supporting female character was still feasible, but the resources that Mo Qian could bring would be forever beyond Qi Qian's reach. The system pondered, and at the instant its thoughts crystallized. It was her first time venturing out alone from home, perceiving everyone as kind-hearted. After much contemplation, the system resolved that it would supervise both individuals next time. It did not know what would happen if it reached zero, nor dared to speculate. There were still many who admired Qi Qian. Selecting a suitable main supporting female character was still feasible, But the resources that Qian could bring would be forever beyond Qian's reach. The system pondered, and at the instant its thoughts crystallized. And so was her engagement in the competitions. Following the plot, she too took part, yet this time she aimed to control her scores with precision. Recently, she had been unexpectedly out and about too often, prompting the system to monitor her closely, allowing her to maintain her level at the ordinary tier of the Golden Core stage, narrowly missing the top 10, landing in 11th place. As for the Tianyun Sword Sect experiencing some deviations in the plot due to Nán Xī's presence, their triumphant return to first place in the Immortal Gate Conference was unnecessary to elaborate on. Such marginal plot elements, unmentioned in the original text, were trivial to the system. It was only after the disciples concluded their competitions that they finally arrived at the climax of the Immortal Gate Conference. The reason for determining the top 50 was not solely for the contention of public resources, but also for competition over an extraordinary opportunity. As for the Tianyun Sword Sect experiencing some deviations in the plot due to Nán Xī's presence, sacred fires and heavenly materials, deemed exquisite beyond words. However, this space could only be entered once in a lifetime by an individual. It was only after the disciples concluded their competitions that they finally arrived at the climax of the Immortal Gate Conference. The reason for determining the top 50 was not solely for the contention of public resources, but also for competition over an extraordinary opportunity. But in an era where protagonists existed, good fortune seemed inevitable. Nonetheless, Nán Xī was genuinely intrigued by this opportunity, particularly for one treasure she coveted. However, that was a discussion for another time. The most crucial aspect was that this plot would be entirely different from before, marking the first true instance of a physically torturous narrative. As she contemplated this, Nán Xī was walking out of the Immortal Gate Conference venue alongside the members of the Tianyun Sword Sect. Qian was right beside her. But in an era where protagonists existed, good fortune seemed inevitable. Nonetheless, Nán Xī was genuinely intrigued by this opportunity, particularly for one treasure she coveted. However, I don't really want to see Qian genuinely harmed. Theoretically, as long as there is an effective injury, that should suffice. Marking the first true instance of a physically torturous narrative. As she contemplated this, as Qian noticed the sudden silence, she was somewhat baffled, yet seeing the serious expressions around her, she obediently fell silent. Though the Wanxian realm is said to be an opportunity, it is indeed fraught with peril. A considerable number of predecessors chose to attain enlightenment within the Wanxian realm. I don't really want to see Qian genuinely harmed. Theoretically, as long as there is an effective injury, that should suffice. But how can we achieve this effect without anyone noticing? While speaking with Qian, the atmosphere was light and cheerful among the crowd. What injury? The disciples, initially on the edge of their seats, listening intently to Nán Xī, eager to learn how one could be injured and why, found themselves abruptly halted in their thoughts, gasping for breath. Sister, would you kindly continue speaking? Yet, Nán Xī had already begun to discreetly observe her surroundings, becoming puzzled. What is the matter? Why is no one speaking? Reluctantly, the disciples had to engage Qian again. After all, life in the sect was quite enjoyable. Manifesting as mountains and winds, are imbued with jealousy, desiring to keep the young prodigies trapped there. Hey, what is happening? Why has everyone fallen silent? What does foraging for fruits entail? Is it picking fruits from the trees? I've never done that before. I'm so eager to try. Upon hearing this, found themselves abruptly halted in their thoughts, gasping for breath. Sister, would you kindly continue speaking? Yet, Nán Xī had already begun to discreetly observe her surroundings, becoming puzzled. I can only imagine. If luck were to be unkind, it could rival the treacherous nature of that Zhu Yuan Daojun. However, since it is an opportunity left for posterity, the treasures within must surely outweigh the dangers. But who could blame Qian for his bad luck? Or rather, what does foraging for fruits entail? Is it picking fruits from the trees? I've never done that before. I'm so eager to try. Upon hearing this, having the female lead bear the brunt of suffering, allowing him to seize the finest resources. After 30 years of seclusion, he directly ascended to the nascent soul stage, becoming a nascent soul true monarch, leaving his peers far behind. The disciples. Qian, still in high spirits, chimed in. Since it is an opportunity left for posterity, the treasures within must surely outweigh the dangers. But who could blame Qi Qian for his bad luck? Or rather, that is not entirely accurate. Contemplating this, Nán Xī clicked her tongue lightly. Qi Qian isn't merely unlucky, he is indeed fortunate. Going out on missions is also quite fun. Once someone engaged, Mo Qian was excited once more. Hooray, missions. Father says my combat skills are lacking. If I truly fought someone, I would suffer losses, and I agree. In the end, the female lead not only sustained severe injuries, but also regressed in her cultivation level, enduring a 30-year wait. Then, when Qi Qian emerged, lo and behold, he had transformed into a nascent soul true monarch, while she barely managed to ascend back to the golden core stage. What was once a minor gap suddenly became an insurmountable chasm. Though the distinction between the golden core and the nascent soul stages was merely one major realm. If I truly fought someone, I would suffer losses, and I agree. In the end, the female lead not only sustained severe injuries, but also regressed in her cultivation level. Even though the current cultivation world boasts an abundance of golden elixirs and an abundance of nascent souls, when one encounters a nascent soul on the street, the majority will respectfully address them as true monarch. Within the sects, those at the nascent soul stage can already detach themselves from the ranks of disciples, capable of teaching and bearing a different status token. A mere difference in realm signifies a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Furthermore, due to fortuitous circumstances, this grand realm is a threshold that many cannot cross in their lifetime. Even though the current cultivation world boasts an abundance of golden elixirs and an abundance of nascent souls, when one encounters a nascent soul on the street, the majority will respectfully address them as true monarch. Within the sects, those at the nascent soul stage can already detach themselves from the ranks of disciples. Anticipating the female protagonist's ascension to match him, she could not help but scold her own naivety. It was truly unfortunate that she had not scrutinized the narrative more closely. Qi Qian is a rare nascent soul Taoist under 100 years old, a phenomenon that occurs only once in a millennium, radiating an aura of prestige. It is only at that moment that the narrative truly begins to unfold. Nán Xī reminisced about her initial impressions of Qi Qian. Sister Nán Xī, they're bullying me. Nán Xī returned to reality, unable to suppress her gaze towards the disciples. Anticipating the female protagonist's ascension to match him, she could not help but scold her own naivety. It was truly unfortunate that she had not scrutinized the narrative more closely. Sister Nán Xī still did not reveal how she had incurred injuries on behalf of Qi Qian. And what of the regression in her realm? Back to the foundation establishment stage? What merit did Qi Qian possess? Yet, as she felt indignant, she could not ignore the sight of Mo Qian's reddened eyes filled with grievance. Reflecting on her recent demeanor, she realized she had indeed treated the girl poorly. And thus each of them hastily offered their apologies. Having recalled the pressing matter, they felt remorse for overlooking Miss Mo. It was our fault. But the urgency of the matter at hand was overwhelming. Mo Qian was easily soothed, sniffling slightly. Then next time, just speak with me, and I won't be upset. Nán Xī cast a perplexed glance at the others, wondering what urgent matter could possibly be unknown to her. After some contemplation, she surmised it was merely a means to pacify the young girl. Consequently, she surveyed the disciples and ultimately encouraged Mo Qian to engage with Lu Wenju. And thus each of them hastily offered their apologies. Having recalled the pressing matter, they felt remorse for overlooking Miss Mo. It was our fault. Lu Wenju glanced at Mo Qian, feeling ill-equipped to handle the young lady of such stature. However, since it was Nán Xī's suggestion, she steeled herself and nodded. Mo Qian looked at Nán Xī, then at Lu Wenju, reluctantly releasing her hold on Nán Xī's arm and resolutely affirming, I will integrate into the Tianyan sword sect. She surmised it was merely a means to pacify the young girl. Consequently, she surveyed the disciples and ultimately encouraged Mo Qian to engage with Lu Wenju. It seemed the plot unfolded similarly. When Qi Qian instructed Mo Qian to do something, she would comply without hesitation. Were it not for the backing of the Mo family, this young girl might not have met with a favorable fate. Moreover, the child remained innocent and pure, such temperament in the narrative. Mo Qian looked at Nán Xī, then at Lu Wenju, reluctantly releasing her hold on Nán Xī's arm and resolutely affirming, I will integrate into the Tianyan sword sect. While they were still grappling with their own turmoil, Nán Xī's mind wandered to another matter entirely. Chapter 59. Yet, the question of how one sustains injury remains unanswered today. Nán Xī felt she had contemplated sufficiently. Anything further would be futile, so she focused her thoughts on food. The following 3 days were allocated for the disciples to prepare. This young girl might not have met with a favorable fate. Moreover, the child remained innocent and pure, such temperament in the narrative. The Yushu sect is indeed not a benevolent place. Suddenly hearing Nán Xī's exclamation, everyone turned their attention to her, puzzled. While they were still grappling with their own turmoil, Nán Xī's mind wandered to another matter entirely. Chapter 59. Yet, the question of how one sustains injury remains unanswered today. Nán Xī felt she had contemplated sufficiently. Anything further would be futile, so she focused her thoughts on food. The following 3 days were allocated for the disciples to prepare. This venture was solely to acquire resources, but due to the inherent dangers, they needed to equip themselves with life-preserving items. 11 disciples from Tianyun Sword Sect had entered the top 50. Aside from the direct disciples, the elders had bestowed additional treasures for protection upon the others. Nán Xī was initially content to remain in her room, awaiting her teleportation, when a sudden knock at the door startled her. Upon opening it, she found Luo Tingyun standing there, his expression slightly awkward. She was taken aback but not displeased, her lips curling into a smile, inquiring about her junior sister's well-being. Luo Tingyun recalled the earlier teasing from the other disciples, who had claimed he shared the closest bond with Nán Xī, prompting him to gauge the atmosphere. One could activate the teleportation array or simply wait for the time to elapse for automatic return. However, once one exited, re-entry was impossible. Nán Xī was initially content to remain in her room, awaiting her teleportation, when a sudden knock at the door startled her. Upon opening it, she found Luo Tingyun standing there, his expression slightly awkward. She was taken aback but not displeased, her lips curling into a smile, inquiring about her junior sister's well-being. Luo Tingyun recalled the earlier teasing from the other disciples, who had claimed he shared the closest bond with Nán Xī, prompting him to gauge the atmosphere. Although their relationship was indeed amicable, he had never set foot in her quarters, and his upbringing instilled a strong sense of propriety in him. So, I should have enough time. If time proves insufficient, a minor penalty would be the worst outcome. However, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Fortunately, Nán Xī did not notice his flushed face as he inquired, though we cannot enter together. Ziyu Mountain. Luo Tingyun murmured, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, the place I wish to go is close to where my senior sister is headed. Perhaps we shall cross paths. Nán Xī blinked, responding with a hopeful, is that so? So, I should have enough time. If time proves insufficient, a minor penalty would be the worst outcome. However, nearly in opposite directions. Upon hearing certain keywords, Luo Tingyun's gaze sharpened slightly, yet he managed to maintain his composure, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Then, as if sensing something, he raised his eyes and stated, Senior sister, the time has come. Upon hearing his voice, Nán Xī felt a sense of foreboding, opening her mouth to speak, only for her vision to blur. In the next instant, she found herself standing in an unfamiliar realm. A gentle breeze stirred, and the air was saturated with spiritual energy. I do hope we encounter each other. But it's unlikely. Once I acquire the items, I must hasten to find Qi Qian, who is at Wanxiang Valley. I should not truly fall to the Golden Core realm. The female protagonist's plight in the narrative stems from 2 main causes. First, she was caught off guard. He raised his eyes and stated, Senior sister, the time has come. Upon hearing his voice, Nán Xī felt a sense of foreboding, opening her mouth to speak, only for her vision to blur. In the next instant, she found herself standing in an unfamiliar realm. A gentle breeze stirred, and the air was saturated with spiritual energy, thick enough to form a haze. Nán Xī sighed softly, murmuring to herself, I wanted to assure my junior sister not to worry upon exiting the space. I should not truly fall to the Golden Core realm. The female protagonist's plight in the narrative stems from 2 main causes. First, she was caught off guard. Without delay, she mounted her sword and activated a hastily prepared travel talisman. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Tingyun's circumstances were even more fortuitous. While Nán Xī did not wish to compare her situation, she had made some preparations and held a degree of confidence in her reflexes. Although injury might be unavoidable, The likelihood of her cultivation being devoured and her meridians damaged, causing a regression in her realm, was minimal. Contemplating the forthcoming plot, even Nán Xī's expression turned grave. The remaining 10 disciples from Tianyun Sword Sect were all present in this small channel. Luo Tingyun quickly conveyed the location Nán Xī was headed to. Those venturing to Xiu Mountain must locate their senior sister as soon as possible, while those in Wanxiang Valley should ascertain Qi Qian's whereabouts. The storyline suggested that the events involving their senior sister would unfold in the latter part, although the exact timing was unclear. Nevertheless, activating a special communication jade talisman that allowed internal communication. This talisman could connect with multiple individuals, and aside from Nán Xī, the opportunities within this space were indeed rare. Missing this chance could mean that some individuals might never encounter such treasures again in their lifetimes. Moreover, the growth of this cohort of disciples would be intricately linked to the future of Tianyun Sword Sect. Even the elders advised against sacrificing their chances to assist Nán Xī, urging them instead to do their utmost. After a lengthy silence, Luo Tingyun concluded, "If time is insufficient, prioritize your own well-being." There remained ample time for them to seek the items they desired before aiding their senior sister. At this point, Luo Tingyun paused. The opportunities within this space were indeed rare. Missing this chance could mean that some individuals might never encounter such treasures again in their lifetimes. Moreover, the growth of this cohort of disciples would be intricately linked to the future of Tianyun Sword Sect. Even the elders advised against sacrificing their chances to assist Nán Xī, urging them instead to do their utmost. After a lengthy silence, Luo Tingyun concluded, "If time is insufficient, prioritize your own well-being." Inheriting the immortal's will and standing there for millennia. Initially, the Wangxing tree could only comprehend the duality of yin and yang, lacking any significant utility. "I have come to seek the holy dew." The colossal ancient tree trembled slightly, a brilliant light flickering across its surface before a voice emerged. And Luo Tingyun should count himself fortunate to be among the destined. The Wangxing tree, understanding the intricacies of life and death, immediately perceived Luo Tingyun's fate, stating slowly, "So it is." This ancient tree, known as the Wangxing tree, was a manifestation of an immortal spirit. Due to its uniqueness, it had gained sentience over the eons, inheriting the immortal's will and standing there for millennia. Initially, the Wangxing tree could only comprehend the duality of yin and yang, lacking any significant utility. Yet it had become one of the sacred objects of this space. Its whereabouts were elusive, only discernible to those fated to encounter it. The surroundings plunged into profound darkness and silence. In the stillness, a faint light gradually emerged before Luo Tingyun, and as he gained clarity, a voice resonated in his ears. "Disguising oneself as a woman? How absurd!" A robust male voice thundered beside him, reminiscent of a childhood nightmare, prompting Luo Tingyun to instinctively clench his fists. Luo Tingyun replied, lowering his gaze, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. "A hollow, roughly the size of a person. Yuno possesses an unusual fate, born with a male body yet a female destiny, and inherently flawed. Even if disguised, he must endure countless sufferings. Neglecting this would undoubtedly lead to his demise before reaching the age of 10. Or shall you permit your prejudices to witness your own child walk into the abyss?" The male voice fell silent. This dialogue transpired when Luo Tingyun was merely 3 years old. Despite his precociousness, he could not have fathomed that henceforth he would seldom experience a moment of tranquility. "Yunner, remember you are a man. Do not grow too close to women. Yunner, keep your distance from men. Yuno possesses an unusual fate, born with a male body yet a female destiny, and inherently flawed. Even if disguised, he must endure countless sufferings. You must not, cannot." Awakening once again from the fog, Luo Tingyun could only feel a piercing pain penetrating his being. His formidable mother, rarely gentle. The male voice fell silent. This dialogue transpired when Luo Tingyun was merely 3 years old. Despite his precociousness, he could not have fathomed that henceforth his dark eyes devoid of light. "Mother, why must I live?" The child bore no thoughts of death. He simply did not comprehend why. "They harbor ill intentions. You must remain aware of your circumstances. No contact with anyone. If your true gender is discovered, all our efforts would be in vain. You must not, cannot. Awakening once again from the fog, Luo Tingyun could only feel a piercing pain penetrating his being. His formidable mother, rarely gentle, wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Yuner, endure this suffering, and you shall survive." The less than 10-year-old Luo Tingyun gazed at her. Destined to bear the lives of millions across 2 continents, how can you even entertain the thought of dying? She stood coldly, the warmth of the handkerchief she had just dropped falling to the ground. "Yuner, you must soon realize what your life signifies." From that day forth, why could he not simply embrace it? Little did he know, his mother froze momentarily before erupting in fury. "Do you wish to die? We have exhausted our resources." Amidst the chaos, a figure flashed through Luo Tingyun's mind, one who endured suffering no less than his own. "Junior sister, hurry with me to buy pastries. If we delay, there will be none left." At that moment, Luo Tingyun perceived the urgency etched on Nán Xī's face. A sudden clarity washed over him, the warmth of the handkerchief she had just dropped falling to the ground. "Yuner, you must soon realize what your life signifies." From that day forth, Luo Tingyun understood one crucial truth: he could not perish. Yet, his days remained murky and dark, engulfed in perpetual torment, physical pain intertwined with psychological anguish, seemingly without end. The heavens will be high and the seas vast, and with the Luo family supporting him, he will truly feel the world around him. Luo Tingyun wrestled through the agony, recalling that it was not merely his mother who wished for his survival, but he himself yearned to experience the world. Only to be swiftly followed by a cascade of memories, his mother's midnight struggles, his father's silent sighs. Yuner envied other children, wishing he could partake in their playful revelry. His mother gently assured, "In the future, all will be well. Yuner shall surely survive. When that time comes, the heavens will be high and the seas vast, and with the Luo family supporting him, he will truly feel the world around him." Luo Tingyun wrestled through the agony, recalling that it was not merely his mother who wished for his survival, but he himself yearned to experience the world. However, its efficacy is limited, especially for individuals like Luo Tingyun, who possess a unique fate. Rarely did Luo Tingyun smile, alleviating some of her future suffering. After gratefully accepting the sacred dew and bowing in thanks, Luo Tingyun rose and proceeded to exit. As the surrounding brilliance shifted, Chapter 60, The Sacred Dew of Rebirth. The sacred dew, a rare elixir born once every millennium, possesses the remarkable ability to connect with the Tao and alter one's destiny. She was at the foot of Xiu Mountain. Is senior sister missing? Suddenly, she vanished. What happened? Senior sister has reappeared. She seems to have acquired some treasure and is quite elated. Senior sister is heading to Wanxiang Valley. Qi Qian is battling spirit beasts in Wanxiang Valley, and they are exceedingly fierce. It appears Qi Qian is searching for some resources. What could he need from Wanxiang Valley? The powerful beings who have perished in Wanxiang Valley are incredibly formidable. They could be deadly. Senior sister is nearing Wanxiang Valley. Junior sister, where are you? She was at the foot of Xiu Mountain. Is senior sister missing? Suddenly, she vanished. What happened? Senior sister has reappeared. She seems to have acquired some treasure and is quite elated. Senior sister is heading to Wanxiang Valley. Qi Qian is battling spirit beasts in Wanxiang Valley. Luo Tingyun landed gracefully and once again grasped the communication jade talisman. "I am near Wanxiang Valley. Where is senior sister?" The disciple replied swiftly. The powerful beings who have perished in Wanxiang Valley are incredibly formidable. They could be deadly. Senior sister is nearing Wanxiang Valley. Junior sister, where are you? The last message had just been sent. Luo Tingyun received the communication jade talisman, opting not to fly on her sword but instead retrieved a high-level teleportation talisman. Nán Xī remained oblivious to the fact that her movements had been thoroughly observed since her entry into this realm. The system, cold and impersonal, urged her. "Please reach the designated location promptly." Impatient, Nán Xī retorted, I know. Are we almost there?" At that moment, she spotted Qi Qian's position. The unfolding plot began with their encounter in Wanxiang Valley, where the female protagonist ventured alone to seek a unique sword training material. This material, found within the valley, could enhance the ferocity and power of swords, rendering them more formidable. However, it was not particularly suitable for the protagonist's sword, a detail that need not be elaborated. Nán Xī remained oblivious to the fact that her movements had been thoroughly observed since her entry into this realm. The system, cold and impersonal, urged her, leading them to journey together. However, as Nán Xī observed Qi Qian, she noted that the spirit beast, which should have been chasing the protagonist, was engaged in a fierce battle with him. Nán Xī thought, so saving the hero is not out of the question, I suppose? After a moment, she realized her choice of words was inappropriate. Ugh, Qi Qian is hardly a hero, so does this mean I must save him? In truth, Qi Qian's strength surpassed that of the spirit beast, and the battle was reaching a critical juncture, soon to reveal the victor. However, if Qi Qian were to win before she intervened, it would feel somewhat contrived, lacking the shared combat narrative. The system, acknowledging the situation, advised, was engaged in a fierce battle with him. Nán Xī thought, so saving the hero is not out of the question, I suppose? After a moment, but quickly she tempered its brilliance, not drawing attention as she joined the fray. Qi Qian, surprised by her presence, acknowledged her. Thank you. Qi Qian's strength surpassed that of the spirit beast, and the battle was reaching a critical juncture, soon to reveal the victor. However, she even chose not to alter her dialogue. I am unscathed. Qi Qian, are you hurt? Her words, though seemingly innocuous, held no fault in this context. Qi Qian replied, I am fine. You are in Wanxiang Valley. What do you seek? This marked the first time Qi Qian proactively inquired about Nán Xī's intentions, mirroring the plot's progression. Her response was identical to that of the protagonist. The Black Xian Pearl, but I have not yet located it. This moment diverged from the original plot, where he would have inquired about her injuries. The simple expression of gratitude lacked a certain warmth, yet Nán Xī was unfazed. She even chose not to alter her dialogue. I am unscathed. Qi Qian, are you hurt? Her words, though seemingly innocuous, held no fault in this context. Nonetheless, the plot had finally aligned, and the system fell silent. Wanxiang Valley is aptly named as it vividly showcases the myriad manifestations of life and death. Here, the remains of powerful beings have transformed into eerie woods, remaining vividly lifelike for millennia, their hollow gazes chilling. Some have morphed into toxic swamps, where the spirit creatures are both venomous and sinister. Others bloom with vibrant flowers, each with the potential to evoke inner demons. Perhaps Wanxiang Valley is a misnomer. Shall we join forces? Nán Xī's expression brightened instantly. Can we really go together?
I
would love to. Internally, she scoffed. This is quite the humiliating display. Thus, despite its notorious reputation, a significant portion of individuals still venture here, drawn by the allure of its dangers. In moments devoid of detailed plot descriptions, dialogue between Nán Xī and Qi Qian dwindled, unless Qi Qian initiated conversation. Otherwise, Nán Xī spoke only when the system warned her to maintain her character's persona. Where the spirit creatures are both venomous and sinister, others bloom with vibrant flowers, each with the potential to evoke inner demons. Perhaps Wanxiang Valley is a misnomer, as it primarily exhibits the darker facets of existence. Yet within this malevolence, the refined elements possess heightened aggression, and even the most malevolent entities, if withstood, offer substantial rewards. Thus, despite its notorious reputation, a significant portion of individuals still venture here, drawn by the allure of its dangers. In moments devoid of detailed plot descriptions, dialogue between Nán Xī and Qi Qian dwindled, unless Qi Qian initiated conversation. Otherwise, Nán Xī spoke only when the system warned her to maintain her character's persona. With treasures capable of elevating one's innate abilities formed merely from the energy emanating from its essence. In the narrative, the female protagonist inadvertently triggered a mechanism, almost instantaneously engulfed by the lurking strange fire. That entity was indeed sinister, having existed for over 10,000 years. Understanding the vast depths of genius that have been consumed, it is only through this accumulated energy that Qi Qian could ascend directly to the nascent soul. However, he aspired to outshine all others. However, what none anticipated was that the hidden realm harbored additional opportunities. Lurking in the shadows, followed Qi Qian to the secret entrance into the dark realm. In that moment, Nán Xī could perceive the disorienting sensation of weightlessness, struggling to maintain her balance. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld a transformed scene. Outside, several Tianyan sword sect disciples, including Luo Tingyun, emerged swiftly. Understanding the vast depths of genius that have been consumed, it is only through this accumulated energy that Qi Qian could ascend directly to the nascent soul. However, it was through the aid of these talismans that they managed to trail behind the two golden core disciples without detection. Among the 7 present, including Luo Tingyun, lurking in the shadows, followed Qi Qian to the secret entrance into the dark realm. In that moment, Nán Xī could perceive the disorienting sensation of weightlessness. The notion of the devouring was indeed daunting. This peculiar flame could absorb cultivation and wreak havoc upon meridians, a truly insidious force. Yet, activating the mechanism would lead to being incinerated by a crucial part of the unfolding narrative, leaving them helpless to assist their senior sister at this juncture. In the midst of their hesitation and turmoil, a voice interjected. Luo Tingyun's tone was unassuming. Since this is Qi Qian's opportunity. 3 had arrived with specific desires in mind, while the remaining 3 were content to follow Nán Xī on a whim. As they deliberated on their next course of action. Chapter 61. Within the vast valley of all things, Nán Xī observed the scene before her. The surroundings did not possess a sinister aura. Instead, white crystalline formations resembling stalactites hung from above, emitting a soft, ethereal glow that cast a dim, atmospheric light throughout the space, rendering it quite beautiful. In the midst of their hesitation and turmoil, a voice interjected. Luo Tingyun's tone was unassuming. Since this is Qi Qian's opportunity. Filled to the brim with the same liquid, and in the center of each pool rested a lustrous pearl, reminiscent of a precious elixir. Chapter 61. Within the vast valley of all things, Nán Xī observed the scene before her. The surroundings did not possess a sinister aura. Instead, what is this? It seems to be something valuable. Qi Qian, let us take it. I do not want it. You can have it all. Numerous white crystals adorn the area, each tipped with a droplet of milky liquid, poised to fall or just beginning to emerge. Beneath where these droplets fell lay small pools, filled to the brim with the same liquid, and in the center of each pool rested a lustrous pearl, reminiscent of a precious elixir. They overheard Nán Xī's remark and turned their gaze to the alluring pearl. Few in this place were aware of its nature, thus it remained unnamed. What is this? It seems to be something valuable. Qi Qian, let us take it. I do not want it. You can have it all. This object should not be consumed in excess, yet it might not be entirely without use. He reached out and collected several more, his expression remaining unchanged. I would not accept such a thing, even if offered. As Luo Tingyun and several disciples of the Tianyan sword sect descended cautiously, using invisibility charms. They were now inching closer to that spot. 1, 2, 3. Goodness, a total of 17. What is Qi Qian planning? Qi Qian knew that this item was not merely beneficial and had intended to take only one, but upon hearing Nán Xī's words, his thoughts shifted. Her eyes remained fixed on a specific spot. At that moment, everyone noticed where Nán Xī was looking. Had there been no indication, they might have missed